biggest ram, sir, that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had for hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
There's a cosy little spot I know lies just inside of Open, whose praises I will sing to you in the rhyme. Where lives me dear old Grandad, and me granny too, God bless 'em, and many an hour I've spent there in me time. They have a little garden on a slap-up little greenhouse, where Grandad passes many an hour away. He's happy and contented among his plants and flowers, and if I should pop in, he's sure to say, "Mon, I'm fain to see this sifted down. I must feign as if they give me here for crown. Never wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this sifted down. God bless the silver yet, they are both very old and feeble. They're getting very near their journey's end. But still I feel quite certain that when death shall separate them, inevitable their lives again will blend. They've always been contented, they've tried to do their duty. No beggar from the door's been turned away. However ragged and tattered, he's always daxed them inside, and then he with a smile to them would say, "Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this sifted down. I must feign as if they give me here for crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this sifted down. I think we might a lesson learn from this out her so humble, and try like them to lead a blameless life. And if we're ever tempted to be selfish and dirty, let's throw those nasty feelings clean away. Let's try to do to others as we'd have them do to us, and remember what me Grandad used to say. Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this Sydney end. I must fain as if they give me a for cred. Never wanna go away, them unstop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this Sydney end.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid Herald sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout as
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
If my math is correct, all of you should have been able to get at least 8 hours of sleep after watching all the games yesterday. And that means you're well rested to watch another potentially 12 Dota 2 games. That's right, it's time for another group stage day here at DreamLeague and the PogChamp Pandas. Now, I know there hasn't been a day yet where we had all 12 games, but potential is always there, and I'm here for it. And I know someone who is a fan of chaos in Owen.
Oh,
you like the chaos in the days.
It's great. I think it's great for the viewers as well. It means, you know, with all the different time zones around the world that people are watching in, the longer the show goes, the more people out there get to tune in live and enjoy some of the fun.
That's good. Also here with Gunnar. How you doing, Gunnar?
Hello, I'm good. I got sleep. I missed. I tried to catch the games.
Yeah.
They went really late last night.
2:30.
2:30.
2:30. Hello, Jenkins. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello.
We enjoyed the chaos here. We got a new patch. Everything's going to be chaotic. You may as well go with it than go against it.
You gotta embrace it.
Go with the flow, they say. I think that's the No-Tail quote that he said. Go with the flow.
That's what he said?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's in his book.
Mhm.
Very good.
Did you read his book?
Did I read his
Do you have a
book?
signed copy of his book?
Do you have a signed copy of his book?
I don't have a signed copy of his book.
You said it as if you did have it, as if you were going to be like, I do.
I was just curious. Maybe you're a big fan.
No, I don't read.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I can't.
I know.
You don't read?
No.
You can't.
I can't read.
Audiobooks. That's your answer right there.
Does he have a no-tail annotating the doing
Like
audit?
him reading his
He's
book?
reading.
Are you sure? Because
The
I
book.
think maybe he... I
Do an
think
audiobook?
surely you should.
I mean,
should.
Well, why not, isn't it? Yeah, should.
He's a big streamer now. He
Yeah,
can
he
release
can
that.
read it,
Get some
yeah.
extra dough from Audible.com.
I don't
Are
think
we
that's-
sponsored by that?
I don't think so.
No.
Please
Is that,
sponsor
even
us.
is that even a website that exists?
Yeah.
It's
think-
the book website.
I think they're.
Yeah.
It's a book
What?
website.
I think
It's
they're
an
owned by
audiobook.
Amazon
Yeah,
now.
it's like just
Oh.
Amazon for book audiobook.
Audiobook.
They sponsor everything.
Yeah.
Okay, they should sponsor.
They sponsor Twitch. We're on Twitch, right?
And people should sponsor DreamLeague more because we have some great content, and I do want to talk more about the series yesterday because I do realize that a lot of people tuning in now might not have been awake for the series.
Well, they might still be
yesterday,
awake, right?
or still be awake.
Isn't there a time
Sure.
zone? What time zone would it be that like 2 a.m. would be their waking up, and now this would be their evening? I think it's SEA, right? 2 a.m.
No.
for our SEA viewers would be like.
No, that's like then you wake up very early in SEA.
No, I bet there's some SEA viewers who woke up
There's
this
a-
morning. Australian
Okay.
viewers who woke up
Yeah.
this morning, caught the end of last night's show, and now it's their night time.
They
and
had
they're catching
breakfast
this.
with DreamLeague, and now they're having their
Yeah,
afternoon,
there's
evening with
definitely
DreamLeague.
some viewers
Shout outs to Malaysia.
Yeah, I think that time.
Shout outs to Malaysia.
What time is it in Malaysia right now? I think it's like 8 hours, 10 hours.
10 hours?
Yeah,
Wait a
that's
minute,
a-
2 a.m. So that's lunchtime. So it's
They would be watching.
they're going to bed now.
and watching us.
So we should be quiet.
Yeah, it's that bedtime story.
Bedtime.
But for people that didn't watch it, because there's those as well, we are going to recap that series a little bit because it was a pretty unique series. I think that's the right way of calling it because it wasn't all action-packed and brawl and big fights and stuff, but it was very interesting and it was very unique. And it was Tundra versus Paravision. I think I speak on behalf of most, and we just thought Tundra was going to run away with that one. But we can show some highlights and tell you exactly how it went because it was game one that was the most interesting match of the bunch. You know, teams come in here and they start. You know, they all come in with their own ideas. And we had in the draft we had an opening pick of Doom. That's Tundra Doom. Everybody is expecting that already. But then the answer straight away from Paravision Jenkins was a Brood Mother.
Yeah, that was an interesting one because Brood didn't get changed like a crazy amount in the patch. So I never
Is she
really.
agility now?
Didn't
She's agility.
She's
I
agility
think.
again,
I
right?
think she's
I
back
believe.
to agility.
Didn't
yeah.
they make the anti-regen on her webs a lot stronger?
Yeah, they did. It scales.
It's like instead of like 40, it goes up like 70.
It scales better.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that did look quite good against the Alchemist.
Yep.
I mean, she kind of fell off when they nerfed that, so that doesn't work in the other lanes, and
Oh,
so
sure.
they're I guess they buff it
Yep.
to make it better when you're actually standing on the webs. But yeah, it looked good.
73k gold
They-
lead at the end. So stupid.
They also went for the no one sniper. Yeah, that was that took a really long time to end. I feel like
Oh, there was a Dazzle as well.
This is game two
game was
already.
really-
Yeah,
but
I
it was
wanted
one
to
of our
see some
first Dazzle.
And this was a win, right?
Yeah,
Yes, that's
so-
the
Yeah.
one.
Tundra was super far ahead, and then there's a clip of Satanic, and he got really mad because there was a fight he just couldn't hit anyone for like 20 seconds straight. He died, and you see his camera, and he's like all angry. And then after that fight, he kind of locked in, and he just crushed, I think, game 2 and 3.
Yeah, because here he is on his Brood Mother again
Yep.
for the second time.
I think he ended this game 18-2 and like 12 or something.
Yeah, compared to the other game, this one did not look that even. at
Yeah,
all.
this was the most stompy game. I guess you could say the first game stompy, but how stompy is a 70-minute or 60-minute game?
Yeah. I
This
mean,
was only
it
30
was
minutes.
kind of stumpy, but they just held for a long time.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I guess this was a PA losing against something that wasn't a lifestealer, right?
Yeah.
Which was the go-to
True.
strat from a lot of the teams on the other few days. So we are seeing PA can be defeated in multiple ways.
yeah, it really makes you question like, is Brood Mother good? Because I'm thinking like they pick Brood against Alchemist, then Alk gets picked, Brood is banned, and then it's just Brood without. There's no Alchemist.
Well, and
It's
they
not about
didn't
the regen.
necessarily pick Brood against Alchemist in the first game, because Brood was like their first pick. It was second pick overall, but they picked it against the Doom.
They picked Alk into Brood.
Yes.
That's interesting.
You wouldn't because of the.
This is a draft.
was
So
the order.
the last pick is going to be a sniper here. By the way, I think BZM Invoker obviously popped off, but it also made a great case of spellcasting Invoker being 100% back. He popped off.
Sure.
It was having a great game. But yeah, this was Brood, second pick. So the Doom was first, but it's Thunderate.
Because you wouldn't be picking Alkin.
I don't. Not after that. I mean, I feel like
worked out. That was a game one.
Alk was
Yeah,
one of the
that
old
worked out.
counters to Brood, no?
because you would farm the spiders.
Farm the spiders.
I don't know if it works
You think
like
you
that.
think the region's bad? Like it's too big of a.
This is what I was reading, that people were saying that the regen on Alk looks really bad against
Sure.
Broodmother. And then, you know, Necrophos has an anti-regen thing as well.
Does have an anti-regen.
I feel like regen is just, there's answers. There's answers to it. But
Well, that's good, right?
I think also like Broodmother exists in this state where you'll just see it like top priority for one series, and then next series nobody gives a shit. Like I don't know why the hero is like that. It's like it's kind of like always viable, but it hasn't been in that like first phase pick for every single team territory for like over a year.
Yeah, and this was the first time we saw it in first phase. It does make me wonder. I mean, people are going to look at that series on hindsight because a lot of the teams would have already been asleep potentially as well.
That's true. I don't know if the guys playing this morning have been watching that one. They probably got some clips. Right?
And they will see the highlights. And they will see they will look at the
I'll
draft.
check the Dota buffs and stuff.
You're gonna wonder, like, is Brood good? Should we pick Brood? Because
there's a
why
few
not?
good Brood players here, right?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
There's a whole phase where it was picked. Every offlaner had to learn it, pretty much just for that. And then I think every carry also ended up learning it.
Yeah.
and mid at some point as well.
Yeah. Pretty
Maybe
much
a
every
little
core
less-
player
yeah.
had some phase of having to learn it. Only the sub players are safe from not having to learn Brood. I don't like it.
I remember one of these times was when somebody started doing like the trick with the spiders where you have the
33 thing.
You put
You
them all,
spam tab and
you
then
spam tab and put them all over the map, and then they turn that into an actual setting instead of a console command. And then when they made that an actual setting, everybody was like, you have to learn Brood in every role. And then they nerfed the duration on the spiders, so that was like way less imba.
Yeah.
Bristol also, I think, exists in this category right now, where some game or some series there's no Bristle, maybe until like last pick it's a consideration. But then other teams, it's like, first pick, oh, of course, the green facet. It's so versatile.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, then why don't we see this in every single series?
I'm actually really curious, Brian. I'm gonna ask you a question. You can take time if you need to, but can you tell me the win rate of Brood and how much she went up with the patch?
Absolutely. Give me a second here.
Because I'd be interested in that, because with Brood in the meta, you'd also think like there's a lot of people spam Broods in their pubs.
Her win rate in Dota 2 Pro Tracker at the highest level is 53%, actually, across 1,150 matches. So it's not like a small sample size either. So definitely that
That's not
necrotic
bad.
web probably paying off.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
In pubs, it went down a little bit. But the thing is, like, this is a hard hero. And when it looks like the hero gets buffed and then people start playing it that don't know how to play Brood, then the win rate goes down. So it's not a significant, it's 0.19% in pubs.
Sure.
So for average players, it's about the same, but this is a hard hero.
it also depends on the what heroes are in the meta. I'd say there's actually some good anti-Brood heroes in the meta. I think Mars is really good, Pango's good, Dawnbreaker's good, Tiny.
Yeah.
There's a couple like very common picks that are good versus Brood, so it probably depends. If those have to get banned because they're just so strong in the meta.
I mean, Tiny gets banned anyway, right?
Yeah. And then that just kind of makes Brood better to pick. A lot of these heroes that are okay, like okay to good, get really good because their counters are meta, so their counters get banned every game. And then you get to pick them for free.
Well, we'll see if we have. I'm sure we have at least a couple of Broods, maybe one or two Broods in our games today. But we'll see if other people are picking up on the idea, or if it will just be Paravision again picking up their Brood because they'll play again as well. We can take a look at how things have gone so far, because there have been 4 more series, so we're now 8 series into this group stage, and that means we have a little bit more of a divide on how things are going. And I feel like there's a couple of outliers. I want to start with the top, because personally, seeing Chimera 2-0 for a team that the Hawksword has disbanded, I mean, that's unique, Gunnar. That's pretty awesome to see. Like, pretty funny.
I think probably it's one of those things that now it feels there's no pressure on any of the players. They all can just play. And if they lose, it's like, oh, guys, we should lose because we're disbanded. And if they win, it's just kind of funny.
Yeah.
I definitely think when weird stuff like that happens, sometimes it's a buff in the short term.
Yeah.
Maybe they won't win because they're not actually all there as a team, but I definitely see them getting to the top 4.
Yeah, I can. It really is going to be completely momentum based, right? Because
Yeah.
as soon as they lose a bad series,
It's
over. Like they're not recovering from that. But at the moment, it doesn't look like they're like today in their game. I think they're coming as the favorites. Like they look so good in the way that they play.
I just want to say, I feel like we say this all the time. A team comes in, there's some story around them, and we want to hype them up, and we go, "Oh, I'm sure they can do it." They don't give a shit, they don't care, and then they just get fucking destroyed. They just get destroyed. Like, this is the first time that I can remember that I'm at a tournament where a team is having, it like, literally is disbanded, that we're saying this rhetoric and this narrative, and it's not actually just to hype up the team, that they are like,
it's just,
they're
literally done.
They just beat the TI winners, bro.
And they're doing it in, like, their own unique way.
Yeah,
They're coming in with their own approach to the match.
And they did it before the patch as well in the group, and after the patch as well. So it's not like, fluke, they did the one series. No, they did 2 series.
Nah, this is crazy. This is like a crazy storyline from them. At some point, it's going to be devastation. When they get their first loss.
When that big loss, they get 2-0'd.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it for them.
I mean, because they're disbanded, I'm looking forward to, if they win the tournament, right, we do like that team interview, and we're going to get them all in the comments. They'll be like, I hate this guy. I hate this guy. But we won, I guess. We need to get that.
I hope these guys don't find teams. I wish the worst for everyone.
Maybe
here.
it's just. But do you think during their games the comms are actually pretty toxic?
No.
Like someone dies, like, look.
No.
All right, can I bring BSJ into this for a
Well, for
second?
the comms.
Because I remember on Team Arkosh Gaming, we won
Did you play
game
for
1. Yeah, of course. I was Gremlaw, actually.
We
lost game 1, or we won game 1, lost game 2 devastatingly, and then Brian was so angry at Kyle Swindlemelons that he muted Discord and then played, and he like 1v5 carried us.
And you won.
And we won! Yeah. We won the series!
Well, that's what's going on.
And this got us into DPC. We literally qualified for DPC when this guy right here muted Discord because he was so angry at Kyle. We get into DPC and he goes, I'm not playing with Kyle. After we qualify.
Because at that point, you have to play with your qualified team, right?
Yeah, Brian. You got any words to defend yourself?
At that point in my career, I wasn't very good at expressing my frustrations with gameplay or personality-related things, or just conflicts. So I think what happens in those situations is you play better because instead of trying to solve the problem, you just accept there's a problem and you just head down and just play, And I feel like when we're listening to Chimera, and in my own experience, you get distracted by all this crap that once you remove this hope that you can fix it, you just suddenly turn on God mode. So yeah, that's I'm not proud of those moments, Jenkins. Thank you for sharing them publicly.
Hey, they reaped success. At least again in the short term.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Long term, definitely not. There's disqualification.
Remove all hope.
Right.
Well, for now, Chimera is doing fine. I want to touch upon 2 other teams because Paravision is also undefeated at the moment. They did beat Tundra, and I think that was the big one. Obviously, we just saw the highlights of that, but if you'd asked me beforehand, I thought Tundra was gonna win. Gunner.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way it is, right?
I mean, Tundra looks almost unstoppable.
Yeah.
I'd say for the whole tournament, and I think Paravision also is one of the teams that, on a new patch, I would give them basically like a top 3. It's like them, Tundra, maybe Falcons. I would say going to new patch are probably the strongest ideas, because I think Astini especially is really good at just cooking up random stuff as a coach. So I had a lot of faith in them. I didn't know if that. I think like game 2 and 3 they kind of stomped to some extent at some point. The second was a little close, and then third game they just ran away with. So I was really impressed with Pari yesterday.
Yeah, because we keep saying that they have a very high skill ceiling with their roster change that they did, but we haven't really seen it yet. But maybe this is the start, Jenkins.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I agree that Astini on a new patch. Like, I'm glad that they won Bangkok because I feel like Astini, as a coach, was underrated for quite some time, and he kind of proved that just an ideas guy, like a guy that's not like a lot of these coaches are very high rated. They play a lot of Dota. Astini just studies, so
just watches.
Yeah, and I also think that he's the type of guy that at least wants to prove that he can fit in slot in a new player to a roster and then still make it work. Just like Blitz did with Liquid and getting 33 and then transitioning to win TI. I feel like Astini kind of wants to do the same thing with Paravision, where people think like, oh, they were winning. Like, how could they get Satanic, replace Crystallis? This is crazy, you know, but...
I don't think anybody said that they were crazy with doing that, though.
I think there was a maybe vocal minority of people that thought it was crazy when they see the results and they're not immediately winning.
Sure.
But I think also that can be tarnished, but like there can be some issues with the stats there because people are now looking at Paravision because they won that major. And the patches are going to be nerfing the stuff that they're good at, et cetera. The meta is going to develop around countering the stuff Paravision's doing. People are going to learn the heroes. So I think that this team, like there's a potential that this team is just as good, if not better, currently than the Paravision that won Bangkok. It's just that the meta has switched relative to what they were picking. Does that make sense? Because like Aui was talking about this thing for Falcons. He said that like he doesn't think people consciously like, oh, let's figure out how to play Mirana because Falcons is playing and they're winning with it. It's just the meta develops around Falcons picking that. Yeah. And then because people then have to play Mirana, they're therefore learning how Falcons plays. And so they're kind of figured out, but just by virtue of the meta changing around them and people figuring out the meta heroes. And I think the same thing happened to Paravision.
Well, with Falcons, actually, now that you mention them, they actually did get their first win on the board, so congratulations to them. They're 1-1. They got it over Heroic, who is now 0-2, just like Liquid, Owen. They're both having tough times.
Yeah, Liquid's been rough. Yeah, the losses have not been like pretty losses either. There's been clear moments where I don't know, it's just not been gelling together. It feels like when they start to fall behind in a game, they just completely fall apart as a team. You know, we're just seeing death after death after death. They just don't seem to be able to kind of come back from a rough mid-game at the moment, at least in these first few days. I think, you know, they'll be able to turn it around eventually, but it just depends on how many days of the new patch do they need to be able to kind of kick it into gear and start making that comeback. We're a few days in now. Maybe today's the beginning of the comeback, but if they lose the series today, they're going to be in a pretty rough spot.
Yes, I will say today they are playing first series. We can take a look at the schedule. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because normally I go for the first game at the end of talking about all the teams. But I feel like I should mention Team Liquid. This is going to be the third series that they play in this group stage, but it will be the last in the first half of the day. This is important. Liquid hates playing in the morning. Maybe they're going to level up afterwards. Who knows?
So 4-3 record for Liquid.
Is that a thing, Gunnar? I mean, if you're like, are you just better at a certain part of the day?
Yeah, I think you are.
But can you not train that? Or is that difficult, like a difficult pattern to break away from? Like, let's say you're Team Liquid, you're going to play in this group stage, and you know you're going to be playing in the first half of the day 3 days in a row.
It's something. It just depends on when your team normally practices. If, let's say their practice starts at noon every day or 1 p.m., then they're just going to be internally used to waking up an hour or two before that. But, I mean, for me personally, I like being able, my like second or third game of the day, like after being away for 3 hours is like the best.
Yeah.
You have like a very good like 3 to 4 hours in the middle of the day.
That's like scientifically true. Like your optimal like work time is like 3 hours after you wake up. Which is why the work day is the way it is.
It is the way it is.
People wake up and then, go to work almost immediately, like 1-2 hours.
Let me just go over. You saw as Paravision Heroic, Tundra versus Betboom. That should be a really fun one to watch as well. Spirit versus Chimera. Chimera keeps getting challenges thrown at them. We'll see how to deal with this one. And we're going to start today with Falcons versus Liquid. Any final thoughts on that before we let you go, Owen?
Oh, Falcons versus Liquid. I feel like this will be a decent chance for Liquid to get a win, but I'm still skeptical. Sure, Falcons, they're 1-1. They did also lose a series themselves.
And they have a stand-in.
They have a stand-in, but the stand-in's pretty good, and we did see Syne really kind of level up yesterday in the series. So I think, Syne, he's now in sync with the rest of the team. It's a chance for Liquid, but I think it's going to be tough. I think Falcons are coming in as the clear favorites on this matchup.
Okay, what do you think, Gunnar?
I don't want it to be, but I think it's going to be a 2-0 for Falcons.
Okay.
If I had to make a prediction.
Yeah, don't beat about the bush. That's like, okay, instant prediction. We'll see if Liquid can defy the odds here, because they have been looking rough, but we also know that Liquid sometimes has very tough group stages at the start of them, and then will ramp up to play in tiebreakers and win, or at least come to the finals of a tournament. We'll see if they can start that road today, or if we have to wait for them leveling up to another day. But we are going to start talking about Liquid versus Falcons a little bit more in depth, so let's get started. opening series, Team Falcons versus Team Liquid, should be a good one if Liquid is a little bit more clean than they were previous days. Before we, with the three of us, start talking about it, hello, Lacoste, you don't get to talk just yet because we're first going to listen to Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Shees. You guys were talking about how both these teams are looking at. Team Falcons and Team Liquid haven't had the best start to Group Stage 2. Falcons did end up winning their last 2 games, but I'd like to be highlighting how I feel their beginning of the Group Stage 2 went for them, and that was with Sumail as a stand-in, with a new patch, it felt like they kind of forgot one of the key basics of drafting, and that is something that Sumail might have brought over from the Kuro and the boys, and that's a lack of stuns in your draft. So I have a clip from their first game of Group Stage 2 that really highlights how difficult it is for them to be making plays. As you see no one on Pango in the middle of 5 heroes from Falcons, and he gets stampeded away, which is basically invulnerability in this game. And yes, Falcons is going to end up getting a kill, but it felt like the story of their first 3 games of this group stage was this is how hard they had to work to get a single kill. So I'd like to now pull up a graphic talking about, or showing you guys the heroes that they drafted in all 3 of those games. So when we're looking at game 1, this might have actually been their most promising draft for in case of stuns. You have the mini stun from Bounty Hunter. You have Rolling Thunder, which usually requires the defusal setup from Pangolier. You have Warlock Golem, it's like a mini stun in an AoE. And then you have Leshrac rushing Gleipnir, which is also all unreliable stuns, but it gets worse from here. Game 2, no stun, mini stun, root, slow. That was the game you actually just watched. They had all slows against Centaur. And then in game 3 of Group Stage 2, look at all 3 of their cores again. PA, Death Prophet, and Huskar. Absolutely no stuns across the board, but they clearly learned their lesson. These are pro players after all. Owie 2000 at the helm of the drafting, and we have some clips from them in their game 2 and 3 against Heroic, where they drafted some stuns. As you can see, they've got Tidehunter, Earthshaker. Skeeter just stunned more heroes in that one clip than we saw in all of those first 3 games, and these were quite convincing victories for Falcons, as yeah, this really just says it all, that they've got the shard from Tidehunter as like a pick-off setup. The ease of execution of their plays, it's noticeable. These are obviously great players, but it felt like they were just chasing people around the map consistently with their lack of stuns. And since they're opening a lot of their drafts with heroes like Bristleback, this is something for them to keep in mind, since a lot of their offlaners are lacking in this department. But they have Earthshaker, Mars, plus the Ember Spirit and the Rubik this game, so a lot more reliable catch. And this wasn't as convincing of a victory in terms of, you have the PA, so you end up having to come back. But the fact that they have the playmaking potential, Mars Arena for the control, being able to lock them down, Skeeter does end up fighting his way back to victory on the PA. That's a standard PA clip if I've ever seen it. But looking forward to this series where I think both teams have some fixes to do, but Falcons, they've already been showing that they're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, when it comes to a new patch like that, it's all about adaptation and being able to learn properly from the series you've played. Just like Lacoste has learned something from the series that Falcons and Team Liquid have played.
Yeah, I want to show their favorite hero pairs, something that they've been playing. Brian did point out that they've been lacking some of the stuns on side of Team Falcons, but they've been relatively successful. They are using these vision heroes. As you can see, Bounty Hunter has been in every single of their favorite pairs, because I think in the new map as well, you need to have vision. There's going to be a lot of these spots where heroes are going to be hiding, and the chase potential, that's what you want to have. But to throw in a couple of stuns, they've been using Pangolier Bounty plus Lifestealer in the previous tournaments as well as their 3-to-go kind of combo, because you can infest into Pango, Bounty provides you with the vision, and on side of Team Liquid, you have the 2-hero combo, which I'm a big fan of, and you can see the win rate. They've been winning with most of them. You have Jakiro plus Dawnbreaker, a very easy setup. You have Ember Spirit plus Dawnbreaker as well. These are the heroes that gives them damage. You have easy follow-up Ember with the setup as well. They've been using Morana on top of that with the Ember Spirit, and of course Earthshaker plus Bristleback. These 2 heroes, when you pair them up together. You have one guy that runs in and the other guy with the follow-up stun. So you always have enough damage with these type of heroes. And something that I've been seeing from Saberlight is that he shines the most when he's playing these heroes that gives them like some kind of initiation, when he's dictating the tempo. Hero that I'm mostly looking forward to see him on is definitely going to be Dawnbreaker, because he wins every single laning stage when he plays it.
Wow, that sounds very promising, because Liquid does need a little bit of a W here if they want to feel like their competitive opponent in this group stage. Now, Falcons versus Liquid is a little bit, I feel like, Jenkins, of a classic, so they know each other very well. So Mail has stood in for both of these teams before as well. Do you think that at this point we should consider Sumail still as a standard? Because we keep saying it because it's like the asterisk next to the team. Do you think we should remove that at some point? Or not yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I don't think enough series have passed for them on a new patch, especially. Okay, maybe that's actually the argument, that it doesn't matter as much that he's a stand-in, is that it is a new patch, and so like things are kind of crazy already. However, I don't feel like teams are picking that much different from the previous patch.
Yes.
Like, it really seems like the big changes are the timings, the map changes, like the Tormentor. So maybe, you know, we got like a carry Tidehunter. However,
but they were also playing that in the previous patch.
Yeah, like this was something people are already experimenting with, and Skeeter already plays like this type of hero, for example. So I do feel like you have to minus some, you know, percentage MMR on the team for not having Malrine, a player that they're very used to having, and then also the flex potential in the draft. Like, drafting is going to be harder with Sumail for sure.
Yeah.
I agree, a lot of the heroes are the same that these teams are picking, but I think specifically for Falcons, last patch you had Alchemist. DK was not strong enough to first round ban in a lot of the games, so I felt like Skeeter's hero had like reliable playmaking potential / stun almost every single game.
True.
And now you see him playing like Lifestealer and PA, who are more like the slow damage follow-up heroes rather than the stuns themselves, and that's going to create natural holes in your draft when the role that used to provide the stuns is no longer doing so, and you're accounting for Sumail, who seems to be vibing with, these are the heroes I want to be playing on the new patch. So you just kind of have to combine your ideas together in the middle to get it all going.
Speaking of ideas, I believe I did see that Skeeter play the Tidehunter. Right? Yeah. And we know that Saberlight, very good at the Tidehunter as well. Is that going to be a hero that's going to be contested this series? I feel like also, as a side note, I think Tidehunter came out as a big winner in the patch. He doesn't seem OP, but he seems good. And just, you know, balanced. And I think it's been a little while since I've been able to properly say that about a hero. But I'm very happy about that.
Yeah,
I can tell that made you uncomfortable.
Tide seems relatively strong right now, because some of the negative stuff from his facet have been removed. So now you have the small Tidehunter becoming bigger. You're getting more strength per level, but there's no downside to it. And his also Kraken Shell got buffed, which is really nice. It's not as strong against the creeps as it used to be. You're only getting 50% of the damage block, but you can activate it to have the double amount against the heroes, and of creeps, of course. So it feels really good. Like, a lot of the times you would see Tidehunter just being unkillable if the whole lineup has the physical damage. And also the way that you can itemize. I mean, you talked about Skeeter. He's the one who's been playing it. If you go for the Mage Slayer, for example, this is how Tundra back in the days with the Wraith Pact, if you remember, Wraith Pact on a Tidehunter plus Pipe as well. So damage mitigation is still going to be very strong, and we see some of these heroes being very popular right now, that like Leshrac, for example, he doesn't like to play into Mage Slayer, so we might see some Tidehunter that's going to be like, you know what, go on me, I'm just going to pop my Anchor Smash, and you're not going to be getting any damage in.
Yeah, and what are we going to expect for this draft? Because I feel like after yesterday, and after seeing mostly the openings of all the drafts of yesterday, there doesn't seem to be a clear winner that you have to go for at the start.
Yeah, I think it's figuring out these heroes like Tidehunter as a perfect example that offer the flex, because I think every single patch it's been the flex potential heroes that come out in the beginning of the draft where you just don't know what to expect from them, and as long you can even say we're going to pick Tide, we know it's going to be carry, but the enemy doesn't know what it's going to be just yet because it's fresh enough in the new patch. You haven't revealed these strategies enough, and I think just making sure you don't like lose the draft at the very beginning is what's more essential in these new patches.
Yeah, that's why these heroes that can be flexed between position 1 and position 3. You have Magnus, you have Bristleback, you have Dawnbreaker as well, Beastmaster, Tidehunter. These are going to be some of the stronger heroes in the patch. We also saw Tiny being played as 3 different roles, pretty much 4 if necessary from position 4. Some people will play it if there's a good laning partner like Enigma with it. So these are going to be definitely the strongest hero of the patch.
Yeah, great. Tide's win rate went up by like 3%, by the way. So it's
maybe not that balanced then, or what? I was just really happy we had a hero that was like
it's like top 10 in terms of win rate increases.
Oh
for
no!
This match. So it's very good, and I think once people start figuring out the safe lane Tide and Ancient stacking and farming and protecting the Tormentor, you'll probably see that win rate go up. The second highest win rate hero in terms of increase, Nature's Prophet. We saw Tundra picking this hero, and I'm honestly a little shocked that Liquid is not experimenting with it, given that, in my eyes, like
they won TI with
this
it.
is what won them TI. It was figuring out this hero in that grand finals. So I'm surprised like Mickey's not going back to play his Nature's
Prophet. It's
Prophet.
definitely on their radar because they banned it out yesterday against Chimera because they know that the Hawk loves to play it as well.
Yeah,
so it's not like it's missing.
So it's maybe just one of those things where there's so much to try, and they haven't experimented with it yet, whether that's something in pubs for their individual players or in scrims. They just haven't played as a team with it.
I want to highlight your Nature's Prophet because I just looked through Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I don't think I've ever seen a hero that's not like an absurdly high win rate, right? It's 51.5%. Yeah. And it's positive on all 5 rolls.
Ooh.
Like all 5 rolls, it has a positive win rate.
You talked about flex potential.
Yeah, that
I'm
sounds
just saying,
like the perfect first pick.
Yeah, because I noticed for Broodmother, it was only really good at carry, like its win rate. So like I think we might be seeing less and less flex from the heroes like that. But for now that I'm thinking like flex potential, Nature's Prophet, wow, okay, maybe we could even see some supports.
And the reason why we're like checking all these stats, checking up the numbers, the Hawk yesterday, he in an interview talked about how what he does is he takes somebody else's idea, he makes it better before he plays the game that day. He's like, I'm gonna check Dota
That's
buff,
his
Dota
ritual
Pro
every
Tracker.
morning.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's gonna check if there's big numbers, and then he's gonna test it out, see what the others have been up to, and adjust some of the builds, and that's how you get the Hawk build.
To be honest, I think the way that he described their drafting process for is actually really good when it comes to a new patch, where he checks all that, and then they come together at the start of the game, and the coach has already got a little bit of foundation, and then everybody can get their ideas, and that's perfect.
I have some insight. I don't know if this is outsider knowledge but when Aui played on Arkosh for a while, he was actually one of the characters.
Yeah, he was not officially on the team.
Not officially on the team. I remember talking to him about using like Dota buff and the win rates and looking at like, this hero versus this hero, what's the matchup? And he's like, yeah, this is actually good. Like, I think there's an elitism that exists within like analysis where you're like, oh, that's not pro matches, that doesn't matter. But it's exactly how Dahak said, and Aui, who's coaching the team we're watching today, confirmed the exact same thing. If you see like a 7% win rate differential, yeah, you have all of these like, you can't factor in this because this is pubs and competitive people talk to each other, et cetera, et cetera. 7% is a very large number over a million games.
Very large.
So you do have to consider these things, but of course you also have to be good at like breaking down what the differences are and if there are differences. But that's where being a pro player comes in. Like, this is the skill in looking at this data and then determining like what it actually means.
Yeah, I mean, it works out for Chimera. Maybe that's something. I mean, okay, this is kind of mean, but there are 3 coaches on the side of Team Liquid. They have more eyeballs than any other team here.
I'm certain they do this too. Like, this is every competitive team looks at these numbers.
So what's wrong with? Why aren't they winning?
Liquids feels more gameplay related, if you honestly ask me. It looks like they're just not gelling. I don't have like a better way to describe that. I don't think it's hero specific. I do think, like, a perfect example, there was a team fight yesterday where Saberlight on Beastmaster got initiated onto, and Boxy on Marcy used the facet to actually turn the fight and throw them back in, and it looked kind of good, but you could see there was like, did he want that? Was that something that Saberlight also thought was good? Is that a Boxy call? It's not a matter of who's right or wrong here. It just didn't look like their decision to take the fight was mutual. So it's like, that's been the vibe I've been getting a lot from Team Liquid, and I don't know.
Input
I don't think
lag in the brain.
Yes, input lag in the brain, Chiefs. Theory crafting, I don't think will help that, and so it's hard for me to say, yeah, they have this coaching staff to do all the things we're talking about. I also think Chimera probably doesn't have this problem at all, because
they don't talk.
No pressure. And they don't have coaching staff anyway.
they have one coach. They have a coach.
Okay,
they still do. Yeah. And the Hawk definitely gave him credit as well for laying the foundation of the draft together with Panto. So they're doing it. We'll see how Team Liquid will do. You have you've got a good eye, guys. You have looked at the clock and decided, why are you guys not starting yet? It's start time. It is start time. But there's been a slight tech issue, so it will take about a little bit of minutes to figure it out and fix it, and it is definitely fixable. But we are gonna look at a little bit of a video, and then we'll be back in a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pimp My Profile. I'm Auld Pixel. I'm here with Mr. BSJ/Mr. Brian, and we're going to fix up each other's Dota 2 profiles. See, Brian here, you've never done anything with yours, right, Brian? This is...
I'm the default guy, you know, the type that always says, I should do something for that, and then I never do. On the other hand, though, it looks like Owen has 20 Queen of Pains on his profile, but he actually alerted us when we pull up his match
It's
history
a smart
that it is
thing.
the last hero he played. So
It's dynamic.
So it is dynamic. I don't even know how you do that.
Hey, there's some cool stuff you can do.
It will be gone after this regardless, as I will be pimping your profile, Owen. Well, I'm going to use your signature heroes, Owen.
Okay.
And I can customize, I can customize your cosmetics.
Yeah, you can use cosmetics. Some of them you can like choose the animation.
You told me you have, you have the Battle Fury,
Right.
that's really important.
I gotta see what heroes are your best heroes.
I feel like Owen just always buys Battle Fury, so that's...
PL is your most played?
Yeah.
PL, Luna, Slark. Oh, it's all the carries, okay.
I don't want Owen to have too much spoilers, but we're definitely sticking to the Void-centric. I'll never forget the challenge you did where you climbed MMR with Faces Void on.
I did.
I approve of these top heroes of yours. The showcase budget has been reached.
Yeah, you gotta be smart about the budget, Brian.
Oh, you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Can I increase my budget?
No, you can't.
I wasn't, you literally, no, oh my gosh, I accidentally cleared it. It's fine. It's not nearly as good as if it had like infinite budget, but that's just life, you know? I was trying to spell your name, OD, with your favorite heroes, and the O just looks kind of block letterish now because I had like 10 faces.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, I liked it.
It's not terrible. I don't know if it's instantly recognizable as OD.
And then I wanted the hint of your old cosmetics in there, so I originally had all of them taunting. So, but I can't do the taunt and the cosmetics at the same time.
Well, there might be a way. Maybe we don't know.
Okay,
it was actually the budget limiting.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. There probably is, and people are going to judge me for it. So
there's going to be some experts. No, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I take that.
We did similar stuff, really, just in different varieties. A bit more minimalistic. And then I gave you some stats here.
That's good.
This is not really that impressive. Well, I guess it's not that bad, actually. It shows you're pretty, like...
So what made you go with this size? Because I feel like you could go, like...
Well, bigger.
Yeah, bigger, you know?
I don't know. I was worried about the limit, and if I had to do bigger letters with kind of this size of icons... Actually, I could have made
the icon size limiting on the budget?
Like, no, I could have made the icons bigger, and it wouldn't cost me any extra budget.
I think I might keep this style, but make the icons
like a bigger,
larger. I like that though. That's kind of cool.
You know, I left it simple.
I was wondering why you were looking for purple heroes.
Yeah, I just wanted to stick with the colors, and as it was, there was a lot of purple heroes in the game, a lot of red heroes in the game, a lot of blue heroes in the game.
And you know I'm not toxic, so you didn't do any green heroes.
I didn't. Actually, there's a lot of green heroes. Yeah, green wouldn't fit as well. I think the blues, the reds, the purples are much nicer.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, no worries, Brian. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's another successful time here on Pimp My Profile. We've both come away as very happy owners of some brand new, very fresh profiles here on Dota 2.
Thank you, Owen.
Have a lovely day.
I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great score. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Out into an alehouse I used to frequent, though the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no nay, never. No nay, never, no more will I play the roller. No, never, no more. Put your hand in me pocket, for that sovereign's bright, and the landlady's eyes open wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wines of the best, and the words that I spoke you are only in jest. And it's no nay, never, no nay, never, no more will I play the water roller. No, never, no more. Me parents confess when I'm wrong, ask them to pardon their prodigal son. If they would do so oft times before, I never will pay the water roller no more. And it's no nay, never, no nay, never, no more will I pay the water roller. No, never, no more. And it's no nay, never, no nay, never, no more will I pay the water roller. No, never, no more. There was an old farmer in Dorset that dwell, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la, and he had a wife that many knew well, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. The devil came to the old man at the plough, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. One of your family I must have now, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. It's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart.
Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la.
I hope you and she will never more part.
Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back. He's lugged her off like a peddler's pack. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. He trudged away till they came to his gate. Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. Come and take in this old farmer's mate. Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. She saw 30 nymphs all dancing in chains. She ups with their boots and beats at their brains. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. She knocked out Satan against the wall. Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all. Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. He's bundled her up on his back and then to her own husband he's took her again. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. I've been a tormentor the whole of me life. Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife. Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, 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 Lily Valera, Bulla-la-la.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory, we we must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great score. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Out into an alehouse I used to frequent, though the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Put me hand in me pocket for that sovereign's prize, and the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wines of the best, and the words that I spoke you were only in South Australia I was born. Heave away, haul away, South Australia round Cape Horn. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away, there I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down. Heave away, haul away, shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind. Heave away, haul away, to leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, haul away, you wish to God you'd never been born. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia.
Britannia's back. themselves confound. His strength the more is. No lion can him fright. Hail with a giant fight. But he will have a right to be a pilgrim. Hobgoblin or foul fiend can daunt his spirit. He knows he at the end shall life inherit. Then fancies flee away. He'll fear not what men say. He'll labor night and day to be a pilgrim.
Hey guys, thank you for your patience so far. And I say so far because you're still going to have to be a little bit more patient. Due to a tech issue, Team Liquid's not able to field their full roster. And that meant that it went from draft penalty 1 to draft penalty 2 to draft penalty 3 to unfortunately having to forfeit game number 1. And that means we're now having a timer before game number 2 is supposed to start. And hopefully they can fix the issue before that. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you guys are up to date. But at the moment, it is 1-0 in favor of Falcons for our first series. So when there's new news, we'll let you know. But for now, back to the break.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
All my life, I've just been trying to do the right thing. Just trying to be there for people, to help them when they need it. You know, open doors. I know they can open the doors, but I'm still there.
Whoa, my back is killing me. Jeez.
I just want to be there for people, to make their lives a little bit easier, just so that their day goes a little bit better.
Never mind. It feels fine for some reason. It's better.
And it doesn't always get appreciated.
Delectable, actually.
But I'm still there.
I feel great.
Whatever way I can. Sometimes it might seem basic. I know that they could get their own things, but I'm just there, happy to help.
Yo, watch me sink this. Kobe!
I just want to help.
That was a good shot, bro.
Made it. So good.
It's so good, bro.
Teach them things, even if it's overly simplistic and obvious to 85% of people.
There's no toilet paper.
You know, that other 15%, they need my help. I want to be there for those people.
Leave it open.
That's the kind of energy that I want to bring. And you know, sometimes...
This is actually the place in the United States where 4 states do touch each other. Bruno had some issues with that. Thanks, Perch.
Sometimes I say thank you.
Thank you.
1 was thrilling, I know. Blinky, you missed it. We all did. And we are in game number 2, though. Yeah, the issue's been resolved. Full roster in full force. I don't even think they have a level 1 draft penalty for this one, so it's all good in the hood. I'm joined by Lacoste, Jenkins, and BSJ. And we already talked at length about these two teams. We're going to recap it a little bit, but the draft is on our screen as well, so we got a lot to talk about here. We said Falcons and Liquid both have their ups and downs. Liquid at the moment 0 and 2, pretty bad. Falcons is 1-1, and in the series, Falcons is also a little bit ahead here.
Yeah, I feel like, I mentioned pregame that Falcons needed to look to draft some more stuns. It looked like they stunned Dota or Liquid outside of the game.
They did.
Of Dota, and that's now over. They had too many stuns going into the series, but now we're going to have a nice even draft. Right, guys?
Yeah, Team Liquid, after losing game 1, they definitely need to work on their drafting because we didn't see too much from them in game number 1.
I wonder how many jokes we can make about that.
See too much from them.
Jenkins?
I'm good. I think 2 jokes is enough.
All right, so
you're still expecting one from me? Or he's glancing at me.
2 jokes is only enough as long as it's not the same joke 100 times. Am I right, Jenkins?
Yeah. As much as Boxy was missing in the previous game, I feel like his rotations were not that good. He rotated straight out of his computer.
Boxy needed MKB because he was missing.
You guys, we've just been saying tech issues. We never threw a player under the bus. How could you do this to him?
Definitely not Boxy. It was a tech issue.
Well, it's just picked any player.
Internet problem.
Such a random player that you picked there.
For Team Falcons. I need you guys to be serious, okay?
Okay, yeah.
This is something that they do play still. Amar plays it with the red facet, seeing red facet, but he also tried to toy with it in his pubs with the green facet, because Amar, whenever you have an interview with him, if you ask him anything about the game, about the offlane, he's like, I'm going to be playing for myself rather than building into team items, because he wants to be able to scale. This is how Falcons play. This is their identity, but still want to see if he's going to make some of the adjustments, because sometimes he can be relatively stubborn. He has his own ideas, and we might see some more green bristleback coming out because it does look better.
Yeah, I think so. And speaking of green, I really loved the Tidehunter carry with the Amar offlane bristle. I mean, Amar, like you said, plays like a carry, and I feel like when you have Skeeter on these PAs and life stealers, it feels a little weird. Like, give him a stunner, just make Skeeter the offlaner. God damn it, it works.
The facet on bristle, I think it also depends on what do you have as a carry. If you're having some semi-carry, then he might be going for the red facet, but if you have some more traditional carry like Phantom Assassin, Morphling in your safe lane, that means that Bristle might be opting to go for the green facet. Back to you, Jenkins.
Yeah, I think you should do that, Lacoste. I'm just a big fan of these offlaners in the safe lane. It looks good no matter what team picks it, and I feel like Falcons has been struggling a little bit with Skeeter's hero pool, and this would be a pretty nice solution. But on the flip side also, I think Liquid has been struggling a tad bit with Saberlight's hero pool. So they just first phase pick him, his best hero right now, which is the Darkseer, Grandmaster tier. They will even play this with ranged heroes. They're not caring too much about the combos, although I would like to see some sort of melee, the Tinies, the Clockworks of the world.
I would love to see Marcy. I think Marcy with the facet where you can throw Darkseer, so you have like 2 Ion Shells on yourself, of course, and on Marcy, and then you can just bomb one guy immediately, slow him down. That feels like a really nice addition to the game. Play the Kunkka sound, please. There we go. So quick.
You think Kunkka position 4?
No, I don't think that hero's viable.
I have a question about what you guys think when we're looking at Pro Tracker win rates. Like, Marcy's win rate's actually pretty low overall. It's 46%. Her support win rates are 41% on 5 and 44% on 4, but it is a 53% win rate hero on carry. So I'm wondering, like, I'm not saying you can't pick Marcy support. I'm just thinking, how much do you think these teams respect that? How much does that reflect Pro Dota in regards to, like, is Marcy a support that needs coordination, like IO, for instance? Is it something we saw, like, with, I mentioned Boxy bringing Saberlight into
She wasn't really a support for a long time. Some people did pick it from time to time, but maybe the reason, because people are still learning how to play Marcy as a support. I think that's...
She's a different hero now, for sure.
She is a different hero, but also people kind of forgot that the hero exists, so you're going to be slightly lower skilled when you play your first, second game on the hero.
True. And now we got the classic crit hoodwink.
Yeah, I think it was successful yesterday in one of the games they played, so bringing it back.
Which facet did he go for? The
think
new
go
hip
nuts.
shot one? Oh, he went for the go nuts.
Yeah, these nuts. He did go with the cast range facet.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was one of the few guys going for these nuts on that facet before everybody was also going for the other one where you get the extra acorn shot bounce off of the trees.
That one was better in lane. And
Yeah.
now you don't have the excuse of like telling your offlaner, I don't want to take the one that's better for lane. Because they just
Right.
removed that.
Yeah.
You do go for the nuts now.
Yeah, and to be honest, like it looked good before, and now it just seems like the superior facet in general.
It is
They go
for
for
they
the-
buffed it at the max level. It's 300
Yep.
active in a cast range when you use your scurry.
Do want to point out that Jakiro Darks here, insane wombo combo. This is a classic, and now you're going to go for the Ice Path facet, which makes the Ice Path lay on the ground for a lot longer, which makes this a much more viable combo because you lay it down, it's there for a couple of seconds, then you vacuum into the Ice Path.
A lot of people are also, because of the damage on the activation of the Ice Path, you're able to max it much earlier. So maybe at like a 10-minute team fight, you'll have like a level 2 or 3 Ice Path, as opposed to in the past, you might have like a value point.
Yeah,
otherwise
true.
you just did no damage.
Yeah,
So-
because it deals quite a lot of damage. It deals 50 damage on the first one, and then when you activate it for a second time, it's extra half a second, plus up to 225 damage when maxed out. So good amount of damage. That Marcy now feels even better, I would say, seeing Phoenix, so you will have some extra attack speed. The other hero that I was thinking about was Spirit Breaker, if they want to go for it, but Marcy just feels way too strong, especially after seeing Phoenix.
Will he ever consider the facet that gives you 3 attacks on your rebound because of Phoenix in lane or like in game? Because
It's
you're
a
getting like
possibility.
debuffed a
yeah.
lot?
I think Marcy right now feels really good to play. It's one of the, not gonna say balance because I still need to test it out more, but it gives you the options, which I'm a big fan of. So you can play it as a core, you can play it as a support as well, with different options how you want to actually play her.
Ooh. Can I lay down my gut read here for you guys? You tell me if you think it's a load of hooey.
You can lock it down real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna lock this shit down. I think the Marcy 3 extra hits facet is better for support as well.
Okay.
I think that people are baited by the double jump being really cool and fun and the potential of it, but I think supports are just cores these days.
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there. I think it's a really good Leshrac game because you don't care about Darkseer wall. Slark is always going to be afraid of it. Sure, he builds into Mage Slayer, so this makes the matchup a bit of a different one than it was used to before. But right now, some of the damage that they have on the ground, you have Bristleback with the Quill Spray, so that's going to be nice. You're going to be buying into Mage Slayer no matter what. Phoenix has some ground targeted damage, but in terms of control, they don't really have that much against Slark.
Yeah, but there's no way Liquid is not prepared for Leshrac in a team that has Sumail as a stand-in. So they would have something prepared, surely.
They have the Mage Slayer prepared, which is definitely going to be bought since you're playing against Bristleback, so maybe they think that's enough.
Okay. Oh, they'll go for the Alchemist either way.
Into Slark and Darkseer. That's interesting.
Why is that interesting?
Because the Alchemist is going to buy a Radiance. He's going to buff up his illusions. Darkseer gets a free illusion of the Alchemist. Sometimes even 2 if you go for that normal punch. And Slark traditionally is one of the best heroes in the game against Alch because there's a timing where you can Bloodthorn burst the Slark, but it's really easy for him to purge that. And Slark will munch on Alchemist and steal so many stats.
Especially if you don't have control. I also think it's very good Shaker game for Team Falcons because they need that extra bit of a stun, some kind of a initiation. Alchemist can do that, but this is something that they really love to run on Model Green, and also Sumail does play it. So probably going to be looking into those two, Leshrac and Earthshaker, for Team Liquid to ban out.
I personally think Alk is like a tempo-based pick here in the sense that not only is it going to come online relatively early, but also against Marcy Darkseer, I think you have no choice but to fight this lane. So you need a carry that stands its ground, cast spells on top of like the Marcy leap, and you're going to be man-fighting basically. And you have the Phoenix to slow the attack speed, and if you have a carry that's stuck running away while they're slowed and can't fight back, I just think it would spell doom for Falcons safe lane. So I like Alchemist in theory of what it's offering to Falcons, like matching the tempo of the Bristle. You're like a physical damage hero that synergizes with the minus armor of Bristleback. You even have a Hoodwink support that does a little bit of physical damage. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. And I don't think Alchemist was nerfed enough to consider him lower than like B tier. I think he's at least a B tier carrier.
Yeah,
if
he's
not better.
good. He's definitely good. I see a lot of people picking him, and there's some experimentation going on with the Ags pooling strategy.
Well, you're saying with the dividends fasted, or
yeah,
just in general?
with the dividends fasted.
I think he'll just take the seed money, but I'm curious if he does take dividends. But Bristleback Ag's not nearly as impactful as it was before if he goes the green facet, like it's not his core. I'm thinking Hoodwink doesn't, he doesn't have like amazing Ag, so he's probably not going to do that, but.
So, Sufail gets absolute last pick here.
No.
I think they have, so they did ban the Lesh.
Oh, no, they don't. No,
get
my
the
bad, my
absolute
bad,
last
my bad.
pick is Liquid.
So he's got to pick now. Okay, so something kind of generic.
I like the Lesh Quap bans.
Yeah.
Death Prophet, Invoker, thinking heroes that just don't really.
For Falcons?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm leaning towards Earthshaker. I feel like they need some kind of
I like
AoE
Shaker as
damage,
well.
some kind of a control. Quap is a good ban as well. This hero just does everything. You're never gonna be lacking damage, gives you good scaling.
That's why it's banned.
Yeah, it also gives you ability to, because you're buying Dagon, and against the Darkseer, you insta-shot the Illusion of Alchemist, which would be pretty big.
Maybe depending on how he's feeling, Pango's a replacement for Earthshaker, if it's just preference. Like you talk about ground targeted stun, something with disable.
I think Earthshaker is by far the best. Like I've dabbled a little bit in Slark here and there, and I feel like if I'm continuously poked down with disables, I hate Earthshaker. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Like it's one thing if you can reliably dispel the stun that you know is coming, but when you get stunned again and then again, it's just super annoying.
Well, they ban out the Pango, their last ban, and they will go for that Shaker that Joel mentioned.
Good job, Lucas.
Okay, so what like Giga punishes an Earthshaker mid? Necrophos.
It's back.
It's really good against Bristle.
Really is back as a hero. People probably don't believe it, but a lot of people have tried to toy with it from the off lane, from the mid, even like the carry role with the new facet. That because you're blocking all kinds of healing. The number is pretty insane. I think it goes up to 70 or 80%.
It does. Yeah.
Dude, Spirit Vessel Necro Rush here against with Necrophos against Alchemist and Bristleback. The only hero you're bad against is Phoenix, but
they go for
the Storm.
Yeah, Nisha's not been playing the Necro. That's the only problem.
He's not toxic enough. He's a really nice guy. You see him smiling all the time on his camera. Not right now, maybe. He's cracking his knuckles, ready to just take no prisoners.
Yeah, do we like this Storm? How does it do against the Shaker?
In lane, I think it should be perfectly fine. I guess I'm just a bit concerned that anytime Sumail, once he has Blink, you have Hoodwink follow-up, and Storm should be getting bursted. And I don't think like the Slark Shard or any of the utility saves of Liquid will be enough to save him. So I guess I'm concerned about who gets the jump here, and Earthshaker pretty reliable at that.
All right. We want to have some extra opinions in here as well. On our caster desk, Odie Pixel and Gunnar.
Hello.
Good morning. Gunnar, how are you feeling about this draft of game number 2?
I like Falcons draft. I think it's just easier for them to get their damage out. I think Liquid has to execute a bit better to have the same impact in the game.
Yeah, I think I'm still doubtful on the Slark. I know we had like the crazy Slark game the other day, right, from Arme.
Yeah.
But still as a hero, I think even on this patch as well, it's just it's a difficult one to pull off. So I'm all for Mickey doing it, but I think he's going to struggle. I think Falcons are going to have the easier time.
Jenkins, any more questions for our commentary duo?
You said Jenkins.
I did say Jenkins.
Do you have any more questions? How much agility will this Slark have by 15 minutes?
15
minutes.
3?
Oh, that's bad. No way. Not a chance.
He's laning against Bristle.
He has Sidekick and he has Iron Shell as well. I think this Slark might pop off.
He's 15 minutes? How fast is a Slark, do you guys think?
Well, 15 minutes is when the Tormentor
That's the Tormentor fight, Gunnar.
You need to be ready.
Yeah.
Think about the
15,
Tormentor.
So prepping for Tormentor, it'll be 3. Maybe
And
after it'll be 8.
after Tormentor.
After it'll be 8.
Oh. 8? Oh, he's
One
gonna
of
kill
all
all
5
5
I thought you just said you like Falcons draft more.
Wow.
I do. I don't think it'll be 8.
So they're going to...
I was just trying to be... It's a story, you know? You gotta hype it up.
Okay, we're going to find out how many stacks will this Slark get, and will Liquid be able to force out a third game to this series after an unfortunate series of events. This morning we're finding out. It's game number 2 here via the PokeGen Pandas.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here for the first time today, but of course, with the earlier forfeit, it is game 2 here between Team Falcons and Team Liquid. Let's have a look what we got in store here today. Gunnar, what's sort of standing out to you from the approach of both of these teams this time round, and who do you feel is kind of going the right direction on this patch?
I like Falcons a bit more overall. I just think it's easier to execute. The only question for me is the Alchemist, but I think a lot of people have been still playing it. It was played yesterday, and it still looked really good. For Liquid, again, it's a Stork. It's always a big question mark for me in these games of if he's actually going to get off the ground and have this like high impact. I don't know. I don't think he will. I think his lane's not going to go that well. It's probably should be a 50-50 lane, and I think that's not good enough in this type of game. So realistically, if Liquid want a good shot, I think it's a lot in their offlane between Saberlight and Boxy. If they make this Darkseer Marcy combo work, which we've seen it in the past, it works.
It's very strong. Yeah.
And if they get off the ground running, that's kind of their like key into the game. If they kick Alchemist out of the lane and maybe Nisha rotates there once, they take the tower, that gives Slark actually map to play around. They need to take this bot tower, probably the Tormentor fight as well. Slark also, in theory, should be good at the Tormentor fight because it's relatively around his timing and it's also nighttime. So Slark is really good at night because he gets the night vision. It's easier for him to heal because no one can see him. If Liquid's going to win the game, it's going to be at the 15-minute mark. At least, like, get the advantage.
Okay, taking a lot of damage there from the early harassment there. Crit's coming in with the Acorn shot. A couple of bounces. And what about the mid matchup then? Last 2 picks coming in. Samao getting the Shaker. Nisha going for the Storm in response to it.
It's a pretty even lane, I would say. Both sides are fairly happy. Storm's probably slightly happier, like very, very slightly, but even then, I would say like a Shaker who plays the lane very well can even win it, like easily. This is one of the most even mid matchups, I would say, of the patch. So, whoever wins it just is probably playing slightly better.
Okay. He's going to try and make a go for Amar here. And he's able to get it here with the help of Instania. They'll get the first blood Liquid on this top lane. Very nicely done. And a bit of permanent agi for Mickey.
Yeah, that's 1 of the 3.
I talked about the Bristol back as well. So what do you think kind of determines which facet you go for? Because obviously this game we do have Amar on the Seeing Red one.
I think Amar just goes Seeing Red every single game.
So just player preference really at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of player preference. Probably how they play. Again, Amar is a greedy player. I think in a very good way for that team. Like, it works out very well, but he doesn't really go this full utility. You know, think of yesterday we saw Dahak. He's going Glimmer Cape, Lotus Orb on Night Stalker. He's running around level like 6 because he has no support in his lane. I think Amar's completely the opposite. He's going to get items. He's going to kind of carry the game. And I think that strategy has worked out for them a lot. And I think Seeing Red is the facet to take if you want to go this kind of greedier approach to the offlane Bristle.
Seeing on the bottom lane matchup so far, not a huge amount of pressure being applied by the Darkseer Marcy duo. You know, Skeeter's farming perfectly fine. Is that something that will change once the level 3's in for Saber? Like, do you imagine we'll start to see Liquid get more aggressive? We're going to see it straight away, actually. But Skeeter does have the concoction. Going to get thrown back as well. They're trying to split to us not get both stunned. And indeed are able to do so. Saberlight's left to drag back at the vacuum. But won't quite be able to finish off the kill. So they make the attempt there as soon as indeed the level 3's hit on Saberlight. But Falcons are able to survive through it.
And Skeeter already just self-prepped. I think that's a pretty good call. You know, the enemy Darkseer's going to get 3. They want to dive. You just get the salve ready, and they're still going.
And they're still going for
this is
an attempt under the tower.
He has the healing Lotus on Boxy.
All right, he's going to be good. But very much pushing it to the limits there.
Yep.
Trying to get a kill underneath the tier 1 tower against Falcons.
I think that's about it for the aggression for Liquid. They kind of missed their timing, so to say. They got good pressure, right? But they didn't get a kill. I think that's probably the last good opportunity for a kill. And now from this point forward, honestly, Falcons probably has a better lane to pressure with the Alchemist Phoenix. And yeah, I think Alchemist is going to be untouched for the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I guess until I mean, in terms of the support rotations as well, right? I guess it's quite hard for Insania to leave Mickey alone on this top lane. He can't really go for an early twin gate play.
Yeah, Mickey kind of needs level 6
yeah.
before he's left. I think just Hoodwink Bristle's a really nice lane because you have the minus armor from the goo if you when Amara gets 4, and then you also buy an Orb of Blight on the Hoodwink. So there's just this minus armor. It's a lot of physical damage, and just like nice chip burst. It's a very solid lane. So even with Liquid getting the first blood up here, I think that Falcons is completely fine here.
Mid matchup continues to be very, very even between Samel and Nisha. It's going to be that bit of a race to see if Samel can get the 6 online first. Might be able to then find a chance to outplay Nisha with the Echo.
It's a lot on the 6-turn fight as well. If Liquid is able to bring heroes, kind of fight on Sumail. Earthshaker's really bad when enemies go on him off a creep wave. You know, you go to him on a creep wave and he echoes you, sure, it's good for him, but when you're fighting on the runes and he only gets a 1-man echo, it's not really a winning situation for him.
Still trying to look for a chance to maybe get in under the tower, but I think as you say, it's difficult now for Liquid to get away with going for a kill. Top lane, jump forward from Mickey. It's going to try and chase Amar out of the lane. The quill sprays are stacking up though. Now with the turn of the goo, Mickey's got to be careful. Down bottom, still trying their best to see if they can get Snaking, but Snaking, Slippery Phoenix with the dive at the ready. He's going to look to cut the creeps, but Skeeter shouldn't mind too much. He's able to hit the creeps under the tower.
They're pinging Skeeter.
They're going to try and make the go for it. TP backup will be on the way, and indeed as soon as Liquid try and make that move, they have to back off. And in the mid, they get the setup. Crit comes in with the rotation, the +1 that Samel needs to be able to take Nisha down. Back down bottom. We're going to have a bit of a fight here for the Lotus. We end up getting himself stunned. He's got the acid spray down there. Skeeter can kind of stand his ground a bit and just punch down Saberlight. They might just get Boxy as well. They will. They're going to be able to chase him out.
Stunned 1.
Boxy, okay. Not cheeky disposed down to the low ground. Is going to take Skeeter away from him, but Snake King should be able to finish off the job. There you have it. They get the both of them.
I think that was also the best case. Boxy threw Skeeter out of the Lotus range, so he was able to pick it up. And it's not enough for the trade.
In the mid. This time Crit should get punished.
Yep.
Trying to set something up again, but Nisha won't be having any of that. Hits the 6 and is able to turn, take the kill.
Also good news for Nisha, so he died level 5, which meant he didn't get the galvanized charges. So he doesn't lose anything for dying, and there's worse ways to die. His game is still kind of fine. Maybe Sumail
was tempting.
It's like
there.
scary.
Yeah, I guess didn't really have the mana for the Echo Fisher follow-up, so
yeah,
wouldn't have quite had the damage to go for Nisha there.
Every time I see someone get like hit by an aftershock when the Earthshaker's level 6, it's always a test if you want to risk it. They're going again on bot.
Going to try once more. With the control onto Snake King, with the concoction holds back the both of them, and Snake King still got the dive at the ready. So Falcons doing their best each time to make sure Liquid doesn't get the chance to get these kills with this aggressive duo lane. And top lane, Mickey. He's caught by the pushback. He's just straight up dead. Amar steps up, and with the controller crit, they kill him off.
Doesn't find him. And again, this is after they got a kill in the lane.
And Saberlight is low. And the creeps are obviously seeing him, so Skeeter's going to get the vision of walk up, throw it on the concoction. Acid spray as well. Oh, get jumped out just in time, but that was risky there for Saberlight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Samel was heading over, maybe seeing if he could snipe something with a Fisher. But Saberlight will be fine. He's able to retreat.
He sees Boxy on the ward. Oh no, Boxy. He's in danger.
Yeah, on his own. Very little ways out of this one. Completely held in position by the stuns. Easy little rotation from Samel to continue to make sure that the game, the Skeeter, goes very smoothly. Top net worth, of course, he's at the moment set up to be well on track for a very good Radiance timing this game, unless Liquid bring something else down to slow him down. But at this point, it's kind of hard with the heroes Liquid have.
Yeah, it would need to be Nisha. Nisha's game is fine. It's just, I think always rotating as an Alchemist is really stressful. If he has ult and you kind of make a misstep in your strength, and he survives this initial like go on him, you all might die to TPs. So it's a very precise kind of manner you have to gank him. And again, I think at this point you just accept that this lane is not pressurable and you look at other lanes.
I think so, right? Yeah.
I would like mid. Again, I think they should keep going on the Earthshaker whenever they get the chance. But it's definitely getting to this point where Falcons, a lot of their games, their drafts look like this, that their cores are so tanky and they're able to play in lanes that you kind of have to let them farm, it feels like. Which is not a winning position for Liquid. Amar already takes the tier 1 top, pushing the wave. Skeeter's now just farming all the camps as Alchemist. Even Sumail doesn't have to show on mid. So it's allowing his supports to collect these mid waves. And it's a 3k gold lead.
They're going to try and make a go for Skeeter. Have the ice path. Nisha coming in as well with the zip. TPs are coming in. Skeeter, he will end up going down. It's Liquid bringing the numbers and are able to take the Alk out of the game.
It's a lot of the Iron Shell damage. Saber he's still not 7, so it's not the biggest damage. But anytime you get kills like that, it's massive. Especially on the Alk, just stopping his farm speed. The later you delay this Radiance, the better.
And Snaking's still sort of baiting them in here, because Sumail and Crit are waiting at the side. They get the opening stuns on the wards, and Boxy tries to take him out, but Nisha's gone. I mean, that was a big old bait there from Snaking, and Nisha, he took the bait.
Yep. That's, again, all the kills in the early game around this like 9, 10, 11 minute mark are really big in the current meta because of the 15-minute timer. Getting these kills means maybe Sumail's an extra item or an extra level, and you know now Nisha doesn't. And the 15-minute Tormentor, we talk about this every game now, it matters a lot.
Now we'll see this again. You know, Snaking's like, go on me. Sumail and Crit ready to back him up. And Boxy tries his best to save him, but too much damage coming out immediately with that setup and follow-up that Falcons are able to go for Nisha with.
I think they might not have fully respected the burst that Falcons had. When you have safe heroes, I think Marcy is kind of classified as a safe hero now.
Yeah, with this fast hit, 100%. It's such a strong rebound.
It's almost like it's like a force staff, kind of.
In just any direction.
Yeah, any direction.
Yeah.
You just pull them out, especially if you know the enemy doesn't have roots.
Yeah.
The cool thing, I think it also will break Hoodwink stun, because you kind of are moving them out. So
it should break.
Actually, it's pretty interesting. It's like it's very good this game, but it's not enough. He dies in what, like 1 second, 1.5 seconds, and Boxy almost ends up dying because of that.
They're going to try and make another move here. Liquid, as they want to go for...
They'll get crit.
Something easy.
I mean, he's out, kind of.
There's up 17-1 charges as well. Oh, these dukes. I mean, crit.
Okay.
They'll still find him. Oh, Dispose and Ice Path used in a bit of an awkward situation. Is that going to allow him to get away? Surely not. Nisha, he's got enough mana. I mean, if Crit got out of that one...
That would have been...
Whew. But he doesn't. They get the kill. Still, though, it's just the support. Falcons' cores, meanwhile, are getting a lot of space, a lot of time to farm up. All three of them in a pretty good position on Falcons. Liquid, they need to continue to find more. If they want to make these aggressive moves, finding supports here and there, it's not going to be enough right now.
Sumail just got his dagger. So he's probably just going to collect a free kill. The worst would be Mickey. Okay, actually... Fortunately for Mickey, Boxy fight.
Mickey wants to fight.
Oh, it's a fight.
Okay. They got the Ice Path down, but the Echo Slam comes out. It's a good Supernova.
Good macro fire.
Sumail's going to end up dying. Amar's surviving throughout this. All the Supernova successful. Amar survived. He gets the triple. And Syne here, he'll TP out. He'll get away. I mean, Liquid, they wanted to fight it. They were tempted, right? Yep. When they sort of saw the setup, they get this wall, the Macropire. But there's just so much counter damage coming out in these Quill Sprays, and the fact that Snaking gets a very, very nice position for that egg just on the edge that they could not get to, and just all this AoE damage, it destroys heroes like Mickey on the Slark.
Yeah, so it looks actually like a really bad jump by Sumail, and it's so scary here. They're fighting the line with the Macropire. You see Sumail burn. That's through a shield rune too. But then Amar just has this little bit of extra health, gets these quills off. Ooh. Couldn't do that with the green facet.
Absolutely not, yeah, Amar. He's going to be happy with the outcome of that one. Lost some money for him. He's to 300 gold away from having the Aghanims now on Bristol off the back of that money.
I think the Ags is good for Slark because the goo doesn't really matter. He's going to constantly purge it. So even just giving a way to do damage consistently to Slark through his ult,
it's super strong.
It'll help.
Yeah.
There is the Mage Slayer for Mickey, but he has to hit the Bristle.
He's got to touch you. If Amar's able to sort of dance around the edge and get those quills fired out, it can be a nightmare for a Slark.
This is another smoke up. Sumail's just giving this up. He sees Amar's got the kill. they're looking for more. Mickey might be in danger.
Yeah, Mickey probably wants to leave.
Mickey.
He might not get the chance to leave. I mean, Crit can wait out the Dark Pact. They'll pop this Shadow Dance, but they just have everything to go through it.
Ooh. These are tough deaths. Just back to back for Mickey. He's 0-3 now.
Yeah, and on a hero that's kind of tricky to carry a game on.
When you're behind, especially when you're behind. This is the kind of hero you want to see the game end with, what, 0 deaths, 1 death, like 10, 12 kills. Ooh. And now it's about to be Tormentor time.
Yep.
Falcons, they have all ults. This should be free.
I think so. I don't think
Liquid fight.
There's no way Liquid bring heroes over for this one.
I mean, it looks like they kind of want to.
I mean, I guess they feel they have to. I don't know how they come out on top of this sort of play. This is going to be quite something if Liquid can beat Falcons in a 5-on-5 right now. Falcons, they've got all their ultimates. Liquid, of course, they've got this combo, right? The Darkseer Jakiro. It's the male. He's going to be the one to start the fight straight away.
Dead.
They're a man down on Liquid. Do they really want to continue to hover around here? Stabilize. They get the lead in. They do get the stun in onto the Alchemist. They keep his Skeeter control, but he's able to get the ult off. The laser. There goes Snap, comes out from Samel beautifully on the Stabilize and Nisha. I mean, Falcons, nobody's dying. And on Liquid, everybody's dying. Mickey's trying to run. They get him with the stun after the Dark Pact.
Insta's still getting chased as well?
Crit. Maybe they can get Crit.
The heal?
They can't get Crit. He's going to be fine. No. He's going to be fine. Samel gets an Ultra. Oh. It's not looking good, Gunner. It's not looking good. 15 minutes in, 9k lead here for Falcons.
Before the Tormentor.
What are Liquid do? What is the backup plan? What is the backup plan for the backup plan?
Oh. I don't know. Again, so this is game 2 of the series, even though it's the first game they're playing. And so if they lose this game, it's a 2-0 for Falcons.
It will be.
I think, to some extent, Tormentor might be overvalued in a way that teams feel forced to fight it.
Sure. Like, you would maybe look back at that and say maybe if Liquid, watching the replays, if they would consider maybe we should have just farmed up the map, not try to go into that fight.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that it's hard to... You want to fight. It's like, if you get this, it's a complete comeback. Liquid's back in the game.
Sure, it's a risky play.
But, you know, if it's like a 10% chance to win the fight or a 5%, is it worth that risk when you could just play from behind anyway? You're already from behind. Liquid was, before that fight, down, what, 6,000 gold? But now they're down, they've doubled it purely off this one move. And, ooh. Skater's about to get his blink. They're all just getting items now. It just feels like back-to-back. Sumail almost has his Ags. Amar has his Glimmer Cape. And I feel like Liquid just not really made any progress in like their strength. I feel like they've had the same damage, the same like ability to fight Falcons for the last 5-6 minutes, and you know there has not been any. There's been no fighting for Liquid. It's almost just been them exclusively dying. They had that one fight, even then I feel like was probably the greatest scenario they could get. 2 cores in a line, stunned with the macro part on them, and they still lose the fight. So if that's not enough to win a fight, what is?
I mean, where would you say sort of the struggles began this game for Liquid? Was it just the expectation you imagine they would have had that the bottom lane could have maybe done more with the Marcy Darkseer?
Yeah,
or,
I think,
you know, what should have gone better in hindsight, do you think, for Liquid?
I think that level 3 kill had to happen on Auld. But usually if your game plan's like, we had to kill this guy in the lane, and because this one kill failed, we're behind.
That's not
there's
the
something
strongest.
wrong.
Yeah.
There's something wrong, whether it's draft or maybe they were supposed to rotate different heroes differently. Usually if like an individual play is the reason you lose the game, there's other stuff wrong that you have to identify. From my opinion, I think this game it's the draft. I just think that Falcons draft is a lot better for this early game. They have, again, I think I say this every time Falcons drafts. They have 3 strength cores.
Sure.
Who are good at laning in all 3 lanes. So all their lanes are at worst a 50-50. At best, they're winning their lanes. And then, you know, this 10, 12 to 15 minute mark happens. They all have 1,500 2k health. You saw Ski do that fight. He full duration stuns himself and he doesn't die with 4 heroes hitting him. It feels so hard for Liquid to find anything.
Yeah, I mean, Boxy's just going to get caught behind the tier 2. Looks like for now, Liquid, you know, they are indeed splitting up, trying to scramble towards their next item.
Oh no, Mickey.
Is under attack.
Ooh.
Okay.
Get the Shadow Dance off. I don't know if he can fight back, though. I think he might want to run.
I mean, he has to.
And Skeeter, is he able to find him in time? No.
Is under attack.
Samel's going to keep chasing a little bit. And they know that Mickey's in a bit of a rough spot. Samel.
He should go down.
Chase him down. One more enchant totem should do it. If he can land it, Samel, and bam, there it is. Same time, Instania. He's not having fun either. Amar chasing him out a little bit. He's got Boxy by his side, actually, Instania, with a glimmer. Instania's going to be fine for now. Amar's still hanging around. They're thinking about making a move here, Liquid.
I think Amar might 2v4 this.
Yeah. I don't know if Liquid want to try and make a move.
Do you
there.
want this fight?
Boxy's got to run. Skeeter's in on top of Saberlights. The male finishes off Instania. It's getting painful, Gunner.
It's looking bad.
Nisha. Is he at least able to live? Oh. They get the bush back. He's still got a lot of mana. Mana and a zip. They're going to try closing.
Okay, it's okay.
It's enough for him to get away this time.
It needs to be a good jump for Liquid. I think Phoenix needs to die. I think the Sunray is just healing too much in these fights. It's awkward. When Amar is sitting in front of 4 of your heroes.
Yep.
Completely low mid, and you just are kind of dancing around with him for 20 seconds, and the fight ends and he's 100% health, there's something wrong. And what? Ooh. Wait, guys, you gotta let him go further.
Let him get in his pit.
He needs to like walk away.
There we go.
Now you can fight him.
Oh, wall has been dropped. All right.
I think Falcons actually is scared because of the throw.
I
don't think it's the wall. I think they're just like, guys, Roche is bugged. It's just throwing us out. Yeah, with the new change, you have to actually let him fully walk into the pit.
Yeah,
and then
otherwise he's going to keep throwing you.
When he does the stop, he turns around, then you can... Then he's done throwing.
Even though I think the throwing is also limited, right? I think he only throws up 5 heroes.
Times.
Yeah, he does 5 times. Anything more than that, he's too much energy.
It does more damage every throw, though. It's a bit spooky.
Is there anything big that Liquid's getting close to?
They just finished the pipe for Saberlight, I think, before that last fight. Or maybe after. And then the Ags for Mickey. Ags, so again, Slark, the issue with a lot of the items and the timings on Slark are basically everything you buy in this hero is to enable you to hit the other guys. It's like either you buy Scotty or Basher, like slow them down, you buy Ags to keep pouncing them, you buy Diffusal to slow them, and that stuff doesn't really matter if you're not able to stand your ground and fight through the damage. And there's so much, again, AoE damage from Falcons. They have Shaker AoE stuns, they have Phoenix with AoE damage. Even Skeeter, there's a world he stuns himself, and it stuns the Slark through his Shadow Dance that it's just tough to even want to take these fights. I definitely think if Liquid's gonna find a way to like win a fight, it's off Snaking dying first. I just worry about the actual stuns that Liquid have. I don't think it's realistic to kill Snaking before he presses egg. At least at this stage of the game. So I think Liquid's probably hoping for a really slow game or Falcons to dive high ground. Saberlight's going. Okay.
That's the wall.
Didn't get the Alchemist.
And meanwhile in the mid, they're going to catch on Anisha. 2 of them there, Samel and Crip, able to take Nisha out. I mean, Amar and Snaking are already looking for a fight outside of the pit whilst they let Skeeter finish up the Roshan. Macropire's down, but last hit will still go the way of Falcons. And now the chase begins. Samel catches out Insania, the dead Jakiro.
Samel's back.
He certainly is. He certainly is. We saw it yesterday in the series, right? And now coming into this one, 12-1-5. It really did feel like Falcons they needed that first series that they ended up losing, right? To just get, that was the warm-up.
Yeah.
Now the warm-up's over. Samel.
Now it's game time.
He's back at the top here.
It definitely also helps that they've played with Samel in the past. They've had him as a stand-in. It's not like a first-time thing.
Another one for Samel.
This is a bit hard to watch. 24 kills in 23 minutes.
That's a lot. That is a lot.
I think so. Liquid, when they're behind in games like this, sometimes they fall into this trap of splitting up, because it's often easier to be like, we can't fight them guys, we have to keep splitting, but I think they just get picked off a lot when they're in these situations as well. And so they're not even getting a net worth advantage by dodging the enemy. Again, it is really hard to just properly dodge and not get picked off. That's probably one of the hardest things to do in Dota versus good teams. They know when you're good at the game, you know where the enemy is pretty much at all times, just based off of, oh, they push this way, or these camps are farmed, and usually there's not too much of a surprise. You have like a general idea, but still just maybe the Nisha BKB lets him jump.
No, who's he jumping? What's the plan? Who do they look to try and get first? Who can they get first?
I think it's only the supports. I don't think they'll ever have the damage for these cores without Slark just kind of chewing into them.
They just get him. They just kill him just like that, just like that. Crit, the patience, waits out the Dark Pact. Easy setup for him.
Dire's top tower is forced.
What do they do? What do they do? At this rate, that's the mail. He just finds the Echo opening. Is there further back up in time? There isn't. So Nisha will get the chance to turn. Bushwhack, though, again from Crit, beautifully onto the turret. Then Boxy and Sableye stops them from being able to continue to try and take Samael down. Boxy, he can't run from this. Bam!
Okay.
Another kill for Samael.
Is this another kill? Glimmer OP. Amar instantly buys dust.
Oh, there we go. Won't happen again.
Kill. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, should have bought a dust.
Well, there we go. Glimmers will not be.
I think they just go high
anymore.
ground on Falcons.
I think so, especially with the silence on, well, they got the Orchid now on Skeeter. He can get in.
Yep.
BKB Orchid, make the jump.
Maybe not. I mean,
they can also chill. Maybe Falcons is enjoying. You know, they didn't get to play a game one because they just got the win for free, seeing as Liquid weren't able to, you know, had their technical issues. So it was forfeited. So, you know, they're like, we came in to play some Dota. We're going to play some Dota.
Yeah.
We're going to draw this one out.
Go to a 60-minute game. Maybe they watched, what was it, Tundra?
Tundra yesterday.
They saw them have 70,000
70,000 lead at 70 minutes. They're like, hey, we can do better than that. And they might be able, if they wanted to make this game go on,
they could make it
40 more minutes. The amount of gold these guys can farm up could be quite crazy. So at the moment, it really does feel like it's up to Falcons on when they want to end this one. They're in that much control.
Skeeter does not have the Ags facet, though. You think anyone's going to go that one? The GPM?
Probably. I mean, who would be more likely to do it? Is it more likely a core or support thing?
I mean, probably Seb.
You think he's cooking up some strats?
Seb has played offlane Alchemist, rushing Ag for his teammates.
All right, okay, we can rely on Seb then to
I think that would be the most realistic person to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe, I think Dahak has done that before too. The Ags.
Yeah, I could see Dahak cooking up some of it as well. He comes up with some good strats. Some unique strats.
I mean, this is a good Ags game for Alchemist.
It is,
you got Earthshaker, Bristle.
Yeah.
They both already have Ags.
Give them the money.
The Hadouken one's okay.
I think he'll start, but he'll probably get the S and Y. Then after the S and Y, then you start getting the Aghanim's.
Phoenix, you can grief the team. Snake King can put someone in egg, and then you got Jakiro hits twice. Marcy hits, you know, like 7 times.
Radiant's top tower is under
He should give it to Phoenix to delay the game. They like throw a couple fights with the eggs.
Radiant
More time to farm.
Mosquito. I was seeing if anyone was out here. They didn't know that they were farming this area of the map, but Liquid, they get out in time. Level 18 now on Samael.
So again, this series is super important for Liquid. They're currently 0-2. Going 0-3 in this group stage is really bad. I think once you have 4 losses, I think it's almost impossible to break into the top 4. I think there's still like a chance technically for like tiebreakers and random matchups, but basically if they lose this game, they have to win out every single series from now on, which is a very high pressure kind of situation for them. And you know, they still have some difficult opponents ahead. And
yeah, I was going to see actually, who do they still have left to play? I'll find out.
It's hard. Every single one of these maps matters so much. So
Liquid after this, it's not pretty.
Yeah, it's not
easiest
pretty.
one potentially they have left is the matchup against Heroic, I guess, considering the score so far.
I believe they lost to Heroic though in
In the previous, yeah, that's the thing. But then the other 3 teams that they haven't played are Paravision, Tundra, and Spirit. If they're able to go on a run and beat all of those, that's going to be insane. It's not impossible, but it will be quite the comeback throughout the longevity of the group stage too, if Liquid can do that. Because at the moment, this series is not looking like a W for them.
And if they make it, then they're in the lower bracket. That's perfectly Liquid. Just where they want to be. Going in on Saberlight.
Easily sets up for the sharpshooter.
You should go down?
Yep, should be able to stay on top of him. He'll use the Echo as well. Game slowed down a bit, so he doesn't mind dropping an ult for that one. He'll probably be a little upset that Skeeter stole his kill. But, you know, somehow.
Maybe Skeeter buys the Nags.
Accept that. That's true. He's still not going for the Nags yet, right? He wants to get the Bloodthorn. Then, I mean, I guess the question is, does he then want to upgrade his Blink Dagger?
Yeah, he's going to upgrade his Blink.
He's going to upgrade the Blink. Yeah. And then maybe he'll start treating the teams as Magnums and give them that money back to play with somewhere else and get that slot freed up.
I would start buying eggs. Just for the fun of it. It's good. You give to Earthshaker, he gets a full Shiva's or Octarine core. You give it to Bristle, he gets... he's going Heart.
Oh, on the Bristle.
Yeah, he has Heart.
He's tanking up.
You think this is just so he can dive the fountain? He's gonna get really bored
absolutely.
And he's gonna...
That is the exact strat that Amar should be and will be going for right now. Yeah, he wants to sit in the fountain, turn his back, and fountain farm them.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's been a bit of all chat this series. It's a lot of.
It was friendly.
It was friendly all chat. It was not toxic. It was like for full Maureen.
Yeah.
Nigma's back. The good old days with Amar and Sumail. Yeah, you just go. Look at his health. 100 health regen almost.
Yeah, Mickey jumps in, but had to immediately jump out.
All right, Skeeter's looking for a jump.
He's in. He gets the open. It's done. The stun is as well, but Boxy's able to take him out the way. Save him for now. I mean, they're getting some of the control out onto Amar and Skeeter, but they're just barely putting a dent into them.
Amar's 100% health. That's pretty much every button Liquid had besides Macro Fire. Ooh, all right, they smoke up. Again, they probably have to jump the Phoenix. If they don't jump Snake King, he gets all his buttons off. I think it's too difficult. And because, you could say the cores matter a lot, but are you really expecting to kill these cores with 3,000 health, 3,000 health, 3.8k health? And all, like, Sumail has a shield rune.
Yeah.
Skeeter's going to have ult BKB. It's tough. Maybe they get a very fortunate rune. There's an Arcane rune bot. So Nisha's going to get his Arcane rune. Maybe this is enough.
I'll take that.
Just both teams are smoked. No one's really going to get the good jump. Roshan just under 2 minutes away. I hope Liquid doesn't contest it. I think they can't. But I think if Falcons get it, they lose. So it's almost a lose-lose situation.
Skeeter's got his blood thumb. Okay, no, he wants the shard first.
Okay.
And then maybe we'll see him treat the team.
All right, if you were on Skeeter's team, you're this Earthshaker's Bristle, are you sad that he's not buying your nags?
Maybe
do you think they asked for it? Sumail's like, yo, just buy me nags. I'd be a little sad. Just a bit.
I mean, maybe they know that the game's just going to get there. Maybe they are just going to take this really chill Falcons. Have some fun.
Sometimes these games aren't even fun.
I think Falcons is having fun.
You think so?
I think Sumail and Amar are having a great time.
I think the first 15-20 minutes are the really fun part.
Sure.
When you're stomping, you're killing everyone.
The road to here.
Yeah, but then when you get here, at some point you're just like, oh, okay, can we end the game? You guys call GG. It happens in pubs. In pubs, it's worse though. When you want the other team to call GG, you actually lose a lot of those games because your team kind of gets distracted and splits up. Then you lose. You get picked off. I think thankfully for Falcons, they're not going to get distracted and kind of get bored.
Radiant's top tower
They're
is
just
under attack.
They're going to have a little less fun than normal. All right, second Roche though. Surely they will go high ground with Roche number 2.
This will be the test to to see what's really going on in the minds of Falcons. If they do want to rush and end it, or if they just want to kind of chill, take their time. No need for the rush.
I think they don't need to end, but they can. I don't think it's that difficult.
Smel's got the Aegis this time, so he's definitely going to be ready to jump in into the base of Liquid.
I'm thinking about how Liquid takes this fight. Again, it's still crit and snaking. It's just they don't have the ways to catch snaking that they would want. They don't have an Orchid. They don't have really multiple stuns. It's all going to be based on... Nisha's going to pull him. Boxy's going to jump. And they basically have that 3 seconds to kill, maybe with the Ice Path. Maybe 5. And they have to perfectly kill snaking within 5 seconds while all of Falcons is attacking them. Crazier things have happened, though.
Taking the bottom racks for free right now. They can swing over to the mid and to the top if they wish. Link dagger on Jakiro, so Insane is ready to get into those perfect positions.
It's a Phoenix jump right there.
That's true, get those extra hits in on the eggs. Very close to being a level 3 egg.
Yeah. Boxy does have a BKB, so maybe there's a world where even if the egg pops, Boxy focuses it, maybe even Insania, like you said, the double attacks.
Mickey's in. Liquid's trying with the wraparound. Nisha makes the jump over towards Crit's going to try and burst through the hoodwink,
Look
but
at the damage.
Crit's like still full HP. Back in the mid, Sableye caught by the silence. Mickey's turning towards the Mar, but they can't get on the fight. Nisha has to back off with the rest of the mana that he has. And Boxy with the BKB trying to fight Samel, but Samel's able to get the echo off. Boxy's gone. There's the Aegis gone, but that's all that Falcons are going to lose. Everybody else is full HP, ready to go, and ready to keep on diving. We move up to the tier 3 in the barracks top. Sableye. I mean, he's just got to run back to the fountain. He's out of mana pretty much. I mean, Amar, they're holding him back. They just don't have the damage to kill him. The stuns have caught out Nisha in the mid. He's dead. No buyback on him. Falcons.
Making his 35 stacks of Essence.
But can he actually get in and hit anyone anymore? The mid racks are taken.
One more side.
Some out. The angle with the fish, yeah, Boxy. Caught by the bushwhacker, Skeeter's in with the follow. That's Boxy out. Only Mickey and Sableye left as they're struggling back towards the fountain. Mickey gets caught outside of it. A Sableye, the last one left alive. Here we go, the fountain diving from Amar, his goal all along. He does die for it.
He does die.
But this game, it's over.
Yep.
It was over a long time ago. And with that, the series, it's over. 2-0. Falcons 2-0 here against Liquid. Another rough day for Liquid. And Falcons very much showing that after that turnaround and that performance they gave yesterday, that they're able to continue that into today, and I'd imagine for the rest of this group stage, they're looking on fire again here now with Samel.
Yeah, definitely at the very start of this tournament, it looked a bit like Falcons was off their game. I think day one they were what, 1-5, or 1-3, I guess.
Yeah, 1-3, I think, yeah, in first group stage, yeah.
And then they've turned it around. Yep. Even with Samel having to stand in, they've kept kind of their momentum, and yeah, they're looking better every day. Again, a new patch. I think Falcons is, in my opinion, one of the 3 probably best teams in the world at new patches. I trust AUI to always have good ideas, and maybe the good ideas are just the same exact Dota Falcons has always done. You pick 3 strength heroes, and you walk at the enemy.
Yeah, a tough one for Liquid. They've had a few games like this now here at DreamLeague Season 25 where it just hasn't come together. And as you were saying earlier, Gunnar, now with this series lost, they have to win out the next ones. Otherwise, it's going to be the end of the road for them here in this group stage 2. Today, the Team Falcons, the fire continues for them, 2-0 against Team Liquid.
Strong showing, and to just close the topic that we started at the start of the game, Slark ends the game, or rather at minute 15, Gunnar said he would have 3 stacks. He had 2 stacks total at minute 15, and at minute 37, when the GG was called, he had 2 stacks. It was a really difficult game, Jenkins.
Yeah, Lacoste, I want to call you out here quickly because you were saying Slark was going to have a really good game. What's going on with that?
You got to sold it to the audience, Jenkins. You got to sell it, you know. You got to hype it up a little bit. Difficult game.
It was a difficult game for Slark. You know, he tried his best. Now, they got slobber knocked. This was not even remotely close. Ever since that one fight where Amar...
Slobber knocked.
Yeah, that's an American term. Canadian term, but that's now American. So this Bristleback, the damage that he was dealing in that one fight where he got the triple kill right before he went down, and then the tips come out between Amar and Sumail, they just knew it was over at that point. You know, like, this Bristle's going to be unkillable.
Pretty much. This is the kill that they got, and they didn't get a single kill 20 minutes after. That's a really bad sign where they're trying to, you know, play on the map, but also dodge most of the fights and maybe get some kind of a pick off. They tried to go for that multiple times, it just didn't work out. This Earthshaker pick kind of sealed the deal for them, because he was like, if you watch the replay again, he was chasing Slark once he finished off Aghanim Scepter. Mickey is running around, he's chasing him for a good 30 seconds. Sure, you're buying some time, but also you're gonna get outscaled in a classic Falcons fashion, where they are the ones farming up on all 3 cores. Position 4, position 5, they're also scaling. You have snaking 1, 0, and 20 on a position 5. Like, this guy just enjoys to sit in the lane and continue farming.
I mean, it was pretty rough also, especially for a team, I guess, that normally goes to ties and then forces out a third game. They didn't get the chance this time around. Or rather, they did, but they didn't, you know, they didn't play game 1, so it's hard.
Yeah, they usually lose the game 1s, not forfeit the game 1s, so this is kind of out of their...
They look better in game 1, though.
They did, yeah. I think they probably would rather forfeit the whole series at this point. I don't know what's going on with Liquid. Okay, I mean, I will say, Falcons... Coming out of the laning stage, they had 3 cores that were doing very well. Now, Nisha was doing well against Sumail in the 1v1 mid. He was out CSing there, but then the moment the fights start happening and, you know, Sumail is pairing up with his other heroes, and then all of a sudden we see, you know, why they drafted the Earthshaker, and then he's online. So you just have 3 snowballing cores on one side, all 3 cores are very capable of snowballing and carrying the game solo. Like, if you have a Giga farmed Alk, if you have a Giga farmed Earthshaker, like, these heroes can 1v5 a game. And they had 3 of these types of heroes. So these sort of Dota games, I feel like a lot of people can empathize, like, being in them with 1 hero. But then 3, it's like, this is classic Falcons victory.
I'll say no more.
Okay. Yeah, relax, Owie. Hey, Big A, good to see you.
Hello.
So game 1. Just kidding.
Game 1 was good.
Yeah. It was good. How about the draft? What do you think about the draft of game 1?
Game 1?
Yeah.
I mean, it was good.
Right. The fact that you guys picked no heroes. Okay. That was a stomp, dude. I don't know what to say about that. Like, how do you break down a game like that afterwards? What is your breakdown of that? Do you guys feel like you just got a lot better in the last few days? Like, having Sumail stand in, you're getting used to it. Is there something going on with Liquid? Did you outdraft them? Like, what's your breakdown of this game?
I think it's a combination of all those things, to be honest. I think we've definitely got a lot better with Sumail. It's like integrating a player, even though we played with him before for the Birmingham start, like, it's always a bit difficult. Us and Enigma play very different styles, and like, honestly, it wasn't even his fault. I think like the other 4, like, we were all just playing sort of bad, so it's like weird. But like, he comes to the stand-in and he's playing pretty well, and we're just choking. So we improved, and then I think their draft was pretty bad, to be honest. But like, I can't really say that for certain because it's a new patch and no one really knows what they're doing, so it's a bit more random.
Okay. Yeah, so you said, you know, you have him standing in, you guys are kind of choking. I'm curious, like, I know this happens to players in general, pro players included, where you're just kind of like, I'm playing bad, and you just get better. So my question is, like, what is your process for when you do identify that you guys are just playing bad? What is your process for playing better in the next series?
I think, like, in the next series, like the next day?
Yeah, maybe you have a day to process or something.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think it's just very important. Like, first you have to identify, like, what you're doing wrong, and then sometimes it's just everything. And sometimes you don't really know what to do, so you can only tell your players, like, okay, let's just focus on ourselves. Like, we understand what makes us good players. Let's go back to the basics. There's probably something wrong. Like, if we're just playing bad, it's something wrong on a fundamental level. So stuff like, I don't know, like how we're laning, how we're just like playing the post lane. Like, these are very scripted actions that, like, if you're doing them wrong, it means like you have like a misalignment in like how you're viewing the game compared to your teammates in the early game. So you just try to fix what you can.
Yeah. So you think you can like kind of overthink stuff, and then because you're overthinking like all this complicated stuff, you're just screwing up the basics?
Yeah, honestly, I think so. I think it's weird because Dota is such a complicated game that for me, like a lot of the best way to improve and refine yourself in this game is to like dumb it down and make it as simple as possible. And like when you do that, I think it's like a lot easier to just see like, oh, we're just doing this wrong and it's snowballing, and like we're just feeling bad, so that we're playing these fights wrong or like the map wrong, and everything just snowballs off like your fundamental foundations.
Okay, so dumbing it down like a 15-minute objective that gives your team 3,000 gold, for example. How do you feel about the Tormentor right now? Should this be changed?
It's probably a bit much gold, to be honest, but like I don't think, like in the Tundra series, like you saw they were just like sort of baiting it, and in Heroic they like rapped on us a couple of times, and they actually, even though we got the Tormentor 2 times, they came out ahead. So I think it's like, it's a bit overhyped, but I think it probably is a bit too good right now.
Okay. What do you think the biggest changes of the patch are, if not the Tormentor?
I mean, I think the hero balance is sort of weird right now. Like, it's just hero balance and Tormentor. I don't really know what else there's really changed, to be honest. There's no like high grounds to ward now. Like, it's so weird to farm.
It's so
like,
hard to ward and de-ward.
Yeah, I don't know. I've played these games and like I just put my ward on the rune. Like I don't know what the hell I'm doing. It's really weird.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm going to send you over to BSJ, who's going to ask you big smart guy questions.
Yeah, I was curious, when you're looking at these like new objectives, you're thinking about like the new timings in the game, like how much as like a captain when you're drafting is in your idea like scripted of we're going to go through 8 to 12 minutes doing this, 12 to 15 minutes doing this, like how much does that factor in what heroes you're going to be picking? Do you guys have a good idea of this already in the new patch, or is it kind of just play by feel?
I mean, I think pretty much every team is thinking about like, guys, we need enough team fight to fight the 15-minute Tormentor. But it's hard to like, I think it's like you can have like a general default, an idea of like what you want to do in the early game, but it's very hard to like script stuff at like 8 to 12 minutes because like they're so like dependent on how lanes went or like what you're supposed to play. But we definitely have an idea of like how we want the early game to flow, and like if something goes wrong, how we want to adjust for that. But you know, you can't have more than that because it's always going to be adapted to what happens.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like one thing about stacking and jungling when we're talking about like the flow of the game is it went from 7-minute neutral items to 5. I guess you don't want to disclose too much, but did that adjust the way you guys approach like when heroes leave lanes and like how much time you spend stacking and distribution of resources and all that?
I mean, it probably should change how we're thinking about it, but there's like too much new stuff. Like we haven't considered it, and like honestly, I don't know. Like something we thought was like, you know, like getting a small camp pull early is nice. You get some 3 extra tokens, but like I don't know. It's just weird because you can't give up like map control just farms and jungles. Like you can, we just don't know yet, right? So it's just a bit weird right now, an unknown.
I think it makes me and everyone watching feel a bit better that you're telling me there's too much to be thinking about and you're going one step at a time. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that's Dota in general, honestly. So it is what it is.
Thank you, Owie69. I appreciate it. It's always great to see you. You're a legend, my man, and good luck in your future series.
Right, thank you.
A great guy, good man.
Yeah.
Canadian legend. Shout outs to Canada. Congratulations on Justin Trudeau resigning.
Yeah, for the first time ever, we had 3 Canadians at the stage during Fisher Playground, didn't we? It was you, Moonmeander, and AUY. Never happened before.
Yeah, Canadian versus
Canadian
Canadian
trio.
with the Canadian, also professional player as the co-host there.
It never happened?
No, it did. It never happened before, but this was the first time in history.
Surely you talked our
No, there are not many
he
Canadians.
looked at all
I looked at the
you
he looked
actually
at
get
every
to the
tournament.
map. Oh,
every
right.
tournament
that ever happened in Dota 2. Dota 1 even.
Well, you looked at it and you had clear vision to see it. And I'm sure we're going to hear from Brian. Who else had clear vision?
That was a beautiful segue, Cheever. As for my Kadia ward of the game, we're looking at that 15-minute Tormentor fight. At that point, Team Falcons, they had a 6k lead. It was pretty sizable, but that ward we're going to see on the far right there, Slark even knows that he's in vision because of the way that his ultimate works, but that's going to allow Syne to jump the perfect target, and they're actually going to end up de-warding, but this has put Liquid in such a compromised position at this point. Skeeter doing the Alchemist things where you bait them into thinking they can kill you, and this is going to lead to what I believe to be the nail in the coffin. I know the game did end up lasting a lot longer than this, but that 15-minute Tormentor, probably Team Liquid's chance back in the game, and Falcons was giving them none of that.
There's still something I wanted to touch upon that Curtis actually said just now, and that we also said at the start of the game, at the end of the draft, and the tie together. He said, if you lost, your way in the patch and you don't know what's good for winning, he said, dumb it down. And then that, to me, reads easy to execute. And one thing that I think Gunnar said straight away when the drafts were done, Liquid's draft is just more difficult to execute. It's possible, but it's hard. And I feel like easy to execute, it sounds so simple. Why can't people only do easy to execute drafts?
There's always so many ideas. There's always pressure during the draft, especially if you don't have much reserve time. So somebody throws in an idea.
They had like an hour.
Yeah, they did, Shiver, but sometimes, you see some of these first picks, you don't expect them. It throws really a curveball in the draft as well. It's basically a chess. So I think Dota, I think I have to agree with him, because Dota sometimes it does feel like you see a certain draft and you go like, I'd like to play on this team. Like, I would love to be more on this team, because it seems like it's very clear just by seeing the heroes how the game is going to be played out. And sometimes it's definitely necessary, especially when some of these big changes happen. We just had a massive patch with, like, even he doesn't know, like one of the smartest guys in Dota. It's going to take a while until they figure out where he's going to be putting the vision for the team, because he's like, I'm just going to put it in the river. Like, I'm going to put it on the rune, because I don't know where it's a good spot right now.
I think it's like the cycle of learning. Like, I believe what Aui's saying, and he's definitely right, but I think there's also an element of, like, at some point, there's like a problem and it's subconscious, and then there's a point where there's a problem and you're consciously trying to fix it, and then in this phase is when you're screwing up all of the other stuff because you're very consciously, like, playing the game, doing the new thing. But then when it becomes subconscious again, you can go back to the basics.
I think you lost quite a few people.
You think so? This is like a known thing. Anyway, my point is, when you're learning a new thing, even if it's like in regards to something that you've already done a lot, implementing that new thing causes everything else to break down.
I kind of zoned out. I don't know, Shiver.
I feel like this is not that complicated. This is okay. Well,
there's one thing that I will say when Aui says, "Oh yeah, we didn't think about that, and we haven't learned that yet, and I don't know what's good." He already has done a solution because he has placed wards in the river now, which is actually very clever because that's the path where a lot of people come. He has subconsciously come up with solutions, and he's already put them in, but he hasn't consciously realized that he has the solutions.
Well, now I'm confused. Now I'm confused.
I don't know why I'm on camera right now.
It's okay. I think we're all going to be very confused very soon.
I could draw it.
In paint.
Not now.
But not now.
We are all going to be very confused very soon. And it is because, obviously, we have a little bit of time before Chimera versus Spirit. But there's a thing that we can do, and it has been asked, demanded even, but never done.
Sorry, guys.
Can you restart?
Do that again.
Just do the whole thing again.
Didn't know I was hot mic. Sorry about that.
That was disgusting, Brian.
Shiver, I loved your.
He didn't.
It has been asked. Demanded.
Is this it? That someone's coughing while we're live never has been done before. There's a cough button there, Brian.
I didn't. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'll just mute myself for the rest of the broadcast. Go ahead.
Jenkins, this one is something that you do on a regular basis, but you've never done it.
Oh, make the joke. Make the joke. He wants to make a joke.
Please.
No, you want to interact?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna do the first ever live at a tournament live Herald review.
Woo!
The first ever. Let's get started.
Whoop, whoop.
In South Australia I was born, heave away, haul away. South Australia round Cape Horn, we're bound for South Australia. walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away. There I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, haul away. Shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind, heave away, haul away. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, haul away. You wish to God you'd never been born. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia.
Liquid, I know Team Secret, no. Team Spirit, it's going great. It's a good thing this is not part of the broadcast. We're going to have a game in like an hour and a half. Yes. So we have a little bit of time, and therefore we have Jenkins on the top there, and he is going to be hosting his first live in studio Herald review.
I want to apologize in advance for my obsing. I usually do this for degenerates on my Twitch, so I'll try not to give people whiplash and feel nausea.
Thank you. Very considerate of you. Now, I do know that we are still downloading the replay.
It's like 70% downloaded. The problem is all these games, Heralds don't end games quickly.
Why is that?
Because they're just, it's
difficult
like
to end
deathmatch. It's like when you play Call of Duty in some low lobby and it's like capture the flag, and nobody's going for the flag. You know? They're just killing each other. They should play deathmatch, but they just queue for everything. That's kind of these Herald games. They're just killing each other.
Is this ranked? Is that how you know it's Herald?
It's always ranked. I refuse. I don't want to do unranked. It's boring. There's got to be stakes.
Okay.
You know, you look at all these replays. Somebody will run in 1v5, no items, die, and then a guy on his team will double down. It's always like that. It's awesome.
They're like
when I first saw a guy in like a LAN center in my town, my friend called me because he's the owner, and he calls me and he's like, "You got to see this." I'm like, "What do I have to see?" He's like, "This guy, he has 75 MMR." I'm like, "There's no." At that moment, I thought it was not possible. I thought it was like, "There's no way that you only won like 3 games. Sure, you lost some, but it's an impossible number in my head." So I get there, like I go in my car, I drive for 15 minutes to see what's happening, and this guy's playing with one hand. Then he goes out for like a couple of minutes, comes back, plays a little bit, some random clicks. You know, he's going back and forth, and this guy's been playing for a really long time. This is just the way he plays. So I kind of realized
Did you talk to him afterwards?
No, we should have maybe done the full interview, maybe asked him to join us on the team as well, because this guy had a lot of potential, because he didn't even use both hands most of the time.
Imagine how good he'd be with 2 hands. Double the MMR easily.
At least 150 for sure.
There's one double down.
All right, so I have the replay downloaded. I'm just changing some of the settings. The minimap's on the right, Brian. I don't know what's going on with that.
That's not my setting.
That's not anyone's setting.
Okay, well, it's
actually Insania does that.
It's
yeah,
on
but
the
that's
right.
because he's. Wait, did Han have that too?
I think Han was on the right side. Was it?
Was it?
I
don't
can't
think
remember.
so.
I played 10 games of Han.
I think I think Insania said that he originally played League for like a short period of time with friends before he played Han, and then like used the right side of the map in Han, and now he does that. So, you know,
It's nice that it's customizable, though. I'll say that.
True.
It's really lovely. But that might take only a second to fix. No?
What?
Jenkins.
Oh, no, I'm changing a few. I'm also trying. Oh God, I've just really screwed things up here.
Doing your best Herald.
No, I'm changing the settings. This is every time I'm on a new computer. Okay, I think I have to reload Dota here, guys. Keep stalling. Keep stalling.
Fine. What did everybody have for breakfast today?
I had a.
I got the cricket sounds are gonna. If you want me to do this quick, the cricket sounds are gonna have to stop. Do like the shrapnel or something like the cricket's not helping.
I had a pork shoulder sandwich with some cheese.
What? You did not have pork shoulder for breakfast. Where
I
would you
did.
get
Yeah.
that?
What do you mean? It's in the hotel for breakfast every single day. Swedes, they have really good butter. It's like Swedish butter. I don't know what they do with it, but it's.
I don't know what. I do not want
I
to
actually
know what they
don't know.
want.
Might need to Google it, but it tastes really good.
Sometimes it's better just not knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Brian.
That's the American way. We don't want to know what's in our food. We'll just eat it because it tastes good, you know?
My breakfast was 2 boiled eggs and 2 Weetabix. Very good.
I had a scone.
One
with some
scone.
strawberry jam.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's become my new staple from the Espresso House. Shout out to them.
Ooh, sponsor. We're not sponsored.
We're not
yet.
sponsored, but yeah,
But we don't have a competing sponsor, so it's fine.
Yes.
Just free advertisement. Is my resolution correct? Can my producer tell me? Is this right? I don't have talkback. This looks kind of weird.
Do you mean to push your talkback button?
Yeah, push my talkback.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Very good.
Good teamwork there, Jenkins.
Great teamwork.
Yeah. Do you guys remember the setting where it changes so your camera drags like opposite?
Yeah.
You do in Spectator?
Yeah.
Where do I find that?
It's not in Spectator. It's like
You're gonna drag
it's
the
in the
camera?
regular settings.
It's in the regular settings.
Yeah. It's
drag
like
the camera?
inverse camera panning or something like this. And it should be.
Maybe
It's one of
leave
those where it's like a double negative where you're supposed to uncheck the inverse or something like that.
Jenkins, you said at the start that your settings, the way you observe, is gonna make us nauseous. So maybe don't change any back to your own settings.
This is important. Let me see. Enable screen shake. Who plays with screen?
Do you want me to come help you, Jenkins?
Screen shake is that your screen all shakes if there's an echo slamming thing.
Yeah, come here, Brian. Come here. Come help me with this.
I got you, dog.
Hey, you can just come up and help. I don't know why
What
I'm
is
sitting
that
up here.
about? Like, are you trying to play Dota or are you in 6D cinema?
So you're trying to talk about camera drag,
Yeah,
right?
I want the camera drag to be the opposite.
Welcome to DreamLeague, where we solve issues live on the broadcast.
That's why BSJ is the tech analyst.
Apart from when it's issues that are not ours.
Oh, there you
Which
go.
is
Thank
why
you,
we
thank
didn't
you.
show that
I
for the
appreciate
first
it. I
series.
appreciate it.
Look at that tech solving
Yeah, great. Okay.
So quick.
potential.
Okay, I think we're ready. I think we're actually ready to get into this.
Load it up.
Oh, it's a little slow. I don't know if I like that. It's a bit slow.
Oh, there's a
you
sniper
guys-
in this one. That's already a good sign.
Okay. We can just go to player perspective. I don't really care that much. We'll go to player perspective.
I need to be full screen without Jenkins for a little bit, otherwise I can't see it.
We definitely want to full screen this. Like we could actually. This is going to be really hard to. I would say, let's make the. There we go. Can we get like a little lower third for us? Is that possible?
Can we do overlays on the fly? I don't know about that.
They'll figure it out.
Till shit. No, till shit. Still shit. That's the one.
Okay, so just so you know, we are going to be on a Herald perspective. So this guy, this Kunka, he's AFK.
Oh, so he clicked and
He's
then
moved himself. Look where he is. He's in here.
Oh no, he's back now.
Yeah, but he was in the river AFK, and the camera was.
Is it the current?
It was down here.
Oh,
Let's
that's
check some
nice.
of the starting items.
Yeah.
This is my favorite. Clarity. Like, when are you gonna use clarity?
On Kunka.
In the lane. On Kunka, especially. It's not like
Who knows? You don't know if he's going into the lane.
He's like the
he might be
type,
jungling.
He's like the Pudge type Kunka laner where you're just fishing
torrenting.
for torrents the whole time.
All right, let's do a game. Where do you guys think these guys are laning? That's the real fun.
Ooh, that's
Who's
sniper.
mid?
Sniper for sure.
You think it's sniper mid versus who?
Spirit
hold.
Breaker.
Oh, well, we got to fight. Is the audio not on? Give me a sec.
It is not. I don't hear
We
it.
can't do audio. Okay, all right.
What?
Well, give me a
Oh,
second.
that's a shame.
This is part of Herald review usually, so
Oh.
Very good.
let's see. Options.
What are you trying
This
to
is the
say?
funniest part where you can't find
spectator-
stuff for good 10
spectator
minutes.
options.
Don't help him out next time, Brian.
Hotkeys and then spectator bottom right.
This is going
Okay,
great.
he's telling me I need to tab out and turn off my PGM in the background. I think that's in Discord.
Or turn it on so we hear things.
I think maybe
I'm not in the channel.
There should be somewhere a website
I'm just gonna
live.
quit Discord.
It's on your internet browser. Close the internet.
Yeah, because we need audio. We need to hear audio.
Yeah.
Okay. Spectator settings. I don't know why this resets every time. Eric, I'm gonna come in there and shit in your lunch. With this.
Sorry, I forgot to enable talkback for that one, Jenkins.
Okay.
Eric.
Okay,
it's
we got a
our
level 1
sound
fight. It's our sound guy. We got a level 1
engineer.
fight.
You gotta give some context. You know? Some
I saw
random
him
guy
run
Guys,
into
the
the tower.
tower. Like, Eric, ooh.
That's a sniper mid for sure. He's got Wraith Band.
Oh yeah, you think so?
No. Kuka's leaving.
That's why he has clarity, because he's steeping to the lane. Let's see if he uses it.
He has clarity so he knows what he must do in the game. He has literal clarity, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no starting item.
Pit of Malice, level 1.
This is a classic. No start as Pit of Malice.
No, but what did
What
he
happened
do
to
with
his
his gold?
His courier died.
His
That's-
courier died. Okay, wait. Okay, this is where we'll go
Yeah,
back.
we need the story behind this.
I will always go back. So his courier's been dead.
Wait, what if he is
So
next
wait.
level? Jenkins, what if he's a smurf? He bought boots, observer ward, and then he sold his boots.
Where
and then
is
brought
his
the
courier
items from the
dying?
Courier.
Oh, it's here.
That's
It's
right
here.
there.
It's here.
And Razor turns around and kills it, or what
No, he
happened?
doesn't, dude. You're...
Slark?
Oh, he goes right for it.
Look
He
at that
goes-
awareness on Slark. You
Yeah.
see that?
Very good. Very
Quick
good.
shift of targets right there. Really good.
Yeah. Just want to see how his courier died.
And Skywrath carry, perhaps? No. It's Weaver carry.
Oh, nice
Good lane ward.
I
Yeah.
really like that ward, actually. Look at that.
Definitely wasn't
foresight.
spotted.
You gotta make sure that range creep dies ASAP.
His name is The Shrek. Love it.
taking notes. Just auto attack the creep wave as support.
With a support like this, you don't need enemies.
He didn't. He is trying to. He is not last hitting though.
Now the question is, who's he laning against? You don't see until about a minute in. Oh, there they are, the guys he's laning up against.
We found them.
What were they up to? What did they do for the?
Probably just standing. Yeah, they're just walking.
That's really good.
Yep.
He's got wards queued up on Axe.
Yeah, and we got a Boots first Razor mid versus the Sniper. Just the absolute manning up between the two.
Makes a lot of sense. You got to maintain the static link early. He's also high range on Sniper, so
I think we already established that boots are an OP item.
We saw that clip yesterday on Dying.
Absolutely.
Was he Herald?
Yeah,
I got a question for you guys. I got a question for you guys. Sniper's level 2. What are his skill points?
He's got to take aim for sure.
No, he's got shrapnel.
He's got shrapnel. But what do you think he? What's the
I
other?
think shrapnel and take aim.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Actually, okay. This is rare. This is rare. It's usually not like this. They'll usually go for the take aim because they still think
it gives range.
It gives range.
Yeah.
Oh, it's doing first blood.
Oh, if he only had the other fastest.
That was the boots paying off, actually.
Yeah, the boots actually paid off. Now the question to me is always, when you got a guy who has no regen and he's low HP, what does he do?
But the other guy also is low.
This is where you know there's going to be some fighting happening.
He obviously pushes the creep wave in order to set up aggression to walk around.
You have definitely a lot of
Oh
thought
no,
going
Weaver!
on.
Weaver!
Oh, yeah, so this is where my observing sucks, and I'm glad I can go back. So let's see how he even goes down here. So everything looks fine.
Yeah.
Creep wave is pushing in because they right-clicked the first creep
He's
wave.
panicking. You can tell. He's like, yeah, I gotta kill something to get this hunger off of me.
Yep.
He said he's so hungry.
Turns around.
No,
Fights
you're
the
slow,
guy.
bro. You can't run away. Run,
Yeah.
bro.
An attack versus fuck you on Axe. Really good stuff here.
Run! He's not running.
This guy's trying to help him. This is the worst thing when your support is pulling, and then your carry goes down.
That is a carry classic. That's one of my favorite moves to make.
I just want to point out the mouse movement here. Let's slowly watch the mouse movement of Weaver. Watch what he does after. He moves the tango to the tree. See that?
Wanted to eat it after.
Yes, he was going for the tango on the tree play, but he didn't realize his guy went down.
He's on the right track, though.
Thought process. Input lag.
Dude, that Zeus was being very aggressive.
Oh, he's got an interesting build. He's got the arc lightning.
Yeah. This is pretty normal, right?
Clarities. Yeah, not bad. These games get a lot more interesting the later they go, so we'll kind of speed through a little bit here.
Who's farming in this lane? Is it Kunkka? Let's see the CS.
Underlord's got Quella.
It's both.
They're both trying really hard.
The Kunkka got one last hit. On the Underlord only 2.
Yeah, Underlord is slamming down the denies. That's good.
It's really
Look
hard to
at
know
it.
who's farming when neither of them has last issues.
No, but Underlord has a quelling blade. Look at him go.
And he got his courier back, so he's got that Bassi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Kunkka is the support for sure.
I think in Herald, there's not usually... the roles don't really exist.
I've dubbed him support.
But yeah, we'll call him a support. Bottom lane, I mean, Skywrath... Weaver's doing fine, despite the first blood. 14-1. Could be worse.
Boots and Weaver, really love that one.
Yep. Well,
Usually that extra move speed.
Let's see, does he have... Oh, he actually has the skitter step facet. This is rare, I will say. This is very rare. Usually they go the XP facet.
What is this? He's pulling for himself, Jenkins.
I know. People pull themselves. It's crazy. Honestly, in Herald, you'd be surprised. I've seen people half pull in Herald. It's gotten much higher skill.
Probably because they missed the timing for the
I was going to
full
say, I
pull.
sometimes do that as well, unintentionally.
Either way, it's good. What's maybe not so
Breaker.
good is what this guy's doing.
He's
We'll
on the
see.
smoke break you were talking about earlier.
He's eating a pizza slice. Yeah, let's see how long he goes AFK for here.
Where is his mouse? Is that mouse or is it on him?
This is the one that's moving is mine.
Oh, okay.
So, there he goes.
He's back.
Oh, no, he's shifted his camera all the way up.
Yeah,
he spilled on the keyboard. That's what
he
just happened
bumped
there.
into his mouse and it edge panned all the way top.
No,
Yeah.
As he sat back down after his break.
He was trying to charge his own courier. That's what he was trying to do. Just couldn't find it.
Okay, so top lane, we got some action going on. Just absolute fighting between... I'm guessing Zeus has level 2 in the queue. Yeah, he does. It's working. Oh, I clicked on the wrong guy. My bad. We'll go back. See what happened here. Click the Zeus. Look at the body block. Right in front. That's nice. His carrier is going down. Let's see if he can juke. Oh, he pressed Q. He pressed Q for some reason.
Oh, he gave the Tidebringer hit to the Kunkka.
He did. It's okay.
But he gets the solo XP because of that. I like
Yep.
Yeah.
So now you say the Zeus is the support up here. Really, he's the core. Let's check
this
the
guy's
net worth.
good. I don't know if this guy's Herald.
Yep, top net worth.
Look at the way he moves.
Top net worth.
Lacoste.
Literally in the game.
Lacoste, can I tell you the amount of times I've had people in my Twitch chat go, "This guy's a Smurf. This guy's not Herald." Just wait until you see what he does, and then you're gonna realize, oh, this is why he's Herald.
Well, so far, so good.
Yeah,
it's moving the items.
It's been 5 minutes.
As hotkeys, so that's a good sign.
Give it time. Give it time. Trust me. Let's see what Spirit Breaker's up to. Oh, AFK in the tower. Yep. That's good.
One thing that I noticed about these lower ranks is they always have tangos. Like 25, 30 minutes into the game, there's always a tango in their inventory.
Yeah, you gotta have that regen.
Tangos are OP.
Sniper's got a nice build. He's even got 2 clarities.
Oh, this is another very common thing, by the way.
Oh, no! Sniper's getting charged!
He is getting charged, and Razor's running at him. Instant break on the static link. That's not so good. And we're watching the Razor's perspective right now.
He's committing. I love that.
They're all committing.
Oh.
This might be a double kill here.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, single kill, but Spirit Breaker kind of baited him in there.
That's why Sniper, this is exactly why Sniper is getting nerfed in every single patch.
Right.
He's OP. Look at him.
Check the build.
He's got the max take aim coming in. That's really good.
3-1-2.
Blessed by Gaben as well.
Yeah. They love the take aim here.
Well, the only problem with that regen rune is it really minimizes the importance of his clarity purchases.
Did you see what
here
he
we go
bought?
with the charge.
Back. Wait. Go back. Go back 15 seconds.
The
Dragonlance recipe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a classic. Yeah.
How does that even happen?
Like you have to go over there and click it.
It's because...
Oh, he misclicked. You can tell he's trying to sell it, but it's too late.
No, that was Jenkins' hover over.
Was it?
No, that's his. Isn't it?
Is the Dragonlance recipe less than the Belt of Strength?
It's the same.
It's the same. Okay, I have no answer for you, Lacoste. But, okay, Razor's going to go for the... This did not work last time. He's not moving his camera past the mid lane, so that's definitely not helping.
That take aim maxing.
Yeah, he's got an extra armor. Honestly, okay, unironically, not that bad against Razor. 10 armor? That's pretty good. Yeah, and Razor, by the way, has wards. These are all Razor sentries.
Who's buying sentries in
It's
these
Razor.
games? It's Razor?
It's very common that it's the mids that are buying the sentries and the wards in these types of games.
We were talking about earlier how like we can study low-level pubs, like the win rates and stuff of heroes. Why can't Immortal mid laners learn from these Herald sentry buying?
Here we go. This worked out well last time. Let's see who wins this man fight. Who is it, Lacoste?
Razor.
If he swapped the strength treads, maybe he would be able to get him, but...
If that Dragonlance
was the
recipe
belt of strength,
was flown to him just a bit earlier, he would have had it, Jenkins.
I think you're right, Brian. Oh, this is Kunka's camera, by the way.
He's clicking, though. He's clicking.
He's clicking. Okay, dude. You can't make this shit up, bro.
Wait, what was he clicking?
Look at what
he really wanted to move back.
His camera's in the bottom. Okay.
He's like, I want to go back to the fountain. To the fountain.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's give him an excuse. He might have an ultra wide.
Yeah.
There's a possibility. But now, wait, still his guy would be in the middle of it, right? Lacoste is losing his shit over there.
This is good. These are my boys from Herald.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, his support or his core is getting gone on. I'm not really sure. Oh, Zeus has ult. He got ult from the creep wave.
He had to make sure Slark like went into tower and died first, I think. Okay, Slark's good though. He's good.
He's good. He had ult. He was baiting with the wand as well. Oh, Skywrath Mage died during that time. Oh, they saw the opportunity and they pounced. Brian, you know what that's like.
I do. With Slark.
Yeah, of course, naturally. Okay. What's Weaver been up to? What's the build? Weaver is...
That's a pretty reasonable build overall.
It's not bad, yeah.
No bugs, though.
Yeah, the item build, definitely normal. Fred's Falcon Blade, good strength. He's top net worth, actually, so...
And this Zeus is doing quite well.
Wait, how did Kunkka die? He just immediately respawns.
The Orb of Frost on Slark set this
runs
up.
into lane, drops the boat.
Oh,
well,
no, the boat.
At least he got to use this skill. That's kind of fun.
Vanguard Axe. Is this going to be the only Vanguard, or is he going to go double Vanguard? That's the thing with these lower ranks, right? Because they don't read the patch notes. They're too busy playing the game. So they go for something that
is like 4 patches
like
ago?
7 years ago. They're like, yeah, it's still probably good.
Oh, we get to see the first fish going down in Herald. Here we go. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Are they generally buying their or like building their neutral items once they get them? Like, is this something you've noticed yet?
I have not watched the 7.38 Herald game, so
have to find out.
Let's see. Does anybody have access to a neutral item? Are they actually going to kill Slark up here? No way, right? Does he have X? He does not even have it skilled. Okay. Well,
Dunga thinks he can do it.
he does. There's the charge coming in. He's going to dive the tower. He has ult. He's actually going for the solo kill. That did a lot of damage.
I think that Underlord just has no items, so.
I think... Oh, you're right. He has arcane boots.
Maxing out pit still.
Ooh,
1-3-1
Slark
build
can
and
build
Underlord.
something.
1-3-1. Yeah, it is a stun.
Click on Slark. Click on Slark.
Yep. What's he going to build?
He's gonna build. Oh,
Orb of Corrosion.
Not a bad.
Mana
With the
regen.
mana regen, that I approve.
That's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
pretty good. Oh, Zeus got the mana... What? Shiver?
With the mana regen.
with the mana regen.
How do I pronounce this?
Mystical?
Mana Draught.
Oh, drought. What?
Drought?
Yeah, drought.
Drought, I think.
Drought?
Drought is with an O.
Yeah, I think it's drought because it's a dry. You know, it's what happens when you're
Yep. Oh, Sniper went down. Let's go see how that happened.
in a desert.
Oh, he's using the illusions to dive the tower. The tier 2, in fact. He actually
He
tanked
tried
the
to
tier 2.
go for the body block.
Look.
I saw that.
He tanked the tier 2 with the illusions. This is Giga Chad play. That's
He
Spearfreaker charges.
plays
Use the
Three.
tango, man. Use the tango.
Put
Yeah,
down a
three.
surfboard in the
Tango
base.
clarity. Tango clarity.
A
Why-
boat.
What the... Okay. Wait.
Found Spirit Breaker.
Wait, what happened here? Why did he cancel the charge? Was he charging? Oh, there he
He's
goes.
charging the...
Here we go.
No, no.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
He's
he
charging
actually
the
cancels.
sniper.
And he gives up. Oh, he charges the sniper, then
And then it goes
creep.
to a creep or something.
And then he finds a delectable
Which-
treat in the jungle, which is the Kunkka.
Which facet does he have on Spirit Break? He has the one that lingers, right?
Yes, the one that lingers.
Imagine if he
Bull
had the bullshit against a guy called shit. That'd be funny.
That would be really good. So they're going to take down the Kunkka.
The torrent. 2-man. Oh, dude, Razor,
Razor's really good.
Dude, this guy jukes.
Like double kill.
Was that a Zeus ult double kill?
Yeah, Zeus. Wait. I think he was just going on this guy at first, and he gets the Kunkka as well.
That's a kill steal. I've seen that.
I don't think Slark was going to get that one.
I'm still waiting, Jenkins. You told me that Zeus is gonna start to play badly. I'm not seeing that. 11 minutes.
It's
perfect
11 minutes.
gameplay so far.
He's literally
This
number
is
one
a
net
1
worth on
hour and a
position
half
5.
replay. Oh,
No
Slark.
spoilers.
Okay, Owen just corrected me. Drought is draft.
Draft. Well, he would know that as a British man.
Draft?
Spiritbreaker going
He
for
specifically says draft.
a blade mail.
That's good against the sniper, against the Skywrath mage. Good
Is
tech.
the camera movement bothering you guys? I'm doing this. It's not the way that you normally have it. I think I have like that spectator thing on usually, you know, where it's like a smooth drag or whatever.
Isn't that a console command?
I think it's a console command.
Yeah,
If somebody
I think
could get me that, that'd be lit. It's an option.
For
okay.
me, it's
Oh wait,
only-
it's like the deceleration of the camera grip or something like
Yeah.
this.
It says a hotkey.
Is it this?
It might be camera deceleration.
Yeah, I think so.
That still doesn't seem
No,
right either.
that's only.
It's something like this. It's like a sliding bar.
Isn't
Okay, I
there-
don't care enough. I don't care enough. Let's just keep watching it like this. I'll just induce vomit. It's okay. He's going for a Radiance on Slark.
Ooh,
by the
that's
way.
building for the 90-minute timing.
Makes a lot of sense. Great against Skywrath Mage. Those right clicks.
Oh.
Sniper as well.
Right. Sniper has made his way to the top lane, drops a shrapnel. He's got that Dragonlance recipe going.
Why
on
is that in the
Slark.
backpack? He should have that in his inventory.
All right, we
The
have to
Dragonlance
do the count. 13 minutes in. How many tangos do we have, Jenkins? Pause the game.
You want me to pause?
Yeah.
I mean, I can open
That's
this.
Very important information.
I think I can do that.
That's the little backpack, yeah.
1, 2, 3
4.
tangos.
Four. One on the
tangos,
Yep.
tangos.
4 people with
not
tango.
How
not
many?
bad.
It could be 7 instead of 1. It's just showing that he has tangos.
Man, this guy is an absolute terror.
He's got 2.
Look at
Look at him
Razor.
invading the ancient stack.
Yeah, this definitely wasn't intentionally stacked ancients there, Ryan, for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep. Puts up the ward. This Razor is carrying the game, in my opinion.
I think Zeus is carrying the game, sir.
Dude, Razor's literally bottom net worth on his
But look, he's the support, man. He's supporting.
He
He's
was
putting
middle.
ward.
And he's got his neutral item that he
But
hasn't
his
built
name is
yet.
Brian. Of course you're going to be biased.
Brian.
Brian did great. My man. Dude, 84 was my football number in high
there
school.
you
I'm not
go.
Oh my
even
god,
kidding.
the pause thing reset too. Okay. Yep.
What are you trying to do?
Advanced options. Yep.
Yeah, change all the settings for Dota Capitalist on his PC.
It's really good.
Oh, thank you, Lewis. Excellent. All right, he got me. He
It
got
was
me.
literally one
Okay.
tick bar up of the one you were trying to do.
Yeah.
That's
very,
really funny.
very judgmental sort of thing coming in here. Let's see.
What are you trying
and
to do here, Jenks?
And then this resets every time as well. Okay. Ah, great. And then I'll change this.
I feel like somebody's talking in your ear because you're just like sound like you're talking to yourself.
This is good. Yeah, this is better. Thank you, Lewis. That's our producer. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, they're gonna farm the ancient stack together. Check this out.
Good teamwork.
Yep. Sniper from the low ground. Everybody knows you do more damage from there.
He doesn't want to be at risk.
That's good positioning against the spear breaker.
Oh no, he's getting charged because of the razor vision.
That's shrapnel.
The razor vision that's here. He's charging him.
No,
he has ult.
no.
Yeah, but Sniper's on the low ground. Look at them go, and he's got the boat buff this time around. Dude, that Kunkka, he earned his stripes right there.
Yeah, he did.
He really did.
It was a giant bait, is what that was.
Yeah.
Lacoste, what would you call that?
Masturbate. That was one of the better ones that I've seen. He didn't click his neutral item for a really long time.
Who?
A Spirit Breaker.
He still doesn't
think
have
he
it.
got it at 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of choice right here.
I would open that and just say, nah.
But he actually only just died because he hasn't died that many times. He can just take the time to read it now if he wanted to.
All right, how many Vanguards on Axe?
Okay, Shiver, I'm just going to show you something. You think so he's AFK. This is what they do when they die. He's not reading shit when he's dead. He's going AFK and eating potato chips.
Where's his mouse?
Bottom left. He's clicking on the mini map right now.
Oh.
He's scouting?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's moving.
He goes AFK, comes back, pings the one guy showing, and says, let's go on him.
Really good comment.
Oh, there you go. He goes for the Kunkka.
Yeah,
good choice, sir.
Because
He
Razor
really hates Kunkka for some reason.
Person.
Yeah, here we go. Seen this one a million times. Here he comes, coming in. I mean, these two don't really do damage. That's the one problem here.
And enough damage. Look at him go.
He's got the blade. So he immediately flies himself items, but he doesn't take the neutral. I feel like he's got...
He's blinking.
There's a world where this is constantly glowing and he never takes one. Because they already don't get neutral items a lot. This is a new thing. It's really complicated already.
I personally think they should add a sub-patch note that the bright light from the hammer gets progressively brighter.
Yes, I like that idea.
Thank you, Chiefs.
Okay, so the sniper goes down, and then he immediately... Where did he ult to? Is the real question on Underlord.
It shows on the mini-map, no?
That's right next to him? Is that...
Oh, he ults into the base.
Nice try.
Does the pounce stop you from going in?
I think it was the Zeus bolt.
Oh, it's
yeah,
the Zeus bolt. Okay.
Was, yeah.
Because the pounce doesn't, right? Okay, somebody has...
All right,
the guy
let's talk about the
on,
build on Underlord. So he had 1-3-1, and then suddenly he's like, yeah, you know what I need? I need a little bit more damage, but I also want to put some points in aura.
He's got a nice balance.
I think he's just randomly clicking.
Nice balanced build, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what we like to call it, the balanced build.
Sniper's equipped with regen out the wazoo still. He bought a salve at some point.
Oh, Axe is a blink. Axe is a blink. This is a blink reveal on the Weaver.
Oh my god, was he invis when he hit him?
He was invis.
Wow.
Yep, in the dunk, perfect chain stun.
Wow. Okay, I've got my eyes on Axe for the rest of this game.
Because you're sussed out by him?
No, because I'm saying like we're gonna see some highlight plays from this guy.
Do you have your eyes on his quick buy, Brian?
I've seen it all game. He's been having at least 2 wards queued up.
It's 3 wards.
This guy's good. Like this guy with items, he has magic wand and an extra branch. I don't think you see that.
Oh my god,
Herald.
Lark got a radiant.
Lark has sentries.
Using his ult to D ward. I put that in a YouTube video once.
Wow,
maybe
that is interesting. Okay, that's rare. What level is he? He's a bronze tier Slark. Okay, well he's got his radiance. Things are really picking up steam here for the radiance.
They're all
gold
bronze
deficit.
tier. Yep. Everybody's bronze.
How many times are we going to see Sniper on the low ground hitting this ancient camp?
Oh, at least twice, Jenkins.
Yeah. It's usually, you see a lot of trends in these games, like within the game itself. Oh, this guy went down again.
Poor Weaver, man.
I think the blink is really doing him in. Yeah, uses the river bonus that's now in 7.38. Perfect chain stun into kill. The Zeus tries to steal with the Nimbus, but does not succeed.
I would report the Razor for the plasma field steal, because I want to get the ult kill on Axe for the...
Oh,
bonus
stack, yeah.
Yeah, that's important when you know the game's going 90 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, because you're going to know that because you've seen the replay duration at the start of it.
All right, go back 5 seconds and keep an eye on Axe. These guys are good. Look what he has in inventory. You said 3 observer wards. They come off cooldown and somebody instantly buys obs.
Wow.
Pretty impressive,
Razor?
Huh?
I will say,
Maybe it's in a courier?
Oh, he's going Yules. Oh, yeah, I guarantee you. Yep, there's the one. He's got 3 mangoes coming out.
I mean, look at his mana.
He doesn't want to go back to base.
3 mangoes worth of mana that he's missing right now.
Yeah.
You know what would help if he had a neutral item?
Yeah, that would help.
He can't buy one yet. Wait, why can't he buy one? What happened there?
No, he can buy one.
What?
It's just saying that he
out of
can't get the he doesn't have the maxes. He can't get tier 2s yet, is what that's saying.
No, but why doesn't it shine brightly like the spirit
Like a
breaker
diamond,
does?
yeah. Not sure. I think it's because of the fact that he hasn't taken the first one, so the game is confused.
In Herald, they typically find ways to completely break the game. This is not abnormal.
The devs did not consider what would happen if you're over the 5.
Yeah. If you're not building anything. Can we look at Spirit Breaker real quick?
Yep.
See, his hammer is still
he's going Blade Mail AC. Yeah, that's a good build.
His
Both of the armor items.
Well, I think he hasn't gotten a new neutral item. What happens when he finishes his camp?
Oh, first time Roche is running down the river. In Herald.
Second time.
Yeah,
you're right. We didn't see it the first time.
Yeah.
And nothing's happening. Okay.
That's a good question now, Shees. I'm confused.
Holy shit, look at Zeus's items.
Those
oh
are
my
very
god, he's huge.
He opened the guide.
Yeah, he's definitely following a guide. You can really tell the people that are following the guides and the people that aren't. Okay, Razor looking to give the Radiant some hope here, it looks like. Yeah, really trying. Sniper gets the kill there. Axe is just going to ditch him. Excellent.
Brigand's Blade Axe.
That's
I really
good,
like
dude.
the way the item looked. It's like,
Yeah.
It's
have an
red.
axe.
Hey, it's color-coded with the Vanguard. Works out.
The Quelling Blade next to it kind of like just has a nice vibe.
Okay, what did I say? What did I say, bro? You think I'm crazy?
3 times.
You make a joke, it's 2 times. He's going to do this like 7 times.
Yeah, but it's a safe way because when they walk up, they're on the same thing and they can't hit him. This is very clever. I like
It is clever. He
I respect
doesn't
that
have to use
attitude.
tangos from the low ground.
Yeah.
Still has 2 tangos, which he can sell.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got the mana draught, by the way, so...
Draft.
Yeah, sorry.
It's
right,
draft.
right. It's the British.
Because Draught is the one with the O, I've been told.
Yeah.
I'm specifically impressed that he has 2 components of his Shadow Blade and he hasn't flown them out to himself.
He's going
It's gonna be
Shadow
his Shadow Blade reveal.
Yeah,
He's
you're right.
gonna, yeah, the big reveal.
Hit that timing hard. Oh, he was taking the time to get his item.
Essence Ring.
What's the Vast do? What does that do? Is that attack range?
Oh yeah, attack range.
Smart,
on Sniper.
Smart.
It is. He's going for the tanky stand in the back build. If he gets caught, he'll have the Essence Ring.
And he has max take aim for getting caught as well.
Yeah, yeah. 20 armor. It's good. Definitely doesn't think it gives attack range. Okay, we hit a little bit of a chill period. I'll speed up through here. I'm sure Razor will be the guy being aggressive. This is... Oh no, he's going to ward. And D-ward.
Dude, this man.
He knows.
He's on
Obs
fire.
first. Then
And there's the
Sentry.
4-time snipers killing the ancient camp from the low ground, just to point that out.
He's busy. He's
Hookah-
not going to go kill this Razor because he's busy on Sniper right now.
Hookah did the boat into Torrent into X combo, so Razor will not go down.
I think you can blame the Underlord Pit for missing.
Right.
Yeah.
Really good to blame your team, I think. Still playing really aggro here, though. I feel like this guy's the guy that's going to either die or start the good fight for his team. Oh, he's actually...
Well, we missed the funny part, Jenkins. I think the score was 420 at one point. I think we need to go back in time.
I think we're going to run out of time. Look,
We will run out of time if we see every single second of the game.
yeah.
This is
Oh, here we go.
fact.
Okay, he landed it. He learned. And into the Atos, into the pit again.
Yeah,
Look at that. Oh, Yules.
One! Oh my god, he didn't want.
He knew he was going to die. He saves it for another day. Very clever of the
Smart.
Razor. Smart.
Look at
No!
Radiance into Diffusal.
Slark stole the ancients from the sniper.
Oh,
He's
look, he was going to fight it.
Dude, that was directional move on Slark. Did you see that? This guy...
I don't think he's using directional move, brother.
I'm telling you, that is a hard pounce to do properly. He... we can't rewind and pause because, you know...
I think he saw a guy shooting from the low ground. He just jumped.
I think you're underestimating that this Slark watched a guide.
Oh, you think you watched the BSJ video?
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
This guy Sentry warded, and I remember doing a video on Ame Slark going Radiance. He watched that video for sure.
He's definitely a BSJ viewer. I can tell you being in Herald. Makes a lot of sense.
You're going to watch him have all the concepts and miss all the buttons.
Zeus
That's
is
the BSJ
stacking
way.
triangle.
Dude, what the hell?
I told you immediately that the Zeus is a... We had guessed the rank yesterday, and after seeing the gameplay, I would not put this guy in Herald.
Hey, we got charge coming out on the Weaver. Does he have dust? Oh, he stops to get the thing. No dust. He's going to ult.
Oh, he's gone.
This Zeus doesn't have to show up for another 60 minutes. He can just farm the triangle.
Oh, here we go. Sniper TPing in. Slamming down on the axe.
Oh, the Skywrath could have gotten out of it. Dude, the Underlord's killing it. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, just want to see the Skywrath here.
Yeah, he could have just walked out.
Yeah, it happens. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
And Axe is, of course, taking no damage because Sniper has level 3 headshot. Oh, he has the Shadow Blade, so that's going to come up. Big Shadow Blade reveal soon. People don't click each other. So, oh, Slark's actually diving the tower. Where is he? Oh, he went wraparound.
Damn.
He was farming the Sniper Ancients.
Okay, that was not a directional move, Pound.
Slark has a gem, by the way. If he loses this, it's devastation.
He's fine.
You think he's gonna find it? He did. Okay.
Diffusal up in 3.
Is there any helping the Kunkka? It's just Weaver that could TP. Yeah.
Damn.
He's going Blink next.
He's got 10 stacks.
Oh, these guys know.
That's
they
more
have,
than Mickey had.
Oh boy.
They have Zeus.
In double the time.
They have Zeus and they have Slark with the gem. There's not going to be any observer wards for Radiant.
Okay, this guy's really giving hope to Radiant, I will say.
This Razor?
Yeah, he's the guy. There's always one guy that's like...
He's warding,
No, time out. You said he was carrying the game like 5 minutes ago.
He was, but now his team is chilling, and you know... I just have a feeling. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm
this
not
is a
saying,
gut read. Gut read.
Yeah, I have a gut read. It's instinct. It's Herald instinct.
16K advantage for Dire, and you're telling me this game lasts another 70 minutes.
Yep. That's at some point we're just waiting for the inevitable, devastating throw that will happen. Is it now? That's the real question.
I'm
This guy
eyeing
can
the
ult.
Sniper high ground is what I'm eyeing.
He
Nice
will.
time lapse.
Yep. I mean, X goes through. Oh, he blinks. He blinks, and the Underlord's gonna ult in.
Radiant's turn.
He
Nice
is.
X mark by the Kunkka, but it's not enough.
Weaver died in the base. Can they find him? He's gonna turn around. He's gonna go for them. Skywrath Mage, very squishy hero. Does not get the silence off.
Not the gem, dude.
Okay, here's the throw. This is a throw. There goes the gem.
I love the Octarine purchase he's got coming out.
Yeah, that's good. Yep, Sniper wants to pick up the gem. Yeah, he's a good gem carrier. Very safe to have
He
it
doesn't
on
need
him.
that. He already has sentries.
Yep, that's good.
My question is, Tangos on Sniper. Is he ever gonna sell that? When it's gonna be like?
He doesn't need the slot yet.
And
Why
what
would
about
he?
what about the 2 salves on Underlord?
But he's got a shovel. It's not the same.
Oh,
you know?
true.
So this is gonna be like 45 minutes in. He still might have Tangos available.
But he doesn't need the slot yet, right?
No, that's a tango slot.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go
Have
with
a
the X.
dedicated Tango slot.
They have a lot of root. This is good disable. I think if Slark is not alive, this guy's not as safe as he thinks he is. Okay, charging in. This is 4 heroes for the Radiant. And Weaver's dead. Yep. Oh, BKB Kunkka. He rushed it.
This Kunkka is really learning. It's nice to see the curve, you know?
Like learning in the game.
Learning within this game.
Yeah, it is nice.
Yeah. He's doing his best.
Yeah, I respect it. Oh, Axe. He's looking for the pickoff in the mid
Bill
lane.
wants those 3 observer wards.
Yep.
I don't know if he's been able to buy any.
What did he just
because
buy? Oh, he's going Crimson.
I think Razor's been having those observer wards on hard lock. Does Spirit Breaker have a neutral item? No.
Nope. No neutral item on Spirit Breaker. Good call, Sheaver. We'll keep checking on that one.
Just checking.
The
Who else was looking for? No,
Razor still has no neutral token.
But Razor
25.
doesn't have his build.
Oh, here we go. It's the first Wisdom Shrine fight. Oh, he's running. Wait, he ran away.
Dude, what a bitch
Oh,
out
he didn't
there.
realize. He didn't realize. They're still fighting for it. Even okay, there he dies to the blade mail, loses the gem.
Killed himself with the blade mail.
That's classic. All right,
He lost the gem.
It's fine. Nobody's gonna realize it's there. Oh, never mind. The Slark does.
No, the X to prevent the gem pickup.
Oh, the Sniper! With the courier! He tried to get it! Oh, he couldn't get it. Slark does not... He just wants to get out. No, he wants to go in, actually. He's going to go in the Kunkka, who has the BKB and the Crystallis pulling down from his backpack. Slark is looking to run away from his Razor, who is diving. That is going to be devastation for the Razor, I believe.
Where's my team?
I understand
He
if
gets
this
the
Razor's
Kunkka,
confused
though.
where his Slark is.
I do as well. Where is Slark?
The Yule's dodge!
He's going to Yule's himself, and he's dead. That is 1,000 gold.
He got a buyback out of the Sniper and a Kunkka kill. Razor did his job.
Yeah, that's worth it. That's worth it. This guy kind of abandoned him.
Yeah.
What do we think is gonna happen in this game? Because it's 17k gold lead 13 minutes in. So I think Radiant starts winning, but in the end, Dire's gonna take the dub.
Yeah, I gotta speed up a little bit. We got 41 minutes. This is we'll skip a little bit here.
We got to see the inevitable throw that happens here.
Yep.
To make the game a game. Or does it ever happen where the team with this lead just never does anything with it, but they don't throw it? Does that ever happen? Like, do they do the Tundra where...
Rarely. It's usually the team that's up by 18K that ends up... I mean, look at the Slark. Like, watch this guy.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Dude, he dodged the Kunkka W there.
But it's like, it's all so close, you know? It's real... Okay, this guy. 2 heroes dead. He feels like a boss man. Yeah, get in there. He's getting peeped.
This is Duracho from Herald. This guy just never stops. He's going in.
No, he doesn't.
Dude, that AC timing for Spearbreaker, that's pretty early.
Yeah,
Do you think that he'll ever get the neutral? Can we go to the... I can't wait for the review. Can we go to the end of the...
No, you have to be patient with these things, Shiver. It's all about patience and the eventual payoff. Just wait until the throw happens. That's when the real excitement kicks in.
We got 40 minutes until the game. A reminder, that is actual game, not end of this segment.
Okay. Well,
slow it down, Jenkins.
Okay, we can speed it up. We can speed it up.
Okay. This Slark pushing his limits a bit.
We just need to find the actual throw. This is the important part. Yeah, Underlord
Zeus
picks
and
up his
Slark
pike.
kind of owning.
His pipe.
He's still digging. Underlord's still digging.
So this guy's just farming.
Dude, this Zeus is so farmed, dude.
I love the build. Told you, stay in the triangle, never show up in a fight. Don't give them that streak. And he's going for refresher.
What's his facet?
He's got Rapier queued up
He's
for
got Divine
the
Rampage. That's the one that got buffed.
He's going
He has a Rapier queued up on Zeus. Awesome.
I can see where the throw might happen.
Yeah,
he wants the Divine Rampage.
We'll watch his gameplay for a bit.
This is
he already
really
has
good.
Divine Rampage. He doesn't
This
need...
is the Zeus
another
gameplay.
Divine.
Get the Rampage.
Gets the kill on the Underlord.
This guy has like studied farming patterns for sure.
He is second on net worth. This was a position 5 Zeus. This is the Arteezy of Herald.
What do you mean position 5? His Razor, his mid laner is buying all obs and sentries by buying, I mean...
But that's not because Zeus is not buying
doing.
them. The Razor's buying them off cooldown.
The problem is Razor's bored. That's the issue. He gets bored and he's running in and dying.
He's got 26 out of 5 on his neutral items.
Yeah.
Razor.
Zeus, okay. This is a lot of Rapiers queued up.
He's being that.
Oh,
he's going to get a new neutral. He's reading them. Reading his neutral items.
To be fair, it takes this long for an Immortal to choose a neutral as well.
There we go.
Kept the ninja gear. Yep. What enchantment does he have now?
Quicken. So movement speed and mana.
Quicken.
No?
So move speed
that's
and
nice.
mana.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm just gonna do a general check on everybody's items. We got Kunkka. What's this?
That's
Is this
Orchid.
So he's going Orchid Kunkka. Oh, this might be where the Slark throws actually. Wait, what did he just do? What was this? Oh, he's X'd. Okay, it's bugged. He X'd himself to go to the lane. Okay, still no neutral item.
Spearbreaker knows the meta items. Look at this. He's got Sanjin Yasha queued up.
Yeah.
What? He doesn't build the neutral.
No
what
neutral
about
item.
Razor?
Yep.
Razor.
Razor.
Does he have the neutral?
Yep, 35 out of 5 Madstone. So he's really banking a lot of those Madstone.
Is there any dividend interest payoff on Madstone?
I don't think so. Oh, the Kunkka. Does he have Orchid? He has Orchid for the Slark.
Comes out of the old.
Yeah.
He's already used Dark Pact. Dude, Orchid him.
It's hard. Can he get it? Can he get it?
He's waiting for that Dark Pact.
No.
Now he Orchids.
Does he have X? He has X.
Use Orchid.
Oh no, he X'd himself. No, he X'd himself. Oh, that's not good.
Too many times.
Don't worry, Slark is coming back because he's
coming back in.
arrogant.
He's coming back in. Now he's going through the portal. He's trying to run away from his mistakes.
Oh no.
The Slark. This is the guy that throws Sniper. He gets Nimbus. He actually dies anyway. Okay.
And they get the gem.
And then Razor died on the side naturally. I mean, this is just Razor's just the appetizer. Slark is the
And
entree.
what's Zeus doing in this time?
He has refresher.
What do you think he's doing? He's just standing there. He's looking at kill steal. Okay.
Oh, he was actually watching the team fight.
He's got refresher.
That's a big throw.
Yeah, let's see his camera. What is?
Can we go back to Zeus's camera during this team fight?
Yeah, he's watching. He's moving the refresher and watching so he can kill steal. He's like, okay, I might have to refresh here. Okay, let's speed it up a bit. So we saw that. So that's, one throw. We need like 5 of those. Or a few into like taking a couple towers, taking Roshan.
This Spark has Wind Waker queued up, by the way.
I just realized, by the way, there's been no Tormentor taken. It's 40 minutes.
Why would you do it? It's very much out of the way.
It's really far away. It's just funny after watching the pro games. I just want to point out the scan here. Yep, Underlord's there. Yeah, I see him. Okay, pushing the tower. They're going to go on this guy. He's got a blade mail. Scarif Mage has the lifesteal, so he's actually not dying to the blade mail, shockingly.
If he's checking his blade mail cooldown, he has to see that shiny hammer right there. You see what I'm saying?
He is seeing the shiny hammer and just being confused about what it means. It's really glowing. Oh, Razor's got the BKB, so he feels ballsy. Spirit Breaker diving onto the Weaver. Axe blinks in with the nice taunt. And there goes Spirit Breaker. Yeah, he's going to go down. Kunkka BKB wearing off, but he has the boat. He's going to run back in with the boat. Giga Chad behavior from him. Hell yeah.
Work it.
He's dead. And a triple kill for the Razor, who's been running in and dying for the entire game.
Whoa!
Okay, there's the counter throw. Not
and
necessary.
The gem is back.
Yep, Slark's got the gem. Who was not there? This guy who's fighting the neutral camp in melee.
He's not done with his MKB.
No, he's not.
No.
He loves buying recipes.
He really does. This guy's got the recipe for success.
Brian, that's good.
Oh, he died, dude. How did he die?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say Slark pounced him. Yep, he's standing there and Slark pounced him.
And Slark's got the gem still.
Yes, he does.
Oh,
so he's
no.
dead. Okay, we'll kind of speed through to the kind of more interesting parts, which is past 60 minutes.
Why does this game go past 60 minutes?
Why does it go past 60 minutes?
Yeah.
Because every Herald game goes past 60 minutes.
I think the better question is who does this game go past 60 minutes?
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Oh, the BKB into BKB man fight. Kunkka does not win this.
Wait, Razor also buying a second Assault Cuirass. That's really good.
Yeah, this is very
He's
common.
always alone and needs the armor.
Absolutely. Synergizes with his minus armor from his ult.
Beyond Godlike. Okay, I'm going to really need to speed through here because there's going to be just high ground defense, I imagine. Oh, actually, this guy's going for the split pushing action with the Sanjin Yasha or Sanjakaya.
He's got a good build on Axe.
He does.
He's got 8 stacks. That's not too bad. You get like 3, though, per ulti, right?
Oh, Razor with the high ground ward.
This guy does not.
True support.
Draft. Yep.
Nice. We got the sniper high ground defense coming in hot.
Are they even queuing up the Lincolns to protect from the Spearbreaker?
Jenkins, do you know who's the most contested hero in Herald? What's the most picked hero?
It's got to be Sniper.
Sniper, right?
Ooh, bless you. Why is it not Punch?
Oh, that's not my talkback from mute, but.
You just mute me.
Yeah, I muted you. I was like, I have to sneeze, mute. I should have said, hey, Jenkins, mute me.
Oh, do you see what's in Zeus's inventory?
Hey, Rapier.
We got our first Rapier.
Now,
He's going
who
for
gets
4
the
more.
Rapier on Radiant? That's the question. I'm calling Weaver.
Do you think he's going to be able to get to a point where he's able to ult refresher ult? Or even, and with the Ags as well, and everybody, and like someone dies?
I think that's what he's going for. I want to see how much damage he does here with the Zeus ult. But this is with Pipe.
Through a pipe, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, he just kill steals, right?
But he's doing it because of the 25% extra damage that you're getting.
Yeah,
now
he
with
did ult
passive.
though. His ult went on cooldown.
Not a kill steal anymore.
He can do it again. Why doesn't he refresh?
Does
do it
Weaver
again?
kill himself to the blade mail?
He did indeed, yeah.
No, he's fine. And the sniper snipe.
He denied.
Oh yeah.
He denied Nimby.
Wow.
Yeah, that's.
Wait, he actually did not.
He did. There's the BKB from the Weaver. Last minute double kill for the sniper.
Can I see Zeus, please? He did refresh an ult twice.
He did, yeah. He's going for the double kill steals.
Disappointing.
So this guy's now top net worth.
Do you guys think this is the guy wondering why his games go so long?
This is definitely the guy.
Yeah.
Or why his team sucks.
Yeah.
He's not even there. He's
Why can't
not
they finish
ready
the
yet.
game? He's doing so much damage.
His KDA is going to look really sick, so it's not going to be him. He's not the
Yeah,
problem.
absolutely.
Hey, Razor, jumping the Weaver. It's just Razor.
Look at him go.
Is he X'd?
No.
He's fine.
No, he's not.
Kunkka
Okay,
wants
but now everybody's showing up. Oh, Spirit Breaker charging in. That's the global presence right there. Weaver, he's really low HP. I don't know how.
That's an X.
Yep.
2 second X.
The X into nothing combo. Razor has the suck again. Pulling in
have
the
any
Kunkka.
extra items
BKB. Snipe on the illusion. So
Kunkka,
Sniper.
after he dies now, gonna go on Reddit and post that.
Orchid on the illusion. They're using
gonna
all the.
post that X mark is bugged.
Wait, how did Sniper die?
Because it doesn't work against Spirit Breaker for
Oh.
some reason.
Oh yeah, this is some backline jumping right here with the Wind Waker as well. Now I don't know how Slark dies.
Why is Weaver there?
I don't know.
This Slark build is dope.
How does
Wind
this
Waker.
not end right now?
Another Rapier.
Zeus?
I think we know where this is going.
I think believe mercy, he says. He wants out.
Wait, so they have double a soul cuirass. How does this tower not go down? Okay, they
It
get
does go
racks.
down. Okay, so they double racks. Okay, so they don't have megas. There's one more left, and the X on the Razor. So they're gonna look to at least get something for the racks trade. BKB from the Razor as well. Silence 2. Axe is not looking to blink in. His team is not there. This is just Razor running in. Ooh, nice Force Staff from the... Actually, that was Kunkka's Force Staff. I was not expecting that. Into the pullback and the Torrent. Very nice. Blink on the Skywrath. Sniper's just peeping away into the Blade Mail. And Axe is huge. This is a thick boy. He can BKB and walk away from that. Oh, Sniper Force Staffs himself in. Okay. I like that they're still ballsy this late into the game. Yeah, Daedalus. Yeah, he likes his recipes. Okay, Spirit Breaker doing some feeding. Very good.
Zeus still 0 deaths, right?
Who did he just kill? Oh, let's watch this. Yep. Yep, there's the Zeus double rapier right there.
Beautiful.
He's feeling himself.
Can you like ult on his ult and see how much damage it does with his build?
Does that work?
I think it does in Spectator.
1,074. Oh my god.
That's pretty baller.
Oh dear.
I didn't know you could do that. Thanks for the tech, Brian.
Of course.
Play safe, Zeus. Yep. He's right.
I think they've realized, I think maybe Radiant's gonna hunt Zeus.
This is not that safe, Shiver, if I had to say so myself. He's gonna Wind Waker himself into the tree. Sniper knows, though, he shrapnels.
The blink!
No, he did not shrapnel the trees. The blink. Oh, they're pinging him. They're pinging him.
Back now.
Oh, don't forget that he was there, dude. No, dude. Okay, he's fine. He's keeping the distance.
There's no way that they make a comeback in this game, right?
Yeah, let's skip to 60 minutes. Let's skip to 60 minutes. Watch the neutral items.
Unless there's like a bunch of people dead at some point.
Because you know at a point there's gonna be this racks going down. Okay, there's
Zeus
actually.
is not yet shown. He has not left the.
Okay, Zeus
he's got the hammer.
He has Fallen Sky 3 spell rapiers. All right, let's hold alt over this. 1,500 damage per ult on Zeus.
Wait, what's his neutral enchantment?
It is.
We skipped.
Oh, he's got the
time.
Wait, we skipped. Can we see the Spirit Breaker, please?
He
Oh.
has no neutral item.
Shiver, it's the hope that got.
All right, let's check Razor. Let's check Razor. He still has no.
No, but Razor's, I am willing to believe for Razor is bugged. It doesn't even show glowing light.
There's no glowing hammer.
I respect the benefit of the doubt. I really do.
I'm really happy they added Spider Legs back as a tier 5 because they're a fun item, but obviously putting them in the game most of the time is broken. So
how many kills does Slark have? 16 kills. I would expect him to have more, to be honest.
Wind Waker plus Spider Legs. This man doesn't know terrain.
This guy is not going to die. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. How long do we have? 28 minutes. Okay, we got time.
A little surprised that Sniper didn't buy Aghanim Scepter recipe first.
Oh, Axe is looking at his items. All right, so it's one of two things. It's either Giant's Ring or Unwavering Condition for some godforsaken reason. It's these two items Herald's love.
Is Unwavering still in the game?
Is what?
Is Unwavering
Oh,
Condition
you're
still
right. You're right. I think they removed it because it was not picked by
He
anyone.
didn't choose. He just continued running.
He did. Okay. Okay, Sniper's full HP, by the way. Sniper's full HP.
This is going to be good.
So, do they wait for the charge to connect is the real question here.
No.
No, he's just dead.
And yeah, that's very painful and sad.
And who is this guy charging now? Is it this guy? Is it gonna be
Is he dead too?
He's going to be another kill? He's
You're
silenced
good
by
silent.
Kunkka.
He didn't push his bulldoze.
No, he did not. He has no items.
He sold his items. He
Wait,
got
what?
angry at Zeus because Zeus was kill stealing throughout the whole game. He
Oh
did not want to end.
my god.
Did he buy back? Oh,
He did
my
buy back.
God.
11,000 gold on him.
This man is unhinged.
He actually sold all of his items.
How often does this happen?
This is... I mean, there's always something. But that's not normal. Neither is this. Who wins
Weaver?
here? He's got a lot of
Nice.
minus armor. Okay.
They got this now.
You think so?
-1, yeah, 40,000. Weaver is online. All it takes is kill Zeus, take his
Smoke
rapiers,
ganked
and end
Zeus
the game.
one time. One time
Smoking Herald. I don't know, dude.
Look at
That's
Zeus's
a rare
backpack,
one.
man. He's got 3 wards and 3 smokes.
Yeah, but he's not the one that we should be seeing smoking.
He's smoking something for sure.
He's definitely smoking something. Okay. I think we're still missing some tier 5 tokens.
Yeah, we
right?
are. I think Dyer might have it. What did Axe go for in the end?
He's still thinking
He's
about
still
it.
mulling it over.
All right, we
looking for
gotta
Roche,
check some of the
but
items.
Roche is
show
running
that
up
the
there.
Heralds don't read patch notes. There is multiple boar staffs on their side. They're like, yeah, it's a very good item against Slark.
Wait, does this guy solo kill the SB? Oh, the SB.
I mean, he's got boots of travels.
Okay, I see. So he's going to be chain feeding is what's happening here.
Very good.
Once again, very common stuff in your pub behavior. It's going to be tipping coming out from the Skyreth Mage. And Axe, I believe this will be a solo Roche attempt. This always happens in Herald.
He thinks he's strong enough now. It's minute 65.
And
he's level 29. Why not?
Right. And you'd think that the calculations would come out at this point, but they never do.
Wait, how did Slark die with his items? His items are OP. I actually have to see how Slark dies.
Okay. So so the calculation now does come out, and he's going to teleport back to Fountain to heal.
Dire is mentally done. They're out of this game.
Zeus has broken his teammates.
How does Slark go down?
He has Wind Waker available.
He legit just died to Skyult. Like, he was not expecting this damage.
Damn.
Is there something else that happened there? Why was that so much? He still has the mana draft. Okay.
I think he kept that, though, because his neutral item gauge is not filled up, so he just purposely kept that.
It is 17 minutes in the game.
Yep.
How many CS
still doesn't have a neutral.
How many CS does Zeus have?
He's going for a rapier as well. Yep, okay.
How much CS? 818. That's pretty solid.
He's got 15k gold. Yeah.
15,000. All right, here comes the charge. He has no items. He's feeding.
He needs to farm the rapier before he feeds.
This is good. Razor is trying to abuse the fact that his guy's feeding and get some kills, but then realizing that it's just him, and there's 5 guys on the enemy side.
When's Zeus gonna hit all his buttons again?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
I want to enter the mind of Zeus and just...
He's griefing. He has 4 obs.
But isn't he holding everybody hostage here?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some fighting going on, so there's passive aggression.
See, they can't buy Observer Wards. Axe has some queued up. Razor has been buying them throughout the whole game, and now Zeus...
Well, Razor actually has
them hostage.
And,
oh, they're actually going and trying to push here. Weaver's going for the high ground while Kunkka's getting gone on the back line.
Zeus has all his buttons.
Zeus has all his buttons. Looks like Slark gets his Aghanim shard off, kills the Kunkka. Weaver is not interested in helping his team. He's just going to hit the barracks, and they actually get 1 set of barracks.
Oh my goodness, this Slark is actually dying.
He has 48 stacks. He is slowly dying. Underlord's like, dude, where's my Weaver? Why is he not helping me? Now he's going to go down.
Dude, this Slark, what a bro.
But they get the trade.
And Zeus did press his button.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say Sniper died. Okay, so he bought his own rapier.
No, I think he got Spirit Breaker's rapier.
No, he bought his own rapier.
Spirit Breaker didn't have it yet.
So Zeus sees the rapier. Wait, how did... He just... That's it? What?
It's 1,500 damage.
Bro, that's so much damage.
Look how many kills Dire has. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, this is Sniper's rapier because this guy is picking it up and retrieving it for him.
Yeah, but he doesn't know it doesn't work for him.
Wait,
no, it works for him.
It does work for him.
It might have been Spirit Breaker's rapier.
Wait, was it not Sniper's rapier in the first place? Was he... Wait, I gotta see this. No, it works.
What does it say? It doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
Well, it's because Zeus killed him. It drops, and okay, yeah, it's because Sniper didn't drop it. Yeah, this is normal.
Sniper did drop it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying he didn't manually drop it himself.
But if Sniper
Sniper is the first one to kill him, and it was his. That means that only an enemy team can pick it up and it's usable.
Yeah.
No. If your guy dies, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter.
The first rapier
is
tied to the person that buys it on the same
until they die.
No, until the other team
has picked it up once.
Yeah.
So how the hell? So he got this.
So he got this. He got that rapier from Spirit Breaker. Probably. Okay. But Spirit Breaker now he's like, get me out.
Yeah, and Gunnar says it was Spirit Breakers.
Okay, thank you, Gunnar.
Thank you, Gunnar.
Yeah, very important stuff here, guys.
Mystery solved. I'm gonna try the Slark build, by the way.
Yeah, it's not bad. The BKB comes out for some reason. Oh, he thought the Weaver was on top of him, but he was just going the other way.
One hit combo.
Look at him run.
Yeah.
This is a race car battle.
It's the chase down.
They're pretty fast, actually.
He's distracted by the tower now.
Where's Zeus now?
Weaver still doesn't have the tokens for his neutral item.
Yeah, they got to hit some neutral creep.
So this game's going to end abruptly. I'm feeling like the twist of Dire losing this game, even though they're up by 40,000.
What's Zeus do? Zeus is just... never mind. He's just farming.
He's A-clicking creeps in the river.
Is he gonna be... Should he get rid of another one?
Wait, how does he have another neutral item?
At 75, you get... It's like, you get another chance to refresh it is what you get.
At 70...
I think it's 75 or something. I think in 75 minutes you get another chance.
It's not possible. It's not 75 yet.
Maybe
He
it's
already
70
has it.
minutes.
What?
I know there was like a...
That's crazy.
Some point in the game, it uncapture Madstone count.
That is interesting. Okay, so Slark is going to go in by himself. I mean, he's been doing this all game.
He really wants to win.
He's rooted. The brown
Zeus
targeted
really wants
stuff.
to win this game.
Oh.
Oh, there's another rapier purchase from Spirit Breaker. Spider legs away.
Zeus has his combo. He's waiting.
He is waiting. Yep.
Waiting.
Yep. It's always Underlord versus Slark, isn't it, over here? There's the Torrent. He hits the Torrent. He is so hard to lock down with all of this bullshit that he has to dispel. Okay, let's just watch this poor sniper. He is full HP, by the way.
2.5k.
He gave up on the rapier. He just has normal items now.
Oh no, he's dead.
Yep. Yep. This guy has the right item choice, by the way. The Eon Disc. I would definitely suggest changing this to Spell Rapier.
At 70 minutes, you get your Madstone cap removed, and you can get as many as you want and rebrand the item. Jenkins. So that's going to impact your Herald games a lot.
Yeah, that's useful.
Does
There's
Razor
another
have a
rapier
neutral?
for him.
Okay, we're going to
One
skip ahead
blue,
here.
one
We're gonna
yellow.
skip ahead. So we can watch the professional matches. Oh, where are they ulting?
Does Razor have a neutral item?
Where'd the ult go? Oh, there. Does Razor have a neutral item? No, he does not.
No.
He has 75 Madstone. So they're going to ult to the top tower and try to go for some backdoor play, but he realizes it's not so good. He just ults out.
That was good.
Yeah.
Good awareness that the pounce does not cancel.
He ults back in. He ults back in. He's popping in and out.
Oh, dude, that Wind Waker dodge.
It really feels like just Slark versus the entire Radiant, and he keeps getting away.
Did Spirit Breaker finish his rapier?
Oh, Weaver's going for the throne.
Weaver!
He's trying to throne. He's trying to throne.
I'm getting up for this one. Look at him go.
He's actually doing it.
And the Zeus has his buttons.
They're not paying attention. He's going to defend the tier 3.
Zeus, your buttons.
He's throning. You have to defend the throne, brother. Kuka's running past everything with the rapier. He's trying to go throne as well.
Lark's in there.
Lark is trying to defend it. He uses
Zeus and
Aghanim
his
Shard.
buttons were good.
Okay, there's 2 rapiers on the deck. 1 rapier on the deck. Throne is 30% HP. Slark has a shitload of stacks. Drops another rapier.
The Moon Shard.
Oh, Axe. He's going for the counterplay here with the wards queued up. He stole a Roche. He has Aegis. We didn't see that, but he did stole a Roche.
Uh-oh, it's the throne
So he's
raid.
going to go for the throne.
Blade Mail, dude.
Did Underlord buy back? No, he didn't buy back. He just ulted back. Okay.
Weaver bought back.
Weaver? He bought back. Did he buy back? He did buy back. Yeah, looking for the Axe. Pops the BKB.
the Weaver hitting him. Sorry.
The slow rundown. Nice crits from him. Double damage from the Razor. He's wrapping around. The Weaver has infinite invis, by the way, because he's level 30. So that's going to be the Aegis going down.
Let's see if he Shikuchi's on top of him. He doesn't want to.
No,
he's alone.
no, he's going to run instead through the
He's
tier
going
2,
big man
trying to
on
kill
a
the tier 2. And that's going to be the suck from the Razor. The call from the Axe catches him. And the Blade Mail, he's dead.
We knew there were going to be some clutch calls like
2 minutes. 2 minutes dead. Sniper almost has his heart.
This is hype.
I don't know if Radiant can do this without the Weaver. And no buyback on the other two. For a minute, no Skywrath.
2 thrones exposed, ladies and gentlemen. Does the Zeus with
Underlord
3
hold.
rapiers do it? One of them is not a spell rapier. They're going to go in with the Axe, hexed up. Sniper
Oh,
dies in the
no.
fountain, has no buyback.
Oh,
The fort is used. It is
Go.
just 2 non-damage
Goes up.
dealing heroes. Yep, they're
Where
looking.
is the Zeus?
Axe is hitting the throne.
Zeus is in
Spirit
the
Breaker
fountain.
charges in, immediately gets grabbed by the root. Nice double torrent. That was really nice.
Zeus has buttons.
Yep. Does he have buttons? He
Yep.
does have buttons. He's not using them. He wants the kill steal. He's
He
being an
wants a
asshole.
refresher, so he waits another 10 seconds now.
Yeah, he's going for the refresher. Axe is hexed up. These 2 are actually clutching
They're
hard right now.
combating.
Oh, Axe with the
Zeus,
call though. The
push the
dunk.
ult, dude.
But he has buyback. He has buyback. It's okay. Skywrath Mage has ult. Uses Ethereal Blade. Is there any vision on him? He's dead on Axe.
Close call. That Minotaur horn from Skyrat, that's going to pay off.
Lark wasn't there either, by the way. He's kind of griefing as well. So that's 2 buybacks. This is a 3v4 scenario, but Sniper and Weaver are almost up.
What do we think would happen with Zeus? Like, why is he
Why
like
is he
that?
like this?
He's a man of chaos.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, look at Zeus!
Look,
Zeus
Weaver.
is where fight is, no?
No, he's in the
Oh.
trees, Sheever.
Never mind.
He's got his
22,000
bank
gold.
account.
Spirit Breaker charging in, still trying to feed another rapier. They're trying to go for the tier 2 mid. They will succeed. This creep wave is pushed in, guys.
Oh.
There's 2 range creeps.
Man, I'm so happy we're gonna watch professional e-gamers play Dota after this.
It's gonna push in.
The Zeus needs to do
They're
stuff.
actually getting megas. Oh, he's
No, go
throning.
for Megas,
He's
go for
throning.
Throne.
Lark?
He's throning on Weaver.
Lark?
He's doing it. There's the fort.
Zeus has buttons.
Zeus has buttons. He's being an asshole. He's not. He's griefing.
No.
This is a grief.
Oh my god.
No. Wowee.
Wowee.
This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you never give up in Dota, because sometimes somebody is an asshole and they will grief the enemy team. This is what we learned from Herald. You can always count on people to ruin their own games.
No greater enemy than yourself, Jenkins.
He did end up that game with 0 deaths on Zeus, right?
No way.
I think he didn't die.
No way. Let me check.
He went to the jungle and didn't come out ever.
He's 28-0.
Perfect
Wait,
score.
he was with the Slark. They were party queued.
Was anybody else party queued?
What is this?
Was anybody else party queued?
No. What is this?
They just really wanted to try out the Divine Rampage, maybe. I don't know.
I'm trying to think of the mentality of that Slark and the dynamic of that friendship following this game.
Jenkins,
Yeah?
is this very reminiscent of other Herald games you've watched and witnessed?
Yeah, that's about right.
Wow.
Is there anything you feel like we can take away for our next series there, Jenkins?
Fuck no.
I think that's a good thing. So I think it's about time. Chimera versus Team Spirit after a break. Promise.
We have in here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Two-drone Adventure Man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Now me grandmother, she at the age of 83 took sick into her bed and then her died. And after she was dead, why the will of course was read by a lawyer as we all sat by her side. To me brother it was found she'd left £100, likewise to me sisters I declare. But when it came to me, the lawyer says, I see she's only left you her old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare Granny's only left you her old armchair. Well, I hardly thought it fair, but I said I didn't care, and in the evening took the chair away. How the neighbours chaffed, me brother he laughed, but said 'twould come in useful someday. When you settle down in life and find yourself a wife, you'll find it very handy, I declare. On a cold and frosty night, when the fire burns bright, you can sit her in your old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare Granny's only left you her old armchair. Well, what me brother said was true, for in a year or two I settled down in married life. First the lass I court, and then the ring I bought, and so I took her to the church to be me wife. Now me wife and me are as happy as can be, and in the evening when me work is done, I never like to roam, prefer to stay at home, sitting in me old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaff, how me brothers and me sisters laugh when they heard the lawyer declare Grounding's only left you her old armchair. One night the chair fell down. When I picked it up I found the seat had fallen out upon the floor.
Yeah, Falcons get another 2-0, and Amar gets one more word of all chat in at the end of the game.
Damn, I don't know what to do.
Are you alright?
AY just told me that I need to stop talking so much during games, but I don't know what to do. I just get crazy and start exploding.
Have you tried meditating?
Meditating?
I mean, I just read it in a book and it says in Thai culture it's a common thing. It helps people to relax. Maybe you could try it.
Fine. At this point, I'll just try anything.
So, just close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and out.
Where are we?
I think we're in your mind.
Then why are you here?
I'm just here for fun. Hello?
What are you doing in my brain?
I'm here to teach you. I was like you once. Did you know that I started tipping people in Dota first?
You started all this?
Yes, but I soon realized that it's not important. The most important thing is to be humble.
I haven't won a single tournament in years.
It's humility. Humility.
But no one. How do I do this?
That was fucking weird.
Well, I learned nothing from that. I love tipping. I will not stop.
Paparazzi?
What are you here coming to teach me now? Am I gonna just keep getting players over and over again teaching me stuff? What?
好好学着点. But you know they're speaking now.
我从来不在比赛中说话，不和对手多话，连队友都不交流。AME 上次抢了我的服，我一句话都没说。
Wow, and you play like this all the time?
没错，你只要你别说话，别说话，别说话。
Wow, these visuals are quite realistic.
I really feel like I'm starting to learn something. Is that Curtis?
I think so.
What is he saying?
Don't be misguided. Don't take their advice.
I shouldn't stop trash talking?
Follow your instincts. Do what you feel is right. Stop listening to his calls, guys. These guys are fucking idiots. Listen to me. Path to success will soon be revealed to you. You have 3 invis heroes, guys. How do you not have dust? The words you heard before are incorrect for you. Oh, thank God that's over. Everyone report Teal for communication abuse. Now I can finally relax.
Wow. I now understand. Thank you so much, AY. I really appreciate your support.
What are you talking about?
I will never stop tipping, all chatting, and trash talking, and even on Twitter for the rest of my fucking life. Ugh.
We're going from the lowest tiers of Dota to the highest tiers of Dota 2. You're watching DreamLeague Season 25, and we're going to continue with our second series of the day, and we changed it up a little bit on the desk for that one. Still joined by Lacoste, but now also Effie here. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you, Steve?
I'm doing good as well. Glad to have you join us for this one. Should be a good one. Before we are getting into it, though, we're first going to check in with Brian, who has something very smart to say.
Yeah, thank you, Sheaves. Yesterday, Team Spirit versus Bet Boom team, I wanted to highlight something that Collapse abused within this game that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more moving forward with this patch, and that's going to be disassembling. We saw some crazy stuff coming out from him, but we're also going to be highlighting something from Pure. But let's go ahead and jump into the clips. So the new item that it seems like a lot of offlaners are going to be rushing is this halberd, and you're going to notice that Collapse getting a bunch of stacks for himself in the triangle super early. This is nothing unfamiliar, but you're going to see a 9-minute or pre-9 minute halberd completion. And so one thing that we're mentioning in the patch notes is that halberd's now dispellable, and you're thinking, okay, well, that maybe this item's really strong in the early game now, it has a nice build-up, but maybe it will fall off, and that makes it thus balanced. However, Collapse is going to show us just how much you can abuse this new halberd build-up by, let's go ahead and load up to the next clip, because halberd can actually be disassembled where he sells the Ring of Regen and the recipe. Those are losing him a net like 240 gold overall, and it's obviously 30 minutes into the game, and that means absolutely nothing in terms of the value that you lose. And he uses the crown from that halberd, as we see in the next clip, to construct a Shiva's, and then he disassembles the Vanguard portion of it to finish a Bloodstone. So this halberd gets disassembled into 2 other big items later on in the game, and it's going to hit this crucial timing right where he gets the Bloodstone delivery for a team fight. He doesn't end up like having some amazing impact here, but this Bloodstone could have come out easily a few minutes later because of that gold that he saved from that disassemble, and something we can be keeping an eye out for halberd and people getting creative. We used to see like the Vanguard into Octarine in the old days, but now it seems to be halberd disassembling meta. And for this next clip, even though Pure is not in this series, I want to show the craziest disassemble I have ever witnessed. Pure is going to have a Dragon Lance. You're going to notice in the bottom right, he's missing 3 components of S and Y. So he's going to disassemble Dragon Lance to get the Blade of Alacrity portion of S and Y that he had not purchased yet. Wait, it gets a little bit crazier here. He's then going to sell the Dragonlance recipe. He's going to disassemble the drums, which then gives him the Belt of Strength component that he had not purchased yet. He's then going to... He has the Robe of the Magi, which you're like, oh, he has nothing to do with this. But then he's going to disassemble his treads. You know, this is the most ridiculous... This is live. This is in full speed, by the way, guys. And now he's going to use the Belt of Strength that was initially not from his treads for his S&Y treads build. So these things can get pretty crazy. Gyrocopters and 8 allows you to disassemble like this, but I think players are going to get more and more creative over time, especially with that halberd buildup in the off lane. But yeah, I just want to highlight some of the coolest disassembling that I've seen really ever.
Yeah, that did look very cool. Although, indeed, I hope that I won't have a gyrocopter that stands still, because he probably will take a lot longer than Pure would to try and figure out what he can build. But it did look very cool. Thank you for that, Brian. And we're diving into Chimera versus Spirit here. And with that in mind, Effie, I would love to talk a little bit more about Chimera. They have looked unstoppable. They are unstoppable. They're 2-0 right now. How do you feel about a team that has openly said they're disbanded?
I mean, this team is kind of like proving me wrong, because I just thought that maybe this kind of environment would not thrive in DreamLeague, because you kick a player, you're playing with the kicked player, there's no way the internal conflict doesn't return at some point, and you eventually implode, but that hasn't happened yet. They look really good. Yesterday, they were just like laughing on camera. They looked like they were having a lot of fun together. So honestly, so long as this toxic environment isn't there, they've been cooking. They've been cooking up stuff from the offlane with the Hawk. Like, he loves his Enigmas and TVs. They've been doing things like position 5 jungle Venomancer. They've definitely got a lot of creativity.
This illuminates the importance of the light at the end of the tunnel. Doesn't really matter what's in the tunnel. It just matters that you can see the end of it. And the end of that light is the end of DreamLeague, as I imagine this is the team's last tournament. So I'm
still hoping, Brian.
You're hoping?
At the
Okay.
end of the tournament, they're going to be like, we're still really good friends. It worked out for us. Maybe we should stick together, sign those contracts again.
I love the positivity. But who knows? We'll just take it from there, okay? We're still also thinking that maybe the first big loss they have might just be, you know,
they might lose one series and they'll be like, yeah, we disbanded. We're out of this tournament. We don't want to play anymore.
Well, they're gonna have a tough.
That's what I'm
challenge
thinking.
today.
Like, where is the implosion, Sheaves?
Not yet. They haven't been losing yet, so they're not yet. It's not yet happening. Today they're because they won versus Heroic and they won versus Liquid. Both of those teams sit at the bottom of the barrel at the moment. They're gonna go up against Team Spirit, a team that is 1-1 right now, and a team that is highly regarded as being one of the strongest here, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit's scary. They didn't look the best in the first game of Group Stage 2, but yesterday, absolutely dominating performance against Baboom, and I think they're doing the same thing that Falcons did, where maybe a little bit of a rough adjustment to the patch. Even Yatoro in the post-game interview yesterday said, yeah, PA, we thought it was a little bit better than it is, but it's clearly not broken. They adjusted their priorities in the draft, and I think we're going to be seeing a pretty strong Team Spirit today.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I believe we also want to take a look at our Ace of Predator head-to-head at this point to compare, I believe, what would be the offlane?
It's the 4 position.
The 4 position, still on the offlane.
I thought it was interesting because Rue and 1J have such overlapping hero pools. I wanted to check out their stats, and they're going to be nearly identical when we go across the board. GPM, I was wondering about 1J's GPM because yesterday the Venomancer basically core position from the 4 position. I think that gave him the slight lead over Rue in the GPM category. But assists, Rue was in the top 5 supports of the entire tournament for assists, so that's something I wanted to highlight for him. This guy just seems to be a part of the action all the time. And then we've got the deaths. These 2 supports, there's some supports in this tournament who are averaging pretty ridiculous amount of deaths. And these guys, I feel like when they're playing the Bounty Hunters, the Rickies, they're playing Spear Breakers, but they're also both playing stuff like the Grimstroke in the back line. So I feel like the positioning is going to be key for both of these players. And I also think Rue is the unsung hero of Team Spirit. It's really hard to give him much limelight when we're talking Yatoro back, Collapse is back, Maposhka, the captain of all time. So shout out to him, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys have to offer.
Yeah, pretty similar to Mira. I think I already mentioned it on one of the previous panels where he is not very, it's hard to shine as much considering the players that you have on the team, because Mira has also been silent. He has been having this imposter syndrome after winning first TI, after winning second TI. Rue, he's kind of following his footsteps in terms of what he's doing, that he's, his gameplay, he keeps improving ever since he joined the team, and he looks really good. He's starting to play some more meta heroes as well. But I also wanted to highlight some of the favorite heroes that they did have so far in the tournament. For Team Spirit, it has been Ricky and Bounty Hunter. I don't think we're going to be seeing much Ricky. Their win rate is pretty insane, especially on Bounty, 80%. Warlock as well, who's sitting at 100%, 5 out of 5. And also Ember Spirit. They love to run it from different roles if necessary. They didn't show it in the tournament yet. And on side of Chimera, Storm Spirit. Lorenov, this has always been one of his better heroes. His Storm, his Queen of Pain, his Puck. And also they played Terrorblade from 2 different roles, even though there was one game where they kind of had Phantom Assassin and TB in the same team, which didn't work out for them. Win rate is not there. But the big one that stands out the most is Enchantress. He has not been defeated. Panto playing Enchantress 6 out of 6 games. Might be starting the streak. We've seen a very good streak coming out from Snaking, and Panto is, it's still not up there with the 25+ streak that Snaking did have, but this guy almost never loses on Eng.
But see, those stats are very interesting because a lot of them are pre-patch, and these heroes have changed since the patch, right? I really like that you showed us that graphic, because when I think about Rue, he's most impressed me only very recently. Yes, he is significantly improved, but once he found his invisible hero niche at the previous tournaments when he was running these Rickies and Bounties almost every game, he looked so good. But the invisible heroes haven't had such a great showing at this Dream League so far. Bounty Hunter's been okay, but there was this one day, yesterday or the day before, where he lost 4 games in a row. Not Rue, but Bounty Hunter, the hero.
Yes.
That hero is losing. Enchantress got hit by some nerfs. Her impetus doesn't farm as fast as it used to. She's also lost when she's shown up. So a lot of the favorite heroes that we saw in that graphic, can they run them anymore? The Terrorblade offlane that Dahak loves, he picked it one time. It looked awful.
Yeah.
It didn't look good.
I mean, we're seeing new heroes pop up all the time. I believe yesterday in a series that you were privy for, Mira, we had the Broodmother a couple of times coming out as well. So we might see some new heroes coming out here as well. We'll see what Chimera and Team Spirit have cooked up, as Team Spirit will start from the Radiant side with second pick. Chimera will be first pick and Dire side. And we have the Jakira already banned, Mag banned. And on the side of Team Spirit, it is the infamous Dragon Knight ban, together with the Lifestealer, Bristle, and Enigma, Brian.
It seems like Lifestealer's a new PA.
Yeah, is it?
Just the carry that's getting first round banned. We even saw it get first round picked yesterday, I believe, once. Wasn't either of these two teams, but yeah. I think when the patch comes out, like you were mentioning, Mira, with all these changes and things that were working prior, that Enchantress, I remember Insania in his post-game interview said like, oh yeah, I read the patch notes that Impetus no longer does double damage to creeps, but wow, I felt it in the middle of the game. You know, it doesn't matter how many Enchantress games you take, you get a more of a feel of this is how fast this hero jungles, this is when I can take the range creep in lane to secure it, and when you have to play it and be like, wow, that made me miss 3 range creeps this game, or wow, that made me late to my mid-rotation, and suddenly the hero stocks just drastically drop, and I'm wondering if they can still make it work, stuff like Enchantress.
There's one trend that I noticed when Chimera, when they have the first pick, they open up in 9 out of 10 games with a core. Like they almost never open up with the support, whether that's going to be some Enigma, some Bristleback, but they also need to show some other stuff that they are willing to play. And this is one of the few times that we see Tiny let through, because this hero has looked really strong with the insurmountable facet, which gives you status resistance, gives you slow resistance, attack speed resistance as well now on the insurmountable. And you're also building into SNY. You have your craggy coat, so you're not receiving that much damage, becoming super tanky, and also the other facet is kind of dead nowadays. There is not going to be that much of a toss because we changed the way it works. You can't get the double combo with the avalanche and toss, so Tiny, he feels strong.
Yeah, this year went on like a interesting little journey with this patch, because the first day of the patch dropped, it was like the last closing day of Group Stage 1, and Tiny looked bad every game he was played, but then people realized you could buy Revenant's Brooch and just run this hero carry, because if you're taking the insurmountable facet, now you have more damage than you used to from your nukes in the first place. Like your avalanche and toss damage got buffed, so now you're a carry Tiny who's doing more damage with your spells. And it looks better on that roll. We've also seen it run mid still with the crash landing facet, like Nisha did love to play it, but it does seem a lot harder to pull off.
Yeah, I think the flex potential is there, and that's why they're willing to pick it, but I do think it's almost certainly going to be a carry, so I'm wondering how much of that flex potential is worth posturing / bluffing, you know, if they're probably not going to run a mid. The crash landing is still nice, but I agree with Mira, like the fact that you're just a carry given free damage on your spells, it definitely adds up in the mid game because you're not blink comboing anybody. I remember seeing Mickey play it and he never even had a blink in his inventory until 40-ish minutes, and if you're not doing that, then Tiny's just a strictly better hero than he was before. And TB, if it's a carry Tiny, TB's always been one of the best matchups against carry Tiny because you're outranging him. If you ever try to like combo somebody to half, which still applies, you're not going to burst them, but TB loves that, just turn around and sunders you. Also, you don't play inside a lane, so Tiny doesn't get the initiation on you. I'm curious if they end up running this. I mean, I guess we got 2 flexes at this point, so it's almost impossible to know what we're going to see.
Revenant Brooch changes the matchup a little bit. It's not like guaranteed hit like the old Revenant's Brooch 100% of the time, but it does allow you to pierce through high armor from Terrorblade, and also your nukes are dealing more damage nowadays in terms of just like using it, because you're going to be maxing out the tree grab as Tiny, and then you use your avalanche, get a couple of hits in, use the toss, couple of more right clicks in as well, so you're not going for the full combo anymore.
Yeah, I wonder how much the Revenant's Brooch changes this matchup, but I'm still inclined, with my former patch knowledge, to believe this is heavily TB favored.
Yeah.
Because even once TB gets Scotty, like, Terrorblade becomes like a turret in a fight with a couple of items where he's standing in the center, and you kind of just have to fight around him if you have no hero to address him. And if you're not killing the rest of his team, he's killing you. And that Scotty hit on Tiny, it's so hard to play Tiny once you've got this Scotty slowing you. You can't get on the heroes that you want to, especially if you're a carry.
Yeah, it's so funny because I'm like, well, it could be an offlane TB with a pipe, or it could be a carry TB with a Scotty. I actually just, I have no idea which one they're going to get. But they also elect to ban the Venomancer that 1K whipped out yesterday, which I love. They did such a cool thing on the Chimera where they cut the creep wave with the Veno and the Night Stalker, even bringing their 5-position hero in to like body block. So that the Night Stalker was not stranded for the first creep wave, and the Veno was like level 9 at 10 minutes. Just shouting out that that's why they elected to ban it. And Team Spirit snipes the Enchantress. Both teams have been Enchantress heroes.
This Team Spirit and Poshka, also one of the OGs that did play Enchantress back in the days when not many people wanted to touch it. So yeah, taking away Enchantress. Coming into the series, we kind of expected it to be contested, at least from Chimera's side, because they didn't lose a single time yet. But right now, Team Spirit would also need to have some kind of lockdown, because right now there is just basically a slow, which is not going to be as effective against Tiny, because Tiny has, again, with insurmountable talent, slow resistance, he builds into SNY, so there's more stacking of that slow resistance, so it's not going to be as effective as before.
100%, and team fight, right? Team Spirit don't have it yet, whereas Chimera just secured their first team fight hero in Darkseer, who is also counter to Terrorblade if it is run safe lane. Like, there's just a lot of magic damage coming out of Iron Shell, let alone the wall that's going to come out later. But in this patch, it really feels like the most valuable picks that you get in the first phase are the ones that can help you secure that minute 15 Tormentor. That's why we've been seeing so many Jakiros, so many Warlocks, so many Phoenixes. Even Wyvern has popped up recently. So I would expect Spirit needs to secure a hero like that for themselves in this next phase. I wouldn't mind a Phoenix.
Phoenix right here?
For Spirit or Chimera. For either of them, really.
Okay. I would maybe love to see something more that's going to lane with Darkseer, some Spirit Breaker, maybe some Bounty Hunter. Well, Bounty's banned, never mind. So maybe him, maybe something that can utilize that Iron Shell. Marcy is definitely the one. He didn't play it yet, but we saw the combo is there in the previous series from Team Liquid. They just were unable to execute, I would say, but one of the better laning partners. They also did pick Darkseer into Enchantress. Usually this has been the counter to the Darkseer in the lane, removing the Iron Shell and removing the Surge.
Darkseer's win rate went up a lot with the new patch, so I'd almost guarantee that this Enchantress... This is how Team Spirit thinks. They know Terrorblade's countered by Darkseer, so they think Darkseer, being a good hero on the patch, is likely to be picked. They pre-counter it with the Enchantress in lane, securing Yaturo's either going Terrorblade or something like Troll or Sven, actually. I'd been highlighting him yesterday. I really wanted to see some more Sven. Always been good against Darkseer because your illusion just sucks. And you're also going to stand your ground, and you're even happy to have an illusion of you created because you'll just Satanic off of it, as opposed to a hero like Troll that's going to hit it when he doesn't want to. So Alchemist earlier against Team Liquid's Marcy, Darkseer. I love having carries with stuns that say, you're going to jump on top of us, we're going to fight you.
But that does mean that Terrorblade's offlane.
Yes, they did reveal that, but I think they also planned if Chimera counters Terrorblade carry that they will rotate it. And Tiny's 0 armor in lane, so Terrorblade being pretty much 100% physical damage, should have a pretty decent matchup up there.
It's even more armor. This is Terrorblade with Warcry, and this is going to be the first game of Sven that I'm going to be seeing in the new patch, at least in the professional Dota. He did receive some of the buffs. His facet got buffed overall, so there's no negative sides to it, so that feels really nice, but I'm not sure how strong the hero is right now. And his base armor has been increased by 1, Brian.
But they've reduced his base strength and base agility for some reason. Like, he received such interesting changes.
His facet also stops taking away the damage nerf, right?
Yeah. But it also, like, in the past, it was 0.4 at the start of the game to give you strength to damage, so you could just buy, like, 4 gauntlets and have more damage than you did before. But now you're like a normal Sven, but once you hit level 6, you're now getting just free strength, or free damage from your strength.
Yeah, I think that's true. It is odd, but I think just conceptually, macro play on the map, like Sven gets a lot of value out of being played on the safe lane because the Ancient Camp is right there now.
Yep,
like,
exactly.
The Ancient Camp is so close to you that, in theory, you want to draft as many carries as possible for your team that can take advantage of early Ancient stacks, because they don't really have to go very far. And Enchantress is a hero that can comfortably stack that up for him. Although I do think Team Spirit have the issue of how are they fighting this 15-minute Tormentor? They don't really
have much.
They don't have anything for it. They went for this Muerta at the very end, doesn't give them much team fight cost.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw Winter Wyvern up there for Chimera, potentially, because they have all physical damage right now. You have Terrorblade, you have Sven. Muerta is the one, but this is gonna be positioned for Muerta, who can kind of deal with it. But I think something that can stop, because whenever you have 2 heroes who deal same type of damage, I'm not a big fan of that type of a draft, and they're lacking some team fight as well. I know that Collapse has been playing a lot of TB prior to Fisher Playground. He played like 20 games of Terrorblade, so he definitely got a good grip of the hero, not the hero that you kind of tie Collapse to. He's more of a Blink initiator, so I think Lar will need to fulfill that role. And there's that Winter Wyvern that could potentially ruin the whole draft of Team Spirit.
And there are other team fighting 5s left. They're not as good as Wyvern or Phoenix who got banned out, but there's still some Crystal Maidens, some Liches, potentially. Ringmaster if you want to be a little spicy, but no one seems to want to touch that hero with a 10-foot pole.
This was tried like once or twice, but it's like...
I think Ringmaster's worse when there's ground damage, but he's kind of like Slark where you're not in your ulti and you're not targetable, so as long as they can't do damage to you in that state, his W is like invulnerability, and they can't hit anybody who's in Ringmaster's cage, so something like the Wyvern Cold in place, like the Ringmaster, like
Maybe
Shadow
even-
Demon or something.
I think Pugna could also be
Pugna,
really
yeah,
good,
that would
'cause
work,
he can
yep.
stop. Like Pugna got nerfed, so you don't have this combo with the Storm Spirit and Pugna anymore because it doesn't replenish mana, but the heal is overall better. And it also doesn't kill off the illusions against the Terrorblade anymore instantly, so that's a bit of a nerf, but they still might go for it because Panto is the guy that plays Pugna.
Well, they don't have a lot to think about. It was or time to think about. It was a Crystal
The
Maiden.
AoE
in the
slow
end.
that you were mentioning, Mira, for the...
It's also good if she decides to go for the shield one, the shield facet. It goes not the biggest amount of barrier, but changes things decently in the lane matchup.
Yeah, it's quite nice on lane. Like outside of lane, it doesn't feel as impactful, but if you're looking at a heavy physical damage lane like this Muerta TV, it's going to be useful for these skirmishes and trades. But mostly it's picked for that freezing field. Like you need a big team fighting spell to combo with the Darkseer Vacuum. Like this is the one. Like they have their 15-minute Tormentor on lock on Chimera, and they have the Arcane Aura to buff up the Storm. Whereas Team Spirit correct their lack of team fight with the last pick Shaker mid.
Yeah, I'm having a tough time imagining how this game plays out. I wouldn't even be surprised if Team Spirit like doesn't contest the Tormentor at minute 15 unless they have a significant lead at that portion, because I feel like they play the map better, but Chimera has better burst, so if they ever get caught alone on Team Spirit, the Storm Spirit's going to have a heyday, but at the same time, if kills aren't happening, I'm heavily favoring Team Spirit's lineup, so yeah, I'm just wondering. I think they scale better on Team Spirit, but Chimera, yeah, that mid game.
If there only were 2 extra people to weigh in on this tough question of who has the better draft. If only! Hello, commentary duo. Gunner, Odie Pixel.
Yeah, where are they?
What?
Is it us?
Is that?
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, what do you make of this Gunner? We're getting the Sven coming out from Radan.
Yep.
Do you believe in the Sven in this patch?
A bit. I see the vision with the Sven. I think it got changed a little, but the one thing I'm scared of is Enchantress.
Okay.
I don't think the hero's as strong as he used to be, and even the Terrorblade, he has a hard game. I said that in the past, Collapse has a hard game in Terrorblade, so there's some hope for Spirit, but I really like the Chimera draft. I think that it's a little more well-rounded.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think Chimera is going to give Spirit a pretty good fight here.
But that does mean that sounds like you're still favoring Spirit.
No, I think with the draft, I think Chimera's actually got the stronger chance.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I do agree. I like what they have. The problem is because Team Spirit is a real team that is not disbanded, so
That does help.
they're going to try
That
really
does
hard
help.
compared to
Couple
Chimera.
of TI winners sprinkled in there. You know, it helps as well.
It
Quite
does.
nice. It does generally make our opinion be a little more favored towards Team Spirit, apart from right now, because the draft definitely seems to favor Chimera in this case. Let's see how things will play out in game number 1 of the series via the PogChamp Islands.
Forward to this one here. Game 1 time to get in the action here was Team Spirit up against Chimera and Gunner. Indeed, this the way that these sort of drafts went down. What do you sort of make of it? And you say already what you like, what Chimera's got going on. What do you think is for the angle that Spirit is going for with what they've come up with today?
They're definitely going with a bit slower draft, I would say, compared to a lot of the teams in the meta. Sven is like, you want to farm in this hero. You can show up to the early fights, but again, also Terrorblade, you can show up to the early fights, but they're better at farming. So I agree with what BSJ was saying, where they're more of a scaling draft, and Chimera's more of this early mid game. You want to keep fighting, keep going, and if they get their timings, I like Spirit's draft. You know, they get to this 30-minute, the game is even, Radon will pop off. It's just a question of, are they going to get there and not be down 20,000 gold?
I'll have to see. And Chimera, I mean, the opening from this draft, the tiny, is that something you expect most teams
a lot of teams at least will be going for if it's not banned out in the first phase. You just go for that insta-pick Tiny.
Yeah, I think Tiny looks really nice. A lot of things about it. So basically, it's insurmountable. Now gives him a bonus thing where slow resistance also works on attack speed slows. So it's harder to... Basically, he's going to be the exact same hero no matter what you do. Like, you can't slow him, you can't stun him, you can't slow his attack speed. He'll always hit the same. And I think in addition to the fact that his nukes, you don't have to combo them anymore. Like, there's no combos of Avatos. That's out of the game. But individually, they do more damage. So you can still, like, combo to some extent. Now it just means basically you use them as stuns. Which, again, I think favors Carry Tiny. So Carry Tiny got a lot of buffs. It was getting picked a bit last patch around last TI.
It was, yep.
And I think it's just better now. So I really like the Tiny. And I think it's also a good matchup with Terrorblade.
Let's see Chimera. We'll start the game here with 3 of the 4 bounty runes. Team Spirit, though, looking for that first blood. And they should find it. Here's Dahak. Oh,
unless...
Oh, my goodness.
No way.
Okay, they end up actually getting the kill first. Radan falls. First blood for 1J. Maybe at least Team Spirit can pick up a second kill.
Deliver the courier.
They can. So they'll get 2 kills back their way, Team Spirit. But first blood and 3 of the 4 bounty runes. We'll go to Chimera. I thought Radan was going to get it first.
There's no... that was crazy that he went down. Also, I think he could have lived if he special delivered the boots. I still want to see
the Marcy,
yeah, I still want to see the Marcys use that a little more. It's just it's such a weird change and a weird new ability. Yeah, wow. Did they just miss uphill? I think they missed uphill.
I think they did right when they were trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Because it looked like, yeah, there must have been some misses coming into play there, but there you have it. So first blood for Chimera. A couple of kills, though, for Team Spirit. Yep. Coming to the lanes.
It's still really big for the offlane Chimera because it gave 1J full boots.
Yep.
And so basically versus Enchantress, the best thing you can do is pick up Pause 4 that's pretty fast with boots, and you can pull the wave. Enchantress never does anything to you. So the fact she gets these boots instantly means that I'm super happy for Chimera in this lane.
Now 1J is able to get behind the tower, snipe the courier of Miposhka, and get the creeps pulled.
They basically get to play this really annoying lane as long as Dog doesn't die here.
No, he should be fine. He's got a skill point to spend. Pops into the surge. Gets away. How's the top lane looking? I mean, we've got, once again, a collapse on the Terrorblade, something the Team Spirit really like to do here on the off lane. Is this a pretty good lane for him?
Yeah, this is a good Terrorblade lane. I think also Rue's going to have a really good time versus Tiny. Tiny hates getting right-click spam like this, and I think Moritz is one of the better 4s at kind of just hitting the enemy carry. Also, there's physical damage from Reflection. So this should be a Team Spirit victory in this lane. I think eventually, maybe when TA 2000's level like 3, level 4, it's going to be more of a farming race between him and Collapse. But yeah, definitely the first few waves favor Spirit.
And obviously, we're going to see some impact, of course, with the... Oh,
like right now.
That's a good fear.
Nice silence.
Silence as well. Tier 2000 trying to bring down Rue with him. Won't get it as Tier 2000 falls. And he collapses and Rue turn towards Panto. Panto will survive as he's back under the tower. But yeah, this looks to be a good start for Collapse here on this offlane Terrorblade. I mean, on the other side of things, Panto, so with this Glacial Guard fast hit, this could have some impact this game.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen it that much use. I think that's what everyone's going for. The other one kind of makes the mana cost too awkward. But it ends up feeling... I haven't seen me like, wow, that guy's alive purely because of the shield. I think it has a good mid-game timing, though. When I think a lot of the Crystal Mains are going for Solar Crest. So it's just another barrier that basically gets added.
Oh, Tier 2 has a good avalanche there. Onto the both of them. I mean, they're sitting pretty low on Team Spirit. But for now, know that they can get away with it for the most part. Dead shot off the mark. And Panto, he's just standing his ground against Collapse. Is he going to win this trade?
No, he doesn't win this trade.
Maybe he does. He gets him. He gets the job done there, Panto. I mean, they both felt they had that there. They both end up dead. Obviously, more to the benefit of Chimera as they're able to take down Collapse on the off lane. Bottom lane, 1J and Dahak. They get the jump in on towards Miposhka.
Okay.
Getting the kills on both side lanes now.
Good for Chimera. I think they definitely want to win their sides because, again, they want to speed the game up. Their whole draft is about these early mid-game fighting. Not necessarily in the lanes. It's okay if the lanes go even, but if you win your lanes, you get the speed up the game faster and faster. And then the last game, or the last lane we haven't talked about is Storm Shaker mid. Again, I think this is a very even mid lane matchup. Both sides are going to farm. Both sides are going to win at different phases. So If one person wins mid, that's a surprising thing. If anything, it's kind of a boring lane until I would say Shaker gets close to 6. Because that's where there's some Echo Slam kill threat. The post go again.
See if they can get the setup. Dispose into the rebound. Body blocks as well from Dahak. And Post-Skit, the heals are enough to save him.
It's good to even force out the heal. It's now 20 more seconds. If they go on, even Radon, he might just die. 1J is a jump, 7 seconds.
I mean, is this just proving at the moment to be the top Darkseer combo to have in your lane? Is Darkseer plus Marcy, that's always the plus one you want at the moment in this patch,
Yeah, I think so. Because you get 2 heroes with Iron Shield on top of the enemy instantly.
Yep.
There's like no downtime in the stun. You also have a secondary kind of stun with the pullback. I don't think there's another support that is as good. Everything else is basically you give the 4 Iron Shield and you kind of 1v2s. Like a Clockwork was an old example, or Bounty. So this is the best one that actually allows Darkseer into the fight. Yeah, collapse top. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, getting a lot of denies here. 18 and 4, 15 against the 14 and 8. So definitely the lane where the struggle is the biggest.
Lags.
Now looks like it's on both sides, so quick reconnects. Yeah, mid lane continues to be as close as ever. Very, very close matchup.
We're probably going to see Lornov just jungles level 6. This like one wave away from Storm is the scariest as a Storm player. There's so many times that either I've played Storm or played with Storms, and they die one wave away from the level 6. And then sometimes they go back mid and they die a second time trying to get this like very last XP for the level 6. So a lot of Storm players in these situations will just
jungle it up.
Get your 6. Because the second your 6 kill threat goes way down. It requires, you know, walk into melee range of Laurel, get Echo Slam, maybe a Brew to be close enough to Syne. It's like, there's way more layers to it. Right now, Enchantress and Earthshaker probably just kill him as 2. The top lane. Okay.
2000 dead, collapse. Getting the chance to continue to bully the Tiny here on the top lane.
They picked it into Terrorblade? Or no, the Terrorblade was picked into it, right? I believe.
Yeah, because we were Tiny first pick.
Yeah. So Terrorblade response. And it's working out. I think they knew that the Tiny was going to go carry. Just because that's like the flavor of the month is Tiny carry. So I like this matchup. It gets bad if the Tiny's ahead, I would say, just because you have so many stuns that he can't get the Sunder off. But in the laning stage, you're high armor, high physical damage, just overall a good hero versus Tiny. And he's not maxing his nukes too. He's maxing his physical damage spell, which again, Terrorblade's good versus.
1J. Gonna start playing around with Post-Skit. Dahak's here as well. Damage the Iron Shells. It's a lot too much for the heals to keep him alive. Lar comes in with a rotation though, walks up, drops the Echo one of the two of them, and should be able to stop Dahak getting away as well. So good response there from Lar. Comes around with the rotation and make sure they get the 2 kills.
Yep. Big TP. Just securing even Radon a little extra space because right there, Dahak finished his Vanguard, so that's like his big early game timing, and he goes down.
At the same time, they're trying to get the setup on towards Collapse top. As Chimera come back into the game, and they should have him here. They've got the control. He hits his 6. I said that though, he's going to go for the TP. They've got nothing else to stop it. They didn't save anything for the interrupt, and off the back of that, Collapse an easy TP home.
That's massive. DPing, so they TP away 1J from bot, meaning now Dahak kind of has to solo. Sure, he's a Vanguard, but being alone means you have 0 pressure on the Sven. So now bot lane has no pressure. Terrorblade gets to TP back base, walk back into lane, because you're also kind of shoving the lane for Chimera when you do that. Yeah, that's a huge win for Spirit. Just everywhere on the map get killed. Bot, survive top. Definitely a big advantage. And now Post goes top, and they're looking at TA 2000.
They're going to try and get Radon here with the wall. They've dropped the wall down, they've got his illusion against him, and with Panto joining forces with 1J and Dahak, they'll get the kill. Same time top, though, a reflection of the play.
Yep, exact same move by both teams. Works out for both teams, and I think both towers just... Yeah, bot lane probably won't go down, but top will definitely go down.
Now, who's it going to hurt for more in the long run? A Tiny getting bullied or a Sven getting bullied in the early game?
Probably Tiny. Again, so the fact that Spirit's ahead at this point, and if they continue to be ahead, the game state favors them. Just because they need to get past this, I would say, early mid-game hump of Chimera. Usually with Darkseer drafts, it's like level 7 Darkseer timing for the next like 15 minutes. The Ion Shell is too strong to fight. Then you get the first couple aura items, whether it's the Halberd or the mechs, the pipes. And even like Storm Tiny is a similar timing, whereas Sven Terribly just keeps scaling with items continuously throughout the whole game. And so if Spirit's able to just skip that point of being behind and not be able to fight Chimera, the whole game state will favor them. Because Chimera kind of needs to be ahead for now.
You can see Chimera very much were looking to try and find further kills there. They do have the 4 of them on this bottom side of the map. They're looking towards Lal in the mid. They're going to try for the setup. Lal's got backup. It's not easy really to go for this kill under the tower, and yeah, Panzo knows it can't dive any further. They can't go for anything here.
It's scary to go Nose Shaker. You go a bit too deep, you get Echo Slammed under tower, you're just dead, so good read to back up. I was thinking, interesting enough, so Dahak is not going for Halberd.
Yeah, that's yeah, indeed, because pretty much all the Darkseers, or most of the offlaners right now,
just going Halberd.
They will rush that up indeed first.
Especially with the Vanguard being bought. So he bought basically just a casual Vanguard.
Okay.
Which, we haven't seen this in a while. The Vanguard itself wasn't changed. The Vanguard's been the exact same, just the Halberd, the recipe out of the Vanguard. So it's interesting to see basically he's going for this when I don't think it was, you know, common.
See around the mid. Have to be a bit careful. You know, Spirit, they have got the Blink Dagger now on Lal. No Echo, of course. Still cooldown. He's going to get jumped. They've got the wall drop down as well. Lal is going to try and escape this, but Lorinov should have enough mana to take him down. So Lal turns up, shows off the blink. He ends up being the one dying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Chimera, with that, they can get some pressure onto this mid tier 1.
Yeah, they even brought TA2000, so probably tower will go down just to right clicks.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is under attack.
it was a bit close, so Lorinov actually outclicked him, got the shield rune. Maybe if he doesn't, Lara's able to turn, but again, I think often when Shaker is the one kind of getting jumped and gone on, it's going to be a bad fight for him. You usually want to be the one that is like jumping enemy, chain stunning them, you get to all the control in the world.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Look at the tower. I mean, this is very much Chimera trying to make sure that the game doesn't slow down and give sort of Spirit the chance to excel after that beginning. They want to stay aggressive. And on the money, it's definitely favoring Dahak, the richest in the game right now. 6k net worth on the Darkseer. And yeah, going back for the Halberd completion next.
I guess he just felt like mech matters more for his team, which I can see. Mech is better the earlier you get it in the game, and it's relatively cheap now. It's been buffed. Also probably leaning in towards that, you know, we're going to group up, fight the enemy. Even, I guess it gets shown by TA2000 showing up for this mid tower at 10 minutes in the game. I think that's their whole mentality going into this draft is we got to group up, we got to fight. We basically have to kick Team Spirit's ass or it's going to get hard for us.
I guess, yeah, if you're able to turn up to especially like the 15-minute fight with a mech and the enemy team doesn't have sort of that same bit of burst here that can be the difference maker in a 5v5.
I do think, so Team Spirit and Collapse recognize that. So Collapse is going for Pipe, which I like. I liked buying Pipe on Terrorblade a lot. I think a lot of the Terrorblades, at least last time I saw Collapse, he went basically a full carry build and didn't go for the Pipe. But I really like into this game because, again, if you have to survive this early game teamfight from Chimera, buying a Pipe lets you actually do that. You can actually fight them now. I see the angles for Team Spirit to take it. They do have a good amount of damage between Sven and Shaker. And if they survive these initiations between like the Ion Shell damage and the Storm just getting negated by the Pipe, they can turn around the fight. Even the Tormentor fight might get decided by this Pipe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're smoking up.
Yeah, Collapse has got to be careful. Unless he wants to try and bait in the Dahak whilst his backup's on its way.
He's definitely baiting.
Dahak has got backup himself. He's pretty beefy, Dahak. And in fact, their jump's going to be happening first. Lal will go in with the Echo Slam, and Fisher follow up onto Dahak. It's enough to burst him. So it ends up working out. Same time down bottom, Chimera look to get on top of Radan. But they got enough damage to do so. 1J and TO2000 giving it their best shot. It's enough. They find Maposhka as well in the trees. They can't. He's out with the TP, but they get the big kill, Chimera. Yep. Taking out Radan.
That was a really important kill. Just finding this Sven in the corner of the map. It's also good that they're making plays basically at the same time that Team Spirit is. So Team Spirit uses Echo, they kill top, and then they instantly are making a move on the opposite side of the map so that it's not this like 1-for-0 trade. They're always getting something else on the map.
CTP's coming in. They want to try and fight here around Lal, but again, Chimera's
bad
not
for Chimera. Ooh.
Completely alone. Good jump back with the rebound to get Patch up to the high ground in a good position for the freezing field. They'll finally put a stop to it. Time has been bought for Lorinov to swing across to join
really
the fight.
Low mana.
They can't fully commit for this. They've got the root here. Another bounce to the side, but he's still rooted. So 1J's not able to get him out with the rebound. 1J goes to the TP out himself. Will make it before the dead shot flies past. But losing Lorinov there will give Spirit themselves a bit of a chance, maybe to push back, take a tier 1, and start to set things up, potentially as the 15-minute comes up on the clock.
I think it's so cool. I don't know if it's intentional by Rue. I mean, maybe it is to give him credit, but the roots are really good versus Marcy. So he buys an Atos, and Lorinov is probably playing there a bit because he's like, oh, if I get stunned by Earthshaker, I can get saved by my Marcy. He'll jump me out, pull me out of the fight. But again, the new Marcy facet doesn't work versus roots specifically. So Atos actually kind of counters that, and you see that 1J almost even dies trying to save his teammate. It's pretty interesting. I like stuff like this, where maybe it's not fully intentional, because I think Atos is just a good item on Muerta, but it ends up just being also good in the game.
There's the setup. I mean, Chimera, they're straight towards the Tormentor. Meanwhile, Lal's focused on getting the kill mid. Will get it. There's space for Chimera to go for this, and they'll be the ones to take it. So Tormentor for them, Shard going the way of the Crystal Maiden.
That's worth it for Chimera. You trade Crystal Maiden for a free Tormentor any day of the week. Even the Crystal Maiden gets Tormentor.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's like, she
Panto's
gets something
happy.
out of it as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Panther doesn't mind.
It's so funny. It's a net worth advantage for the Crystal Maiden to get jumped mid at the same time.
Now the pipe's now in line for collapse. So when he turns up to the team fight, a huge amount of Chimera's damage output is going to be resisted. So it's definitely going to get tougher for Chimera to fight into Spirit.
Yeah, I think
Radiant are scanning.
it's still okay for the next 5 minutes or so for Chimera if they're grouped up. I still think that even through the pipe, they have the damage and like the stuns and like the stick ability to stay in these fights. And it's not until maybe Radan gets one more item that he's really going to be a threat. Like when the Sven ults, okay guys, we got to get out. We got to kite him. Right now, it's just Laurel that does pretty much anything for Team Spirit. So as long as Chimera's either able to jump him first or kind of stay like not fully grouped up in a fight, then it's still really easy for them to win these fights. I think they should try to force something though. You don't want to give Team Spirit the space on the map because they'll just use it better than you. You can't really match their farming speed. So in a neutral game where it's 50-50 like this, you're going to just keep seeing Spirit get more and more of a lead.
Catch 1J here on the wave. No way out for him. Easy kill for the two supports for Spirit to pick up. And collapse. Yeah, looking for the Orchid next. Going to be a good solid build-up from him. The Terrorblade is going to be pretty annoying in the team fights for Chimera. Of course, far away from any sort of safety in terms of self-dispel or BKBs.
Yeah. I also want to say, I feel like TA2000's kind of had a rough game so far. He's 0-3-2. He's not really as farmed as we've seen a lot of the other tiny carries. And I think that's going to hurt them a bit just due to the fact that I think he's supposed to be their one scaler, like their hope if the game goes kind of late. And he needs to be farmed. I think Sven in a 1-to-1 matchup kind of beats Tiny. Because end of the day, they kind of end up being the same hero in the fights. They're going to stand there, stun you, and hit you until you die, and I just think that Sven wins that man fight. Unless Tiny gets items. I know... maybe it's different, actually, because of Brooch. Brooch changes these matchups. So Sven has really high armor, and so now that Tiny's can buy a Revenant's Brooch and basically crit for magic damage, maybe the matchup's a bit Tiny favorite.
Oh. Looks like he's going to be able to avoid this smoke. He jumps back close by. They get the vision down. Now, Law's in a good spot. Hard for Chimera to get the catch on him. He's playing it safe, Lal. Unlikely to get anything here, Chimera. Spirit. Not falling for this play. As the moments pass, Spirit just able to farm up the map that little bit easier. So the pressure that Chimera have put upon themselves to spend time looking for these kills that Spirit aren't letting them get.
Yep. No, I like the bait from Collapse. Like, and the Chimera doesn't even take the bait. They know it's fake, and they're still kind of waiting. They're watching, hoping that they see something good, and thankfully they don't take it because it would have been terrible. But still, even just gold lead, it keeps going in Spirit's favor just because of the neutral game.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Hope Lorinov doesn't walk to the smoke. No.
Spirit smoked up themselves. Let's keep him back. Maybe they'll settle for Panto, but Panto's already out with the Glimmer. We'll get seen by the Courier, but nobody's going to have a stun in range in time. Panto lucky this time. BKB now online for Radan. So with the BKB on the Sven, on top of the fact that they've got that pipe back up from Collapse, it's going to be very tough to fight if you're Chimera when it's in an area where Radan's able to turn up for Spirit.
Yeah, I think
he's massive.
It's about go time for Team Spirit. They don't. Thankfully for them, they don't have to force anything. They can play this slower kind of game, but if you ever get an opportunity to fight in Dota, you take it. You never want to just fully AFK, and for Team Spirit, so that they see this opportunity, they're smoked up, and they're probably gonna hit the Hawk.
Look, amplified damage rune in the river. It's very tempting. Lars in with the Echo Slam onto the both of them. A jump forward from Lorinov. He's getting caught by the silence. Lorinov was able to pick up the amplified damage rune. He's going to turn, get the grab on towards Lars, but he hasn't got enough to finish him off through the pipe that gets popped by Collapse. They get the fear control onto TA2000. He's trying to scramble out of the team fight. Can he escape this jump forward? The Fisher to try and block him off. TA2000 still on the retreat. They'll turn for Panto instead, Spirit. But the space is given, at least, for TA2000 to survive. Chimera only end up losing the one support.
Okay, was that the Glacial Guard Facet from Crystal Maiden? It actually might have saved TA2000. And could have been so much worse for Chimera. It's still not the best because, again, this is their timing. They're supposed to be winning these fights, kind of being the ones that are doing the aggression themselves, but still, even getting jumped like that, only losing Crystal Maiden, you have to take the wins where you can get them.
Panto, he's TP'd into this. They've got the dust ready for him. Further TPs are coming in, but the damage from the impetuses will destroy him. And now, get the rod on towards TA2000. Pushback as well. They jump in with the rebound. Oh, that's a little awkward. Sometimes the rebound can go a little bit wrong. As TA2000 finds himself on the front lines there as 1J drags him in. I mean, that's the beauty of this ability, this facet being added, right? You can have some clutch players, but you can definitely have some players where you're like, oh, probably shouldn't have done that one.
You think stuff like that is a miscalculation or a misclick?
On this one, it's definitely a miscalculation, right? I think they're like, you know what, we can try and get in on top of these two spots. Actually, I don't even know. Maybe that one was just a misclick, because do you really... Like, what were you trying to take the Tiny in there for?
I mean, maybe they get the Earthshaker and they burst him?
Yeah, but the rebound didn't even land on him, right?
No.
The Shaker just gets the chance to land on them. Got to be careful with these rebounds.
Great facet. Was Jenkins the one that wanted to add more funny facets?
He was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And I think we got it with this one. It's a fun one. It is a lot of fun.
I think stuff like this is... Not only is it fun, but it's actually good for the game. And it's fun to play with. And even though there are mistakes you can do with it, I think it's just like a very good skill ceiling.
Exactly, it really is. Yeah,
I like all cast spells and like spells that have different kind of choices you make with it, because there's so many different options you can choose. You can choose to go in, go out, go in by yourself, you know.
That's the jump. Radan straight in with the opening stun. Lorinov able to get the BKB off. In fact, he's looking to try and fight with the BKB, because straight over towards Maposhka, but the heals have been pumped out. Lorinov turns towards Collapse. TA2000's walked into the front of the fight. They have to surge him out of it. Dahak will get TA2000 back to safety. Wall gets dropped down in an attempt to slow Team Spirit's advances. Nobody to die, but again, it is Team Spirit continuing to maintain control of the game. Increase their lead, push down mid now onto the tier 2.
I mean, I'm surprised no one died there for Chimera. That was, ooh. What do you do? I'm watching TA 2000 and all these fights. I think he's just struggling to kind of...
He just has to run away.
Anything. He walks into his sentry. He gets rooted by the Muerta, the Gleipnir now. And then...
Oh, can they do this?
Oh, this is big if they get this, actually.
They might get it. Team Spirit have fallen back pretty far. Split up as well. Chimera straight into the pit.
Yeah, they're going to get it.
Is there going to be a chance Spirit expect this at all, or you just don't think you expect this?
No, I think there's no way you think that Chimera would do this, especially after just the way the last few fights are going, that it feels so easy for Team Spirit to outmaneuver them.
I mean, they've scanned it out now, but indeed it's too late.
All right, Paul.
Oh.
Lags.
I like these technical pauses always at a time where, you know, in a pub game, maybe you... Actually, at Immortal level, you wouldn't be M pause if you snuck a Roshan, but maybe the lower MMRs, you're like, hey, look, we just got Rosh.
Yeah, the BM pauses are more, you know, you get
the
Hawk.
Oh.
Shaking his head.
He was like that. He just was for me, Lorinoff. Of course, Lorinoff, the one to take it here on the Storm.
I mean, if Chimera gets this Tormentor,
yeah,
they have the Aegis, right? So the fight is easier for them. We could see them kind of come back. They're down 6k gold. It's nothing massive, but again, Team Spirit does have the better scaling draft.
No, I mean, absolutely. They can definitely make a comeback. We've seen, in fact, some of the wins that Chimera get do normally start like this. Like, I'd say out of all the teams we've seen here, I don't know what the stats are on it, but I feel like Chimera has come back quite a few times, more often than not, from a gold deficit. And this one, definitely not irrecoverable. It's difficult. It is difficult, but it is not impossible for Chimera.
For sure, yeah. I wouldn't say I like their chances, but I see it. It's one of the games that I don't think it's the game state's favoring them, but it's definitely even for in the game, you can see kind of the path to victory.
Yep.
Which, if it's a simple way to get the win, it's often gonna happen or can. You know, par for the course. Panto goes down again.
I mean, it was in the series yesterday, right? What was it, like the 10 deaths on Panto?
Yep, and they won.
And they won 10, I think it was 10 deaths as well on 1J. The support's down was all part of the plan. The problem is this time around, it's been quite a few deaths on the course, right? Dahak has died 3 times, and Tia 2000, of course, has died 4 times already on the Tiny. 0, 4, and 2. Not a pretty scoreline for him so far in this first 24 minutes.
Yeah, I just feel like it's been hard for them to find any good movements on the map. I think they definitely missed something with how they rotated their heroes. Maybe around Laurel. I think Laurel's kind of had too free of a game. They killed him the once on the top rune, but I feel like you kind of have to keep forcing. I think if maybe they forced fights earlier with the Darkseer, it would have been better. Even if they were like trading, you know, 1 for 2 or 2 for 4, stuff like that, they would still favor Chimera for the fact that they're just forcing Spirit to fight rather than just farm. All right, Tormentor. Ooh, Chimera might be just too late. They're not going to fight it. They're giving it up.
Spirit can take it super quick. But the damage output they have right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, that was Chimera's, you know, big comeback gold. It could have been a 2k, 3k lead. Now it's a 9k lead. So they didn't get the Tormentor.
Yeah, got to look towards what the next big items. This will be BKB. The 1J is trying to get is just about the rest of the gold away from that. Tier 2000 will have his BKB. 100 gold coming out. Yeah, Dahak just continue trying to get these like auras online. Shiva's guards, what he's looking for next to get that veil upgraded.
I think... So they have BKB on Tiny. They can actually maybe take a good fight. It just feels hard into Radon. They're going to try to take one, it looks like.
I mean, Panto's hovering around. Gonna slide down to the low ground, Radon straight on top of him. Not gonna be able to get away with that one, Panto.
That was a bit scary positioning. T2000 was close. He has his BKB, so if he got jumped, maybe it's not instantaneous death. But it very well might be. They're going again, so this is another smoke. Team Spirit's kind of out. The argument for this fight is Sven has no God Strength. So it's about to end. Maybe they get a jump and it's good.
Try for Collapse. Collapse.
He has the Thunder.
He's gonna have Radon to back him up. Can he get the Thunder off? He can't. Collapse will fall. Now the turn towards Radahn. They managed to burst him pretty low as BKB soon to be coming to an end. The Fisher out from Lyle. Not going to stop Lorinov as Lorinov's in with his own BKB. Closing the gap on Radahn. They kill Radahn on top of it. 2 massive kills there for Chimera to find. The Spirit, they just couldn't turn that one.
Yeah, it was super close for Collapse getting his Sunder off, but just wasn't enough. Just got killed in the animation, and I think if they're able to start the fights with a Collapse kill, it's fightable. It's just so scary to fight. You're fighting into a Pipe Warrior, you're fighting into a potential Sunder on, like, let's say they focus Yatoro or Radahn, and Collapse Sunders him when he's 100 health. Now Radon's going to kill everyone. So a lot of issues arise in the fights if you don't kill Collapse, and if you try to focus him and he Sunders you, you'll also lose the fight. So it's like a very delicate kind of game that Chimera has to play.
Oh, Lal! Straight in with the BKB, finds the opportunity to get the 2-man Echo Slam off. Rebound to try and drag TH down to safety, but a hill fall. Panto also getting run down by Collapse. Lal jumps across. They'll get the both of them. I mean, that was quick stuff there from Lyle. As soon as he sees 2 heroes next to each other, bam, BKB, Blink, Echo, immediately. Very fast reactions on the Shaker.
Especially because Radahn is still dead. They're kind of looking. They shouldn't catch what they're looking. Oof. I mean, every time TA2000 dies, I just feel so bad for Chimera.
The difference in farm just does continue to increase between TA and Radahn. Sven still steaming ahead, very close to having the Harpoon done. On top of this BKB Revenant's Brooch.
So yeah, so Sven also did go Revenants. I think this item is just going to end up being the carry item. It's
just for the it's just so value.
Yeah, you get to, it effectively gives you mixed damage. So now you're doing physical and magical. And the old one, you basically did full magical, which I think is even worse than just doing mixed damage.
1J, not going to be able to TP out of that.
Just because now it's like you have a chance to ignore all of Tiny's armor. Just on a crit. Because it's also bonus damage, so it's not stopping the physical damage you're doing. It's just interesting. I don't know how to balance this item, to be honest. It feels like one of those things that will always kind of conceptually be broken if you can just do magical damage.
It's like it was put in just to see sort of how it feels, how the games go with it. I might get a bit of changing.
I just think every time this item's it's been in the game, there's been some crazy interaction with it. It's either being bought every game, or there's the whole like Rapier Mars with Brooch.
Well, catches out poor old Panto again.
2 hits.
Game continues to look very difficult for Chimera.
Yeah, also, shout out to Rue so far. He's 5-0-14. He's been in 19 of their 23 kills. I think he's played the game pretty much flawlessly. Just constantly always showing up his dead shot angles. Also super nice, just pushing Chimera back into him always. And, like, I don't know, he's everywhere. I feel like every time that they need something done, he's there. This is it's such a hard position for Chimera. So again, I don't think they're going to scale if they keep playing this slow game. It's just a question of at some point you have to farm just to get your timings. But if you keep having someone on your team going, oh, I need to farm this item, or we'll be really strong when I get this. If you have 5 people kind of doing that mentality, it sometimes gets hard to win because one guy gets his BKB and then another guy's getting jump mid. You know, now has to use his BKB, and then now, okay, guys, we have to wait 90 seconds.
I mean, they might try and chase him here.
He didn't TP.
He's got the toss.
He's okay.
He's going to be all right. TP backup coming in as well for him around the outpost. I mean, they've got the BKB now on 1J.
Do you want to fight without TA2000?
That's the thing, right? Yeah, Tiny's not in shape to fight. BKB's ready to press. Obviously on the other side.
They're going.
There's one. It's a risk, but maybe a risk they have to take. They're not bringing TA2000 with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a risk. Do you really want to fight down, one of your strongest heroes?
They're going to try. See what they can do with the 4 of them. Silence. And on towards him, they get the follow stun, but they're out to bring him out of the strike. Good dodge, gets him out of the way at the Echo Slam. A big save there from 1J. Panto still ends up falling, though. And 1J coming in clutch there to make sure that Lorinov doesn't get blown up in the Echo combo.
That's a win for, you know, the best they can get, honestly, besides getting a kill. That's all the BKBs also used for Team Spirit, so no BKB Shaker, no BKB Sven.
And they get the vacuum wall down onto the two of them. Pushing silence on towards Lorinov again, but once more 1J able to keep him at a safe distance. Collapse is pushing on though. Damage to the tier 3 getting done by Spirit. They will start to back off now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it's funny because I feel like the win for Chimera are just not losing the game.
They're holding on.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to think of... So, I just don't see where their scaling comes from. Okay, so Darkseer does scale versus Terrorblade, but it's not a Terrorblade carry. It's not like Collapse is really going full stats, full items. He has Pipe. Doesn't matter if you take over him. Orchid also doesn't, so it's basically just only a Manta in comparison for Terrorblade carry items. And the Sven Illusion isn't strong either, so Darkseer scaling is kind of over. It's mostly just the vacuum at this point, which maybe a 5-man vacuum's enough.
Maybe. And Dahak might just get it, you know.
Yeah.
We've seen some crazy plays from Dahak this tournament. You can find that 5-man. 5-man into some rebound.
Yeah, I'm into Avalanche. Maybe Storm gets an Ags.
Now, eventually, you'd hope so. He's going to get, obviously, his Kaya Sanj finish first, but I could see him queuing up the Ags after that. There we go, smoke time. This time round...
This time will be different.
Yep, they've got all the BKBs ready to press. Tier 2000s is back up. See what they can get with this. On the other side, Spirit, Lal has got his Octarine. So he is going to be popping the spells out like crazy. Gem as well.
Spirit knows exactly where the smoke is. They killed Enchantress's creep on the neutral camp. So Team Spirit pretty much fully knows. That's why they're kind of all sitting together, hugging a high ground, waiting for Chimera to walk in, and all right.
Tier 2000 is going to go for the walk-in initiation. Gets the toss combo on towards Miposhka. They're going to try and focus the Shaker. Lal, he gets chain stun. The stun from Collapse, though, gives Lal a chance to live, but now they've just kept those over towards Collapse. 1J beating into Lal, but Lal will survive. And it is, in fact, Chimera again. They're losing themselves. The two heroes, one of them being their carry. Now Dahak's in trouble. The impetus is flying in. They'll get the disarm off onto the Enchantress. Lorinov trying to finish Lal, but Lal turns, finishes him. As Chimera, they'll lose Panto as well. I mean, it was a good effort, but Collapse with that Sunder, just giving Lal that chance to play the fight out, definitely threw an immediate spanner in the works for what Chimera wanted to do.
Again, that's the issue, right, of this Terrorblade. If you focus him first, then you have to burst before Sunder. If you don't focus him, he's just going to Sunder his teammate. Ooh, scary times for Chimera.
Yeah, very good counterplay with the fight there from Spirit. I mean, as you say, for that whole kind of 30 seconds up to it, right? They were anticipating this play.
Yep.
They knew it was coming. They were ready. Even with what was, you know, in any other situation, indeed, without a Terrorblade in the game, that Shaker would have been dead. They kept him stunned completely at the beginning.
I just feel like we talked about kind of how Chimera's going through some internal struggles. I feel like this game is just a disconnect so far of how fast they have to play. I just don't think they played to the speed. Maybe it's probably because TA2000 had a bad game top, and just overall his impact has been a bit low comparatively. I think a lot of the time on his teams he's a very aggressive carry, even when he's playing like
They gotta let him walk into the pit. There we go.
He's good. So I just think TA2000's had a rough one, and maybe that's what's hurting Chimera to group around him.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. That extra bit of Roshan action a couple of times today. Yeah, teams, they gotta let him walk all the way in, otherwise he'll keep throwing you about until he's sat back into his spot.
Unquote. To quote what was it, GPK?
What did he say?
Fix Roshan bug?
No, I think that was one of the supports on the team.
Okay.
I think it was the Enchantress player in that game.
Miposhka?
I think it was Miposhka, yeah, said fix Roshan.
No, not
bug.
Miposhka.
No.
The Bepum. I'm
Save.
blanking. Save, yeah.
I think it was Save, yeah. He said fix Rosh, please, but indeed, they just didn't let him get into the pit. All the way.
I like the throw.
Yeah, the throw's great, dude. The new Rosh is great. I think that's one of the things that unanimously across the board people have said is they've liked it. He's back in the middle of the map, back in the river. Still has the top side and the bottom side now, so a bit of variance. And he's a bit more terrifying.
You can actually fight him now. like or fight Roshan. Team fights. I think last patch it felt like a lot of the time people would avoid these Roshan fights.
It was just so far away.
And now it's way more realistic. Obviously in this game they didn't fight, but they're down 16k gold.
Look at this.
They're TPing.
Gonna go for a bit of the old rat here. 200,000 and Panto. Oh, Panto, be careful. Oh. Okay, they're gonna BKB for this. I mean, if TH2000 gets out, you know what? That's the BKB used. It's just Panto dying. TH2000 should survive.
They still get the rack stop though, for a Spirit. So they kind of got everything they want, plus a free crystal mana kill. The Hawk, can he carry? He's so high net worth, but I don't think Darkshire carries these kinds of games from behind.
That's not easy. Feels like, what do you think he's going to go for next? Does he just go back for the blink so he can try and find these crazy vacuum wall combos?
Maybe. I think probably just an Ags to give him a little more stun, a little more damage. Ags is the carry choice.
Yeah.
I think blink is more, you know, you're doing it for a combo. You have a Jakiro or you have a Face's Voice, stuff like that. I just don't think his team really is giving him options.
I guess the good news is Loronoff's got quite a bit of money. So we can see like just a huge item fly out for him soon potentially. He's got 3,200 gold in the bank.
Yeah, maybe it's the Ags.
I feel like the Ags would be nice.
I just keep worrying about their actual damage. I think they could stun all of Team Spirit for what, 5-6 seconds? And no one might die.
Oh, and they're in. Spirit, they get the jump on the TH2000. He's able to get the BKB off. Starting to escape. Dahak just gets destroyed. Look towards Lyle. BKB from Loronoff. He's going to try and chase Team Spirit outside of the base, but they need more backup and more damage here on Chimera, and Loronoff, he's not going to get it. Has to retreat. Now they hit the stun. The connection's there. 1J tries to save him, but ends up running into his own death. And now they're without 2 cores. No buybacks from TH2000 or Dahak. So Spirit can push on, take a second set of racks, and maybe more.
This might be mega. It might be game. Lornov still has, 3,600 gold. I don't see an item for him to buy. And
no TH2000, no Dahak. TH2000, 1,200 gold short. Dahak just about 200 gold short of buyback. The mega creeps are out. Spirit onto the tier 4s. Chimera, do they get the chance for one more fight?
I don't even know if they're going to fight.
He's trying to cut some creep waves. But already 1J has bought the BKB early. He gets spooked by the Fisher.
Throw Panto in there, 1J. He's at 12 jets, make it 13.
Ancient's exposed. Dahak's going to be up in a few seconds. Loronoff going to try and set them up for a chance to have one more fight out of this. Alal's in with the BKB. The fortification will come out. They'll get the connection on towards Panto. The Crystal Maiden to fall, but buyback's available on Panto. Buys back immediately. Loronoff makes the jump over towards Lal. Lal's able to get out with the enchant turn. They get the wall drop down. Lal pops the echo. Doesn't connect onto anybody. But the stuns is there for collapse. Gets Lal back up to full HP. They've killed off Panto a second time. They're chasing Dahak back towards the fountain. The impetus is, it's enough as Maposhka takes him down and the game is called GG. As Team Spirit will close up this game 1.
Yeah, I definitely think that the game plan just didn't go according to what Chimera really wanted out of it. And Team Spirit, all they had to do was win the lanes, have a stable early game, don't do anything crazy, and they kind of did that and more. They came out of the lanes ahead. They had good rotations through the side laners ganking. They got their kills. Especially TA2000 had no game, and I think they showed up. They woke up today, they watched the one game series, and they wanted to make their series go as fast.
Yeah, they look pretty impressive here, Spirit. And Chimera, as I said, they've been able to turn around some of the other games so far in this tournament, but this game, not able to get the chance to. TA2000 having a rough one, 0-7-4 on the Tiny. It was a difficult match, difficult game, but as you're saying, was something you think going into game 2, they can give themselves a bit of a better standing straight off the bat with the draft?
Yeah, I think if they go... they didn't get their cheese. I feel like there was no Chimera flair in this draft, and I would like TA2000 either to be set up with a hero that has a better chance in the game and or just be a stronger hero than Tiny in terms of farming. I just don't like the big comparison between Radon Collapse's net worth advantage and then just Chimera's esports course. They just can't farm the same way.
Team Spirit popping off on all fronts, and indeed, as you mentioned in the game, it continued towards the end. Rue on his Muerta, definitely the standout here. 7-0-25 ends up being involved in 32 at the 37 kills from Team Spirit.
Yeah, and I want to continue talking about that because that was a splendid performance from Team Spirit. It felt so in control, even the way they did not contest the Tormentor at minute 15. It felt like Team Spirit was very comfortable in what they were planning on doing in this one. And Mira, I know you always have some extra love for the Precision Force, so you want to start by talking about Rue?
Man, it's just so nice to see him like come into his place on this team because it felt like he had huge shoes to fill. And the first Dream League that we saw him in, Season 24, it didn't feel like he had much of an identity or was very standout. But as time has progressed, he's like really come into his own, and he's putting a lot of these games on his back in the sense that he's always making the correct rotations, always quietly enabling his cores. And he has some really standout heroes, like we mentioned before, the invisible heroes who got nerfed. But he's also exceptionally good on his Muerta and his Batrider. And I really did like that Aghanims, the new Aghanims on Muerta. That looked really cool, Akos.
It definitely did. It does increase damage by 125, and also AoE expands after the ricochet, so feels really good to play. It also fears everything, because you're building into Road of Atos, you're building into Gleipnir, you're also getting the AoE bonuses, so that feels nice. Suddenly you have like this dead shot going through pretty much everything and fearing people away. Problem with Muerta was, I mean, this hero was still very strong in the previous patch. It's just that she didn't have that Aghanim Scepter upgrade. Her shard is also a bit of a meh, so we needed to make some of the changes. And now Aghanim Scepter feels really nice. And we might start calling, you know, we had Mars being played by a Mars, so we called it a Mars. And now with Muerta and Rue, we could call it Ruerta. Just to change one.
I don't know. Yeah.
You're not convinced on this one? I'm going to keep doing it. Maybe someone else is going to be sold by the idea, but
yeah, I think that's better.
Ruerta?
Oh, no, I thought you said Muerta.
It's doable. We can, you know, try to theory craft a little bit more. And I think Chimera also needs to theory craft slightly more if things don't go too well, because I did like their draft. It's just the idea was there, execution was definitely not there. Because you saw the first rotation from Earthshaker, they shut down the bottom lane, they get 2 kills, then they try to make a move on the top lane, they use the Ion Shell on Marcy, who TPs in, they still don't get any kind of a kill, so a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, I think, I mean, if I were them, I would reconsider their opener. Like, this Tiny on 8 didn't look good at all, because Spirit just countered with a TB on 9, and TB is honestly the best solution to Tiny opener from the heroes that were remaining, because if the Tiny is played carry, you can run Terrorblade as carry on your own if he doesn't get countered by, say, a Darkseer. Terrorblade will outscale him and beat him in fights. If you flex the TV to offlane, he suddenly can bully the Tiny. Like, TA2000 did not have much of a lane, because Terrorblade is just so much pure physical damage when he pops meta, and Tiny has no armor. So Spirit just had the solution from their first pick to the win condition on Chimera's draft. So if I were them, that's the first lane that I would really look at, or the first phase of the draft that I would start correcting.
Yeah, I will say the control indeed felt very much in the favor of Team Spirit, and partially that was, of course, done by some vision.
It always is, Cheese. For my Kadia ward of the game, I would like to highlight Team Spirit's ward that's going to be scouting out TA2000 as well as 1J, allows Laurel to press that BKB and instantly jump Earthshaker, one of the best heroes in all of Dota, to capitalize on some vision and send some bodies flying, and they get the little bonus kill at the end there. That ward was a bit of a bait for Team Chimera, because they had just won a fight off of a smoke in that same area, so it's hard to believe that the enemy has vision there, so they try to play around it again, but Team Spirit taking it down with the Kadia ward of the game.
Can we talk more about Lars Shaker that we just glanced over a little bit? I mean, he was getting the last pick, Lacoste, so obviously he has got some extra priority there for his team. He already knew what he was going to go up against as well. I feel like he executed so well in this game.
He did. That first rotation kind of set him up for the success as well. He did have a good timing on the Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger reveal, they didn't get much out of it because they killed him off immediately after, but he was finding some really good Echo Slams. I think this Marcy as well, we saw some of the grease as well. I'm going to go back to Team Liquid series where they were playing, they like threw people in onto the Night Stalker. Maybe they're still getting used to what's happening with the hero now that you can put it on alt cast just to be able to bring your allies in. But most of the time I've been seeing some of the grease, but I still believe in the hero, that this hero is going to be one of the better ones out there.
I do too. I think Marcy is so good. I think Marcy has just always been a very finesse-heavy kind of 4, and when you don't play her for a while, you need to get back into the swing of things. But like when Tundra played, for example, Sloxy looks unstoppable in the hero. Like that hero is first banned against them now. Whereas sometimes you see other people play it, and you're like, what's going on here? This Marcy's just tossing people in. But I do feel like that hero has a lot of potential. Like she's got so much utility with her new courier summon too. Like if you need a dust last second, boom, you can summon your courier, you have it. You need a smoke last second. She also has stronger laning, and she enables both melee and ranged offlaners, which is the coolest thing about her.
Yeah, I feel like we just watched a game where we said that Chimera had the better draft, and obviously they didn't execute. It didn't work out. We also just had a winner's interview with AY earlier, who actually gave some free advice for people that are not able to find their way. If it's not working, dumb it down. Go for something easy to execute. So what we're saying in this game in particular, for example, and especially when talking about the Marcy, she's great if you were able to high execute. And that didn't happen this game. So maybe for game number 2, are you hoping that Chimera goes to maybe a little bit more easy to execute lineup?
I mean, if they're going to run, like, let's say we see a repeat of the Terrorblade first phase for Spirit, I wouldn't mind if Darkseer and Marcy get a run back. There were, like, issues within the way that they played the map a little bit, and I also think that first phase Tiny was countered by the Terrorblade, like, on both lanes, or on both roles, that Terrorblade was going to play. So there are other parts of the draft that they can look at before they look at their offlane. And there was also a lot of, not a lot of it, but because Chimera had the pressure on them to be the aggressors, we saw them like running into Spirit's jungle, maybe staying a little bit too long, and then Spirit can just play reactive to that, chase them out of their jungle, kill them, and in that sense, Spirit had the much easier and more simple to execute game plan in terms of where they're playing on the map and what they need to do.
Yeah, they did. Let's find out if Chimera can maybe push back game number 2, force out a third game to the series. We'll see after a break. band saying hey, or it was a soundtrack, but it was both actually. Welcome back to watching DreamLeague Season 25, and obviously made extra awesome by our wonderful PogChamp pandas. So thank you for that. And made extra awesome also by the people on my left. We got ourselves Lacoste, Effie, and BSJ, and we're ready for a draft of game number 2. We have Chimera and Team Spirit going head-to-head. Chimera was undefeated in series, still is actually at the moment, but we'll see if they keep it up after this, because game 1 looked pretty rough for them against Team Spirit. Spirit was 1-1 before today, so if they end up winning this series, both of these teams will be tied. And we're in the draft, so Spirit's going to be Dire side with first pick this time around, whereas Chimera will be Radiant with second pick, and therefore overall last pick.
Yeah, I do want to say something about Spirit, is I enjoyed how disciplined they played that game, because I'm kind of checking in on Tormentor every day, and I am going to talk about it more at length later today, but a lot of teams, because Dire has such a Tormentor advantage, when they play Radiant, they tend to overreact or have to force too much unnatural movement or maybe unnatural drafting into it. That was what happened yesterday, at least. This time in Spirit, they were Radiant. They didn't really care to draft for it, and they just said, we'll cut our losses. If we can't fight for it at 15, we're not going to go there and give them a 7k net worth swing because we got 5-man wiped. We're just going to go chill and farm Ancient on Sven. And that's what they did, and it looked really cool, Lacoste.
Yeah, it did. They also dodged the fight, the first Roshan fight. They gave it to them for free, kind of, because they understood their timing. And I think the big one was Terrorblade, because he kind of ruined what Tiny wanted to do. TA2000, he had the lowest damage of all the heroes in the previous game. That's one of the few times you would see TA2000 get completely shut down. Pipe from Terrorblade kind of did the trick, because most of their damage early on has been magical from the Storm Spirit, from Tiny as well, before he gets his items online to do the right clicks, and also Darkseer and Marcy as well.
Yeah, I was thinking that the evolution of the Tormentor might also be not. I agree with the Radiant disadvantage, but I also think that teams are going to start prioritizing. They're going to realize how big of an investment it is to go to the corner of the map. And say you're ahead by 3k and you go to the corner of the map, the opponent knows you're doing that. Suddenly they get all 3 lanes pushed out in a game where they would never be able to do that. And suddenly they're actually stalling like your ability to pressure them for an extra 2 or 3 minutes, giving their carry a time to farm BKB, right? Because that's around the time that you're farming that sort of item. I'm just thinking that teams are realizing that, okay, at the beginning of the patch, we didn't know what else we were supposed to do on the map, so it's not going to be as good as that 3k gold from the Tormentor. But now that they're solving the map a bit better and understanding the rules of the patch, that the Tormentor remains the same value. They know what it is now, and they're like, can we get something more meaningful off the rest of the map? And we're going to see less and less, I think, 5v5s straight at the Tormentor for many reasons, including the Radiant
possibility that Radiant are going to be holding, or at least trying to hold onto their tier 1 tower, safe lane tower, for a longer because of the Tormentor.
Yeah, that might be the next evolution where Radiant feels like they have the disadvantage, so they have to keep that area controlled.
Because supports will definitely use the buybacks early on to get back into the fight and try to get the Tormentor fight one more time if it's necessary, but that's going to be a hard task, like 15 minutes in to hold onto your tier 1 safe lane tower.
Actually, that is what's happening. Like, that's what happened yesterday. Like, a lot of the pro players that I've talked to about this as well, I've consulted with some people, and they all think that it's heavily Dire favored, and you have to, like, do different things when you're Radiant. But Spirit are the first team so far. This is my Tormentor review, Brian, that I'm doing. They're the first team so far. No, they're the first team so far that have just decided who cares. Like, that was just who cares.
Yeah.
They were like, we're not going to play for this. And then the thing is, a lot of these huge net worth swings aren't just coming out of the 3K gold you get from it, but from winning the fight that happens there, too.
True.
You can mitigate a lot of net worth losses if you just can pick and choose your battles wisely. With that being said, I still think it's very important to contest it if you can.
And while this distinguished gentleman, look at the way he's sitting. Yeah, very distinguished. Fix your posture. You're going to have some back problems in 10 years from now on.
True.
Back to you, Brian.
Yeah, you'll learn that when you're our age. Yeah, so I was just going to say that it is a 2,700 net worth swing, the Tormentor. But also last game, for instance, they were up by 3K on Team Spirit before the Tormentor. Went almost right back to even because Chimera was allowed to take it. But that's 1,400 gold Shard on a Crystal Maiden. And even though Shard on Crystal Maiden is not like bad or anything, like if you're comparing that 1,400 net worth to like 1,400 on Syne or Terrorblade that's being put towards an item like Pipe, you know? It's just not comparable in regards to its impact on the game, so I don't think we can necessarily take that 1,400 gold face value either.
Yeah, that's why I think it's actually, you should just pick and choose your battles more wisely depending on what the enemy team comp is. Like, let's say they have double supports in like Shadow Demon and Phoenix, and both of those shards would be game-changing at that early stage of the game for whoever gets it. You feel that there's more value in taking an extra Sunray away from a Phoenix than a Crystal Maiden clone exploding or whatever it does.
And speaking of team compositions, we are seeing two being formed right now, before our very eyes. Abaddon actually made it through to the second pick phase, which rarely happens. Chimera got their hands on it. They also went for their first pick, Marcy, but overall first pick was still the Lifestealer that we did see banned previous game.
I cannot believe I am at DreamLeague not able to play Dota as much as I would like. And Lifestealer is being first picked. Come on! This is my time to shine. No, I mean, the hero's not the most exciting, but what he does represent in the game is a hero that stagnates his safe lane and allows his supports to move around the map a lot. And we saw Radon get pressured a lot on Lifestealer yesterday, I believe it was. And in that game, Baboom made one mistake. Lifestealer turned the fight when they had like the ward vision from a Poshka, and suddenly the Lifestealer just free-farmed the rest of the game, and he was unkillable. And that's what I think Lifestealer represents right now, is the second he gets any room to breathe, gets that Radiance, the game almost feels unplayable from there on.
It definitely does. He's a very tanky hero right now with the item kind of from the previous patch. What he's building into, not much has changed in his inventory, but he's becoming more tanky because of his changes to his facet, and also the save ability that he gets from the infest is just way too valuable. A lot of the times you would see somebody getting jumped, suddenly Lifestealer infests him, and it just changes the fight. You get the like big turnaround play. That extra HP means a lot.
Yeah, that does feel like the big one. And Lifestealer also feels like he's in a state where you can play with a net worth deficit. Like, there was a game where it was Heroic versus Falcons, I believe, where it was like a Lifestealer versus a PA. I forget, it was Falcons, it was Skater PA. And Lifestealer was 5k gold behind the PA, but all he needed was Radiance Ags, and they were winning fights versus a PA that had way more net worth than him. And so it feels like this is one of those heroes that is in a state where it only needs 2 to 3 items, and it can fight even in the late game without an added item.
I agree with everything there, and I just kept thinking of Rareta.
You liked it. I appreciate that, Brian.
I heard it. You got. I'll start calling it that for you as the tournament progresses.
Well, for now, he gets his hand on it again.
Could this be IO Marcy's safe lane, but instead of playing on the rebound, you're playing on the Unleashed talent where you get three Fury hits on a rebound landing. We haven't seen anyone use that facet yet at DreamLeague.
True. Yeah, that's the carry facet. I think it can be used as a support, but the other one just feels way better overall. And I like that she has 3 facets that she can use overall. This is something, I see these 3 heroes. I would definitely say this is Bedboom's draft. This is how they play during the Fisher Playground, because they've been running IO Marcy, they've been running IO plus Abba on the off lane, putting quite a lot of pressure. So they need to decide where they want to go with this. And I think Lifestealer, if they either go Marcy IO offlane or Abba IO offlane, Lifestealer is not going to have a good time, because this is ET we're talking about. Lifestealer doesn't really provide you with much, and I like the how they address some of the issues that they did have in game number 1 after what happens after the laning stage with these heroes.
The Marcy facet, what I like so much about it is that not only is it the carry facet, if they do go for that, is not only does it give you those 3 hits outside of your ulti, but it also extends your ulti by 3 seconds, and it's not that long of an ulti in the first place. So if my math is correct, I believe you can extend your ulti twice. Like if you ult, then jump immediately, and then jump again. Like I think the cooldown is within range. I'm gonna check that actually.
The only downside of it is doesn't work with Aghanim Scepter. Like you don't get the silences
Yeah,
off,
yeah.
but might be slightly too OP, but overall it feels like a really strong facet.
No, it's really cool, and I'm glad we're finally getting to see it, because with this techie picked in this phase, we see the 2 supports.
Nice.
This is a Marcy core, and I think there's like a lot of potential. Even something like an early Diffusal Blade, you're getting much more mana drain value out of it with that facet that gives you the 3
Yep.
Fury hits. I mean, the one trade-off is like you have to manually cast Sidekick. You don't have it as a permanent buff anymore, but it only sucks if you don't have a partner like Io who's always with you. You're always gonna have that Sidekick person. You're always gonna have the added damage.
Yeah, you can absolutely increase your ulti twice. You can actually increase it 3 times if you have Shard.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty good math. Like, I don't know. I wonder if Valve cooks that up. They're like, yeah, the Shard lets you do it 3 times instead of 2, or if that's just total coincidence. But Mars, I always like Mars against safe supports, like Io. It makes Io's positioning really difficult because you don't want to be caught in the arena. You don't want to be caught in the arena. Yeah, and then if you're outside of the arena, you can't get in. Exactly.
Yeah.
also,
Go ahead.
I know, you got it, look.
I'm just thinking Queen of Pain. Like, I've been a big fan of Queen of Pain. Team Spirit could really round it up. They banned Huskar now, if they ban Puck. Because right now, Chimera, they have no control. Like, these heroes don't provide you with, like, any reliable stuns right now. One of the reasons why Chimera is still removing some of these very elusive heroes. But the reason why I like it so much is it gives you the jump. It also gives you the burst damage, because this Io/Abba are going to be tied up together. So you're always going to be getting that 2-man Sonic Wave. And I want to see which facet he's going to go for. I do like the Bloodsport facet that you talked about with no vision, but there's also been a couple of games where they played with the Victory Feast facet that has been, I would say, hugely buffed in the recent patch. So you're like building into Vlad's, all the heal. It lasts for 20 seconds. You're getting that max HP percentage heal, plus you're getting the extra damage.
It does sound really cool. I think for this game, I would prefer the Bloodsport facet just because of the Io Abaddon. But I think Mars is also quite underrated in terms of like the damage soak he provides versus melee cores. Because there's a lot of, like, if you just run in first as a body and you can soak in some spells and some damage, you turn on Bulwark and you can tank so much for your team. Like, he kind of like dies to these like piercing ranged heroes and magic damage, but when it's like Marcy's and Abaddon's right-clicking him, it's gonna be hard to get through this like wall that is Mars.
I was thinking something similar about the fact that Team Spirit's draft, you're looking at Io, Abaddon, Marcy, they're all just 2 right-clickers with a person buffing up your right-clicks. Now let's think about how hard it is to right-click the heroes on the side of Team Spirit. You have a Radiance BKB Lifestealer, right? You have a Muerta with her ulti. You have the Mars with the Bulwark, as you mentioned. And ET's probably going to be nowhere to be seen in the back. And then you have a Puck with Phase Shift. Like, with no stuns and pure right-clickers, I don't know how you deal any damage, to be honest.
There's so much team fight and very easy to execute. Like you drop one circle, follow it up by another circle with ET ulti on top of that, maybe another circle from Huerta as well. So team fight and team fight execution from Team Spirit is going to be much easier overall.
And as much as I love Marcy core, there is the issue of the Lifestealer Ags. She gets infested, there's not really counterplay. Like, you can just kind of erase this Unleashed Marcy from the fight. So for Chimera, like, they don't have the superior team fight. They have to kind of win off of like snowballing their lanes and just playing very high tempo on this Io. But another issue that they have is like, who sets up relocates for their Io Marcy duo? Like, is it going to be the...
It has to be like Atos from Lorenov.
Yeah,
it just might be it. Atos and to follow up stun.
Usually there's like a Bat Rider or something, like some hero that goes to a side lane, starts on a target, and then boom, you come in with Io. They don't have that archetype on Chimera, so they're just like tripling down on winning lanes.
So previous game, we thought Chimera's draft was solid, was good, and our commentary team agreed. I wonder what they're thinking this time around. What do you Pixel, what do you think?
I mean, I think indeed it's going to be kind of tough for Chimera because they don't have many ways to sort of just go and start the action as Team Spirit do, or at least Team Spirit's much more reliable, right? They've got this Mars Arena, this Puck Dream Coil. It just seems a lot clearer from Spirit, the vision.
They do have circles, though. Io's a circle.
They do. There you go.
It's actually a spear.
The Shrek stun is also a circle.
Yep. Abaddon Shield's a circle. Mines are a circle.
True.
They have the counter circles to Team Spirit. I think Team Spirits are a little stronger. So I like Team Spirit's draft as well. Last time I said that, though, the team lost. So I mean, maybe not too much credit for me.
Yeah, but we also made the you know, the asterisk that there was one team with TI winners on it and the other one doesn't.
That's true. Did that change, or is it's the same teams?
It's
With
the
TI
same
winners?
teams, but
Oh,
now the
okay.
team that has the better draft also has the TI winners in it.
There you go.
That's not good for Chimera then.
That's not good for Chimera. So I'm gonna ask, what do they need to do to win? Win lanes already. Effie said. Which lane Lacoste is the most likely to win?
Who's playing for? Is it Techies? Techies
1J
Abba?
Techies.
I think
Yes.
Io Marcy, they need to go pew pew pew. They're gonna be playing against Mars, who's not the strongest laner, so they need to snowball pretty heavily from these lanes.
Early IO6. So agreed on.
All right, everybody is in on the lanes needing to be won by Chimera. Let's see if they can do it and force out a third game to the series as we're heading over there via the Puckja Pandas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get the action of Game 2 between Chimera and Team Spirit. Gunnar, what do you make of the action here? We're going to get this Marcy-Io combo, and it must be noted that this Io Panto, he's a Grandmaster tier Io, Gunnar.
Yeah, and so we finally get to see a new facet on Marcy as well. He's got buddy system, which is basically they heal each other. I think it's like the old, kind of like the old one. I think it's a buff version basically of the old bodyguard facet. There's no more sidekick, right? I think sidekick is completely gone. Now it's only bodyguard, and I think they had the potential to kind of crush this lane bot. Compared to the first game, I think they were kind of drafted in a way that Tiny was going to lose, but I agree with what the panel said, that this bot lane for Chimera has to kind of pop off and have a really high impact.
I'm trying to do so with this buddy system, there isn't some like weird infinite loop that this goes with like the tether or something. You know what I mean?
It's not an infinite loop, but so it's like Marcy hits.
Yep.
He's gonna heal himself, but he's also healing the Io, so he's gonna heal. So Marcy's getting double heal from his hits. And then when Io heals himself, it's also a double heal, because he'll heal Marcy with the damage, plus since he's healing himself, he's healing Marcy. So basically, Io's gonna get healed one instance of lifesteal, and Marcy will always get healed twice by the Io and the Marcy.
That's pretty nice, yeah.
Which is a lot of sustain. Even like mid game, if it ever gets to late game, and Io gets 25, you know, in like these super late
crazy
games,
stuff.
It will go crazy between like the Io getting free auto attacks off.
So I guess when you're doing Marcy Io, this is 100% the one you take, right, to benefit from this extra boost.
Think so, yeah. Because there's the jump together facet, there's this one, and then the other one is the
extra few punches.
So
On the
probably this one, yeah.
Because I feel like the extra few punches, sure, like if you're not with an Io, but if you're with the Io, getting this improved bodyguard seems kind of nice.
Yeah, also because the Io's giving you attack speed, so you don't necessarily need your ult to fight. I don't know, I haven't seen it, because they've changed her E a lot. 1J. Is he just dead? No, the
Shield comes out. Should be enough to save him. Emma Poshka not going to be able to, well, not under the tower quite yet. So 1J is going to be fine. So what do you make of these other lanes? We are seeing, of course, Radan get to play the lifestealer, which is the hop carry right now. Is this a lane where they can put any sort of pressure into him on the early game?
I think this is another kind of free lane for both sides. They should both farm. I think Maposhka is in a really strong position this lane. It depends on 1J. So Taser actually dispels. So if 1J wants, he can get a point in it at like 3 or 4, and then just constantly purge Maposhka every time he uses Astral Spirit. But that one's, it's a bit of a mana commitment to do that, and just a cooldown commitment. It's like also super defensive. So realistically, it should just be maybe Radan getting poked down by 1J, but end of the day, I would say Maposhka will just secure it into a 50-50 lane, which is what Lifestealer wants. Lifestealer just wants to be left alone, farm his Radiance for free, sit in front of his tower. And so the longer you're able to do that, the better. And then mid, you know, I don't know. It's kind of a... I kind of like it. A lot of the matchups that are being picked these days are more 50-50 matchups.
Sure. Yeah, both mids get to play.
Yeah, it feels more higher skilled. There's no more bottle fills. The water runes are now, you know, I know it's been like this for a while, but it's a 50-50. So it's almost going back to the 2016, 2017 days of mid, where it's a very like high skilled role. All the matchups were pretty even. And instead of having rune RNG, it's just pure, almost like pure skill.
Is there much impact from the moving of the small camps or the camps a little further away from mid as well? That changes.
So the camps aren't close enough for the mids to be able to really farm them consistently.
Yeah.
It's like it's so far if you look at this camp from Lesh or the camp for Puck. Puck can't, normally the mids could even stack their own camps, but now you can't stack your own camps. You can't farm, so it's a lot more pressure on mid. You can't do these bad trades. There's times in the past you would literally as a communication tell your support, your pause 5 or something, take a trade, go for a 1-for-1 play in your side lane. You know, like maybe you kill their support, you die, so you can fill my bottle. And now there's no more bottle fills. So I just think the little plays matter more. You know, getting an extra 50 damage in, getting an extra right click in actually matters now mid. And getting these like small mechanical advantages gets you like this small lead that maybe ends up with you getting the 6 rune or getting a level 6 and getting a kill.
So far, in terms of the difference in outcomes of the lanes, is that shooter bottom lane 13 for 5 on the Marcy against Collapses 8 and 5. Definitely giving a little bit of an edge here for Chimera that the panel did want to see. And top lane should be your first blood dart. The help of 1J able to run down Maposhka.
I definitely think the early lane favors Chimera top because of the techies. This year's been buffed a good amount. I think he used to have like 30 damage level 1, or like high 20s, but now he's at 55 damage, or like 57 actually with all his stats in, and super high attack range. I think they also buffed his attack speed, so honestly, as a ranged right-clicking pause 4, techies is super strong. And so just like versus double melee lane, if Mposho's not able to get on him, which also Daha can save him with shields, I think definitely this lane is pretty hard for just like Mposho to get this impact that he needed. Bot lane, we haven't seen the E. I want to see the infinite health. It's just not the aggressive choice, right? He's maxing his spells. He is 1-2-0.
Collapse.
Just going on him constantly.
A bit of pushback tier 2000. Pantos to be a bit careful there on the front lines of the fight.
He didn't click the lotus. Oh no.
Maybe tier 2000 still gets a kill out of this. No, Rue's fine. And the spear's back up from Collapse. Tier 2000 will manage to walk away, but as you say, a little bit of a missed opportunity there from Panto to be able to live.
That's pretty bad, because we also said how important this bot lane is to Chimera. They might go again.
Let's see. Straight away, rebound into the disposed, and back in action. Indeed they will. So Panto does die, but as soon as he's back in the game, he's able to set up for them to take out Collapse.
Okay, so they get it back. I think just like maybe he thought he survived the one extra hit, or he just didn't click the lotus fast enough. It's not the biggest deal, but yeah, anytime that you're losing an advantage in this ball lane, it's going to hurt you. Rue's no mana, so there's another opportunity for them to go and collapse, or even Rue, if he steps too far up. All right, he's got it. He's got bodyguard.
So hasn't got a lot of mana to play with right now. Tier 2000.
There is a lotus, so maybe Penta uses it, just gives him a little extra mana. Oh, he used it. Special delivery, got the boots. It's not that. I just type it up. It's fun.
So, is it the longest ability cooldown in the game?
It might be. There's stuff that's 300, right? Isn't the shield encore 300?
Oh, sure. But hero ability.
First spell? Yeah, I think so. Oh no, the shield's 200.
It might be the longest. 240.
It might be.
Oh, bottom. They're going to try for the setup onto Collapse. Again, good with the spear to keep tier 2000 at a distance. Further TP's coming in actually for Chimera, but the rebound's off the mark. Won't get the jump onto Collapse. And try and chase down Ruin instead, but Team Spirit, they're bringing the numbers. They're ready to stand and fight it. They get the fear onto tier 2000, drop down the Dream Core. That's the carry gone.
Okay.
Now with the spear on towards 1J, they'll be able to clear out the support as well. Team Spirit, they did not hesitate on just casually walking down it with the numbers and making sure that tier 2000 was not going to get away with trying to chase for that kill.
That was just a big chase. Like, they're going into the river so far that Laurel is able to just like you said, casual. As he lost, I think, 0 creeps for that. He was checking the 6 rune, and then he's like, oh no, guys, the rune spawn top, but I guess I can collect a double kill bot, like if I have to. And again, kind of giving up these kills that you can't really be affording to. And now Lornov is... Okay, so Lornov's contesting this Wisdom Rune. But what is... Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I mean, that's an ambitious adventure there for Lornov that will end in tears as he's dead. And Panther, they're still trying to take this Wisdom.
Oh, he canceled the tether. I think that was just Panto.
Yeah, nothing stopped it, right?
I don't think so.
Uh-oh. Couple of mistakes here from Chimera. That's gonna hurt them.
That was... Okay, no, yeah, that... Sometimes it happens. You know, sometimes you just forget what's happening.
I mean, that's
you're not focused.
Is there really a world where you're just able to casually walk as the Lesh from the mid lane to the Shrine of Wisdom?
Not really. Usually the heroes that do that are like the Ember Spirits.
Yeah, that have a bit of mobility.
Maybe a Storm, but a Leshrac?
You don't want to be there.
He also didn't have, you know, a Haste Rune. Or even a Shield Rune. It was just an Illusion Rune. That's really bad for Chimera.
That's rough. Farm's still good. I mean, you know, he's getting a fantastic amount of farm from the mid lane, Lornov, staying level with that of the puck. So still, you know, one rough move can be fixed. It's, you know, it doesn't really affect his game too much.
Game state wise, it's not like they're now super behind.
No.
It's more that I think they should be more ahead than they are now.
Sure.
And going into this even state of a game is bad. It's like you can't afford to make this many mistakes as...
Easy setup for collapse. And they've got plenty of backup. And the movements from Team Spirit.
They're just connecting.
Yeah, and they're making it look pretty easy. They just walk over, get kill, walk over, get kill. Sometimes Chimera walk into them. Still ends up in Team Spirit getting kill.
And again, for TA 2000, I think Marcy is a hero that needs to have a good lane as a carry. You need to be able to... You don't really farm that fast, so you need your farming tool. Usually they go Battle Fury, or they fully skip it and they go full aggression. And either of those choices don't really work when you're behind. And so now, it's like Radon already has 1,000 gold. He's working on his Radiance. So you have one carry who already is getting close-ish to his farming tool, and the other carry not even done with his treads. And it's kind of makes you start to question, you know, what is Chimera's game plan? Maybe it's on Dahak to kind of have to carry this all by himself. It's just a lot, I think, for Abba, and it's not even particularly an amazing Abba game. It's hard. He can do it.
Yeah.
But I think maybe Lornov too. I think between the Abaddon and the Lornov, they have the tools and the damage. I'm just concerned because of the amount of teamfight damage that Spear has that they can apply to the Lesh. As of now, the game state feels like if they literally drop every single button they have in the game on Lornov and they kill him, they'll win the fight, which usually is a bad sign. He is infested on Radon. He should be okay.
Now off he goes.
Yeah.
See what Tier 2000 wants to head next. Wants to look to fight around the 10-minute power rune. Is in with the jump. We'll be able to pick up the regen rune. Lars trying to fight back. He drops the Dream Coil. Miposhka turning up from the side, trying to get the final few punches in onto Panto, but the flurry of punches are coming out here from TA2000 to take down Miposhka, keep Panto alive, and Lornov able to chase down Bruce. So this time it's Team Spirit that end up looking for a bad fight.
Yeah, I mean, TA2000, he showed up to the fight. And I think they finally kind of outnumbered Team Spirit on the side of Chimera. They brought 4 heroes to the runes, Team Spirit only brought 3, and kind of giving Team Spirit a little bit of their own medicine.
See if they can punish it to Hack. They certainly can. All borrowed time skill, but the arena is up. They'll trap him in. The Hack, can he play his way out of this one at all? Doing his best to dodge the Spirits. Will give him the chance to put the shield, but the shield gets immediately beaten through by Team Spirit. They're trying to chase forward here with a rebound. Spirit, keep the distance. TA2000 not able to get the grab this time. Still trying for it, but has to be a bit careful. His ult on cooldown for 30 seconds. They'll return to the bottom lane, keep the farm going.
Not the worst, I would say, for Chimera. At least they brought a lot of heroes mid, but maybe I'm a bit too worried about the game plan for Chimera. It might not actually be as stressful as a timing-based thing as I'm making it out to be. just due to the fact that Leshrac does farm very fast.
Sure.
Abba has a good game. I just am always concerned for Marcy and her impact in these games.
Because what is the build going to be from Safeland Marcy? It's still what, a Battle Fury build?
Battle Fury, yeah. He does have the Cornucopia.
I definitely think it's correct. Yep.
And Marcy does scale. It's not like this hero is not going to scale if she hits, level 18, has a bunch of items. Every single volley of punches is a dead hero. I just am concerned about her ability to fight. Again, there is the Leshrac Ags, which is really strong versus her because it's a BKB piercing disarm. I always just get worried when there's an IO Marcy lane that doesn't win their lane heavily.
Root. Easy one for Lorinoff. I mean, anyone that turns up into the mid, especially supports, will get destroyed by the damage pumped out from the Leshrac.
Lorinoff's going the classic, the Bloodstone. He doesn't like this new gen Gleipnir.
Would you imagine with this, when you go in the Bloodstone build, he wouldn't consider even getting the Gleipnir later? Or because if you're not getting early, you're probably not getting it at all?
Yeah, you'll probably skip it.
Yeah.
At that point, I think you should go with BKB after, just to be able to walk out of the arena, walk out of the coil.
Middle tower is under attack.
The Gleipnir is kind of a different build, I would say. Basically, it's a comparison of Gleipnir is you're constantly going on them and you're not the one taking damage. I think Bloodstone allows it to be that Lorinoff goes in first. He gets protected by his IO healing, his Abba healing, the shields, and he's like the tank for the team. Which I think is okay. I think it's always better if Abba gets to go in as like the second aggressive hero, because that way you get to actually use your shield to save your teammates rather than this, a 200 HP block effectively. There's always the Radon factor though. This guy 0-0-0, hitting creeps.
He's chilling.
Yep.
Radiance is going to be, not the fastest, but it is going to be there. The Relic's pretty much done.
And it's a good Lifestealer game. I would say Marcy's okay versus Lifestealer, but definitely not at this early mid game around the Radiance timing. And it depends of how much Team Sphere wants to use Radon.
Yeah, I think for the most part, even if they're a little bit behind, right, they can still fight with just the four of them. Like, they don't need the Lifestealer to make plays.
I definitely think even though it's a 2K lead, it's only a small favor in the sides of Chimera. I definitely think that Marcy's caught up. I think this bot rune fight was super big for just everything, for them getting XP, getting gold. Again, it's an IO combo. So Marcy's always gonna be a little low in the experience, which she's one of the better heroes at being likes because I think people just go stats instead of dispose skill. You keep it at level 1. Oh, collapse. He's arena.
He's just going to turn and stand his ground. He's got backup as well from Lyle and Rue. The Dream goes out onto the boat for them. Stomp to follow up. They're just straight up dead. TR2000 full. Panto as well. Lorinoff seeing if he can find something in return. Radon gets pretty low, but he's into collapse with the offense. As in with the infest, he could get back. I mean, they can still fight on his spirit. Jump forward again. Collapse looking for the angle. Gets the spear onto 1J.
He's a Arcane or Lorinoff.
And now jumping back out of collapse. They'll still keep the edge of the fight, Spirit. Not losing anyone themselves. They could still look for more. Stepping up. Straight away with the dead shot. 1J gets sniped. Collapse able to force the borrowed time out of Daha. Lorinoff trying to push forward. Oh, he did not respect the damage coming out there from Lorinoff. And indeed, bringing in TR2000, they can look to turn the fight around now. As Miposhka goes down, Collapse trying to push them back with the God's Rebuke. I mean, a bit of a punch back there at the end by Chimera. And yeah, was straight up Lal.
I think.
Lal did not respect the damage coming out from Lorinoff. He jumped into that one. He just jumped into death.
Yeah, I think the Arcane Rune on Lorinoff let him get 3 Diabolic Edicts off in the fight. Each of them just kind of having this super high impact. The third one killing Laurel. And the first one forced the Radon Infest. So it's just like, I think just a bit too much damage on Lorinoff, and massive win for Chimera.
Just gotta be careful walking into this area of the map.
4K gold lead.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the fact that Lorinoff's just surviving through this, getting the amount of damage done, the kills that he has, he's huge. 8.5K net worth on the Leshrac. Collapse is watching from the side here, but it's hard to try and go for something, especially when TR2000 has the ultimate ready to go. Lorinoff, he's gonna have an amplified damage rune for the next fight.
Yep. Panto got the new IO shard, which is actually a good shard, I think, especially with Marcy. So it now does damage over time if they're standing in the tether range, and then it also is healing the IO. So I feel like with a hero like Marcy who's constantly kind of jumping in the back line, you have this tether kind of pulling between the two of you. It's 120 damage per second. Just for people standing
Yeah,
in the tether.
that's quite a large damage tick.
Yeah.
If they can indeed, as you say, keep the tether across them.
I don't know if it's considered spell lifesteal either. So it might be a healing IO 60 per creep. I don't know. It's strong though. It's definitely very strong. So I think Chimera's hitting their strides as a lineup this game.
On top. Stomp on Dahak.
They reload in.
He's getting back up. Dahak will die. A Panto tethered up to Lorinov. I mean, they have to be careful, this Spirit. They've got to keep their distance from the Leshrac, especially with the amplified damage rune pumped out by Lorinov. And they will. They'll avoid getting caught any further after getting the quick kill onto Dahak.
17-minute wisdom.
Wait, that was still there?
That was still there.
Oh, okay. Well, Collapse getting a nice surprise.
I think you didn't even expect it to be there.
That's quite the while for it to be left alone.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there's been...
They were doing Tormentor.
Yeah, fight after fight on the bottom side.
Still.
Well,
big win.
Roshan time.
Okay. Look at this tether damage. That's definitely the thing that's doing a lot.
Is it doing anything?
Yeah, it's
It is.
60. It's 60
Oh, yeah.
every like half a second.
Oh yeah, I see the big purple 60s, yeah.
Also interesting, so Collapse went for the Vision Facet on Mars. He didn't go the new one that everyone's getting. I guess it's still an old one, but the recently buffed one.
I still like the Vision one. I think
The Vision one I think is it's really good versus IO.
Yeah, IO and
Because-
about him right. No shields, no relocates, no tethers.
In these situations, maybe the IO reloads into the arena knowing, oh, hey, like, we can fight them in the arena. They don't have that much damage, but you don't really see the exact situation. You
Look
don't
at
see
this,
the health.
Lorinov. Can he
If he
set
gets
up...
a stun.
Can he
Oh, it
just
might be a double stun.
Can he do something cheeky
Oh,
here?
there's a double stun.
There, okay, now just the one.
Still, Mapochka will die.
Yeah, didn't need
definitely.
to get the stun on him. Mapochka, he just dies to the damage. And now
blink
Lal
off.
has to run. Yeah, this Leshrac's quite the issue now.
Yep.
He's getting out of control, Lorinov.
His only death was the, a little crazy one for the Wisdom Rune.
He only died when he chose to die.
Yep.
Outside of that, he ain't dying.
He's got the full Bloodstone now. TA2000's almost about like halfway to his BKB. So, definitely very good state of the game for Chimera.
Yeah. I mean, because once the BKB is out, right, they can't kill him through BKB.
Yep. It's
Not at the
definitely
moment.
too hard.
A good start for Chimera.
Radon, though, has his Radiance, working towards the Manta. Manta Axe. So I would say the big turning point for Team Spirit is this Axe on Lifestealer. If they're not too far behind when they get there, they can come back. But the way that the game is playing out, I don't know if Chimera's even going to give them this like small lead. They still have an Aegis, 3 more minutes. I think they might just keep running at Spirit anytime they get the opportunity. Dahak also has an Orchid. So Lara has to go Yules. But there's just really good timings. There's no Manta as well for Radon for the next, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. And so he might get caught by Dahak here, actually.
Let's see what Dahak can do.
Oh,
Lucas
no.
coming in. He's going to get the chance to raise TP.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They still force him out. Don't want him to farm the whole map.
Yeah, he's catching up. Keeping up on par with TA2000 with the Battle Fury.
He has no TP.
But Dan's got to be careful. And he will top lane. They're looking at TA2000 and Panther. They're going to try with the combo. They've got the Arena and the Dream Coil laid down. The Splitter as well. They're dropping everything on towards the Marcy. It's not enough to kill him straight up. TA2000 survives through the efforts and is able to rebound back to safety. Lorinov's now turned up. His Team Spirit that had to run. Lal's trying to get in there to finish off the kills. He's able to finish off 1J, but the stun timing, it comes in clutch. Kills from Lal there to stop Lorinov from getting the immediate follow-up. Lal and Collapse will live. I mean, they get the support because what we're seeing there, right? They put pretty much 3 ultimates onto TA2000 and they still couldn't kill him.
Yeah, he's still fine. That's before his BKB as well.
Yeah.
He's definitely getting to the scary part of Marcy. I would say the BKB and level 12 is his big timing. He's about 200 gold off the BKB. I just think, like the panel said, it's hard for him to hit hero sometimes. Between Puck, between Lifesteal infesting, the Muerta ulting, the arena just cutting off his vision. It's not an easy game for him to just latch onto these targets like you would want to. But if he does, you know, maybe the Lesh hits a nice stun, that's all that TA2000 needs to burst a hero.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a Huck. He's going to be able to work on this tower, get his Blink Dagger done. This is going to be pretty huge for not only getting the setups with the Orchid, but I guess also just being able to jump into the middle of the arena if the arena's down and the blood support's up, so he can actually just get in the action guaranteed and still get the chance to save his teammates in there.
Also, anytime that he gets his ult off, it's a guaranteed blink.
Yep.
You can't take damage for 5 seconds, so...
Yeah, great escape. Both teams watching this bottom wave. Gleipnir now done for the Muerta.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We will have that for the next play.
I also like how their draft ended up. I don't know if this was super intentional, but they have a mid that can play with IO and a carry. So the IO is basically supporting TA2000 early mid game, and then the second Lornov kind of gets off, gets his Bloodstone timing.
Yep.
Now you just have an IO Lesh, which is another fantastic combo. That's.
I mean, and even the off-lane, right? You know, IO and the
Abba.
Baden can be pretty nice. So multiple options for Panther to play through the fight, even if he does start losing some of his cores. They do have to relocate. They're going to try for it. Silence into the relocate play coming in. He's still going to get the chance to put the rage and go for the TP, and at the moment they don't have enough damage to kill him through that rage. So
they're chasing him.
They are, actually. They won't get him.
I think if he got Edict off, he might have died. Just like a pre-Edict before the reload. Still, again, every time you force the carry out, sure, he's not dying, but you're making him not farm. And so the way that Team Spirit's going to fix that is they're going to smoke up with an infest.
Yeah, time for them to look for some action. They have all their ultimates ready to go. Collapse ready with the setup.
Oh, they might have seen it on these mines.
And they'll definitely be a little suspect to what's going on now. Chimera.
They're grouped up.
If they find their way somehow to TA2000, that would be a pretty nice jump, but TA2000 moving in a very safe angle across the map. Spirit not going to get the catch on him.
Still just looking around. Just taking the enemy tri-camp. So I like the pace that Chimera's playing this game. I think they're being pretty aggressive. It's not like over aggressive, but they're still up 5k gold. They're constantly looking for fights and pokes. And I feel like Spirit's kind of a bit on the back foot, and they're constantly the ones looking to almost counter-initiate. And even when they did the jumps, like the jump on top, they didn't really get anything out of it. So, again, they're getting close to the Lifesteal Radiance, or to the Ags, and that's their big... That's their go time. That's no matter what items TA2000 has, he's going to be disarmed for 5 seconds, he can't use his ult, can't use his BKB, and he's going to sit there useless. It's still kind of a ways away, though. It's 3,000 gold away for Radon.
Still hard for them to get the catch on him. Radon, he's really doing his best. They've been very smart with the map movements, and I feel like you see in all of Radon's gameplays. He's not an easy carry to catch.
It's probably one of the hardest.
Yeah.
It's not even on necessarily hard to catch heroes. He just really knows when to TP out, when to dodge these ganks. It's really beautiful to watch his map movement.
Yeah, probably one of the carries with the most consistently low amount of deaths in games. I would imagine the stats would show it. Spot him. Set up here for this Tormentor, and of course with the lead they have, it's gonna be pretty easy for Chimera. No interest for Spirit to try and contest this. They know how rough that would end out. They're happy in just trying to buy that space for Radon to at least get that Aghanims online.
The Abba chart is so bad.
It's not a good one?
Yeah. It's basically just an auto attack on your Q.
Sure.
But people don't even max their Qs. They're going stats with the Q. He has 1 point, so it's not the absolute worst. It's just...
I mean, it's only good when you're kind of doing my Basher Rush build.
You invented it?
I just did.
Okay. I tried to do a build with Conda.
With Conda?
Because it was basically like you would attack the old Conda. You would attack,
Sure, yeah.
and then you would crit off of the Conda proc, so you'd basically be attacking twice, plus like a 300 magic.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of cool things you could do if you were doing some right-click build. Indeed, but they got the Dream Coil down. But again, it's on to Laurenov, who's
a lot of damage on
incredibly
Laurel.
tanky, and yeah, Lyle seems to be the one dying after he's the one that initiated with the Dream Coil.
He has the regen rune.
Rue stepping up, he got the creep wave good.
This is an awkward chase for Team Spirit.
It is. Maybe they can get 1J. Collapse comes in. They'll drop the arena for it. It's a techie's kill, but Laurenov, he's just straight back in onto them. Gets the jump, the stun. Laurenov, he's ready to run them down. It puts the BKB. They have to get out of his Spirit. And they will. Collapse is able to get out.
Laurenov also has to get out of it.
He does.
TPs.
But I mean, we're seeing, it's going to take a lot for them to kill this Leshrac.
Yeah.
Like, they have to 100 to 0 him. Otherwise, the BKB, the Bloodstone comes off, and next thing you know, everybody on Spirit has the potential of dying under the damage that this Lesh can do. They have to be very, very cautious about how they approach the pony in these team fights.
Yeah, IO is even hard to kill. He has Glimmer, he has a mech, he has Essence Ring. I don't know the new interaction with Essence Ring, because it used to heal the tether target from IO.
Sure, but now what, because it's like a max HP thing?
I think because it's like a just gain flat HP, it might not be necessarily heal, but even then still, bonus health on the IO, just going up to like close to 2k HP before any of the barriers.
Yeah, I mean, it probably does still work with the tether, right?
Maybe?
But then again, is increasing your current health the same as a heal? Maybe not, right? It's probably the wording probably is led it to not.
Valve likes their wording.
Yeah, they do.
It's not.
It's not a heal. It's a current health increase.
Yeah, it's increasing, not healing.
So probably doesn't do anything crazy with the tether like before. The old Essence Ring.
That used to be. It was like 400 back then as well.
It was.
I think when it first got added.
Yeah.
The good times.
Still going to be great for keeping himself alive, though.
Oh yeah. You saw there.
Yeah.
Coil gets used. Laura's literally dying, almost purely in phase shift. Just kind of sits there for like half a second, drops to half health. And Roshan's up now.
Oh, Poshka, be careful.
Could get thrown.
Taking quite the beating from Roshan.
Collapsed.
And then they're all he's bashing everyone this rush. Ags online. See if Radan's able to do anything good in the team fight in terms of just shutting down the Marcy.
I think the big worry now is, so sure, he can shut down the Marcy, but has TA2000 really done much impact in his last few fights? Not even to his
It's kind
default.
of, it's the Leshrac. It's like,
Laurenov.
Yeah, you disarm the Marcy, and obviously you have no counterplay really to Laurenov.
Yep.
You could jump in him, dodge the damage yourself, but you're not stopping him from just dealing an insane amount of damage in this team fight to the rest of the team. Now, Laurenov is absolutely a huge problem right now for Team Spirit.
They have to kind of survive his BKB. Yeah. Well, because I don't think his BKB can be touched. Maybe Radan if he sticks on the whole time, but Radan walks into 5 heroes.
He's going to try and start the action, but already through the range. Look how much damage he's taking. He has to use the Infest defensively to jump over towards Collapse. They've got the Yule set up. He's going to get the chance to blink out there. Quick Yules and retreat there from Collapse. The stomp. Do they really want to get back on in this Spirit? They're going to look to Dahak, see if they can poke at the borrowed time. That's not going to happen, though. Spirit. Ooh, Laurenov. In with the blink, Lal. Gotta be careful around the Roshan. Laurenov will put the Bloodstone.
Okay.
Another stomp here. Catches onto the bow for the Team Spirit, heading up to the high ground, but Panto's in with the tether onto Laurenov. Rebound for TA2000. I mean, Radan, he's running at them. He's chasing them down, but TA2000 ready to put the BKB. They get the Arena Spear combo onto Laurenov, but he's actually out of the arena. He'll get away. I think in terms of like the Arena Spear placement, it was kind of like he got pinned to the outer wall. Yep. The God's Rebuke actually kind of just pushed him back to safety. So Laurenov was fine, and he's ready to get back in. He's been jumped in here by Radan with the Infest, but Laurenov, the BKB's out. He looks to Collapse up in the air with his own Yules, trying to survive, but he'll fall. They've got the stomp onto the two of them, and the sleep of the relocate takes Laurenov out just in time. Spirit, though, they have killed off TH2000. They get 1J as well. And with this setup, Laurenov's going to be ready to try and help Panto out. Jumps to the backlines, gets in onto Maposhka, and look, here comes the Eye this time, bringing back into Hak. Over the Infest, on towards the IO. Radan, can he play his way out of this as he comes out? Lal has to jump away with the orb. Radan is going to get left behind. Radan's gone. Triple kill for Laurenov. The Leshrac too strong right now as Laurenov continues to pop off. And look at that, love that as well. Dahak did get the Basher. There you go.
He did.
There we have it. Basher with the Shard Bill, ready to play. But these
You
teams
just created this. You didn't tell him before. You were like, "Hey, Dahak."
I mean, he's on the same level. I got a shard. I might as well buy a basher.
Yeah.
And I look for some clutch miscoil bashes. But what a fight. I mean, great moves from Panto, right?
Yeah,
the way that they're able to
taking him
take
out.
the Lesh out.
Yep.
Lesh was able to move back in. And then suddenly, Panto's bringing Dahak in.
Yeah, so not only so, Dahak goes into the pit, he TPs.
Yeah.
Radon has no way to cancel his TP, so he kind of lets him there. And so now Dahak's in base. Leshurk got reload to base, but he TPs actually, which means that I was also able to take Abba back into the fight. And now they just go from 0 heroes in the fight to 3 instantly. And then I think Radon just kind of infests. He's like, he doesn't know what's happening. In an ideal world, he infests Laro there. And then kind of Laro saves his life. He gets him out. Maybe they kite it out. I don't think they would, but yeah, wow. Really nice fight by Chimera.
Yeah, very smart how they weaved in and out of that one off the back of Panto's plays. And yeah, Laurenov. Oh, he might have just found himself another. He's got the Hex straight down on towards Miposhka. Beyond godlike. On the Lestrak, 1J's going to jump in, take this invisible rune away from Rue. Rue's got the dust, we'll try and make a play with it, and they'll drop the Dream Coil, but again, it's just for support. Backup's coming in for Chimera. Rue's dead. The silence is out on towards Lal. He's got to run. They're chasing him down. And we'll get the orb away. Have they got any further gap close?
They shouldn't.
No, he's out. So Lal will live. But it's getting scary out on the map now. Chimera just taking kills as they please.
And now with this Hex on Lorinov, just I think it's hard for Laurel to kind of play around the map. And it's also going to fix, so in that last fight, the Roche fight, Lorinov, like, right before he got reloaded out, had 0 mana.
Yeah.
Like, he used every single thing in the tank. And now he's a Hex, so he has even more mana to kind of use in his pool. It's hard. That was the Axe fight too.
It was.
That was
down, turning up.
It's the comeback fight, right? But it wasn't enough, and I think a lot of it breaks down to this. This Leshrek's kind of been untouched in this game.
Yeah. Ever since they just got him that once when he was walking to the Wisdom Rune, and then Lauren
He gave him a freebie.
He did, and then he just got really mad. He's like, "You stopped me from stealing your Shrine of Wisdom. I'll steal your lives," and he's just destroying them.
So Dahak's ult's gonna pop. He can just blink out, I think.
He's going for the TP. Dream Coil is there. Backup's on its way.
Okay.
So Dahak, he wants to stand his ground. The team is on its way over. I mean, Dahak might die, but can Chimera fight back into this? Lorenov's going to try. Jumps forward. Gets held back by the Yules once again. Collapse making sure the space is there for the rest of the team to get out. So Dahak opting to stick around and try and fight. Didn't work out that time round.
Yeah, it was super close to him getting the blink off. Coil is really good against the Lesh, or the Abba blink combo, because you can't blink Leash.
Yeah.
So I think it was just a good read by Laurel. Maybe it was like a bait to TP, and he's trying to like bait it so that it cancels blink, then he'd blink out, something cool like that.
Let's see where they go next. Chimera, they're smoked up. Sweeping across the map. Lorenov's found his next target. As Rue gets caught. Try and slide away with the ultimate. Ooh,
40
is
health?
he going to get out?
No way.
He's going to get out. What an escape there from Rue. Easy.
Slides up the hill. I feel like he should not be alive right now. It was his enchantment he picked for his neutral item. 16% magic resistance.
Now there you go. Back down bottom. Lorenov might not have got Rue, but he will get Miposhka.
Yeah, so there's no neutral item that will save Miposhka there, but still. It's not unsalvageable. It's 8k gold. I think Chimera definitely has like a firm grasp on the game, but I think we've definitely seen Lifestealer in these types of games come back from these situations. I don't think this is, my words, this isn't the type of draft that Lifestealer's against that he can carry.
Sure.
Usually it's like a PA, and then you kind of kite the PA around, you force her to waste her BKB, you infest her. I just feel like TA2000 not had to, he hasn't needed to have impact in this game. He hasn't even had the opportunity to get impact, because every time he sees a hero, it's like, oh, Lorenov already killed him.
Yeah, and it feels like overall, well, compared to last game's draft, what Chimera have, it just keeps a lot of kind of different problems sorted, right? They've got answers to everything, it feels.
Yep.
And as you say, kind of the little direct interactions the Spirit would want to use to be able to counter certain heroes on the lineup of Chimera, it's unlikely to be enough to easily deal with all of them. It's all 3 cores in a solid spot. On the gold, Spirits, their cores are not that far behind us. In short, apart from that top spot where Lorenov is just continuing to pop off. But even so, struggling to kill even the others. Tier 2000 Dahak, pretty tough to take down. Tier 2000's got to be careful, as it did start to fall pretty low. Borrowed time will popped out on the way towards the Tormentor. They'll get it. Shard for Laurenov.
Even more gold. He's now up almost 6k gold on the Lifestealer. Ooh. Also, so they buffed the Lush Strike Innate. These Shard stuns are going to be crazy big in the team fights. The level 1 radius is almost 319.
Oh.
I think he meant to click his Arcane Boots.
Maybe it was just sort of like PTSD after he tried to get the Shrine of Wisdom elsewhere. He's like, he's now go for these shrines. I gotta be careful.
It's dangerous.
It's a dangerous activity. Gotta make sure nobody interrupts me or stops me on the way.
He got it.
He got it.
Good for him.
We're showing the PKB replay. Oh no.
I wanna assume so. I think his Arcane Boots were in that slot.
Oh, you reckon? Yeah.
Probably. And he wanted to swap for Shivas.
This could have been some sort of moving around it, yeah.
You never know.
Either way.
Maybe he got scared. He saw like a little flash on the screen, thought it was a puck.
Could have been. See if it mattered. No BKB for the next 50 seconds. I mean, Team Spirit are looking to fight into this. So you can start it.
I mean, if they get a jump right now, I don't even think they knew about this BKB, but this could be perfect timing.
Radiant
There's the Axe Dream Coil. So, and an amplified damage. If Lara was going to win a fight, it'd be right now. 25 seconds still, no BKB. By the time this fight starts, he should have it. It shouldn't really be this major issue. It's all about who starts the fight. Valaro gets a good initiation, good coil on maybe like 3 or 4 with the Ags. The fight gets a bit awkward arena. But again, I think if they just let Laura run in the fight.
They put down the ward, they find the vision straight away on Radahn. They jump him immediately. Can the Team of Spirit save Radahn? No. They can't. Radahn's gone. Immediate plays off the back of that ward. They catch Lal as well. Who placed that ward? That's MVP right there.
1J.
Was it 1J?
It was 1J.
What a ward. And what a follow-up. Straight away.
Yeah, instant hex.
Instant hex. And they might get more. Collapse. He's trying to scramble away from them.
He's got the haste. I mean, he's trying to cut midwave. And whatever, they just don't want to lose too much of the map. They lost both of their cores. Oh, no.
That was a rough one there for Spirit.
Oh, collapsed.
Oh, that's the... Careful, he's got the gem as well.
He's okay.
He's alright.
No one's here.
Wow.
Yeah, just really quick hex. The kill was a bit close, I would say, for Radahn maybe getting off his infest and kind of surviving, but again, it's all about the jump. They get the blink hex on a Lifestealer, and it is easier for Chimera to get the jump. They're up 16,000 gold. They have an instant blink hex from the Lesh.
The collapse. He's still trying to push out this top wave. See if he can get out of this. He's got blink in a second. Is he going to get it off? Oh, Panto. Jumping forward with the Ogre Steel Tome, able to keep the spirits upon him, stopping him from being able to blink, but the spear pushback should be enough for Collapse to get out. Only just.
Yep. Still. Surviving that means that now they're 5 alive. They can look for an engagement. It's just, what do they need to engage? It is a big coil from Laurel. He needs to actually start the fight. Sure. Maybe even start with an infest.
But it feels like yeah. Even then, it's just so many heals. And, you know, but to hack with this Aghanims, he can just get in there, start tanking up damage, shooting out these heals to the teammates. It's difficult to sort of find a team fight situation where Spirit can just outdo the survivability and just the fact that Chimera will be pumping out just as much damage, if not way more, back at them. It is super hard to take a 5v5 right now for Spirit. Dahak, he's in. He's going to try and start off the action, force the collapse to bounce away. Laurenov. Lost the Bloodstone. Radahn trying to move it on towards the Lesh, but barely a tick already coming out right now from the Lifestealer. How does Spirit fight into this lineup?
It definitely feels like if you just put 5 Chimera heroes on like 1 point, they get coiled, they get arena, they get ET pressing all spells, and if the Hawk presses ult, I actually think no one will die. If they're all 5-man grouped up. And so in a normal fight, if you can't kill 5 heroes grouped up, how are you gonna expect to do the damage? Like you were saying, they just have so much heal, so much sustain. I think it's just really easy for Chimera to take the fight to them. And they're going to smoke up and look.
And they go Dahak. That's the jump. Silence onto Root. And over to the side, they found the Hex connection again. And now Maposhka also run down. This Laurenoff Leshrac, it is destroying them. And obviously enabled massively by the fact that he gets decided to play with, Panto. Sure, at the start he was kind of helping out TH2000, but at this point it's like, it's kind of like that meme, right, with the guy where he's like holding hands with the Marcy, and then he's looking back at the eye and he's like, so, well, actually, yeah. I guess now, looking at the Leshrac. This is Panto's new partner here.
TH2000 almost finishing his pistol. I feel like he hasn't even had the need to do much. It's like such a chill game to be a carry Marcy. Kind of, do okay in your lane, get a kill here, die once. You can go farm for 40 minutes. Laurenoff is going to get your team 14 kills.
Yeah, this is crazy.
14, 1 and 4.
I just touched the turnaround. It's like he made that play where he was just walking to the Wisdom Rune and died. And then this happened. It's crazy. And it continues. Laurenoff. I get the catch. Radan's going to go for the TP out. Nothing to stop that. He just don't stop. The kills keep rolling in for Laurenoff.
Dire's bottom tower.
He's in enemy base. He's okay. I think he's a strength blink. He's just buying everything. He's buying the whole shop.
Yep. No need for buyback at the moment, as he is just genuinely unkillable on this Lesh. Again, large in part to the plays of Panto.
The IO's looking good. Like you said, it's a Grandmaster IO.
It's Grandmaster IO. You don't mess around with those. If people know at home, if you queue in a game, you see someone on the enemy team with a Grandmaster IO, you've lost.
That simple?
It really is. Grandmaster IOs don't lose.
So do you think this is something that they should ban next game?
I think they might have to. Because that's the thing, right? You look at all the... If you're Spirit, right, and you're in this situation, I don't think you're kind of saying, we've got to take away this Lesh or this Marcy. It's you take away the IO part of the whole lineup, right?
It's a lot easier to ban just the IO instead of all the combos.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of IO got changed. I don't think it was that much. I guess IO got some buffs. It was nothing kind of major. I would say the Lesh changes are kind of more impactful in the Marcy. And they just see they have, Marcy Lesh. They're like, okay, this is a good combo. We pick IO with them. Oftentimes, I think Dota doesn't necessarily change how heroes are played or what combos are good. You still think Magnus Jug has been a combo for years. Same with Lesh IO. These classic combos are kind of a combo for a thing. And so it just depends on, if one part of it gets strong enough, then you can pick it. So I think Lesh got buffed. Why not just go back to Lesh IO?
Certainly looking very good here.
Gaming Gladiators will be back.
Well, they are pretty good with their IOs. Spirit. They're trying to enter him from the side. Maybe trying...
It's because the mines. The mines are just
hard,
on the smoke path.
You just can't make that sort of surprise move. Chimera, they know exactly where Spirit's trying to strike from. And of course, Chimera is more than happy to start running at them.
They still have 3 minutes on the Aegis. They have so much time. They can kind of play so casually. It's like completely up to Chimera. Do we go? Do we not? I think they can just walk up high ground. The Hawk can save everyone from the arena. He just has to blink in and press ult. They don't have... So the one thing is Lesh doesn't have the tower damage edict because of his facet.
No.
Which slightly hurts in situations like this because normally, in the past, you just walk your Lesh high ground, he ends the game, but it doesn't matter when you're up 27k gold. You don't really need your Lesh to finish the game for you.
Radiant are scanning.
I just feel like it's stressful for Spirit. Now there's also a blink on the Marcy, so even more initiation for him. They just go. I think it's go time for Chimera. They're going to try to take this bottom half of the map away from Spirit, kick them out. Once they're in base, maybe they decide not to go, but yeah, there's nothing really stopping Laurenoff. Also, 1J finished a Hex. So now there's 2 Hexes for Chimera. That's 2 ways to catch the puck. Laro has to be aggressive. I think he's correct. He doesn't have a Lincoln's.
He's in. That's for 1J. They get the jump. They drop the arena.
Okay.
That's the coil in the arena to kill off the techies.
Those are big cooldowns. There's a refresher on collapse, but I think the coil, you might decide to just go. Just look for a jump, anything.
Just trying to get all of the waves shoved in first. Before going too crazy towards the high ground.
Again, they're not in a rush. I think at this point, there's nothing that Team Spirit is going to buy that's going to be super impactful in terms of, oh, they have this item now. They're still up 26k gold. The biggest thing is Chimera takes a bad fight. So if they see, you know, this fight isn't good for us, and they choose not to take it, that's all they need to do to win this game. I think if they choose to go high ground, it should be fine unless they dive. I think they definitely can still throw if they dive a little too far.
Lauren lost him. Radan's going to turn straight towards him. Has the Abyssal Blade slammed down upon him, but still the chance for the Bloodstone to come out. And of course, he has the Aegis, even if they do manage to take him out the once, which they do. The Aegis popped. Going back for round 2 here. Lauren off to try and set up the Stomp. They want to move in again. They have the second arena. BKB's there from Lauren off, and he'll casually walk the fight off.
That's pretty good for Spirit. I mean, they don't get anything, but Aegis still 2 minutes left, so they get the Aegis a bit early. They get the BKB and Lesh. They can look to smoke out and fight, maybe. They still have a refresher on the Mars, so they still have 1 arena if they choose.
Tier 2000 with the ult ready. Wants to make the jump on Radan straight away. In with the Abyssal Blade. The stun from the Lesh to follow it up. Instantly removing Radan from the game. And indeed, no buyback available for him. So a lot of time for them to move up and get the damage done here as they go straight for the base. The bottom lane in danger. Spirit, what do they got here with the 4 of them? Is there any chance of slowing down this push from Chimera?
I don't see it. I think it might just be Megas. Obviously, there's an Elder Titan. He's going to try to slow down as much as he can, but what do? You can't commit in. You have no Lincolns besides the Mars, and Mars is going to get canceled. He has 2 arenas, so maybe they use 1 arena, try to kill Marcy, force her BKB. Oh, never mind. They use nothing.
Up to top they go. Still 50 seconds without their carry, Team Spirit.
You gotta go. I don't think you can win versus Megas in a game like this. With Relocate versus Mega Creeps, Lars is looking for a big coil. Something on the backline.
Doesn't find it there. In fact, he gets caught with the Hex. They catch Lal. He's gone. Has the buyback, but he's already used the Dream Coil. As Dahak is chasing towards Collapse. Collapse will be able to get out with the Ogre Seal. Lal back in the action, but yes, no Dream Coil. Dahak, he's diving them up towards the fountain. Loronov's ready to join. Jumps for the Hex on a Rue. Rue's gone. Stun catches on a Collapse. He's out. They've got buybacks available on Rue and Collapse. Radan's going to be back up in 10 seconds, but the Mega Creeps are up now for Chimera. As they could keep pushing on. Spirit.
They just keep going on Chimera. They still have the Roshan banner. And I'm sure it's a 5v5, but you're 42,000.
Collapse. He tried to get the jump of the spear back, but he's ended up missing it. Will get forced to the side. Radan moves in with the rage, looking for Lorinov. Has the Abyssal, but again, Lorinov's just taking no damage here from this lifesteal. They'll look towards Dahak instead, but Dahak's able to get the bar time off. Abyssal Blade down on a Radan. Radan, he's gone. As this game should be shortly over. Chimera survived throughout the final attempts to Spirit. Spirit, they'll call it GG. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah.
And after this game 1, incredible showing from Spirit, now this game 2, crazy showing from Chimera. I don't know what's going to happen in game 3, Gun.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, early game, I was a bit scared for Chimera. They weren't really getting these like pickoffs. They weren't getting these fights. They were kind of dying with the Wisdom Runes. And then I think it all turned around.
It really did. It was kind of like, it was very close on the numbers until about 30 minutes in, and then bam, the sort of the stomp began from Chimera, and it just didn't stop. This Lesh, Lauren up 18-1-6, ends up doing a 60k damage. The next closest person on the server was 30k, so double the damage of anyone else in the game. This Lesh, they've got to have a better answer for it, Spirit, if it comes through draft again, or they just got to take it away or take away the Aya. We'll see what they do in reaction to it, but they can't let Chimera do this again, because this seemed to be Chimera's bread and butter, which again was just nice to see, because it really was Chimera doing what they, not everyone else would do this draft. Very much Chimera's style, which I think the panel said as well was kind of lacking from Chimera's game 1 draft.
Yeah, in the first game, I felt like it didn't have their flair.
No.
This game, they have the carry Marcy, which is something T2000 loves these carry Void Spirits, carry Marcy's. Sure, you could say carry Tiny's kind of in that category, but I don't think it's really as much. And I think Lorinov Lesh was one of his best heroes, and he kind of shows it off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what a game 2 Can't wait for it. We're getting to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. At the moment, the series stands 1-1 between Chimera and Team Spirit.
We said they should have a strong early game if they were having even a chance in this second game, Chimera. And to be honest, their early game was good. I wouldn't necessarily say, oh my gosh, they smashed it out of the park, Lacoste, but they played stable, but they just never stopped playing stable. And then they always did it the whole time.
Yeah, they did, but the mid-game and the late game was pretty impressive. Lorinov did pop off completely. This was supposed to be the IO Marcy strat, but in the end, it ended up being IO plus Leshrac strat, because he was tethered up to him most of the time. Unfortunately, Shard doesn't provide you with that spell lifesteal anymore, but overall, you're getting the heal. And there was no healing reduction whatsoever in this game, because if you look at the items on Team Spirit, there is no Spirit Vessel, there is no Skadi, there is no Shiva's Guard, and Abaddon, when he gets his Aghanim Scepter, at that point, the game's just pretty much over, because you have Abba who can blink into the arena, others don't really see, but he pops his ulti, and everybody, plus Io, increasing that heal as well, and we can see the Hawk on camera being pretty happy about what just happened.
Yeah, and like you said, it went from being IO Marcy to IO Lesh, and we forgot how impactful that can be, but it wasn't just IO Lesh, it was IO Lesh plus Abaddon.
Yeah.
So it felt like there was this like absolute unit in this Leshrac that was outputting ridiculous amounts of AoE damage that no one could really get near, because the backline jump on Sphera was like entirely dependent on this Mars, but the rest of Spirit, they don't comfortably connect to these Mars initiations. Like we often saw it collapse with this mid-game, you know, try for an arena. There was like one that missed. It just never really amounted to anything. So very cool for Chimera to bring it back in such a flare. But they also they stabilized that game so quickly, and then they snowballed it so quickly. Like that first rotation that Chimera did bottom, like around minute 13, where they just brought their entire team. They brought the Leshrac. They got a few kills. They took the Tormentor, then they took Aegis. In this patch, once you take that Tormentor into Aegis, you start snowballing, and Chimera played for their timings and hit them really nicely.
Yeah, and I thought at that point, Spirit was maybe doing something similar to what they did last game, where they were like, you know what, we'll let you have the Tormentor, we'll let you have the Roshan, and we'll come online a little later. But then they never did, and then the next Roshan comes around, and Lacoste Spirit, I mean, you saw how hard they were trying it, but you just couldn't get anywhere.
Yeah, they were trying pretty hard, Cheever, but not good enough. This Leshrac pumping out way too much damage. They were kiting. Problem is, like, they have this instant initiation, if you want to call it, with Mars, but if you don't execute and you don't follow it up with other spells, if you don't kill them from 100 to 0, they can easily come back. There's also like relocate if they're inside of the arena, so maybe they're going to be able to teleport away, come back into the fight. But a lot of the times you would see Collapse coming in using the arena, and they pop BKBs, so they run out. The trade-off that they're getting is arena for the BKB, and lineup from Chimera is pretty good at resetting, because they have all these heals, so they can easily come back into the fight.
Was there anything they can do against that?
At that point, how the game went, in the mid-game, it felt like the game was completely over. I think the big turnaround point was also when Lorinov picked up his Hex. This was the big one where he got that instant initiation, and there was no saves on Spirit, so they choose the target that they're going to go for, and they kill it from 100 to 0 easily.
There was also a secondary Hex that came out eventually from Techies, which makes it so that you can't really comfortably play a game on Puck. And there were even moments where Lorinov was blinking in without a Hex, and he was still killing Puck. Like, he was getting a stun into the ridiculous damage he was outputting. Like that one fight near Dire Side jungle camp area where the old Tormentor used to be, he just blinked in and killed the Puck for free, even without a Hex. So Lorinov was playing on point this game.
Yeah, a lot of people played on point this game, but which two does Brian want to highlight?
Yeah, for the Acer Predator head-to-head of this game, I went for the two big L's. We got Lorinov versus Laurel in the mid lane. Quite the standout performance from Lorinov, and just going to see how much of a discrepancy there really is this game. 18-1-6 to the respectable 9-5-8 by Laurel. Then we see the net worth almost nearly doubling him up here. Lorinov was effectively the carry for his team as he was running away in terms of the net worth charts. And when we look at the hero damage, I feel like Lorinov, excuse me, just did everything this game. We were talking about being a purely right-click damage lineup on the side of Chimera, and we were concerned about their ability to do that. But instead, let's just have one hero that does all the things we were concerned about, and that is exactly how this Leshrac just did such a great job of rounding out the draft. And the Bloodstone build plus the IO made him unkillable. It felt like Team Spirit just could not fight back. This was an Invis-Rune play by Lorinov, constantly moving around the map, built the BKB Blink Hex in the late game, literally throwing himself in with no vision inside of the Mars arena, so even more, you see the puck that they lack stuns for. He just did it all. Like, not only was he the damage, not only was he the tank, but he was also the initiator, backed up by the IO, by the Abaddon, and the Marcy. I'd like to say nothing against TA2000 there, but in the draft he was picked first, and he had his IO partner in the lane, but clearly that draft was all about Lorinov's Leshrac, and kudos to him.
Yeah, kudos to him. It also makes me think, because in the last couple of days, we've had most teams that had priority, they all went for a first pick, and then the other team goes for Radiant. This was a Leshrac overall last pick, that means the Chimera was second pick. And I felt like one of the few times also, that we've seen overall last pick be used so successfully.
Yeah, I'd have to have specific games come to mind. Like, I think there was a Gotcha Huskar pick yesterday. It was a Gotcha Huskar pick, but it lost.
But normally it's like a Gotcha
Yeah.
something pick. But
Yeah.
like, Leshrac is like solid. I wouldn't call it a Gotcha pick.
It's something that you can easily forget, but now that you mention it, with the changes to mid lane, like bottle not being refillable, like fights happening more around the mid lane because of Roshans and whatnot, it makes it so that these last pick mids can actually bring so much more value into the game than they were bringing last patch when it was a lot more forgiving and there weren't enough objectives.
Yeah, let's see what kind of mid laning matchup we get in game number 3 after a break.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Thank you.
deciding game between Chimera and Spirit, coming to you right now live from Stockholm, here with DreamLeague Season 25, here with Lacoste, Effie, and BSJ, and here with Team Spirit, first overall pick. So they went back to it, Brian.
Yep, and Chimera took Radiant again. Yep. So I'm curious to see how that plays out again for the Tormentor, because Chimera actually got it on Radiant last game. So I feel like more so Team Spirit, maybe not thinking it's a Radiant advantage, but perhaps just not thinking it's worth it to take fights around that area, because they had good team fight. They had Mars, ET, Puck.
Yeah.
They had overwhelming team fight. It's just it wasn't there. They were so far behind. But one thing I like to see is that we started this new trend where Phantom Assassin kind of became the first pick in the previous patch, in this one as well. But people figured it out. And now with the Lifestealer, it's the same thing. You're still showing that you can beat some of these stronger heroes. So I want to see how meta is going to develop throughout the tournament. What's actually, because we saw Tiny. Tiny has been banned out in the last couple of days. First pick Tiny in game number 1. He got completely shut down.
Yeah. So we need to see a little bit of a change up in the opening picks and the opening bans, which I feel like we saw yesterday late night already, Effie. I feel like there was already some diversion. I mean, obviously I'm coming back to the Brute Mother, but other than that, we also saw Warlock's first phase pick. These teams don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it just really depends on what you're going into a game plan with. I think that Warlock is still a very viable first pick. I think Jakiro and Phoenix and Wyvern are all viable first picks for the reason of there's so many early game objectives that you're playing around, like the Tormentor. But every team has their own flair. Like, if you can get away with first phasing Terrorblade and winning, or first phasing Tiny and winning, or first phasing Lifestealer and winning, then you should keep cooking with that. I didn't expect Spirit's first phase Lifestealer to look so bad, though, because they are one of the teams that really excel on the hero. And I think that point that you made, Lacoste, about them having a lot of team fight with their heroes, but not using that team fight to take the early objectives, like they didn't contest Tormentor, they didn't contest Roshan, then they're actually not utilizing half of what their draft does. They're not playing on half of their strength. And that's not due to Spirit not knowing that. That's due to how well Chimera snowballed with their loss.
Interesting. They did ban Marcy. I don't think Marcy was the issue. In game number 1, this hero is super strong. It feels really good. It is a flex pick, can be played for multiple roles, but I think Io was the bigger problem overall, because Io breaks some of these combos, the lane combos that you can run. Io Abba, Io Marcy. We saw Io Lesh being like targeted in the mid game, because you kind of said bye-bye to Marcy. She's not going to be the real carry. It's going to actually be Leshrac. So want to see what the plan is going to be. Maybe Chimera wants to run it one more time, because they didn't really destroy that lane from the Team Spirit, the off lane that they were supposed to win, I would say. Mars and Muerta did pretty good job punching back, getting some extra kills as well in terms of trading.
Maybe this is like a Yatoro call. It's like, I don't want to play against Marcy in the lane again.
I think on that Marcy point, like, while Io did look like the problem that game, that Io was only...
Oh, wrong hero. Collapse call. My bad. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. that Io was only enabled within the draft because they picked the Marcy. I feel like Marcy, what she gives you in terms of draft versatility, is much higher than Io. Because if you have this Marcy, all of a sudden you have the ability to pair it with Io. You have the ability to play it carry. You have the ability to play it 4, which then opens up things like Darkseer. It opens up Visage. It opens up Enigma. Whereas Io, you can really... You build around it very slowly and carefully, and it's not something you can first phase or phase early on.
No, I wouldn't first phase Io by any means. I'm just saying that Io looked really good in that game, and I see more combos with Io rather than having more combos with Marcy. But I do agree that Marcy just looks really strong, even though win percentage is not backing it up.
They go back for the Terrorblade, though. They did it in game 1, and it ended up winning. So Terrorblade is still a little bit of a flex pick, but in game 1 they played it on the off lane. Abaddon is the answer instantly, though.
Yeah, this is where I would probably ban Io, because it breaks the combo. Io Abba, this is something that BetBoom ran first time at Fisher Playground. It looked so insane. Like, they just completely overran, because the healing that you get with the Prophetic Shroud facet on Abba, you're just ready to go all the time. The healing that you get from Io is just way too good. I don't think many people can sustain that lane.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that the reason they might be going back to Terrorblade is because I was considering, okay, what are the heroes that are popping into the meta that were not there before? and a lot of them are like purely physical damage, other than maybe like the Radiance Burn from Lifestealer. But they're also like AoE magic damage heroes like Jakiro, Lesh, Zeus, even on like Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Like the first game felt really nice for Team Spirit that they just had a guy that rushed pipe, and I hate to say we might be back in that situation. Like it might come full circle where there's so many popular heroes that you're effectively not gonna have what happened last game, because if you think about the dire lineup, who between Mars, Muerta, and ET is gonna buy a pipe against Lesh? And I think part of like Darkseer, Terrorblade as an offlaner, these are heroes that can easily do this, and it just means that your draft will not have the one single problem, perfect last pick, and that's something people are generally better and better at predicting and accounting for as the patch goes on.
That's a good point, Brian. And they didn't have Pipe Buyer. They also didn't have a hero that can build into Mage Slayer, something that Leshrac doesn't like to play. Because Lifestealer is not going to buy it. Neither is Puck off lane. Maybe Mars can buy it in certain situations, but it's also not that good of an item on him. So they had no magic resistance, and they had no real heal reduction in the previous game.
I was going to mention, for that reason, I really like Ember as a hero because he feels like the Mage Slayer buildup is comfortable for him. He looks really impressive in negating a lot of early damage and playing for earlier objectives. The only issue that Ember has so far is just the existence of Huskar. But if you can account for that in your draft or pick it when it gets unbanned, that is a way to mitigate a lot of the damage that people play these objectives around, like the Jakiro Macro Pyre, like the Leshrac we saw last game. But I did want to talk a little bit about this TV Abaddon exchange. So actually, Chimera, when they played versus Heroic, they first phased their TV, and then Heroic responded with Abaddon, and then their TV looked so horrible because of the Abaddon pick. Because Abaddon, like, you can either run him as an offlaner versus carry TV, or a safe laner versus offlane TV, and you just completely counter.
How's he sitting like that, right?
This is no wait. This is someone's left boot. Wait,
I think he's slightly tilted.
I think he has like his one knee here, and then he's got the other.
This guy,
it is his left. Okay.
He's very flexible.
Yeah, I need to take some yoga lessons
from that's for
Laurel.
Sorry, Mira. That was quite the distraction.
No, it's okay. I mean, that's quite the seating position. I just mean that Abaddon is a hero, like similarly to how we talked about TV follows Tiny around.
Yeah.
Abaddon does the same thing. Like, he can follow the TV and counter him on lane because with Aphotic Shield, you spell Reflection.
Something that we said multiple times ever since we saw the first couple of Rubik games. I don't think Rubik is that strong of a hero right now in terms of what he brings in the laning stage, because he's still not that strong of a laner compared to some other position 4s. But you see Abba, that means that you have guaranteed steal off his shield. Sure, he might go for like 1 point and heal just so that Rubik can't get it, but it's very easy spell to steal. You're also playing against Jakiro with the Ice Path, so that just works out amazing for Rubik. If he can get some free spell casting in a team fight, it looks amazing for him.
I think most Rubik players would agree that Ice Path is, if not the best, one of the 3 best non-ultimate spells in the entire game for Rubik to steal. So most of the buff to Jakiro, other than maybe the fact that he has the choice between Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost, that his Ice Path is insanely better now, and Rubik is just better at whatever spell he's casting. So I'm pretty sure that Rubik, I think it's almost an oversight that you pick Jakiro and don't ban
It's also Rubik, R-U-E-B-I-C-K.
Rubik.
Oh my god, I literally had to think about that. That's a good one.
It's the last game of the day, Brian. For you, anyway.
Thank you.
So.
What were you going to say, Mira?
You're saying the new facet makes stolen spells cost less mana, so you're getting your rounds of spells out a lot more during fights, too. We saw a crit run Rubik versus Jakiro yesterday, and he was such a pain in the butt for the enemies. Like, every single Ice Path that Jakiro cast, like, it was insta-stolen.
This is another hero we were hoping to see. On the morning panels, we hadn't seen Nature's Prophet at all. The only hero I think I've ever seen that had a positive win rate in every single role on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I don't think I've ever seen that. 1 through 5, so a lot of versatility. I think this hero was already versatile, and now he's universal.
Yeah, but where is he going to be played? Because we already have an Abaddon.
That's the point. Like, they wanted a hero that you can 1-3 flex. So now this Nature's Prophet, they've run it on T2000. They've also run it on Dahak. This way, the Terrorblade, they still don't know how to react with this Terrorblade. Like, they have a means to be ambiguous while also shutting down TV on lane now.
Well, at least we know that Tusk will be position 4 and that Jakiro will be position 5.
Oh, they might just So we know what role the two supports are, but I think the lane they go to will be based on which core they're with.
Sure,
like I think Tusk Natures is one of the most classic lane duos. You have a nice ranged hero to capitalize on your tag team. So
Abaddon will stick with the Jakiro.
Yeah, it makes me lean towards the fact that Nature's Prophet will be played in the safe lane, or sorry, in the off lane, just because Jakiro feels like a weird 4 position.
Yeah.
Or like in terms of the lane, the way lanes play out, Jakiro usually operates better under his own tower, but we'll just have to see. Beastmaster has been picked a lot into Abaddon. I always thought like, oh, you have the Dispel for the Axe debuff, but I think it's this like team fight whole, your long, drawn out, sustained damage on the side of Beastmaster, like he gives his entire team attack speed. You have the axes, and in team fights, one of the best ways to deal with Abaddon is to not have to actually go on him to deal meaningful damage. And so I think I would love to see the offlane Beastmaster with the Helm Dom over the Drums of Slum build, but we'll just have to see because
You would prefer that to the safe lane Beastmaster?
I think against Abaddon specifically, yes, and Tusk and Jakiro, like being able to play on range is a bit better. But we'll just have to see.
Something that they lacked in game 2 was like being able to reset on Side of Spirit the way that the fights played out. So they also want to have something that can go in and out multiple times, multiple reflections. You have reset with the Phoenix, of course, and Beastmaster, because what I'm seeing on Chimera right now, these heroes don't rely on like long cooldowns to take the fights. Sure, if Abba doesn't have ulti, he'll try not to take the fight, but he still can, and other heroes also don't rely on big ulti cooldowns anyway.
That's a good point. And on what you said, Brian, about the Helm Dom, I actually fully agree with you. I think that one of the ideas they have with this Beastmaster here is that they just want to dominate the Greater Treant because they don't really have anything on the side of Spirit to deal with this Greater Treant, whereas Beastmaster with this one item can just respond to the lane pressure by taking it for himself.
I think it's still pretty OP.
It's pretty strong. I saw Saxa like ratting with it as 4 Nature's Prophet as well, and it was like it was still shredding towers. It still does a lot of damage.
I love how there's just an obligatory Huskar ban the last round, like every single game, I think.
I think that maybe they were eyeballing the Ember and Mage Slayer, like we mentioned, but Chimera get a good read on that, and they're just banning out the melee mid laners who can buy Mage Spirit that the Huskar ban would have protected. So those are Pango and Ember.
Is there any other hero that... I think I still love Earthshaker. I think that hero is just conceptually broken in terms of what he offers at draft. Like, the only one thing I consider right now is if you've already used Aurora, they just run away from Egg.
I think it might be Quap. Yeah, I see Puck ban. I'm a big fan because you don't care about rotation from Nature's Prophet. You don't care too much about Tusk as well. It's better now because Jakiro is maxing out the Ice Path, so you have some kind of a stun, and you also have a follow-up stun. I'm fine with the Earthshaker, but I'm leaning towards Quap. I've been really impressed with what Quap can do in the game.
It will be Storm Spirit instead.
Okay. I would love to see a Nature's Prophet like offlane with Ags this game. I think that'd be cool. Like just this AoE route for team fights. I think it's really good against all the summons from Beastmaster, the illusions from TB, the Storm Spirit at this point. Yeah, I'd love to see that actually.
So then you think you don't match TB with Abaddon on his lane? Like you think you'd give up on the lane?
Well, they actually don't know where it's going yet, and they could also have the off lane. Like you could have a 3-position Natures be played safe lane. Like I think Abaddon and Natures are both perfectly fine going in either lane, and depending on who's playing the hero, meaning what role they end up being in the game. Both of these drafts are so strange because you have 2 heroes on each side that could theoretically be off lane or carry.
Well, we got a Leshrac once again from Loranov, and we are going to go with the Collapsed Beastmaster and the Radon Terrorblade. So that is, as expected, TA2000 will take the Nature's Prophet though, and that means we have carry Nature's Prophet off lane Abaddon.
So they are doing the most likely Helm Dom Beastmaster, but they are matching it, as you mentioned, Mira, the Abaddon to the Beastmaster or to the Terrorblade in lane.
I think you have to just to make that pick justifiable.
I agree. I wasn't sure if they could, like I said, match the lane and then also keep the heroes or keep the players in different roles, but
That does mean that 1J will be the one playing Jakiro, so they will have also the position for Jakiro coming out.
Can we zoom in on Gunner real quick? I just want to ask him a question. As a mid lane expert, Gunner, we have to wait.
Wait, we have to wait. Please hold. There we go.
So Gunner, Storm Spirit against Leshrac. What is the item that Storm Spirit's gonna buy?
Or he gets
So
to talk?
sorry, Lesh that's gonna buy. Is there's this like Yule Scepter game that he wants to be able to catch him off guard, follow it up with the stun?
I think he's just gonna go Bloodstone again.
Just Bloodstone again?
If you go like 20 and 1, you go the same items.
Yeah.
Gunnar, what do you have to say for yourself now that you're 0-2 in this series?
I like content. I've been hanging out with Jenkins too much.
Double or nothing, Gunnar. Like you predict this one, and then it erases all of the other ones.
does.
You get 3 times the aura points.
It does.
If I'm going for content, Chimera. The storyline's too good.
The storyline's
And the draft.
too good.
The draft's good. They have a Lesh again.
I'm down to go for Chimera as well. I think Tier 2000 Nature's Prophet's going to pop off. I think I'm a little surprised more teams aren't really doing the carry Prophet right now. I think it's good.
Carry Prophet is good. We all been saying that, I feel like. A little bit.
Yeah, also the items that you buy against TB, it feels really nice. You're buying into Mjolnir, Maelstrom, you're going to be buying into Witchblade, so you have itemization that it's really good against TB. And in the last year or 2 years, I just don't believe in TB as a carry.
Okay, I really am feeling this beat. I know the pandas want to pop off, and I know they're going to be able to, because we're heading to game number 3 right now.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for the deciding Game 3 between Chimera and Team Spirit. Who's going to take it, Gunnar? We've got the 2 drafts coming in. It's going to be exciting. Chimera coming in with a TA2000 carrying Nature's Prophet. And Spirit showing off the versatility, right, when they do draft this Beastmaster and Terrorblade. Both of their side lanes, Collapse and Radan, they're happy to play either of them. This time around, it's going to be Collapse on the Beastmaster and Radan trying to show us the Terrorblade back in that position 1.
Yeah, I like Chimera's draft, but I also think Team Spirit's draft is not too far off. One nice thing about the Beastmaster versus Nature's Prophet is the innate of Beast means that the train really doesn't do damage to Beast, so Collapse probably should have a pretty free lane. And I think overall, the early game is not too crazy for either side, so it should, if anything, be a close and exciting game, I think is pretty much what it's leading up to.
Oh, let's see, yeah, because the last 2 games, well, we kind of had close start. Well, the first game was kind of a rough one all round for Chimera, but game 2, there was signs of Spirit, maybe getting the ball rolling themselves in the beginning. But once the ball started rolling for Chimera, it was impossible to stop.
Yep.
So, yeah. I mean, if this game is to go either of those ways in terms of like a team getting ahead fast, is there one of these lineups that the steam rolling from could be tougher to stop?
It's Chimera again. Yep. I would say it's like you have Lesh, Nature's Prophet. Both of these heroes really like playing from ahead. But to give Spirit more credit, I think their draft is way better for Lesh. So Terrorblade, probably one of the best carries for Lesh. Really good Scotty buyer, just a lot of range damage you can apply. And then you also have the Beastmaster, which I think ends up being pretty good for Lesh, just with BKB piercing lockdown.
Yep.
Of all this like physical damage that you're applying to him. So Lornov should not have as free of a game as he did in the first or as in the second one, but still, I think just like the combo and the way they're playing on the Lesh feels really good for all of Chimera.
Will we see like any sort of difference in Lornov's build because he doesn't have an IO in the game with him, or do you imagine it will be the same as he did last time?
It depends. I think probably the way he's playing, he likes Bloodstone on Lesh.
Yep.
Which I was also talking to Jenkins. I think Bloodstone on Lesh might be a bit worse now because I don't think pure damage gets spell lifesteal.
Okay.
So the Edict might not actually lifesteal for Lesh, so it might be one of those things that it's like, it used to be the common build, and everyone would buy Bloodstone, and it might be a bit worse now. And so maybe that gives them more incentive to go for, say, a Yule's or the Gleipnir Rush that other people are going. I think, honestly, with how he played last game, I feel like he can almost buy any items he wants. He can buy a Dagon 5, and he's still going to have crazy impact, just because he's always in the right place in the right time. I think, and just his spellcasting was really nice. Just the stuns he was hitting, specifically Edict. Sometimes it's a hard spell to hit Edict, because if you click it at the wrong time and they kite you, you've done 0 damage in the fight.
Yep.
So.
What do you make of, in terms of what we're going to expect from Tier 2000's build on the Prophet? Are you going for the straight up Mjolnir rush, or are you stopping at the Maelstrom, getting the Switchblade online? What is the way to go nowadays?
I mean, I don't even know if you go Witchblade anymore. Because it's a universal hero this
That's true. Yeah, that's
no
fair.
longer an intelligence hero. Even he has a null queued up. I think you should just buy a Wraith Band. You don't need mana. You used to have to go null because he was an intelligence hero. But now you can kind of go any direction. He can go S and Y. He can go Mjolnir. Probably not Gleipnir anymore.
Yeah, Gleipnir's not going to...
I think the standard build I've been seeing people go is like Maelstrom into Dragonlance, and the Mjolnir BKB, stuff like that. Sanj and Yasha, just pretty much the standard items. I think even a Revenant's Brooch could be really good on him. To just have magic damage for the Terror Blade, give a little more extra crit. And then top lane. This one should be... Ooh. I think top should be a pretty boring lane. I don't think either side should have too much impact. Hawk, smart guy, he skipped his passive actually versus Terrorblade. So he has a point in the queue, which is really funny. Most Abbots skip it, but it's because he doesn't want to get slowed by his own reflection. So, nice skill build. It's like anti-mages don't go mana burn versus Shadow Demon, that kind of thing.
Doing a good damage, just for the trade of damage there between Chimera and Spirit. Spirit definitely having to go through the more resources, and at the moment they are completely out of regen. What have they got coming out in the courier? They do have a salve, so just the one salve that Rue's been able to get out. With the pressure from Chimera early on in that top lane definitely adding up. Mid lane matchup at the moment, 23-8 against the 13-0. Loronov's kind of popping off.
Yep.
Like that is...
top lane.
They'll get it there. I mean, they said the damage was adding up. They didn't really have the resources to sustain themselves in that lane. And he pays the price for it there with Dunn. They're able to dive in and kill him off.
Yeah, something interesting. So, I think Team Spirit actually thought it was going to be a carry Abba and an offlane Nature's Prophet. And so, Phoenix was being picked by Miposhka to counter the Tusk.
Sure.
Because it was the Tusk Fury lane is what they expected. So now they actually have to lane Miposhka bot into this Tusk, because that's like the only reason you pick Phoenix specifically, is to counter the Tusk. And so it's not usually a big thing for your supports to swap lanes, but it matters a bit.
Yeah.
Because you do a lot of practice through the lane partner, there's a bit of synergy. Obviously these top tier teams can kind of do anything they want with the lanes, but it's the same reason why maybe if they wanted a Beastmaster in the safe lane, it's better for Radon to play it than Collapse, just because of the way that, dive mid.
Lorinov, he's going to go for the kill. He's going to get it. And he's out. Miposhka dives forward. Surely with the fire spirit, yeah, he'll be able to get the kill in return. So Lorinov does end up going down, but yeah, Lorinov 13-11 still, 17 against the 17-0.
Yep.
And has sort of the mindset to go for that play. They had a blood grenade that allowed for him to set up on towards the Storm and keep this mid matchup very much in his favor here as the Lestrak.
Look at the XP difference.
Yeah, it's a whole level.
Yep. Almost 6 on the left. When he TP's in mid, he might get 6 off like this wave in one creep.
Not easy times for Lam.
I also think they're going to dive the Storm. They might even bring TA2000 if they really want to screw him over. TP, tank the tower with like a Treant, and just dive. He's barely level 5 on Laurel.
Yeah, he's probably just going to work his way towards the 6, as we've seen sometimes right at these camps.
Yep.
It's difficult for him to show his face in the lane now.
It just feels really bad. Now with the way the jungle's set up, you can't jungle and lane. You basically have to commit to one or the other. So Laurel just completely going to give up his lane. It's the correct choice. It's the best he can do. As long as he doesn't die a second time before his level 6, it's okay.
And Rue's going to come to the mid to try and soak up some of the XP. Still, he also has to be careful though.
Yep. And they have the siege. So
I mean, the supports might get the wraparound on a Rue. Rue.
He has a levitate.
They get the opening. Snowball forwards there, and Rue, he's dead. This is the danger, trying to come over towards this mid lane. Lorinov plus any of the supports
Laurel
will absolutely kill you, and indeed the other support, 1J, is chasing down Lal. Tier 2000 is in with the TP. They'll be able to kill Lal off and prolong his road towards the level 6 even more.
Yeah, and that's the TA2000 TP. And this whole time, again, there's still a siege creep mid, just beating on the tower. I think this tower's going to go down.
Yeah, Lorinov can easily clear the wave. Rue's going to return to the mid lane. Wants to continue to find this XP. He's got the backup in Miposhka as well.
There's an illusion to tank tower. This is bad. Ooh. This Laurel TP.
It's risky. And he's going to TP into this. They've got the snowball. It's going to be going over towards Rue. Rue will fall. Lali's hit the 6 now, so we'll be able to turn Zip towards Lorinov. They get the kill. But this tower, it's gone. Pre-7 minutes. And at the least, they're, of course, getting the kill against Lorinov at the end of it all, but still, the damage is done.
Yeah, still, Laura actually ends up getting a few kills. He got level 6 because of the Tusk. And then at the same time, Collapse is just free farming bot. So TA2000 kind of TP'd out of the lane. So it's a bunch of space for Collapse. Not the worst for Team Spirit, but I think actually the biggest surprise to me is Radon. He's 1,200 gold behind Dahak right now in this top lane. I guess because Rue had to leave, right? Rue went mid, had to keep trying to secure Laurel's game, and because of that, Radon is about to lose his tower too. So
it's tough. I mean, and nowadays, as Terrorblade in position 1 as the carry, how easy is it to catch back up and farm?
I think his just farming speed's been nerfed a bit as a hero.
Sure.
They've changed a couple talents around. They've changed like the stats on the hero. I don't think he'll catch up the same way he used to. He's still going to catch up. He'll get in farm. You know, the game, if no kills happen in like 12 minutes, 15 minutes, he'll be fine.
Sure.
But getting to that point, especially when you're mid player on Storm, having a rough one, it's all about Collapse for Team Spirit. If he can get this Dom, he can get space created on the map. If he has a good game, I think Team Spirit will be fine to get into this mid game. But yeah, Chimera's kind of making this game look similar to game 2, where Lorinov on Lesh just completely popped off. And
yeah.
He is going for the Atos on Lesh.
All right, so interesting change up, which maybe indeed is
I like it.
Down to the fact that he doesn't have the IO with him. So
it also gives him more catch.
Indeed, right, against the Storm mid.
Yep.
Wants to be able to have that extra bit of setup. So yeah, cool to see Lorinov change it up this time round. Smoke's coming out from Spirit. They want to try and make a move here with Miposhka hitting the 6 with the Supernova. They should be able to go for TA2000. As TA2000, little ways out of this. TPs are coming in, but he's already gone. But the Ice Path out to Lyle, but Team Spirit is still fighting strong here. Lyle can zip forward, look to go for Panto as well, potentially dive forward. And they won't push under the tower. Lorinov has turned up, so Team Spirit had to be a bit careful. Lyle, quick dodge at the stun coming in from Lorinov. So they'll get the kill, they'll get out.
Still, nice kill. Just kind of fighting him a bit too far away from his tower. And I think the biggest difference to highlight is right now the support levels. So Chimera's supports are level 5 on both of them. Miposhka's already 6. So it basically means in that fight, if they try to like turn, they try to commit back, you know, get a revenge kill, they're fighting into an egg and the supports have no like similar impact, I guess, for Chimera. I don't know if what happened with the Wisdom Runes. It was, no, both teams got 1 Wisdom Rune, so it wasn't even a major difference. I think it's just probably lanes. Rue had to leave top, so he wasn't getting too much XP early, and the supports were playing a lot around mid. It was a lot because of the mid matchup. Just the fact that Laurel was the one kind of getting screwed over by supports on both sides. And even now, though, his game is not horrible. His game is fine. It's playable. He has 6 stacks of the Galvanized, which is really big for Storm Spirit.
TA2000 is going to opt for the safer part of the map now as he goes on the road towards the Maelstrom. Panto watching in the mid just in case Lorinov does get jumped, but Lyle won't be looking to try and take him head on right now.
The seeds of fortune.
Dahak is holding on to this tier 1 bottom. Going to be going for that blade mount, making sure he can be there in the front of the fight. Of course, Spirits have to be a bit careful about how they try and go on the aggressive when the team fights kick off.
He does have Atos now on Lorinov. So this is their first main timing. It's going to be the smoke. Yeah, he instantly smokes up. Gets the Atos delivered. Any kill they get with this is honestly very good for Chimera. It also means that T2000, when he sees heroes dead, he gets the TP around the map far more aggressively. And I think if they get collapsed, if he walks into them, this is the best kill they can get on the entire map. Or Laurel.
Laurel's a bit tricky, but if they can get the Atos connection before he reacts.
He should die to his stun, Atos.
Here we go. They get the opening route. Into the stun. The damage. It's enough. So they can maybe try and chase down Brew as well. They can. Shard still at the ready. They trap Brew in. He's got nowhere to run. Chimera will get the both of them. Very successful Atos reveal there off the back of that smoke play between Lorinov and Panto.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, Lorinov kind of showing off his Lesh again. I think this is what used to be one of his best heroes on probably Aurora. I would say when he started joining Aurora. It's honestly, it's one of the heroes I think of when I think of Lorinov. So the fact that he's kind of pulling out again this patch, it's looking good.
See down bottom, trying to go for Dahak.
He still has the ultimate.
Indeed, he can skill it if he needs to, and he might not even need to. He's keeping his cool. The snowball over the wall as well. The stun does connect, but Collapse has the roll. Turns towards Panto, the Aphotic Shield's there. Keeping Panto safe for now. Panto still does die. Team Spirit, they've got the numbers, and it's too much for Chimera as they lose Panto. And we'll have to head back themselves. No further fight for Chimera to take as of now.
Shield is stolen by Rue, which could have some nice impact, because that can save the storm. You know, you shield off Atos or Lesh stun, and he gets out and he lives. It is a really good Rubik game, too. There's the Chikiro spells are really good, the shield's really good. Even the Lesh stun ends up being really nice, so... I think Team Spirit is in a fine position. Even with all these Lesh kills, his game having a good one, Collapse's game is still amazing.
Still want to try and hold on to this tower.
The wraparound.
There's the zip forward. Lyle's going to make the jump over towards 1J. 1J, he's gone. Dahak, see if he's able to get out of this.
He still does have the ult.
He's got Lorinov by his side. Will skill the borrowed time now. Lorinov trying to head forwards, but they get the lift up upon him. Lorinov's in trouble. He's just dead underneath the supernova. As he's gone, Panto tries to make the move over to Collapse, but he gets caught by the supernova stun. It's 3 dead on Chimera. They really wanted to try and hold on to this tier 1 tower, but they weren't able to set up a defense and a successful manner. Losing 3 of them and subsequently still losing that tier 1 that they desperately tried to hold on to.
Yeah, Lorinov going down, I think he just didn't respect the amount of damage that Radon was able to pump out. And you see here, it's a good jump. 1J gets kind of caught in the back line, and Dahak has the ult. He's ready to be saved. Maybe it's a bad idea to turn around. I think if here, when Lorinov goes in, if Panto was like half a second closer, they can commit a Radon. They can actually kill him. But you just see how much damage he gets kind of bursted down on.
I did try and get him range for the snowball save, but couldn't quite close the gap.
They take down Lara though, so Panto barely takes him down right before he dies. Could be a lot worse if they didn't get Lara there, but even with that kill, it's already a 2k gold lead, and it might set up for the Tormentor. So Collapse is about to finish his Dom 2. He's like 400 gold off, 300 gold off. He's gonna have it for the Tormentor fight. And I don't know if Chimera want to fight it. There's no egg. There's like a 20-second window of no egg that maybe they're going to get away with it. It's risky. They might get collapsed.
He's going to have the roar. Ice Path Macropire laid down upon him though. He's going to try and run, but TH2000 is also in with the TP. Not a chance for Collapse.
Okay, and that was the big kill. He just finishes his Dom 2 right before the Tormentor, and he dies. So now maybe Chimera's able to take this if they bring enough heroes.
I think, yeah, they're bringing over the whole team by the looks of it. Panto and Dahak making their way down here. Should be theirs for the taking. As indeed, Spirit without Collapse. They have no interest in trying to contest this right now.
And this one pickoff is now almost, what, 3k gold? 2.5k, 3k gold swing just for Collapse dying once. And it's on their timing as well. It's on this Dom 2 timing. It's on the timing that Collapse really wants to be the one making the moves, be the aggressor, and kind of starting to fall behind.
And not a bad shot to get as well, right? One for Panto here, extra bit of control.
Yep. It's a good
trapped
one.
As they're trying to desperately run away from this Leshrac.
Radiant's middle
It's definitely a really good one. Even for pushing out waves, it gives him like a ability. Usually Tusk kind of suffers as a supporter pushing out waves, so fixes a lot of their issues. I think it's probably better than the Chikiro shard. So yeah.
Panto is going to get caught though. They've got the vision down, they've got the catch on towards him. He's still able to get the snowball off. And he's not going to get any backup. They've got to let Panto go. look for the tier 1 top here, Team Spirit, starting to make these coordinated moves as the full unit.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Team Spirit is they should have a lot of damage that they can pump out really quickly. So like for an objective like Roshan, that's perfectly right in their ballpark. So Collapse and Radon, I think just the two of them, anything that they focus is gonna die. Which is again, it's a harder Lesh game, right? So I am fearing a bit for Lorinov in terms of how he's going to be able to enter these fights, just because of it's a different game completely than the first game. In the first game, he was kind of uncontested. He would go in, everything would have popped on him, he'd go down to 60% health. This game, Radon can pretty much 1v1 him if he's in Metamorphosis.
Chimera, looks like they're not afraid of trying to fight into this Aegis.
They might get Laurel. They ping now exactly where he is.
He's already out. Not going to play the risk around this.
It's all about the jump for both teams. If Chimera find one on probably Laurel or Collapse, they get out the Storm, they get out the Beastmaster, the fight becomes easy. And I honestly think for Spirit, it's just a matter of don't get jumped in a bad way. They don't really have to do anything in particular.
Lorinov gonna try and get the setup on him. Maposhka's out of it with the Ice Path, catches him. It's enough to kill him and take the Aegis out of the hands of Lau. Collapse, steps forward, drops the Ron to Lorinov, but it's immediately removed by the shield from Dahak. They'll lose Panto on Chimera, but Ruse caught by the Ice Path once again. A couple of great angles there from 1J throughout the fight. That initial one, a huge one as well, kind of get that double proc to make sure that there was not a window of opportunity for Maposhka to get his spells off.
Yeah, he doesn't even get the egg. That's the initiation, right? We're talking about. He finds the Phoenix, so Laurel jumps in to try to save him. So it's a 3-for-1 almost because he gets the Aegis.
And we'll see this again. 1J with the initial angle.
He dives into the Ice Path.
Just on the tip as well, clipping him. And they try to fight back, but at this point, they kind of need the Phoenix. The Supernova threat is a big part of Team Spirit's fight right now.
Definitely. And I think just the fact that they get the Aegis as well, it matters a lot. Sure, it's only 2 supports go down, none of the cores, but getting this Aegis, Storm still is about 1.3k gold off his BKB. So that's a big window that one Atos kills.
Oh, they're on the hunt again here, Spirit. They want to try and use this Supernova follow-up. Down on the bottom lane, the one close by right now is tier 2000, but he's starting to farm deeper and deeper, so they'll have to look pretty far to try and catch him. See how much further down this river they want to go, Ruin Lal.
I don't think they get him. I think it's like perfect timing for TA.
Yep, just in time, he's out. Tier 2000 not to be caught in 1J though. Yeah, he's also going to be fine. They're still careful about how far they go across the lane into the trees here.
It's still scary. You go a bit too far. Again, an Atos on Storm is probably just a death sentence.
1J with the Macropire will reveal himself. They dive forward, but backup's coming in. Trying to make the jump for 1J. Lau has to zip away. He's incredibly low on mana. He's not got much left to play with. Lorinov is getting focused by Radon, but Lorinov, he's ready to start healing up. Radon's got to run. Radon, he's just straight up dead. Doesn't get a chance to sunder anyone. They look towards the egg. They'll successfully take the Supernova out.
They got collapsed too.
They charge, trap him in. Chimera turn up and fight strong around the tier 2. They'll get the 4 of them.
That was such a split fight.
Because they were sort of, there was a couple of them going pretty deep right, looking for 1J after he shows the Macropire. And then Radon's kind of caught in a tough spot where he wasn't able to find anyone to sunder. Yeah. He had a bit of time, but there wasn't a target.
Under the Lesh, but it would have only been like a 10-20% heal. And then by the time that he's low enough that it's actually a good sunder, he gets snowballed. I just think the dive was a bit too deep. Just except the fact that he's going to Macropire the wave. Just give it up. Lara commits. He's everything on 1J. Look at him. Look at the 1J lap.
Look at this. He's in hysterics after that.
That's a really big swing in the game.
Yeah, it is.
6k gold lead now.
And I just got a completely unnecessary one as well there from Spirit. Now, they jump forward. They get the opening onto towards Radon. Can they keep him chain stunned? They'll get him out the side. He's able to turn with the thunder over towards Lorinov. But the Sprout is out. Radon, he's caught in the Sprout. Blood grenades being thrown at him. Macropie gets laid down. He's dead again. Chimera Keep it going here. 8K lead, another one potentially. Panto.
He has the dive.
He's able to get out.
He has ice shards.
Ooh, the shot.
He's stuck.
And he's away to safety. The force is there. And Poshka will be able to return to base. But it's Radahn dead again. They have to use the fortification. Chimera can still stick around, potentially push this tier 2 if they wish. They're starting to pop off in the farm for TA2000. It is rolling in. He's got 14k net worth on this Nature's Prophet carry. More than 2k ahead of anyone else in the game. Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike done 21 minutes in. He's in a fantastic spot.
It's definitely giving me flashbacks of game 2. Where it's like the early game is a bit of back and forth. You know, Team Syria gets some plays, Chimera gets some plays. And then just like one good fight for Chimera. And then just over and over and over, Team Syria's kind of getting caught out. And 9k gold lead. It was what? Like less than 1k?
Yeah, it was close.
Ago?
And then they went for the dive.
That's why you don't dive tier 2s.
It's hurt them big time here, Team Spirit. You know, Radahn's still got quite the recovery to go. I mean, TA2000 literally has 50% more farm right now than Radahn at 22 minutes in.
And also, again, so Laro just finished his BKB, but it's just like I said, that was before Laro's BKB timing. So a lot of this was kind of, I think, they're forcing it because of Collapse. He had his Dom 2 timing. That is the major timing for him. So they really wanted to keep making plays, being aggressive, using Terrorblade with meta, but I think they just pushed it a bit too far. And now they need to slow the game down. Which, it definitely sucks, because if they made this decision to slow it down, you know, 2 minutes ago, now they would have Pipe on Collapse. Now they'd have BKB on Laro. Maybe Radahn would have his Dragonlance, and you know, you have more options. You don't have to just fully dodge, and the goal lead wouldn't be like it is. But now that you've kind of made these mistakes, it kind of is forcing you to just change up your whole game plan. And now Collapse is going to feel bad about this pipe. Laro's going to not feel great about the BKB. It's basically just a way to BKB TP out and just hope you don't get punched. So there's a lot of just issues with how they itemize, but when they chose to fight.
I'm going to try from the Poshka here. Dive away. My goodness, look at that damage. He's gone.
Same time, Panto's kind of looking for something. Just looking for a Collapse, being too far out of the base.
I mean, what's next on the horizon here for Spirit in terms of items? Anything big?
Probably just the Dragonlance, maybe Pike.
Yeah.
It's a lot of items. I would say if you get into Yatoro's head right now.
Panto. Just to catch on route. The map is just not a safe place for anyone right now on Spirit. Multiple ways for Chimera to get the jump done.
Okay, let's say we take a break. You go into Radahn's head and you say, "What do you need to carry this game?" I honestly think he would say at this point, "I need Hurricane Pike and a Scotty." And then for the other 4 people on the team, you're gonna look at him, you're gonna click him and see his items, and you're like, "Oh, that's about 8,000 gold they're asking for a space for," which feels horrible. And I've been in positions where the carrier will be like, "I need these. I need 2 more items, and I'll win us the game."
Yeah, and then
it's like
the team has this feeling of dread set in where it's like, oh.
It's like, sure, it's probably not wrong. Like, the idea that, oh, he needs all these items to carry the game, because, yeah, the game is dire. He definitely needs Scotty versus the Lesh matchup. He needs Pike to be able to survive Sprout. It's so much to ask for the rest of his team. Also because his team is currently buying fighting items. They hit their BKB timing, like I said, they hit the Pipe.
Collapse.
They can't farm like Terrorblade can. They can't dodge the fights like he can.
I mean, Chimera could just keep looking around the map like this. They're going to make the jump over towards Panto in return. Lyle trying to find at least the touch for this. Panto's still alive. They get the shield out. Finally, they'll be able to get him. They'll turn towards the Supernova, though, Chimera. They'll take it out. The Supernova falls low. He's leading up with the Bloodstone. He's going to be able to survive through it. They can't kill the Lesh. Radahn turns with the Thunder on towards Dahak, but they will get Dahak. But again, it's 4 of them dying on Team Spirit. And with the TPing into the base, they can look to see if they can get the 5th. Hurricane Pike forward, TA2000 drops the Sprout Rue. He will die, maybe? No, he's going to live. He's going to live. Maybe they can punish TA2000. Lyle's trying, but he used a lot of mana for this, Lyle. Lorenov has the rod into the stun. Lyle's got to back off. Root, he's still messing around with this. He's got to get out of there. They had to use a buyback on Lyle. They don't get anything with a buyback apart from keeping their Rubik alive and stopping the push, but they still have to use the fortification. It's just getting rougher and rougher here for Spirit.
And Lorenov just barely survives. Okay. Wow. He's just too far ahead on just him. Even TA2000. This guy is a Revenant's Brooch now.
He's massive.
So he has magic damage to go through Terrorblade. The egg also is countered by Jakiro because he hits twice. So every time the Jakiro hits the egg once, it's going to count as 2 hits. It's rough.
Yeah, they're crushing it. And I mean, I'm sure we're going to see more teams try and go with this carry Prophet. It's looking very good. Tier 2000.
I would say for a lot of heroes, the universal changes were nerfs. Like the old school universal heroes. Because of the stat changes, I just think going from int to universal is almost always a benefit. Especially for a right clicker, because you get to buy items like a Hurricane Pike.
Yep.
And it actually gives you damage now. You get so much more agility and strength damage than just the int.
Oh, yeah, it's just so much damage Tier 2000's doing. He can find solo kills. Lyle not so much because he's able to get away with Tier 2. Oh, he's got the leash! Has to put the BKB and run here, Lyle. Now that level 20 talent's been hit by Tier 2000.
And that's his BKB. That's 85 seconds now that he basically can't play the game.
Radon out in time.
It's really simple for Chimera to play the map. They have Nature's Prophet who can shove lanes with trees, can jungle opposite side, and then anytime Panto finds a kill, anytime Lorna finds an Atos, maybe even 1J getting an Ice Path, he can just TP in and show up. So Spirit's in this really awkward position where they are, again, all reliant on Radon to push out lanes with illusions so they don't get caught. Because anytime, you know, Lara goes for one lane, instantly gets caught. And oh no, the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, they're going to get Rune.
It's snowballing out of control.
It really is. Chimera looking to have done it again here. And again, it's very much, they just have their own style, their own identity. And sort of a meta at the moment where it feels like a lot of other teams are kind of figuring things out by kind of copying one another. At Chimera, they kind of just do what they want, and it's looking brilliant.
I definitely like this patch because the teams all, you can see the different teams' identities kind of going through. Like Falcons, they're still picking their strength heroes.
Yep.
And then Chimera, I think they're changing it up a little every game, but I think they're kind of finding their groove with TA2000 on these early aggressive heroes that can show up to fights. Like he picked the Marcy last game, he picks the Nature's Prophet. Both have really good fighting abilities. You saw in the second game, he like jumps on the Power Rune fight. And that's actually kind of what turned the early game around for them. This game he has teleport so he can go anywhere. And then the Lord Novlash. I think that's just gonna be a staple. It might even need to get banned. We talked about it getting banned last game after the performance. They didn't, Spirit chose to play versus it again. I think, wasn't this also another late pick Lesh?
It was last pick.
It was last pick. And
they got it.
Yeah,
I mean, because I guess obviously after the last game, you're like, if Spirit, there's no IO this draft, so we don't have to worry about the Lesh.
Maybe.
Apparently, still got to worry about Lorenov's Lesh.
Definitely still have to worry about it. He's dead.
What have they got in the tank here, Team Spirit? They got anything to show on this defense?
The Scotty's still a bit of ways away, a little over 2,000 gold for Radon. He's not going to get it before they get raxed. It might even be 2 sides if Chimera feel like it.
They put this Axe on the hack as well. It's good luck fighting into this. We saw members of Chimera survive. Well, this will be guaranteed death now that the Axe is out with the borrowed time. It's going to be even crazier. They'll get the roar onto Tier 2000, but the shield is out. Tier 2000 is able to back off and, of course, still has this Aegis. So not too concerned.
That was so much, like, consumables and usage for Spirit.
And there's the jump Panto. Some of the punch up onto Collapse. They caught him in the shards. Atos from Lorenov to follow up. He's in with the damage. Damage coming in as well. Tier 2000. They'll use the Supernova. They're going to try and hit it. Can they kill it in time? No. This time, Imposter's successful with the egg. The Supernova goes off successfully, but does it actually matter? Because Chimera, they're still moving in. They get the jump stun onto Radon. No chance for a Sunder. He's gone for 50. As Chimera keep the push going onto the Tier 3 mid. No carry up for Spirit for the next 40 seconds.
Well, that's 2 sides. I think I mean, they can't get top. Thankfully, there's a Tier 2.
Panto, he's in. As the shards onto the 2 of them, Bruce able to force out, but he's left Collapse behind. They get the Ice Path as well to follow things up on towards the Beastmaster. Lorenov's diving in, healing up with the Bloodstone. Lars trying to fight into this, but the Sprout Leash catches him. Lars dead as well. Out without buyback. As Chimera just keep the cleanup coming.
Panto blinks in again. He's not stopping. Every single time he sees someone in range to blink punch, he just goes for it. Do they just end?
Now Radan's up in 10. We'll see how much respect Chimera give this.
I don't think they have any respect right now.
I think they don't need to, yeah.
30 seconds left in the Aegis. Maybe. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, that far
you back out.
They'll play.
There's no point.
But yeah, 27k gold lead now. 2 sets of barracks. They can chill out, look to get that tier 2 top to take the safe way out of this game. My goodness, yeah, Chimera popping off in this group stage too.
Definitely.
And this is what, because with the other matchups that they went through so far, what was it again to kind of look back? It was Heroic and Liquid. And of course, these two teams, they've not been doing too well.
They're struggling a bit.
You come into this series as a viewer, you're probably like, all right, they beat Heroic, they beat Liquid, you know, well done. How are you going to do against Spirit?
They're not big hurdles.
But here they are against Spirit.
And Spirit's 2-0, correct?
Spirit at the moment, yeah, they're on form. In the other, no, they were 1-1.
Okay.
They were 1-1, but absolutely, it's still something
something
to write home about when you beat Team Spirit like this.
This could be the last fight for Spirit.
Let's have a look. They get the catch on a route. He's gone. Jump forward from Panto, ready for more. Radan trying to run away from them, but they've got the punch up into the stun. Once again, Radan not getting a chance to turn or sunder. They just have too many stuns to lock him down with. And Lorinoff, he's ready to chase down the rest of them up to the base. As Team Spirit, they can't even escape Chimera now. Triple kill for Lorinoff. Lol. GG's got to zip out of this, and indeed they'll tap out. GG is called. Ladies and gentlemen, Chimera will take the series against Spirit 2-1. And the 2 wins, my goodness, they were impressive. Impressive and a half. Like, this is crazy stuff going on. These guys, I mean, what we heard from the interviews, right? This is a team that's not really a team.
Quote unquote disbanded, right?
But this is, how are they this good?
I mean, I want this story to continue. I think it's funny. I just think it's funny. The fact that they keep saying like, oh yeah, we're not really a team.
We're not a team. We're definitely not going to stick
Didn't they say
together.
they're not even scrimming?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dark says they don't scrim.
So
yeah,
they're just showing up.
They're just showing up.
They're beating everyone.
And that's the thing. It's not like they're playing together. It's like a team that is decidedly they don't want to be a team. Like these guys, they don't even like each other. Maybe.
Hopefully they like each other enough to play the game. But yeah.
This is the true Dota spirit, you know. You just queue it up.
This is what Dota's
with
all
some
about.
Guys that you don't really want to be on a team with, and then you just pull it off, which they're doing time and time again. Another series win for them here in group stage. There's 3 series. They're 3-0 at the moment. They're top of the board, ladies and gentlemen. Chimera, they'll take out Team Spirit 2-1.
They just keep winning, guys. They're unbeatable. They don't have the weight of having to deal with potential teammates after a game or before a game. They just play to their best abilities, and that's a pretty high level, as we see here in this game 3, where they take the series, they lock it in. Effie, this is Chimera peak performance.
It really is. Maybe what you need is just 0 expectations of yourselves, of your allies. You just go into it not caring what happens, and you can just channel that pub energy of just playing your best, doing whatever. Who cares if you're mad at your teammate because you're not playing together anymore after this tournament? Yeah. And you pop off, and pop off is what they did, Cheever. They looked really good. I mean, there's a lot we could dissect about this game, but I just want to say that their decision to fight Spirit after Spirit took that first Aegis was just really great decision making. Like, they saw that Metamorphosis was down, they took the fight anyway. They didn't give Team Spirit any momentum by taking that fight, and after they wiped the Aegis from Storm, they were just able to control the map Lacoste.
Yeah, they did, and this might be the start of one of the biggest memes in Dota history, because these teams, like these players, they don't like each other. They disbanded already, as everybody said, and they just keep going. Like, they're 3-0 right now, and I really like what the Hawk has been doing with his itemization. This guy, like, we already talked about it. Other people gave him credit throughout the history of Dota as well, that he invented some of the builds as well. And this time around as well, some casual blade mail on Abba. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be more like a support, so I'm going to pick up a Glimmer Cape, Lotus Orb as well. But he does his job so well, and he's also staying in the top part of the network, comparing it like with the other heroes that do flash farm. He's still doing quite a lot, because with the items that he's buying, he is living in most of these fights where he's supposed to die. So pretty impressive stuff coming out from him.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, 2 sides. Obviously, Chimera, they played really well, and I felt like they had everything under control. Spirit, maybe they just underestimated their opponents. Is there a chance of that? Because it kind of felt like, they once again gave the Tormentor away, and they didn't really make any move again until they were already too far behind.
I think there could be a layer of underestimation because, like you said, they didn't play for the Tormentor in any of the 3 games, actually. But they did get that first Aegis, but they all showed mid after they got the Aegis, and that was right after they won a fight inside of Chimera's triangle, and they used Metamorphosis for that. And they showed mid anyway. They didn't expect Chimera to make the play where they just go on them. And they were caught off guard after that because Spirit still played aggressively. Maybe they didn't give the respect to Chimera's heroes that was deserved, because after this didn't work out, Spirit went for the smoke play bottom, right, where they were pushing that bottom tier 2. And what happened in that fight was Laurel just dove the backline while Lorinov blinked in to Spirit's backline. And while Laurel used all of his mana trying to kill Jakiro in the back, guess who was killing the rest of your team? It was Leshrac just shredding through everybody. It felt like they could get no value out of the Terrorblade because of all of the magic damage coming
It's also very hard to play into double supports that do have built-in saves. By a support, Abba, he kind of did go for the support items. He has a shield. You're playing into Beastmaster, so a lot of these things is going to get dispelled. Plus, you're also playing into Snowball, so they can cycle that one shield into Snowball into another shield. One of the reasons why Leshrac was going in so ham is he knew that he has the backup of his own teammates with all these constant dispels, multiple glimmers. They had 3 glimmer capes in the end, and there was, again, no region reduction. I believe he was trying to build into Scotty, but never actually finished it on Yatoro. In this meta, I think healing splash lifesteal is not as strong, but we saw it in the game yesterday where you were playing Brood into Alchemist with the Necrotic Web, 70% healing reduction. You could definitely feel it, but Team Spirit in both of these games that they lost, there was not any, like no Orb of Corrosion, no Vessel, no Shiva's Guard coming out.
Yeah, that's 2 games in a row also. Oh, wow, hold that thought. I'm not going to even say anything about that because I get the chance to talk to Panto. Hello, congratulations. How are you doing?
Thank you. I feel very good, very, very good.
Yeah,
First time in my life I beat Team Spirit, so
yeah, very
good,
cool.
happy.
It was a great series to watch as well. I have a question about the series because it felt like all 3 games, you guys were able to get free first Tormentor. What's your thoughts on that?
I think in first game they were leading a bit, but we got Tekis, so maybe they were afraid to fight on this position. Like Tekis is very, very good on Tormentor, and also in the previous patches when you have Tekis and you set mines before rush fights, even when enemy team have advantage, they can be scared to take fight in this area. So I think it's all about Tekis, but on second and third map we were leading, and I think when you have good shots and you are leading, you need to take this objective as fast as possible, so it respawns faster and you get it again when you snowball more and more.
And in the third game that we just witnessed, who's the one making the calls to take fights into Aegises and stuff like that? Who's the one leading the charge, so to speak?
I was the guy who tried to make calls, constructive calls, when you need to use smoke, go get something like this. And on the other hand was Vorinov who said, I'm so strong, I just go, and he go, and we just go, Artyom, go.
Yeah. I mean, you guys went and you guys destroyed a lot of those fights. I also have I have a question that I'm wanting to ask a Position 5 since the patch dropped, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Position 5 yet. So you're my I need to know, what are your thoughts on the wards? It's the biggest change as a Post 5 because all the high grounds are gone. You can't ward in those high grounds. You have to ward in the jungle, or we heard AUI say that I think he is warding on rune spots, he said, because he doesn't know. What is your take on it right now? Where do we place him?
Now I'm testing, like buying Equivalent Blade at minute 3 or 4. You're just cutting trees and play some wards, which very hard to see if you don't see exactly where people play them, and they give like multiple vision. When you don't play them, you can just place ward on river and you have like vision. But if you place the same ward on cliff, when you cut some trees, you have like multiple 2 or 3 times more vision, so it's so good. And there is still some spots which players usually use wards, like they did in previous patch. You see it around the watchers maybe, and people check, but unusual spots less likely to be checked. So I buy this equivalent weight on
Yeah.
trees, or just place wards like on water, and people usually don't check water, so it's good.
That was going to be my question. Is it Quelling Blade, or do you just save a tango for it? But Quelling Blade it is. That is a good tip. Thank you for that. I'm going to send you over to Brian, who has some Dota questions for you.
Actually, Shiver, you already asked the Dota question, so I've got a question for you about the memes. Within the talent, within the community, it feels like, because you guys have talked about the fact that you're disbanding after this tournament, there's a lot of memes going around the fact that you're taking games off of teams like Team Spirit. Is there like a meme environment going on within the team, or like what's the atmosphere like in regards to the fact that you're now taking your first series off of Team Spirit, given the circumstances?
I feel like it's you can compare it to Last Dance Michael Jordan, with Chicago Bulls, something like this for me. And for our team, we're playing really good, and we're playing better than we played before. We don't we don't talk much about bad things. We talk more about good things, and we play freely. We support each other, we tip each other, as you can see. There's some teams like Falcons, which usually tip enemy and the opponents when they make mistakes, something like this. We don't do this. We just tip each other, and we hype. So
nice. And go ahead. Oh, there were a lot of people saying that if you guys were going to lose a game, that you were going to crumble based on the fact that, the toxicity might come back and all the things you were saying would no longer be true. But you lost game 1 to Team Spirit and then just came back with 2 convincing wins. What was the atmosphere like for you guys between game 1 and game 2?
I think it was bad because we were talking like we had so easy draft. I think all maps we outdrafted them because our team is like one step ahead of other teams with meta switch and how we move on map and how heroes we rate. I think we understand better than any other hero in group, and it's a little bit shame and tilt when you lose, when you understand that you have outdraft, but it's okay because we discussed, like, guys, it's the best team in group as we think, and we played like 50-50, and it's okay. We lose because we make some mistakes, some stupid mistakes, and just don't do stupid mistakes, and all gonna be good.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Panto, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I do also realize this is a very big win for you guys as an individual and as a team as well. So I also wanted to still give you the chance to, if you wanted to say something to people that have been, because I know that there's a lot of people actually very much enjoying the Chimera games right now, just by the pure sheer of chaos you guys are bringing to this group stage.
Thank you guys that you support and enjoy our games. It's only start, only 3 games. There are gonna be more games, and we're gonna surprise with more strategies because we making new strategies every day before games. So there are gonna be more and more good strategies. And yes, for our team and for me exactly, it's a very big win because for first time in life I win series, and I'm very happy.
I can totally understand.
Exactly.
Yeah. Enjoy the celebration. Tomorrow is another day. 4 more series. I can't wait to watch them. This was a treat today. So enjoy the victory, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks for inviting. Bye.
Thank you, Panto. And with that, we're going to go to a break. Now, there's 2 more series later today. The first one is Tundra versus BetBoom, I believe. Doesn't matter. That will be after a little bit. Yesterday, we had a pilot episode of Cannibal Island. And we're going to have episode 2 coming your way. And it will be similar as yesterday in the sense that once you see me sign off on this segment, the next bit of serious broadcast is going to be Tsunami taking you through the rest of the day. And I just want to say it's a short break. So if you want to drink, you got to run. Get back in 3 minutes. We'll be back. Sit back and enjoy the show.
your test results are back, and I'm afraid it's serious. Seb, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're at a critical juncture. If you retire one more time, you're gonna be staying here forever.
No problem. C'est la vie, doctor. I'm a Dota player. Retirement follow cat rules. I can retire 9 times.
Yes, cat rules, everybody knows that, but Seb, how many times have you retired?
I'm not really like an analyst player. I'm more of a gut player.
Oh, okay. Should we just check your Twitter then?
No. Let's not read that. Let's see. There was Quanti Gaming at TI3.
They know Aegis is down, and they want to take a fight now. Ben's going to cut them off on the backline. Cost strength, and where's the Stormhammer? He stunned the board!
Et putain, you stunned the f***ing board?
Oh! That one hurts.
I haven't won a tournament in 7 years.
Could always be talent.
Awesome play by Zaya. It was just impressive. No.
Nah, man. I can't coach OG right now. I'm with Monkey Freedom Fighters. Wait, what? What do you mean Sing Sing wants to become a streamer?
I can see what happens. It's all about discipline and focus.
One of my teams. That's it. I retire from retiring.
That one doesn't count, right? Like, retire from retirement? Fine. Alright, then there was TI.
All my dreams came true. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. Again. Merci. Is that soy milk?
So how many retirements is that? Like 3?
Seb, that's your 8th retirement. That's 7 too many. You're down to your last one. If you want my prescription, not that you're probably gonna listen to it, you need to get rid of the stress, no major life changes. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put you in a room next to Zai.
Hello. Doctor, what could happen? 1 second. Hello? What's that you said? The baby's coming? Oh, I really haven't played too many pubs.
Your son will understand.
Last time on Cannibal Island, hunger.
Oh,
so hungry. Purges analysis.
Let's break this down logically.
Drama.
Shiver, locked eyes with OD Pixel.
Carnage.
Purge was still talking.
Now, we should establish a hierarchy based on caloric efficiency. Cannibalism.
I need more calories!
Cannibal Island, Phase 2. First Blood. Jenkins moved before anyone else had time to think. He let out a feral screech, grabbed a sharp rock, and launched himself at Purge like a techies with no self-preservation instinct. Ah! Purge staggered back.
Whoa!
BSJ, always quick to adapt to the meta, immediately knocked Purge into the sand, pinning him down.
We need to eat, dude!
We don't have to do this!
Purge yelped, his voice desperate. Jenkins cackled like a lunatic, raising the rock high.
Ha 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 ha. You are the fattest one here, nerd!
Purge's last words were tragic.
This is highly inefficient!
Thunk! The rock came down. Purge stopped talking. Jenkins panted, his hands covered in blood as the others stared in horror. And then, without hesitation, Jenkins started eating. Their smell,
flesh.
Their smell of cooked Purge filled the air. First, hesitation, and then hunger. One by one, they all gathered around the bonfire.
Smells good. Come on. Come on. He's delicious.
First,
White.
BSJ took a bite. Then OD Pixel. Then Shiver. Then even Gunner, who had sworn he wouldn't partake.
I thought you were a vegetarian.
Not anymore.
Lacoste laughed nervously, shaking his head.
Bert always wanted to optimize efficiency, and now he's the most efficient meal.
No one laughed.
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where grayer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Seems like things we may know about Dota might not be so true anymore. Teams that seem like they would be very unstable, currently looking undefeated here in DreamLeague, and teams that were winning all the time, like Tundra, may not be so good, but let's find out how good right now. Check them out. It's Nat and Effie.
Hey.
Yo!
Pleasure to meet you.
See you again.
Oh, we've met before?
Last night at 2:40 in the morning.
That's true. When we went back to our rooms, we had to say goodbye. It was a long night, Neil. I'm glad we're starting now at 6:30 p.m. That one's going to be an absolute banger. But it might not go as long because this upcoming series, it could be a quick one.
What makes you so sure that that might be the case?
Well, I was, working on some numbers, going in the back end here of previous tournaments that have occurred for Dota and Tundra. Last night, it was their first ever best of 3 loss in this calendar year. They have not lost a best of 3 at all for 2025. So I don't know, maybe it's going to do them hard. Maybe they're going to bounce back and they're going to be like, all right, we're going to close this one out nice and easy. Bet boom team, no sweat.
That's a pretty impressive statistic. I guess that's not too surprising, seeing as how they won the past 2 tournaments, but you're adding a best of 3 qualification to that.
Yeah, well, you've got group stage 1 here, which was a best of 2s, so you can tie. There is
you can tie?
Yeah, but
so they didn't lose any.
They didn't lose any best of 2 there. They only tied. And then you have best of 1s from the previous 2 tournaments, which they did have 3. They only lost 3 best of 1s over 2 tournaments.
That's still an impressive statistic.
So it is. It still really is when you factor in all those things. And yeah, pretty much, in Fissure, they came in from the upper brackets. They didn't lose any best of 3s there. It was single elimination in Blast. They won it, so they obviously didn't lose anything there. And yeah, now that we're in best of 3 tournament, their first ever one for this calendar year.
Well, maybe they might get thrown off by some of the hero picks that might be on display in this new patch. And perhaps Purge has some insight into which hero picks they might need to be concerned about.
That is right, Neil. In BB Team's last series, that was the start of yesterday. That was the first one they played. So there's been now like 6 Dota matches that have been played since that series. And since then, I feel like Lifestealer has risen from like an A tier carry to the S tier. However, BetBoom team did actually play against Lifestealer in one of those matches, and I want to talk about the value that the hero brings and why it might be something that BetBoom team needs to be careful up against at playing against in this upcoming series. Roll the clips, please.
Roll them.
All right, check this out. In the laning stage, they did a pretty good job against Radon. They've got this Primal Beast that was picked after the lifesteal, I believe. They've got all these hard disables. But Radon was here to break ankles. He steals the Wisdom Rune. He's like gonna die. He walks over to the neutral camp. He dies to neutrals. That's problem number one. You don't have to play against Radon today, so that's slightly less of a worry. But check out this later gank against Radon here. If he does use his Rage, you can use the ulti, you can actually kill him. So they had good hero matchups in that example. But as the game continued, Radon continued to farm in this place on the map. And the difficult thing is that he's hard to catch, actually. He's very fast. He does have magic immunity, so there's only one way to pierce it, which means he gets to still be pretty aggressive on the map. And even with very few items, he provides a pretty large threat. And even if he does get low, he can infest an ally who could back him up if they coordinate it really effectively. And if that's the case, these early skirmishes against Lifestealer are not likely going to go good. So Lifestealer provides something that a lot of other carries just don't. And here's, I think, the most valuable thing that he provides. Much like the Tide carry that Falcons went through, a hero like Lifestealer is really good at running up these bad cliffs. He's running up a double cliff into a very likely enemy team, and that allows you to actually be the frontliner that goes farther and extends your life farther than most other heroes would. So Lifestealer not only is a dangerous laning hero against most offlane heroes, he can farm aggressive places on the map where he's less likely to die to ganks, he can save an ally if they get low with an infest, and you can be the guy to frontline into these Tormentor areas, which gives you a higher chance of winning that team fight, taking the Tormentor, and then have a higher chance of winning the game. So Lifestealer, I think, has got to be on the radar for BetBoom team in this game. They probably want to ban it like a lot of other teams have been doing because it has been on a win rate increase lately.
Appreciate the inside, Purge, and specifically that very last fight that you showed was in a unique part of the map. Part of the map that we've been spending a lot of focus on, and one that I'm ready to delve into even more with Effie. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Tormy Watch.
Did you guys?
Welcome to another segment of Tormy Time where I, your reporter on site, will deliver all the breaking news of this change. If you tuned into yesterday's Tormy Time before it was called that, now it's called it, there was a bit of an imbalance, right? We're talking about first Tormentor. It's broken. Is it better for Radiant? Is it better for Dire? Everybody thinks it's better for Dire. Yesterday, group stage day 2, first day, 7 out of 10 times first Tormentor was taken. It was taken by Dire. But yesterday, did it change, Neil? Did it change that?
Surely Dire's still getting all the first
Yeah, I
Tormentors.
think that's definitely by far in the majority. Yeah.
Let's pull up the stat, please, and see how the teams have been adjusting to the Tormentor. So yesterday, in 7 out of the 10 maps played, Radiant actually took first Tormentor.
What?
Yep. I think this is a result of teams finally adjusting and drafting differently. But what was the effect of this? What was the effect of this? It seems that every time Radiant took first Tormentor, their gameplay was actually a little bit harder. In day 1 of Group Stage 2, every time Dire took first Tormentor, they were more likely than not to win the game. This time around, Radiant only won 3 out of 4 maps where they took first Tormentor. And I just was curious what my panel thinks this could mean here in Tormy Time. Could it be that Radiant is overreacting to Tormentor? Are they outdrafting themselves? Are they changing too much of their map play?
I think changing too much of a map play. I think everyone wasn't aware how important this Tormentor was, and then we had this group stage 2, day 1, and the numbers were staggering, right? It was like 70% of teams who took the first Tormentor ended up going on and winning the game. Like, that's amazing to kind of swing the numbers in your favor that way. So in day number 2, everyone places this priority on it. You play your map differently. You take fights that you might not necessarily be ready for. Maybe you think you only need 4 heroes for this Tormentor, and then all of a sudden 5 heroes of the enemy team shows up. You just get team wiped, and on top of that, you don't get Tormentor. So I think it is like a lot, you're forcing things that you're not ready for, and then you're playing your map differently, ensuring that by 15 minutes, you have your safe lane wave pushed out if you're on the side of Radiant.
Another thing I really noticed was the places that teams are placing wards has shifted every single day. Like the first day the patch came out, everyone walks to that high ground right where the tormentors, and they're like, ward sentry right on the middle spot. And then the other team comes up and they're like, sentry, sentry, they get every ward. And then the next time we see Heroic play, they put that little squirrely ward in the bottom right corner to give them
The
some
little
information.
ice cream cone,
Yeah,
where
the
it's like this
little
little
thin one.
sliver.
And then next time I see teams playing, they're placing wards like wide of the pit to spot them approaching the tormentor area, because they're like, okay, well, we know defending the high ground's a little hard, but if we get them outside, so the tempo and the meta is definitely developing with every single day of matches that we're seeing. So I'm sure that's why the percentages are changing.
Yeah, well, first Tormentor team did win half of the time, but it definitely won more on Dire. And honestly, it's just because of the natural flow of Dota and the game state is when you're Dire, you naturally play Radiant jungle anyway at that stage of the game. So once you take that Tormentor, that opens up the jungle to you for your team to play, which is where you would have gone anyway. So you're effectively taking two big objectives. One, the enemy jungle, the enemy safe lane tower, Tormentor, right? You've opened up the map for yourselves. Whereas when you're Radiant and you win that Tormentor fight, you haven't taken over the Dire jungle as you want to be doing around that time. So you're only getting the big net worth swing and the shard, but you aren't taking the map control that Dire naturally has when they play for Tormentor.
What you were just saying there as well, Poach, actually really made me wonder the wards, right? Not only that we're seeing different wards, but how many resources are now being used on Tormentor? Because that's also a factor. How many smokes are teams using leading up to this? Are they trying to get a pick off before the 15-minute mark so they know they have the numbers? Are they smoking into it? Are you using double sentries? Are you maybe having to use 3 sentries? Are you placing down 2 observer wards? Is it too much that's going into this bottom part that you then end up, like, by consequence, losing other areas of this map as well if you've used too many resources for this specific 15-minute mark?
Yeah, that's a good point. And it seems like no team has really gone for the ignore Tormentor, save our resources, do something else.
Wow.
No.
Is that true?
That's not
Someone
true.
did it?
You have to save that for tomorrow's Tormy Time watch, though.
Tormy Time? Our Tormy Time segment.
Because
Tormy Time.
day 1 was a Dire favored
Tormy Time.
Tormy Time. Day 2 may have been a Radiant overcorrection. And day 3, it seems like Spirit may have had a new approach, but we need all of the data. Perhaps the data from this series Purge will help us coalesce a narrative on what these teams are figuring out about these Tormies. Thank you very much for another Tormy Time, Effie. We'll check in tomorrow. But for right now, it's going to be Tundra versus a Bet Boom team, where what was Tundra's takeaway on yesterday's Tormy Time against Paravision? Were they overcorrecting? Were they Radiant hands-offing it? What was the...
Okay, so it took me a while to get these stats, Neil, and it was a long day, but I think it was 2 out of 3 times the winning team did take the first Tormentor,
Okay.
but that's not the reason why they won the game. Like, those games were pretty insane and going back and forth in a lot of multiple ways. I also think that often, like, first Tormentor also reflects on your laning state, like how well you've been doing on lanes, and naturally the team that has a net worth advantage. Oh?
This is a new addition.
That is the draft.
Whoa.
I loved that.
That was crazy.
Wow. Stop the presses. It's draft time, friends.
Shut the fuck up about Tormentor. Who gives a shit? Let's talk about some heroes.
Let's see some heroes. Let's not see some heroes. Let's not see Dragon Knight, Tiny, Alchemist, and Doom gets first phase respected by Bet Boom team after Tundra were running it left and right yesterday.
I was gonna say, I don't know what Tundra took away from their series against Paravision yesterday, but my takeaway was gold net worth lead means nothing.
No.
Literally nothing. You could be 30k up, you could be 13k up, you could be 70k up and still lose your racks. If you're Tundra.
It was a weird game for that reason, actually. It really was consistent against multiple games. A lot of, like, you're just behind and you get one pick off, and now it's a good time to high ground.
Specifically, a Duraccio pickoff would tend to snowball into a lot of bad things for Tundra, but let's see if they can shake off that best-of-3 loss as they ban out the Monkey King, the Night Stalker, and Gyro. And if they don't get their hands on Doom, they'll get their hands on another 33 hero. Most likely could, I suppose, be a carry Beastmaster as well, but that's their first pick.
That is what I wanted to say, Neil. I think the biggest takeaway for me watching Tundra yesterday is in these prolonged games, they make more mistakes than we're used to seeing them make. Because typically they've been winning on high momentum, snowbally type of lineups where they're not taking it like all the way to minute 50 plus. But yesterday we were seeing Duraccio pull out vintage Duraccio moves in these really long games, getting picked off on side lanes, going uphill, high ground, getting stunned by Jakiro and dying. A lot of these things that he's kind of shelved for the past few months.
Been notorious for better or for worse, because Vintage Dyrachyo can also single-handedly win you the game off of maneuvers like this, but sometimes it comes back to bite you, and in that series against Parivision it did.
Yeah, so just to conclude that, I think that Tundra have realized that like mid-game is their strongest element, and today I expect them to always draft for that mid-game. Because in the late game, that is where we saw them make a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. And like Nat T mentioned, they hadn't lost a best of 3 up until this point. They haven't been pushed to that duration of game for a while, and maybe it's not their forte.
And I wonder if some of the perseverance that Parivision showed is going to break Tundra's confidence a little bit, because I feel like a lot of their players had uncomfortable moments, which, like you said, for Dyrachyo, is not normal for them lately. So maybe it's going to make them rethink the patch a little bit, rethink their game tempo, rethink their drafting. That could put them on a back foot.
At least it's hopefully what Stoxo wanted whenever I interviewed him. He felt like other teams may not have fully gotten a grasp on the patch yet. That was just one day, and day 2, they finally succumbed. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster ends up getting responded to by a first phase Amber Spirit, which is a little surprising to me. Whenever I see core-to-core responses, it's usually the same lane. But here, Tundra choose either an off lane or a carry, and BetBoom team give them a mid laner right back.
I mean, this isn't unusual, like Tundra going for the Beastmaster. We've seen that this hero can be flexed between 1 and 3, still farms very effectively, and still hits that mid-game timing that I was talked about. The Ember pickup, on the other hand, this is a hero that I expect to go up in popularity severely over the next few days, because we talk about all of these early objectives, Tormentors, Roshans, things that happen a few minutes after each other, and what you need is like one big damage reduction item, like a pipe or a Mage Slayer, and Ember is naturally building these Mage Slayers to be ready for a lot of these early engagements, and he's looked very good for that reason.
He also forces a lot of like specific hero responses out of your opponents, because you have to consider the lockdown necessities of dealing with Ember Spirit, or you have to really focus on beating him in the mid lane, which seems fine, but he always kind of recovers with his split pushing and his ganking. So I just feel like Ember is in a safe place right now. There's a lot of minus armor items that are popular, like Orb of Corrosion or the tier 1 Blightstone neutral items, so he can get a lot done at all stages of the game, and he really is item flexible too.
His biggest issue is the existence of Huskar, though. Like,
that's true.
I mean, some teams have shown us their take that they can beat Huskar even with Ember. Heroic yesterday opted to not ban out Huskar when they picked Ember, and they got crushed in lane, but they won the game anyway versus Falcons.
Maybe more Falcons mistakes than it was like the Huskar, but yeah, you're right. The laning stage can be iffy. Instead, they choose to ban out the Marcy, which is something that Tundra showed very clearly as a winning hero, especially in their hands. So choosing that lane problem over worrying about the mid matchup, at least for now. Just one of the downsides of Ember. He's almost always in the mid lane. You don't really see him in side lanes anymore. You desperately need the levels on this hero. But this is probably the most standard support opening into the second phase here. The Jakiro, you don't know your opponents are picking yet. It's just a safe, strong hero. Ice Path has like been the spell of the tournament for the last couple days. I feel like it's just so impactful if you landed on 2 to 3 heroes multiple times a fight.
Yeah, it's been either him or Warlock most likely in this slot, and because BetBoom team don't opt to ban a Huskar or a Shaker, then Tundra may have an embarrassment of riches of what to send up against the mid lane. Also, BZM did show Invoker was very, very capable in his hands, but I feel like Invoker was mainly advantageous against Ember when it was Quas Wex Invoker, and these days you kind of have to go Exort, so you can't really dispel his Flame Guard.
Yeah, it does feel like Invoker is mostly just played on the Exort facet now, but choosing to not punish this Ember on lane would be a choice by Tundra, like an interesting choice, because this is where the hero is most exploitable. Because if that hero gets off to a good laning stage, he rotates, he fights early, he builds really early tempo items.
The Muerta is still a popular 4, but maybe not the most as it was in the past, but it's still strong. The Beastmaster plus Muerta lane solidifies that laning stage. They will need a strong 4 to help combat what Jakiro is bringing to the table, which is a huge amount of damage and a lot of attack speed slow.
But also just early objective security, right? Like that first fight bottom, minute 15, 5v5, Jakiro has clutched so many of these fights.
Yeah.
That's such a narrow choke point for him, and his Macropyre has been very highly effective.
And one other thing is that Muerta's silence is going to be really good against Ember, so kind of does both things, laning stage and potential Ember lockdown.
Neil called it. He said, what about Invoker?
Nat, get your tickets for the show. BZM's putting on another performance, an encore.
I was gonna say, we could throw out so many different heroes for BZM, but he has such a good way of playing not only unfavorable matchups, so it feels like sometimes when you think about his hero, you can disregard what happens in the laning phase, because sometimes he just comes out on top despite all of the on paper being against him. But his Invoker yesterday was so good.
And it was against a sniper.
Yeah, that's one of those ones, right? It was an unfavorable matchup. He ends up coming out on top. He does so well with it, and just the impact now of this later game Invoker and just how talented he is with it, it's hard. And I also love how comically large the meatballs are.
Some thick meatballs.
When you pick the facet.
The X-Sword facet, yeah. Which I'm assuming that is the only way you can play him. If your base damage is that garbage, you might as well double down on X-Sword being both your facet and what you're leveling up early game.
Yeah, I do wonder if there's like a realm where you could play a support Invoker and go the other facets, because they feel more defensive in like the extra oomph that his abilities get. But anyway, that's not going to happen for Tundra. That's just a random side thought that I had.
Kind of interesting that BetBoom grabs Magnus as their flex as a third rather than earlier in the phase, but has good potential there. And the Pugna pick is also interesting because it's traditionally a 5 hero, but it has to be probably their 4 save. Typically was the Pugna player in all of his teams, so I assume it's going to be Pugna save. So I'm curious to see what items he gets.
No, yeah, Save is a great Pugna player. Like, I would be very surprised if he didn't take it. And as to what you said, Nat, I think that's probably going to happen eventually, like in the phase of Invoker, because he always cycles into support at some point, and people try it. All they need to do is, like, buff one item, like one support item, maybe like a tiny little Spirit Vessel buff, and we could see that happening. But yeah, the Pugna, I think what it provides the team is also the Netherward versus Invoker, right? The spellcasting Invoker has always fallen susceptible to this in particular. So it's kind of an old school matchup resurfacing where you want to spellcast your butt off, you want a 5-man with your Beastmaster, we're going to have this like Netherward that you have to try to commit heroes on, and then we're going to counter when you try to commit on the Netherward with the RP.
And it makes a lot of sense this game, because if you look at the Tundra heroes, with the exception of a later Blink Beastmaster, they don't have good divers right now. They are a team that's going to fight around behind the Lifestealer, kind of casting spells. And on the other squad, it's the same thing. Pugna's going to sit behind his front line. He's going to decrypt the heroes that get gone on, and he's going to heal them as well, which has been buffed back to its former glory.
So what was your takeaway whenever you were showing BetBoom team going up against Lifestealers? Because apparently they were not afraid of it. The hero of the patch.
They have physical resistance with Decrypt. They have Ember Spirit, who doesn't have to worry about it that bad as long as he already has a Revenant down, and they also have a BKB Piercing, Stun, and Magnus. So they've got a lot of things that are ready to deal with it. Not to mention, Jakiro's pretty happy if people run into a choke point. Even if he's magic immune, he's still going to have a Macro Pyre there. He's still going to have an Ice Path, which makes it harder for Lifestealer to do his job. So all that considered, I think they have good heroes for it.
I do think he is going to get quite kited at the moment when I look at everything that's on the side of BetBoom team. None of them really want to clump up. None of them really want to collapse all in onto a hero and kind of sit on top of him. They're all willing to play these outskirts of a bit of a fight. And so Lifestealer, it's like, okay, he could turn, and what if he wants to go for the Jakiro? If the Pugna's nearby, you can use the Decrep on allies. It's not as easy. It's not as easy to go on the Pugna either. And the Magnus, for me, has a lot of potential defensive saves for him. You don't really want to be using your spells that way, but you can.
Also, the Infest save should not be underestimated. There have been a lot of moments already this DreamLeague where Lifestealer has clutch saved with an Infest, where a really key kill could have happened and he just offsets that. But I do wonder if BetBoom pack enough of a burst damage punch right now to like commit to the target they're locking down. It feels like they do have good damage, but once the Infest start coming out, they need a little bit more oomph.
Yeah, they have Empower with Ember, which helps a little bit, but Embers have been going a lot of hybrid damage and not super right-click heavy, so yeah, I definitely agree. They could have some single target damage issues. Could be rectified by an eventual carry pick for their squad, but considering the offlane bans on the Tundra side, I think they're expecting the Magnus to be carry.
I want to see a heavy physical damage carry come out of BetBoom, because if Beastmaster buys a pipe, he's negating a lot of the damage output for a BetBoom team. Like whether he chooses to go Helm Dom or Ags, pipe should be the next item.
So you wouldn't be enthusiastic about BetBoom making this Magnus a carry?
Actually, that would be fine, because when he's carry, he does do a lot of physical damage.
Which may be the option that they go for. Meanwhile, Tundra close out their support duo with a Mirana after Bounty Hunter and Phoenix get banned out.
And all the tanky heroes that BetBoom might want for their offlane are lane countered by Lifestealer in a lot of cases. You will have to do little lane shenanigans, because they do need a mix of tank if they are going to pick it, and that's not it. So, is this Ricky Carey?
Who the hell's the off?
Ricky Carey, yeah, Ricky Carey. They did buff his third skill. When you get last hits, it lowers your cooldown. There is the potential for a Battle Fury.
Wait,
do they send Ricky mid?
No.
He'll just go safe lane, I assume.
But I thought Ricky versus Invoker was like a thing.
Sure, but it's pure plane. That's what he's going
true.
safe lane. Your third skill gets cooldown reduced when you kill creeps. If you bind Ags either before or after Battle Fury, you're going to be used to slay creeps with that thing. You could really see him be abusing a mechanic that was changed in the patch, but we haven't seen for programs yet. So I'm excited to see this. And he's going to be able to get away from Dyrachyo consistently throughout the entire game. So I like it. Smoke Cloud's good this game.
I like that. I like that Pure always busts out weird heroes. That's just really cool about him, because like when you look at it conceptually, we don't know how actually strong it is because we haven't seen it, but conceptually it jumps Invoker. Invoker is very slow. Once you get the Diffusal Blade, that's such a quick punish on the Invoker. It is a nuisance for Lifestealer because you can't rage, and you either have to buy BKB or an MKB, which makes it really annoying to play, and both supports, they'll die to the Smoke Cloud. So it on paper it works, but I do wonder how it looks like in practice. It's cool though, I really like it.
Cap and Avery, did you buy admission for a repeat performance of the Bezium Invoker?
No, I'll be honest. They were talking earlier backstage about the train here and everything. When I lived in Germany, I never paid for that. I was just like, whatever, man. I'll take the fine. I'll take the fine. I never got caught.
He's a gambling man.
Caught. There were several times where the guy was walking through the train. I was like, oh, I got to get out of here.
You just play the dumb American card. I didn't.
Yeah, sorry.
You
know, I only speak English.
So did you jump off the train every time?
Yeah, while it was moving.
Every time I saw the guy coming, I just broke down a window and leaped out. I paid my price in blood, Kevin.
That's fair. It's a good trade.
But Avery, you're a law-abiding citizen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way.
I didn't even summon that
so
one.
savage. No one did.
Oh, this man's ready. This man's locked in. Let's get him into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
March to their lines. Bet Boom versus Tundra. A matchup that was at one point in time the #1 and #2 team of this season. But both have been laying low recently, Avery.
I'd say... Wait, what? Laying low?
Yeah.
How is Tundra laying low?
Tundra
won everything.
Tundra lost again.
Oh, they lost a game, so
Yeah,
that's
they
laying
lost the
low for
series.
them. Oh, I see.
They're no longer #1.
Oh, I see.
Got beat out by
#1?
I mean, it must be Power Vision then.
So it's just whoever wins the last series is #1?
Yeah. Have you not checked Reddit? That is entirely how it goes.
Oh.
As soon as you lose one series, even one game, you're washed. Gotta kick somebody, replace some dude with somebody else who's not currently playing. Every time.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I think that Boom team have had a lot more struggles lately, but maybe they're on the up here. The patch has revitalized them. Don't seem to be buying that one.
I guess I question, do you feel like the patch favors any playstyle right now? From what we have seen and the direction we're going?
I think it favors teams that are good at team fighting and itemizing for that.
Okay. All right. That sounds like...
I actually feel like it does not favor teams who just want to stall and play map-based control styles.
Okay, that sounds like it's not Falcons, then.
Yeah. The lane-dominating teams in another category.
Okay, Bet Boom, that's kind of been their thing for a while, and I think even with the changes of roster, I think it's still a key element of theirs. Maybe not the most important thing anymore.
I think they're in the middle. I'm still trying to determine how much laning actually matters in this patch.
Okay.
I think it's hard to determine at the start. I think the more data you get, the longer it goes, you learn more about how to take advantage of that laning. I think at the start, the games are chaotic. It doesn't matter as much. So time will tell for sure. But so far, I don't think it's actually mattered too much. I think with a lot of the games we've seen, lanes get stomped. Like, imagine all these Huskar games we've seen. It doesn't really seem to matter, right? You can be up 6 or 7k. You can have an extra item on the Huskar, but if he can't take the fight, who really cares about that?
Sure.
And we've seen high ground be pretty difficult.
Yeah. Yes, we have. First blood gets collected by Pure. Very nicely kited out. And the carry Riki already off to a great start. What do you think about this carry Riki? Because this is an old school counter to lifestealing.
This Exterminator facet is a very interesting one. You get extra agi when hitting creeps, so if you combine this with the ags, you farm really fast.
Yeah.
You actually just turn into like the fastest farming hero in the game. You can do Ancients really early. You just burst them down. I kind of believe in it, honestly. I kind of do. I think with Empower, it's even better. I just think the hero's early game to get to that point is so slow.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, is it slow compared to almost any other carry.
Which is why it's so nice that they managed to get first blood. That obviously seriously boosts the hero up. They're going to fight over the Lotus. Sox committing his life to try and get it, and he will give up his life. Now 33's turn to take the 1v2. Pierre's going to have to walk away. Kataomi, he will also be shoved out. The Lotus is grabbed by 33.
I might die here.
Yeah, it's looking like with the axes, he probably runs him down with the boots pickup from Courier. Though making a turnaround, actually, 33 has to pop the Lotus. Oh, Kataomi lives, and Pure picks up yet another.
This Jakiro, his level 1 spells are just so strong in terms of value points compared to most heroes. Costs you very little mana and does a lot in these trades. It'll get the deny to send him back to base, and a nice start for the Riki Maru here.
Yeah, his CS is absolutely terrible. Bottom of all the cores. Net worth, top. Absolute top. And he dodges a blood grenade.
Another Starfall available. I think he's dead here, but I don't really think there was anything else for Pure to do. Honestly.
Yeah.
You had to go to base to re-enter the lane, so he'll take the death, come back.
And coming back to lane with Infused Raindrop or the Corrosion, 33 is going to be in some trouble.
The thing I always ask myself in these new patches is I always look at the items. I think it's more important than the heroes.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest things to look at these carries is what are the best farming items? What are the farming items that got buffed and what are the ones that got nerfed? Battle Fury got buffed a little bit in terms of the timing on it.
Okay.
We've seen Radiance be pretty popular. The days of things like Mjolnir, Gleipnir Rush are kind of gone, right?
Yeah.
Midas is a little available, but we haven't seen it on carries. Like, we don't see the Midas Lifestealer, for example. So if you're in this kind of Battle Fury Radiance area, you're looking at heroes that thrive with that as their first item. And that's most of the carry pool right now. Unless you're Gyro Medusa, because as Whitemon goes down, they're Gyro and Medusa.
They're independent of
yes, they have their own farming.
Or farming items, right? Yeah.
So then there's Riki. Okay? And the thing about Riki is he has traditionally almost never bought a first item farming item that any of the other carries buy.
Sure.
Other than briefly Battle Fury at one point.
There was a time where Battle Fury, in a way, him rushing Aghanim Scepter is his farming item.
Exactly. And the issue with that, though, is that if you're rushing Ags as a farming item, the buildup is really bad. Like, Ags as a first item buildup is atrocious. You're basically sinking 4k gold that does nothing for you until you finish it and it unlocks the spell. So that is my biggest weakness as hero compared to a lot of traditional carries. Maybe there's an in-between build you can go on this hero.
Okay, I'm going to push back against that a little bit here. Aghanim's buildup is better than Radiant's buildup. Radiance is just empty gold.
I actually don't think that's even true.
Really?
Oh, nice path. BZM. Getting ganked.
Now, Soxa's going to be in some trouble, too. Couple of shots for the Jakiro. Blood Grenade raining down. Save. He'll be countered by Whitemon coming up the river. Decrepify trying to live, but Whitemon can shoot through that Decrepify. This time around, Whitemon is not going to be the be-all, end-all of saves like we saw yesterday, where he was playing Pugna against... What was it? He was playing against Pango?
Pango, TB.
TB, and another physical
Dazzle.
damage. Dazzle. That's right.
Not going to have the same effect here, but can be strong in the team fights versus all the spellcasters. Whenever you can gank Invoker in the laning phase, you're going to feel good about it. This is when he's really susceptible. Got to put him behind. You got to slow down the Midas timing. The hero's very beatable. That's his biggest weakness you can exploit. Don't let BZM get to the late game where he will likely demolish you.
Yeah. I mean, they do have...
Dive on 33.
Yeah, Pure is not letting up, man. Sunstrike coming in. It actually hits. Pure is still able to get away, though.
Did it tag the Hawk there? I feel like it did reduce damage.
What?
A Sunstrike.
It's an allied unit, though.
He took 0 damage. Oh,
no, it's just... I think he just had raindrop, right?
Yeah. There was nothing else there, right? Okay. I'm just seeing things. Ignore me.
Okay. I try to. And as a result, Bet Boom up 2K.
Bet Boom getting really aggressive in this safe lane, which is nice for the Riki if you're fighting, not great at pressuring the tower. So I don't think Tundra are going to get pressured objectively down here, but you could lose some map control if you start bleeding out kills to this Riki, who's had a very fast start. I could see Pure just go for a fighting item here, especially since he has the Magnus to give him the cleave.
Oh. Okay, hit the ice path. Chasing him away. Decrepify goes out to try and deal with some of the cold snap. Pure's actually going to cut across the river and join in on this gank. It helps get the kill on BZM. Now he's pushing forward for another one. Pops over, gets Whitemon as well. Pure is just all over the place, man. He has been a part of 6 kills. He's got 5 assists, unfortunately, but 6 of the 8 kills.
He's having a very good time in this early game. No one really to contest this Riki. Tundra have to push this game later, where they can maybe catch him with a roar into some combinations here. Early skirmish power from Bet Boom is significant, and you're trying to fight around an Exort Invoker. There's just nothing to contribute there, really. This is not the Colossus Wex of old, so not a lane you want to get sucked into if you're Tundra. And that tower's basically dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looking at the Beastmaster again, still not level 6.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Does he know that it's not just Katomi? Probably assumes at this point. They have been pretty relentless on their pressure on 33. And 33, he doesn't have the same ancient stacks to go back to. He's farming this hard camp and medium camp. But it's probably slower than farming a full-on ancient stack with axes over and over again. And the triangle ancient camp has already been scouted out, so unlikely that 33 gets that uncontested. Pure is all the way back behind the tier 2. Sage's even going to try and join him here. See if he can hit a blast. They need a little bit of extra damage or not. Pure just does so damn much.
That Sleight of Fist did 245 damage? Double impact.
Yeah, I guess the Hawk plays against you sometimes. If you're Beastmaster, it's you and the Hawk. It hits multiple units. And then the potential there that you get double hit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, because if you're alone, it can't do a double impact. But if there's more than one unit...
Was that even a double impact? I think it might have just been the hit.
Maybe.
You get 160 bonus hero damage. He's already hitting for 140 with Empower. He has
Dude, Pure, leave him alone already, man. He was thinking about going over there again. Ridiculous. BZM is going to be chased down underneath the tier 2. What's Tundra's game plan here at this point?
Go anywhere but mid. That's what the game plan should be right now. And pray Doraccio carries you, because he's the only one having anything in this early game, and he's queued up the armlet. Probably a wise decision. I think he's going to have to get active sooner than rushing the Radiance.
Yeah, he wanted Radiance, but I think this last death on BZM was finally the breaking point for him. BZM still does not have his Hand of Midas.
And it'll be fast diffusal for the Riki. Taking benefit of that Empower. You can always just farm heroes too, you get it fast enough. You know, nice thing for Pure in this game is you also have Pugna Jakiro support duo. two heroes that will take these tier 1s just by grinding them down. Really nice for the Riki, because this hero really suffers taking early objectives. So the fact you can open up these towers, increase the map availability for the Riki with the invis, put more strain on Tundra's sentry capability, feels super good here.
It does feel like a lineup that was crafted pretty well for a carry Riki.
They also have 2 cores between the Riki and the Ember that both have Orb Corrosion plus Orb of Destruction. And you get hit by the Riki or the Ember, you're automatically losing 5 armor. And not a lot of these Tundra heroes have early armor.
There are also 2 heroes that really benefit from the Empower that Mag's going to give them. Another reason maybe why you don't need that farming item on the Riki if he keeps on getting these kills.
That's why these slights are hurting so much. Nobody on the side of Tundra has more than 5 armor except the Lifestealer.
Waibon. He needs that level 6, man. It's his only defense mechanism at this point. Give him a Dispel and a way to dodge some physical damage. And Miro's chilling. He went for the Empower facet. So I guess that just means he doesn't have to empower himself and can save that for his allies, because I do feel like he should be empowering Ember Riki quite a good amount.
I mean, he's just farming and scaling too.
Yeah.
This is a tough tricore to skirmish into if you're Tundra until this Invoker is completely online, and that is just going to be a long way away. Currently meteoring neutral camps and creeps, so catch-up duty for some of these Tundra cores as they leave the fighting to Duraccio, perhaps, who has switched back to Radiance. He's debating between that and the Armlet, but you got to get it right here and take the proper fight.
So you're telling me this item that he has right now, which is nothing, with his 3,000 gold, is worth... Okay, now he bought out the Armlet. It's worth more than plus 10 to all stats?
Yes.
Building up an Aghanim, you're telling me it's worth more? Okay. That's a bold claim, I guess.
I think... What I'm saying is that for the heroes that buy the Talisman first and fight with it like Brewmaster, I think you get more value.
Okay.
And I think for the heroes that rush the Relic, get it at a solid time, and then farm with the Relic to finish Radiance, this is actually a better build-up than the Axe.
Okay.
I'm not saying you were getting more at that exact time, but I think the investment, the build-up, and the payoff is just a better sequence. I just hate Axe build-up. That's all you need to know.
I can tell. Jeez.
33 hates this lane right now because he has been decimated completely. He's lost his tower. He's losing his life. He's losing his ancient stacks.
What do you think the last time 33 went 0-5-0 in 15 minutes?
Probably 3 years ago.
Probably back when he was playing on like some join Dota League.
Yeah, probably was on some garbage team like Optic Gaming or something. With garbage players like Quinn and Zai. Imagine that team.
Yeah. Quinn and Zai. Wow. There was some talent on that roster.
Yeah, there really was. That's the thing about Dota. It doesn't matter if you're good. It matters if you're good in the right place at the right time. In other words, nepotism, Austin.
What?
It's all about the networking and who you know. And you, of all people, should know that.
Are you saying all TI winners are somehow related to or friends with Ice Frog?
I've seen a lot of suspicious patch notes in my time, I'll tell you that much.
You just read between the lines sometimes. It says, this one's for you, 33.
You would be surprised at what has been pushed in this game due to very specific players. I think you'd be surprised.
Well, I would never will be surprised if you don't tell me.
Right, I can't do that, Mr. Walsh.
Okay, well.
Right, I can't do that.
Keep your secrets then.
I'm just saying, you know, think of like who is the most...
I don't know what conspiracy theory you're pushing right now.
Radiant's top tower.
It's like the mammoth all over again.
You know, like let's say you saw a Lone Druid buff. Who do you think would be fighting for a Lone Druid buff?
First thing would be Bulldog.
Right. It's like something like that, you know? So now you just do that for every hero player in the game that really likes their hero. And it creates a bias over time, right? Because they're constantly pushing for buffs on that hero.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if Collapse told you Magnus was weak over and over and over. Eventually, you're going to buff it, even if it's weak or not.
Okay, well,
and then he just wins the TI. You know, I'm not saying that happened. I'm not naming any names. It's all unconfirmed, of course. I'm just saying.
Don't you keep that bias in mind when you ask people for feedback?
Yeah, but we're all human.
Okay. Mass TP's up to the top lane. Tundra are actually going to fight this. And an early pickoff onto the Magnus is a good start of things, though the backline is currently being decimated by a beautiful Ice Path Macropire. BZM is dead, though silent into Roar 33. Patiently lying in wait, finally found some revenge for the laning phase, and will keep pushing forward. Infested up, has the extra HP, though he's being kited around quite a bit. Soxa does manage to get a kill onto the enemy support. 33 finally does get burnt out. Saves trying to keep himself alive with the Decrepify Core Staff up to the high ground. Away he goes. GPK will try and run interference for Save. They turn around and go and kill the Mirana, but now a silence. Oh, it was a bad turn for GPK. Not worth it, as Save will still die, and joined by GPK.
That's such a big fight for Dyrachyo. He gets all this extra feast HP, finishes his Radiance in the middle of it. That's such a classic Lifestealer fight. You just go into this fight, and this guy is the one dude who survives.
Yeah, you have Radiance, you jump inside of another Strength hero, you just exist for 10 seconds plus. Radiance is burning the entire time.
It's so hard to fight early game, man. A lot of this is you take the mag out for free. And that's huge for Tundra here. The BZM Invoker finally gets to have some impact here. Atos investment. And then you take the Riki out for free as well. So this is like the dream scenario for Tundra. They get 2 cores off the bat for very little cost. Still kind of salvage this fight between the Ember and the Pugna, but Dyrachyo will stand tall.
Yeah, if they had just been able to get out from here, 2 for 3, not the worst. Particularly considering the investment, right? That is a big note for Tundra. They invested double Rod of Atoses, which have their impact now, but may not be useful later on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Also, Orchid on the Mirana. Sox is honestly pretty farmed. Interesting idea here, itemization-wise. Lets him jump in on the Mag, the Riki, the Pugna. Gives you a lot more kill threat on the mobile cores plus the backline supports here, so I kind of like it. It's expensive. But you got to remember this Moonlight Shadow got a buff, Austin.
Yeah, it weirdly enough buffs Mirana's outgoing damage. So I guess they said we want some core Miranas to consider Moonlight Shadow, not the other facet.
Actually, I think it's the other way around. Why? I think this was so if you're playing support Mirana, you can take it and not feel like you're missing out on a lot of damage for yourself.
Okay. If you're a support Mirana, how much do you care about that, though?
I think a lot, because the thing is the Solar Flare was actually still significant on support Mirana.
Okay.
So when you didn't take it, you felt like you were missing some of your independent kill threat, being able to jump in a fight and just kill a support, because Solar Flare is giving you such an insane bonus. Now at least you get a bit more damage with this Moonlight.
But why does the full team utility spell need to give you damage? Isn't that the whole point? It's utility or damage?
Austin, have you learned nothing in the last few years? Certain heroes just get everything.
Okay.
And other heroes are Sand King. Why do you think we gave mobility to Zeus or slows to Shadow Fiend? Because they needed them? No, because we could, Austin. No one stopped to think, should we do this? They thought we can, and therefore we will.
Science has gone too far.
That is the case here. Does Mirana need outgoing damage on Moonlight Shadow? No. And that's why she has it.
Rod of Atos into a silence. Good force tap, though. Cleared him of the arrow that was incoming. And the Wisdom Shrine secured for Tundra.
Dyrachyo walking in.
He is indeed a walking.
It's full armlet. He's massive right now.
RP on 2, and the skewer puts them all together.
Oh,
Beautiful
is it
stuff. The
enough?
invest goes up. That actually saves Soxa, but maybe he should have put it on BZM instead, as they both end up getting burned out. The heal. Pure staying alive despite all of these ensnares. Now he's up, but he goes for Duraccio? That was the wrong direction to blink, sir.
I mean, Save's doing work.
Save is doing work, but Save will eventually fall to Duraccio, as all seem to do. Ultra kill for Duraccio.
I mean, he just got 180 HP out of that fight with the ultra kill. This is why this hero is so deadly. You can't feed him the early fights because he just snowballs so much on it. You just got like a VIP booster out of that, you know? That's ridiculous. And he's nowhere close to dying again in this engagement. Sick plays from Save all around, and it was a solid RP.
It really was.
He threw the ice path, but you're just so tanky. And I mean, BZM getting off Meteor of Deafening here was huge.
Oh, he didn't have Aghanim Scepter on the Riki before that.
No, you know why, Austin? Because he's stuck building up this trash for 20 minutes.
I see.
He has it now, though, so he got through that.
He does have it now. So the next time they hit an RP on multiple heroes, Pure can go to work.
He can also just farm a lot faster now, so
yeah.
Betboom maybe shouldn't feel as pressured to have to fight in this game. Like, just get your BKBs up. They have double Force Staff. Get some survivability here. Be able to kite the fight and pick your targets. You know, find the Mirana, find the Invoker. That type of fight is going to look a lot better for you than going head-on into this Duraccio Lifestealer that has not been a successful strat for a lot of teams going up against it, I must say.
Tower is under attack.
You know, I got a question that I know you can't answer, but I know we do have a man backstage who can answer. Purge, if you could ever give me like a full lowdown on what outgoing damage means exactly.
What do you mean? What does it mean? It means any damage you deal is buffed by that percentage.
Okay. Can you give me all the instances that outgoing damage applies to?
What?
Okay.
Any damage you deal.
For example, if you do a damage over time spell, when you have the outgoing spell, the outgoing buff on you,
yes,
and then it fades, does that damage over time spell continue to get it once the outgoing buff has faded? Yeah.
I don't think so.
Not so easy, was it?
No, I don't think it does.
so, but you can't confirm.
Nobody could confirm that.
Exactly.
That's a ridiculous question.
That's why
How
I would like
even
the
do that?
lowdown on the mechanics. You thought it was a stupid question, then you realized Dota's
the equivalent of like
a game, isn't it?
European versus African swallow. Like, it's a ridiculous question for ridiculous people, and I'm not gonna entertain it.
19-13, a pretty even game on our hands.
If Zeus drops a Nimbus in the river, while you have a Riverborn buff, but he drops his Kaya, but then he puts it on the Courier, and Marcy insta-summons it back, does the spell amp really apply?
That's a great question. Do structures apply outgoing damage?
No, that's not a real question. I'm done with this conversation.
Okay.
We're moving on. Time to enter the mid-game, as the BKB has arrived for Miro. The BKB is available for GBK. It's time to empower some heroes.
So he gets 50 tricks of the trade agility.
Radiant are scanning.
Out of curiosity, why is that 50 agility and not just 50 damage?
Because he deals bonus.
Oh, right.
His
Yeah,
agility.
yeah.
It ends up being a lot.
Yeah.
It's basically 50 times 4.5.
On non-hero units, yeah.
Yeah.
We clear out Ancients real quick.
That's what I'm saying. You chunk the map in terms of farming speed. Smoke.
They caught him on the edge, and they're going to commit. They actually want BZM out of this equation. They don't care how many spells they have to use for it. But now Duracchio's right in the middle of them, and they don't have an RP to control him. So they just have to kite out. Miro's already used his TP to get on out of here.
Canceled it.
Try to continue to kite up, but the Rod of Atos locks him down into a fierce shot, but Pure is okay for now. Now he tracks Whitemon. Got him inside the tricks of the trade. Not able to finish him off, though. Inside of the trees, they get away, infested up. Whitemon's healthy enough. He can keep going here. Ice Silence, GPK. Oh, better Ice Path, though. The tricks of the trade quickly takes out 33. He pushes forward. This is just a playground for Pure at this point in time. He sees a bunch of low health supports, and he can clean them up. They just ignore Dyrachyo, kill everybody else.
They were both TPing out in front of each other. That was
I saw.
Incredibly funny, but nonetheless, a fight where Pure actually gets to play the entire fight, and he deals the DPS. An awkward start for Tundra. The smoke on 3 heroes was coming into that fight from behind, but it was late to the party. You already get initiated on the Invoker, so you're just down your mid hero by the time the action happens. I do want to give credit to the Tundra supports in that fight, because Soxa did a lot of work. He basically got 3, I think he got 3 Orchids off. If I'm not mistaken. I got 2. And one, he landed an arrow on the Pugna during the drain that just killed him outright. So,
Oh, nice Manta dodge. Miro is trying to push him back inside the smoke screen, which Dyrachyo currently does not have a counter to.
Yeah, his Lifestealer is still yet to die, so that's a big streak to collect if you can bring him down.
Got the slide on him. Rage is coming back up. He infests inside BZM. BZM trying to put him range of something. Pure, they go for him. Arrow lands onto Kataomi instead, so... Oh, Decrepify. That buys him a second or two. Meanwhile, 33 just keeps on going forward. Managed to get Aurora onto Miro. The rest of the team, though, was dealing with Kataomi. Still on the retreat, though. Save has his Decrepify. Rod of Atos put onto him. And Arrow, that'll finish him off. 2 supports dead on the side of BetBoom. They get back to their tier 2. Now an Orchid on GPK. He's taking damage. Not enough for the Bloodthorn, or the Orchid to finish him off, rather.
I mean, this man don't care right now.
Yeah, Dyrachyo just keeps pushing forward. GPK is running out of mana at this point in time. He's got BKB. He's just going to have to BKB and run back to base.
RP is available again. Able to find any. I mean, they're forcing him in at that point. BetBoom kiting back, but can't stand their ground against this Lifestealer that is a menace. Also, something about this Tendril spell just goes off incredibly fast.
Yeah.
I feel like every time we see a fight that goes through one of these camps, someone gets stunned instantly. It's nasty. I like it. Tormentor. Shard to Soxa. He'll gladly collect it. Extra leap charge here is huge. And more damage for himself. He deals a lot of damage, honestly.
RP. Oh, God. He missed that one. That's no good. I feel like every fight they've gone on the Lifestealer has been bad. Every fight they've ignored the Lifestealer has been good.
Oh, Pure with an angle.
Oh, that is the power of the carry Riki right there with an empowered up tricks the trade. You put 2 supports together, they disappear pretty quickly. Primal Roar from the trees, though. Force down, trying to get Pure out of here. Manta, still got hit by the arrow. A bit of bad luck there. Kills Pure.
Nice Pure.
But BetBoom can still maybe win this fight. They've already taken out 3. And with save, doing some deeps there from a long distance life drain. Dyrachyo's actually getting rather low. He's going to run the other way. They chase after 33 instead.
So they don't get that level 20, 10-0 Lifestealer, but they get everybody else. Very happy with that fight. As the Magnus and the Ember are still doing a lot of damage with this double empower. Gotta respect the physical burst coming out from these heroes right now. And you look at that DPS, it's all GPK. Just sliding heroes down. This Invoker cannot stand his ground at all. Unless the fight is playing out in a way where the front line from BetBoom is collapsing.
Yeah.
This is almost just a free double kill at the start of this fight too. And I mean, Pure doesn't have BKB. If he has that, these fights are a lot different because he's really getting controlled a lot. He gets roared from below here. Nice angle from 33. You have to force staff him in, but then he gets all his mana burned, and then he gets arrowed off the Manta. Just a really rough sequence for him. The team will still be able to clean it up, however. And ultimately, it's Save who's just sitting on the back lines of these fights doing so much work on this Pugna. Not a target Tundra have been able to prioritize. It's costing them a lot.
So I checked a mechanic real quick. Lifestealer has Aghanim Scepter. Obviously, one of the heroes he's hoping to be able to disarm is the Riki. But I'm 99% sure that both Ember and Riki ignore the disarm while they're infested.
If they use their spell, you're saying?
Yeah, if they use their spell.
Yes.
If they use Tricks of the Trade, or if they use Slight, which, you know.
Yes, because you're not on the map. I don't think you can be affected by like status debuffs against your attack when you're off the map like that.
Yeah, their instant attacks apparently are unaffected by disarm. They don't get True Strike, but they're not affected by disarm.
All right, good to know. Kind of an awkward time too, because you phase out, you're also just not taking damage in that interval.
Yep.
It's like a wasted infest for all that duration.
Yeah, so I do kind of question whether this Aghanims is going to be effective. Whether it's just hard to use the infest because these heroes are bouncing around so much, or if they do use it and the spell is up, then the infest loses a lot of its value.
I mean, the thing is, this Aghs is still just really good on the hero.
Yeah.
The fact that it reduces the cooldown by so much increases the cast range. Those are two really important things about this hero that make him what he is right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
You get multiple infests off in a fight. You get that clutch save going. It's not just about the aggressive disarm. So I still like it here.
Inside a Croaker with the tendrils of deep ready to go. He's going to go inside the pit, gets a stun off quickly, infest, and runs away.
That's completely alone.
Didn't have the rest of his team to back him up, so he just has a bit of a poke at Bet Boom. Bet Boom do not back off, though. They take Roche.
The old Croaker drive-by.
Radiant structures.
It's a Dota 2 classic.
Might be one day. BKB next up for Pure. I think that is when this lineup will become pretty terrifying for Tundra to fight. They have very limited BKB control. It's just that roar. You're going to have to pick one target.
Yeah.
And that guy can likely get decrept. Gotta remember, you can decrept the BKB as well. You can be Ethereal and BKB'd.
Yeah. It's
weird here for Tundra.
He almost has the level 20 talent on Riki, which are both really big upgrades.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I kind of want to just see take the multiplier.
Yeah, it's like an extra 30 damage per hit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Or 90. Is it 90 damage?
I mean, you get bonus agi on your Tricks of the Trade that also gets multiplied by the backstab. There's a lot of math to do here. Too much for me. All I know is it hits really hard. And it's going to mess you up.
Yeah, it's like an extra 90 damage, right? Because he gets 300 agility when he uses Tricks of the Trade.
Has fallen.
Just casually cutting a wave. Old Soxa and Pure have the same idea, cutting the same lane. God, Dyrachyo is just able to be
33? Is this enough damage with Kata?
Kata, it's close, but not enough.
Oh my.
Oh, he did have to jump to mid where he instantly popped his BKB for fear of taking any damage. They will get 33 punished for that one.
Prepare for a lesson.
Yeah, I thought there's no way they kill him with Sunstrike. With Kata, it was incredibly close. Can't fault him for that attempt, but
they're hunting on the other side because the Riki TP'd up to top. Oh, nice dead shot into the arrow.
Beautiful execution here. Tundra trying to salvage something on the map. Pure will run straight into the Invoker, and that
Hero's
damage.
going to capitalize on it too. He blinks after him, doesn't even need to skewer him back. He just leaves him inside a Pure smoke screen. Still has that skewer and will actually bring Dyrachyo back a little bit. I'm not sure if he wanted to bring him though. Trying to save him, he's infested up. Glimmer Cape goes out, he gets bashed, and find the infest pop out. We'll finish off Miro, but Pure comes out, Dyrachyo comes out inside of the ice path, rather. Turns around, bashes up Pure for a second. Gleipnir, it's gonna whiff, Tricks of the Trade. Arrow comes out, BKB. He's gonna lose his Aegis, perhaps. No, a Force Staff gets him away. That was a close call there, but managed to keep the Aegis intact and still has another minute and a half to go after he heals.
This lifesteal's out of control. He just has so much bonus HP in this game from being 12-0. It's almost up to 1,000 already. And this Riki just doesn't man fight him. Not really close. He has too much move speed. He has too much ability to infest with these 20-second cooldown. It's just Dyrachyo 1v5ing right now.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I feel like they have the tools to kite him and kill everybody else.
Yes, they do. And that can win them this game for sure. But Dyrachyo defies the laws of logic.
That's true. He just runs 2,000 units ahead of his team, and you're like, we gotta go on him.
Radiant are scanning.
33 is going to get the nullifier that Dyrachyo currently lacks. I do wonder if Dyrachyo is going to consider breaking that Radiance apart.
I don't know, man. It's doing a lot of damage. He just finishes Abyssal, buys out, almost level 25.
It is, but he could have nullifier Butterfly. Which at some point in time, he's got to address Pugna's Decrepify. And I'm not sure if he can rely on somebody else to do that nullifier for him.
Is Abyssal back as well, by the way? Is this item back? Been seeing it more. Seems a lot better on some of these strength carries. You get damage, you get a lot of strength, you get slow resistance and Ultra Regen Lifesteal Amp, which is really nice for something like Lifestealer. Does break that apart, gets the nullifier as well. This is a massive damage spike for Dyrachyo.
Is Abyssal Blade back, or is it just Lifestealer is
maybe both
dominating?
That's why I keep saying, man, you look at the items that are good, they make the hero, not the other way around. Like, I'm not going to go start playing Juggernaut because I'm going to build Radiance Abyssal Nullifier, you know?
Radiant's top tower is under
Kind of sounds like something a Lone Druid would do.
Maybe he's back. I mean, who knows anything about that hero? That's why he's not, but I'm not going to base Lone Druid stats on too much here, you know. Takes a real professional to play that hero.
5-man smoke from one triangle to the other.
Shielded Lifestealer.
Don't touch that. Don't touch him. Don't even look at him. He's got so much HP. Oh my god, an extra 1,000 HP.
We'll cross it here.
Well done, Dyrachyo.
I mean, this is... I don't know. Are you supposed to try and just RP skewer him into smokescreen all in him? Can you even do that?
No. No.
Okay.
There has not been a single fight where they're like, we can kill Lifestealer that has gone well for them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is there a point at which that becomes an available option? Surely with Riki Daedalus.
Never.
Surely with Magnus Refresher.
You kill him when it's like 4 versus 1 after you've killed everybody else on Tundra.
Dire's bottom tower has
It's either that or we watch Lifestealer win yet another game. Well, what about 2 RP skewer combos?
That's what I'm saying. Refresher Mag, surely.
Send him all the way back to the fountain.
There's no way you survive that. In theory, there's no save on the side of it.
I mean, he probably just mantas, dodging a bunch of fountain hits, and then gets off an Aghanim's Infest onto one of your heroes.
You're not surviving 2 level 3 RPs. I refuse to believe that's possible.
Tell that to his 1,013 bonus HP from Feast.
I will. I will. He's level 25 as well, by the way, so he has an extra rage duration here. He's just cruising, man. He's just walking around, crawling around the map.
Whoa!
Man don't care. Picks up a Lotus.
I forgot the Aghanim Scepter changed on Muerta. So the new Dead Shot. It's bigger and badder.
This thing's pretty cool. I don't know if it's worth it a lot of time, but when you have this plus the Gleipnir, you have a lot of AoE on your spells. That thing is thick. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
That's a girthy dead shot right there.
You could get a lot more heroes with it.
Yeah, he said
pierces.
Could smack a couple people in the face with that one. That's for sure. Lateral damage.
Straight to the Roshan pit. Dyrachyo is, of course, fearless.
I mean, double nullifiers online right now for Tundra. Yeah, I feel like Vetboom have given them a lot of time and space here. And I don't think they're matching them in the farm department. You got the Daedalus done on the Riki and a couple Lincoln Spheres, but that's it.
They smoke up right as Roshan completes.
Gotta get a big RP here. Or kill the Lifestealer somehow.
Run into the Marauder, who has Moonlight Shadow Gem. Arrow scouting out some more heroes. Deadshot doing the same thing. And 33 is ready to go in. He's got the Aegis. Dyrachyo says, I don't need the extra life. I'm going to be more than taking enough to deal with this. And they found the perfect target. No RP skewer to threaten them on a high ground defense anymore. Tundra now try and clean up a bit more. Katomi making a break for it with his Glimmer Cape. Dyrachyo knows he around here somewhere. And without any items left to use, no Glimmer, no Force, he will die.
You just can't save from these jumps versus the nullifiers. There's nothing you can do. I think Save might have even misclicked his blink there, trying to force staff him out. As he like blinked straight on top of him. It was incredibly awkward. Will survive, but there's nothing you can do. You can just watch your Magnus die. Lincoln Sphere does not save him either, as it gets instantly popped.
Oh, pure. He's got BKB, and he's probably going to have to use it here. Nullifier immediately placed on Save at the first sight of him.
You know, the more I watch this game, I feel like Riki is just not a good hero versus Dyrachyo.
Yeah?
Because the man only goes one direction, and it's at you.
You can never hit his back. He never turns his back.
Yeah, no matter what. Even when he should, he won't. You're just waiting.
Man shows no fear. Ice Path, beautiful setup. BCM's going to be in some trouble off of that one. Got off his BKB and makes a run for it. And Katomi will maybe pay the price. Nope. Force Staff, no Nullifier here. It's on cooldown for a second. Going to use the Infest onto the Ember Spirit. He's got to be a little bit careful with that. There might be a point where he gets sent back to base.
I think that's your best chance to kill him. Bait out the Infest, have a Remnant in the fountain, and jump back.
Yeah, I think maybe you got the right idea here.
Scan will land on Miro, who's ninja geared out here, so Tundra are going to go looking for him.
Radiant are scanning.
Guess the wrong 50-50. Sunstrike doesn't scout anything, so he slips by. But Dyrachyo is about to have another item here. I don't know, I felt like Vetboom team had a decent team fight at some point 15 minutes ago, and they never forced it. They waited too long, they gave up Roche for free, and I just don't think you can give a team like Tundra that much room to operate with how good they are itemization-wise, and they're playing this Invoker, right? The clock is ticking. This hero is the king of late game still. Like, I don't care who you are. It's really difficult to deal with him once he gets to level 25 and he just has the 4 or 5 slots. I don't think you're getting the same type of scale action going into the ultra late. You have level 25 on the Ember, that's something. Still a lot of damage, but you can't find the initiation. That's the problem. The jump is way easier for Tundra with Moonlight Shadow, with Lifestealer you can frontline, double Nullifier with a Beastmaster jump, Deadshot follow-up, Cataclysm. I mean, how are you starting fights if you're Vetboom team right now?
Yeah, the Vetboom lineup is so predicated on mobility. The later the game goes, the more hard lockdown is acquired by both teams. Just means that Riki, Ember, even the chance of getting the skewer back becomes harder and harder to pull that off.
Another Infest Moonlight Shadow play. Still have Aegis for a minute.
33 tried to jump in, but Vetboom, they weren't at home. GPK, he runs out there. Immediately got silenced, had to use the BKB. Losing buildings, though, in the meanwhile. Well, it's time to come up with an answer.
Gotta do something here.
Miro just has to find the perfect opening. If he finds it, if he hits multiple heroes, nice arrow. Oh, Force Staff trying to get him away. Force Staff, another one. Cataclysm not gonna land as a result of that instant scythe. Pure, he's dead. One scythe is all it takes. He does have a buyback, though.
BCM so fast there. He even got the Force Staff Glimmer dodge on the Nullifier to come out before the Cataclysm, but still can't find an angle to initiate. Instead, you still just lose your Riki without BKB being popped. Just nothing coming up that Boom team's way here. There's also a Hex on this Mirana. So there's double Scythe for Tundra to play around with now.
And level 25 for the Riki, I don't think actually changes anything.
Not really, no.
Like basic Dispel, that's pretty whatever. Skewer back. Oh, they go for the Lifestealer. They've got him down to half HP. But there's the Manta. There's the Infest. And he's fine. They can't touch him, man. Look at him. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe they can't touch him. Turns around, Abyssal Blade, starts hitting some heroes. Open wounds, heals up a little bit. Oh, GPK thought about going back in, but it's BZM. He's putting on a show on the back lines. He hits a lot of heroes. They all get super low. It's only Kataomi who will burn out in the end. 2 supports gone on the side of BetBoom. Tundra, do not commit for going for Megas. They're going to try and lure him out. Hortos, you are back onto 2. Good setup with the slight, with the tricks of the trade. They'll take both those heroes out, but immediate buybacks are going to be used even more. With Pure now on a dieback, they're running out of damage on the side of BetBoom. There's just nothing BetBoom can do anymore. GPK will pick up one more kill before the game is secured.
Dude,
there's Tundra.
So much utility in lockdown coming out of the Tundra supports. In that last fight, Pure got Gleipnired, hexed, silenced, rooted again, silenced again, and then feared by a dead shot. It's like 8 seconds this Riki cannot cast a spell or move. How do you play Dota?
Well, apparently you just lose.
You can't. Yeah, I guess you can't. Tough. Very tough loss for BetBoom because I think they felt they were in control of that game and maybe could have snowballed it. But again, I go to that 30-40 minute period where they conceded a lot of map control time in Roche and just did nothing with their advantage of their position. You cannot give that kind of window to Tundra because they're going to out-itemize you. They're going to likely outscale you. And we've seen it time and time again. They don't really throw those kind of leads.
No.
So you're banking on a lot to go right for you in this ultra late. 0 deaths on the Lifestealer. A perfect game from Duraccio. 13-0 and 11. The man is a beast on this hero. Why are you giving it to him?
Gotta stop it. All the answers in the world. You had a BKB piercing disable. You had an AoE silence. You had a good physical damage dealer. You had so many things. You had to Crepify to juke him out. So many things, Nat. But they could not stop the Duraccio Lifestealer.
Because it doesn't matter what you have. You guys are the statistics people around here, but I did a little digging into the numbers myself.
You stole my job, Tsunami.
I can walk through it together.
Okay, hold my hand, please.
All right, Lifestealer has been picked now 9 times in Group Stage 2. He has lost 2 of those games. The very first one was Skitter against the Satanic Phantom Assassin. And the other one was just earlier today, Radon losing to the Marcy IO Leshrac combination from Chimera. All the other Lifestealers have won, and 3 of them are now Duraccio.
That's some good numbers. Numbers enough to make me question how he got his hands on Lifestealer, not as a first pick, but as a second phased pick. I don't remember exactly where they picked it up. Was it the closing of the? No, you can't let my hands.
The camera isn't even on us.
It's really funny though when they come back. Neil doesn't want to hold my hand anymore.
29 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. He walked me through it. He held my hand.
I held the hand the whole time.
The whole time, genuinely the whole time.
Can I go now?
Yes, you can go back to Thank you. I liked that you actually held my hand.
We'll always commit to the bit, much as how Tundra are committing to the bit of we know how to play Lifestealer extremely capably. Duraccio is now 3-0 on the hero, and the hero overall seems to be very, very capable. The only exceptions were indeed the Skitter losing against Satanic Phantom Assassin and Radon losing against the IO Lesh Marcy combo.
Yeah.
Still, that's impressive figures.
Right. And I'm not saying, Deracho Lifesteal, fantastic this job, right? But they needed a little bit of time. And for once, it felt like 33's lane got so sacked. This Ricky was looking phenomenal. It felt like they were creating this fantastic chokehold of the map where Beastmaster, where does he want to go? There's nowhere that he actually can go. There's nowhere that he can feel safe, but they almost focused too much on shutting down this off lane and taking out that part of the map that they kind of did forget. A Lifestealer will come online a lot quicker than other hard carries or what are defined that way. And it's a Deracho Lifestealer too. So yeah, I don't know. I really did actually like what BetBoom brought, despite them not getting the win here. The Ricky was fantastic to look at. It just kind of shut out damage on those supports.
Yeah.
Yeah, points for creativity. This is something that makes me really enjoy watching BetBoom and Pure, is that his carry pool, you never know what to expect with it. He'll always hyper fixate on something unusual that no one else is looking at, whether it's the Meepo or the Ricky, and then you have to keep it in the back of your mind. And honestly, it looked pretty good, the carry Ricky. It looked good for the first 15 minutes of the game. They killed bot lane multiple times. He went mid on it, killed the Invoker, but things really broke apart for them when he went top. Because the first play that they made for that top tower, for that top lane, it really could have gone differently had Ricky not died, and then maybe they would have had the extra oomph to take down the Lifestealer. Like I mentioned in the pregame panel that maybe there's just not enough damage coming out in certain aspects, but what ended up happening was 33 kept getting Ricky in these roars in the early game. He caught him in that top lane where, because Ricky died, they weren't able to take down Deracho. And Tundra eventually cleaned up that fight. With his first Radiance, he walks away with 150 extra HP from getting assists on 5 heroes. Then all of a sudden, you've got this Lifestealer who's tankier. You have to kind of run into him and try to kill him again. But what happens when your Ricky gets roared? You don't have enough damage. Ricky got roared in so many key aspects of the game, which was the early stage when you wanted the Ricky snowball. So it was also 33. We talk a lot about Deracho, but it was the roars keeping the Ricky down when he was at his highest that also led to this game looking the way that it did.
And if you had banishment heroes, then I suppose you could get away with it, or some dispels from an Abaddon or something. But Ricky was his own save. He had to use tricks of the trade offensively and defensively, which is an incredibly tough position to be put into, especially as a carry Ricky. Maybe as a support Ricky, you have a little bit more leeway, but this was a last pick selection. They could have sent the Magnus to be the carry. They could have picked a different offlaner, but instead they opted to make Ricky the carry.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, I'm going to say it. I did really like it, and I do think that maybe against a different lineup, this BetBoom team lineup would have worked. I know that sounds really funny to say, right? But this Beastmaster was a first pick, and so the fact that it's the one that, later in the game when he has sort of recovered, even just feeling strong enough, he's okay, my ult's off, cooldown, we got this raw, let's kind of go into the Ricky. It's crazy to think that this first pick was the solution to BetBoom team's gotcha overall last pick. That's pretty crazy to say.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely very, very key that they were able to get those kills on Pure at those early stages of the game. And every time, so basically there are trades that happen in Dota, right? If you're expending a roar on the Ricky and you have 3 heroes killing him, then the rest of BetBoom team is killing everybody else. And it was happening. There were a lot of clunky fights where they were trading, GPK was cleaning up the backline. There were kills going back and forth. But without your Ricky in play, you can't take down the Lifestealer. And eventually Lifestealer got to a point where nobody could kill him. Deracho finished the game with 0 deaths.
Have you guys ever played those games where you're you know that the carry is going to be an issue? So you go, let's focus on everyone else in the game except for the carry until he's become a problem, and then we have to deal with him. That's kind of what it felt like BetBoom team were doing. They're we can focus on all 4 other heroes. Let's just keep shutting down 33. Let's keep shutting down BZM, make sure this Invoker doesn't have a game, and ignore the Lifestealer. And then all of a sudden, the Lifestealer is the frontliner, and it's just you can't ignore this problem anymore. It is running right at you, straight down mid.
You can see it coming to you right down mid, and maybe Purge was able to see some things as well with his Kadia award of the game.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, the spotting the Ricky is a very important part of the game because Ricky was terrorizing your other heroes, like Nat pointed out, just getting kills left and right, doing huge amounts of damage. And eventually what happened is this little Clifford, one of the few remaining in the game here, Whitemon is able to use it to spot the Ricky, hit him with an Atos, a silence, and this gave them some opportunity to chase and take a real fight. which surprisingly they did despite the DD that was on the Riki. And it was Dyrachyo leading the way. Kataomi, not very safe hero to play against the Lifestealer who can rage and run it like this. And with the great catch by Miero, everything looked just really solid for the Radiant squad, but that roar when he finally did catch the Riki was kind of what changed things a lot. Until he gets fully healed, of course, and there's more rundown and more disable. Pure really just learned he needed to buy a BKB at this team fight in a lot of ways, and layering the disables that they did against the Riki finally gave them a big opening to start catching back up into this game, not fearing the Riki as much, and getting Dyrachyo ahead.
Thank you.
Tundra had a late night yesterday, but it seems like they ate a hearty breakfast, and Dyrachyo ate all of the heroes alive in that game number 1. Let's see if he can replicate that performance in game number 2.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pimp My Profile. I'm Auld Pixel, I'm here with Mr. BSJ / Mr. Brian, and we're going to fix up each other's Dota 2 profiles. See, Brian here, you've never done anything with yours, right, Brian? This is...
I'm the default guy,
Yeah.
you know, the type that always says, I should do something for that, and then I never do. On the other hand, though, it looks like Owen has 20 Queen of Pains on his profile, but he actually alerted us when we pull up his match
It's a
history
smart
that it is
thing.
the last hero he played. So
It's dynamic.
So it is dynamic. I don't even know how you do that.
Hey, there's some cool stuff you can do.
It will be gone after this regardless, as I will be pimping your profile, Owen. Well, I'm going to use your signature heroes, Owen.
Okay.
And I can customize, I can customize your cosmetics.
Yeah, you can use cosmetics. Some of them you can like choose the animation.
You told me you have the Battle Fury,
Right.
that's really important.
I gotta see what heroes are your best heroes.
I feel like Owen just always buys Battle Fury, so that's...
PL is your most played?
Yeah.
PL, Luna, Slark. Oh, it's all the carries, okay.
I don't want Owen to have too much spoilers, but we're definitely sticking to the Void-centric. I'll never forget the challenge you did where you climbed MMR with Faces Void on.
I did.
I approve of these top heroes of yours. The showcase budget has been reached.
Yeah, you gotta be smart about the budget, Brian.
Oh, you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Can I increase my budget?
No, you can't.
I wasn't, you literally, no, like, oh my gosh, I accidentally cleared it. It's fine. It's not nearly as good as if it had like infinite budget, but that's just life, you know? I was trying to spell your name, OD, with your favorite heroes, and the O just looks kind of block letterish now because I had like 10 Faceless Voids.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, I liked it.
It's not terrible. I don't know if it's instantly recognizable as OD.
And then I wanted the hint of your old cosmetics in there, so I originally had all of them taunting. So, but I can't do the taunt and the cosmetics at the same time.
Well, there might be a way. Maybe we don't know.
Okay,
it was actually the budget limiting.
I'm not sure, honestly. There probably is, and people are going to judge me for it. So
there's going to be some experts. No, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I take that.
We did similar stuff, really, just in different varieties. A bit more minimalistic. And then I gave you some stats here.
That's good.
This is not really that impressive. Well, I guess it's not that bad, actually. It shows you're pretty, like...
So what made you go with this size? Because I feel like you could go, like...
Well, bigger.
Yeah, bigger, you know?
I don't know. I was worried about the limit, and if I had to do bigger letters with kind of this size of icons... Actually, I could have made
the icon size limiting on the budget?
No, I could have made the icons bigger, and it wouldn't cost me any extra budget.
I think I might keep this style, but make the icons
like a bigger,
larger. I like that though. That's kind of cool.
You know, I left it simple.
I was wondering why you were looking for purple heroes.
Yeah, I just wanted to stick with the colors, and as it was, there was a lot of purple heroes in the game, a lot of red heroes in the game, a lot of blue heroes in the game.
And you know I'm not toxic, so you didn't do any green heroes.
I didn't. Actually, there's a lot of green heroes.
Yeah,
green wouldn't have fit as well. I think the blues,
you.
the reds, the purples are much nicer.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, no worries, Brian. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's another successful time here on Pimp My Profile. We've both come away as very happy owners of some brand new, very fresh profiles here on Dota 2.
Thank you, Owen.
Have a lovely day.
As I was going over Kilgary Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. The gold and silver coins, they did make a pretty penny, so I took the money home and I gave it to my Jenny. She bowed and she sighed, she never would deceive me, but the devil's in the women, for they never can go easy. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Next morning I arose between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water and a prisoner I was taken. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing, robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgary Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry and bid upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley, and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of a Bet Boom team versus Tundra, where Tundra have shaken off their first best-of-3 loss of 2025 yesterday against Parivision and taken it in stride. Maybe it's because they're not picking Duraccio Alchemist anymore. Instead, they're giving him Lifestealer, who I will continue to maintain needs to be the most terrifying hero of the entire patch, and yet both these teams ignored in the first phase. I am enraged. I'm incensed right now.
10 seconds.
I will be surprised if they don't ban it in this second phase here.
I think if you pick it in the first phase, there's more ways to cover, right?
Like what?
Well, you just pick a hero that beats it.
Like what?
There are none,
okay,
but it
then.
gives you an option to beat it with a pick, and then you also get to ban against it. To ban the counters of the counter you
The
just got.
only solutions that have been presented so far in Group Stage 2 were Satanic on Phantom Assassin.
Well, unfortunately, they can't pick up Satanic. Yeah.
And IO plus Marcy plus Lesh, which I don't know which component was more important in that Chimera strat to beat Team Spirit, but those are the only two ways that anyone has beaten Lifestealer so far.
Tundra have 1/3 of what you're mentioning. They have the Marcy.
They do have the Marcy.
Although I don't...
Probably going to be a Soxa
Yeah,
Marcy.
don't see it going anywhere other than on Soxa here.
That's fine. Maybe IO Lesh.
I want to come back to the game one very quickly while we're waiting for some of these bands to come out. We kind of completely glossed over it, but Whitemon ended up picking the Muerta instead of Soxa, and Soxa went for the Marana. And you know how Fia likes to talk about, he's like, players on certain heroes, I would have faced onto hero-wise done the other way. I would have thought that we would have been seeing a Whitemon Marana and a Soxa Muerta just based off previous patches, how it feels like they like to draft for themselves. But Pudgy went back and did a little bit of digging and found some reasons for me why they did make that inevitable switch up.
My complete guess, almost no research is backing this, is that Soxa likes to play mobile 4 heroes that buy Orchid or utility items, and they probably wanted this because they needed disable against, in that case, Ember Spirit and a Riki. You know, if you have an Orchid on a Muerta doesn't necessarily get to just gap close for free like a Marana does. So I assume that's why they did it like that.
And he did buy the Orchid for anyone who didn't.
And he had a Hex later, which was very instrumental a lot of times against Riki. Riki was jumping in sometimes instant Hex by either BZM or the Marana, so that could be why.
Yeah, usually it's as simple as player preference, but it's also just lane configuration. Like, would you rather have a Marana or a Muerta versus a Magnus? I would rather play Muerta versus Magnus because I can just calling silence, and if I see there's like a skewer back play, I'd also rather play Muerta into Pugna because I feel like she trades better into that, because Marana gets slightly outranged by Pugna and she won't get the double Starfall bounce. So like, it could just be like maybe they thought that was the optimal way to run the lane.
5 seconds.
Because I could see both of them playing either hero too. Like, I could see a game where Whitemon's like, give me the 5 Marana. I feel like arrowing some Boars, or I feel like arrowing some Ench Creeps.
Yeah, both are options for sure. Maybe they wanted more effort in the off lane to put the Magna or to put the Riki down or something. Who knows?
Don't me, Purge.
I was just about to go.
Why are we not seeing Lifestealer banned?
I did it again. Did it again.
What did I just tell you?
They're gonna pick it.
It's still there.
It should be good with Marcy. You just bring him with you.
Good with anything.
Should,
Wait, I got it.
We don't say ums and shoulds here, Purge.
You infest an ally, then Marcy picks them up and brings them in to dunk on their opponents, and then they all pop out at the same time. The combo. That's why, Neil. Obviously.
Okay, fine. Now, if Tundra opt to not ban Lifestealer and Betboom pick Lifestealer, this is the rare situation that I'm okay with it.
Because they can break it with the heroes that they got.
Supposedly. I don't know whether it was the IO Marcy and it was a core Marcy, it was a TA 2000 Marcy that beat it, or maybe it was the IO Lesh, maybe it was all 3 components that were necessary for Chimera to beat Spirit with it. All I know is it's not easy to beat Lifestealer right now, and so if you don't ban it, you better know what you're doing.
Well, they got 2 out of 3. They're working their way up.
Luckily for you, Neil, I did work that game just now, and I will tell you that was a complete Lorenoff carry. The Marcy was just kind of existing. Like 4 kills, 4 deaths. It was just, but the Leshrac was an unstoppable hero in that game. So I do like it a lot in that sense. Like, the IO Marcy carry option is still open, but I still would love to see this being played on Soxa. I think Soxa's Marcy just looks a step ahead of anyone else's at this tournament.
Now, what if we just cracked out the combo even more? IO Lifestealer.
You could Lifestealer Lesh right now.
You could Lifestealer Lesh right now.
I want to talk about the Shaman a little bit more, because I kind of meaned it on day number 1 of this group stage, and I was like joking about this Axe build. That is still a joke. The hero is not a joke though, because now with the foul play, your first right click on I think it's a 10-11 second cooldown, turns the enemy into a chicken, hexes them for
They just stole a draft.
They actually did. For about 1 second. And then you can actually hex them, and then you can shackle them, and it feels like this infinite loop of great lockdown for them. So I just kind of want to talk about and sing the high praises of Shaman at the moment. He's really not being picked up too much, but I think the right amount at the moment. There are some really good circumstances for him. And yeah, I think the lockdown potential for him.
I don't know if this is the good game for him anymore after these last couple of picks. I'm kind of spooked against the Leshrac and the Clockwork.
Yeah, it'll be tough for Shaman. He also for the reasons you mentioned, is cool, but also like the Serpent Wards that the Tormentor fights, the Aegis fights, they are quite useful early on. So Tundra were watching Chimera play just now, and they're like, we want to try this. Is this what's happening? Because they haven't done this before, where they bust out this IOS.
Yes, and now we feel pretty confident that it's going to be, core Marseille. So
I think that's
Soxa's
really
not
big
going to be
thing.
playing the hero that he was dominating on.
So maybe they cook, honestly. Like, maybe they've got some great idea, but the big difference between Chimera's Lesh and Tundra's Lesh is that they saw their mid matchup when they picked the Slush Rack. Like, they knew they were running the Slush Rack into a puck, whereas the enemy mid matchup was still open for them to pick on 18 here on the Huskar. So it doesn't look as good as Chimera's draft did, but the fact that they're willing to run it back because they saw potential in it means that maybe there's more to it than just, oh, he has to stomp mid lane.
Yeah, the Huskar looks kind of scary. I mean, obviously Huskar wins most mid matchups. There is some counterplay with the Diabolic Edict because you can do a huge amount of pure damage in a short amount of time. So you could hypothetically kill the Huskar if you get him away from the creep wave, but...
You think this will be a Misanthropy Leshrac?
No.
A Chronoptic Nourishment
Which
Leshrac?
one is Chronoptic Nourishment?
You right-click and you get mana back?
No, it's the one where you do Diabolic Edict.
I think that's the
explosions
Misanthropy
faster.
one.
Misanthropy, that's the one you're
and
playing.
if you get the other one and Huskar has 0 mana, do you even get your mana back?
No, it's you get it just off of right-clicking, just dealing damage.
Wasn't it based on a percentage of their mana or something, or is it based on...
Was it?
Percentage of your mana? I actually don't know. I can't remember.
Guys, I'd like to flag a bigger issue.
Nobody takes that one anymore. They just have the fast explosion. That one.
I would like to believe in the goodness of these players and that there are no other accounts. I'm not seeing a lot of games of Marcy on Dyrachyo right now.
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Nor 33, because I thought maybe there's some
true. Could've
tricky
been
off-lane.
Marseille.
Yep, I'd also search the deep recesses for that one as well.
If we go back to Game & Gladiators Lima Major, did they ever flex the Leshrac to Dyrachyo, or was it always Quinn playing the Leshrac?
That's a long time ago, and
It was
I did
a long
not get
time
paid for
ago.
that event, so I refuse to bring that knowledge up.
Fair enough. I respect
It went
that.
in the trash along with your
Into the memory
hopes.
hole.
Yes, they did pay for my flight. That's all I got.
I think if you're picking the Slush Rack here, you have to be willing to flex it, and Bedboom have the same understanding of that. That's why they're running out of Viper. Like, they're thinking that it's better for them to just counterpick this Huskar mid and run the Lesh on a different lane. But if this Viper gets taken out and the Sniper, really, is there a better option for you? I think you just have to commit to the draft that you stole.
But the draft that they stole was also predicated on beating a Lifestealer, and then apparently they were still afraid enough of the Lifestealer to last phase ban it out, along with the Alchemist.
I mean, I guess that's true. I guess there's like a difference here also in the Clockwork, is that you have a potential offlane Lash with the Clock too. It doesn't necessarily have to be flex to carry. And because you have this Clockwork, you have a disruptive hero for the backline in Wyvern and Shaman, so it is essentially a different draft doing different things. So we'll see.
If it does go offlane, I don't know what hero. Is it Abaddon carry or Magnus carry?
I would wait to see what heroes Tundra pick, and then you could flex based on what looks better, because Abba is quite a good carry support to a support, because the support can go trade hits, and you can just shield that person. You're effectively doing AoE damage to 2 heroes while getting last hits. So if it is a matchup that is beatable, maybe an IO type 1, it could be better. But I kind of worry about like a Clockwork with a support. That guy's going to get bullied big time by Battery Assault.
Okay, Tundra, what's the last piece of the puzzle? Chimera set up a foundation for you, and now 33 needs to determine who he wants in the offlane, because I would assume that the last pick is going to be his, but we don't really know.
Wait, this is also my favorite thing. They put in so much to counter the Lifestealer and then banned it in the last
Because they're
phase
cowards.
anyway.
Because they're cowards. Commit to your ideas.
Let them have it. No, there's obviously a lot more going on in the draft than strictly trying to bait out a Lifestealer. No, you're right.
Don't act like these players
No,
are
you're right.
geniuses. They see hero, they play hero.
The thing is, these heroes
Hero
don't...
win, I play.
These heroes don't counter Lifestealer, though. Like, these aren't anti-Lifestealer heroes. The other draft was like a big picture compared to the big picture Lifestealer draft.
Yes.
It was more so about the Lesh being unburstable because he had an IO behind him, he had an Abaddon shield. Lifestealer couldn't run in and kill him because Lesh was just killing his entire team. Like, it's just a different piece of the puzzle. Like, had they let Lifestealer through, it would have been a sick Lifestealer pick. That's why you don't just copy drafts, Tundra. Like, what is your plan?
This is my thing. It's the Marcy that was the big question mark for me. If it was the IO and this Lesh combo, I could see it. I could see, okay, they're taking it. It's a little bit of a learning lesson. But for me, they opened with the Marcy and then want to flex it off of Saxo, and it does go to Dyrachyo. So they are going to run it as a carry as well, which we did see Chimera do. So, yep, 33 Brood Mother to put it all together. And what was it? Anti-regen. Anti-healing? Which one was it again?
Anti-regen, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Anti-healing would be way too good.
Yeah, because there's a difference, guys.
Although, does IO regen count as heal? I think it counts as heal, doesn't it? It's not regen.
I don't know the technical parts, but the offlane Brood is a cool pick because of the webs faucet where you reduce the regen or healing or whatever it is.
Regen.
The issue is, like, I did look at, like, Brood stats. High MMR pubs, Brood's winning a lot as carry, but not so much as offlane. So while Tundra did lose to this Brood yesterday and it looked awesome, it was from the carry role. If they have this idea where they want to recreate it and it builds, like, Orchid and right-click items, and they just take over the map that way, I can see it being a really good idea. This doesn't look too Tundra-esque to me, but I believe in them to cook something up. I'm favoring Bedboom for now. It looks really weird.
The webs should be really good against Huskar because he's getting regen from his passive. That's the majority of where his healing is coming from. They still have Miero's Abaddon and the Winter Wyvern potentially to protect him, but if the webs alone are killing 70% of his regen just by hitting level 7 on Brood, which is going to happen almost instantly, then that could give you some really good advantages in team fights that should make bursting him easier. But they do still have to worry about Winter's Curse, and they do still have to worry about RP, which is a bit scary, but I like the pick.
My big question mark was about having Dyrachyo on Marcy. And then I sat here while you guys were talking, thinking about it a bit more. Maybe it is his perfect hero. You want to be in a fight. You want to be in the middle of it. So the fact that he's picking up a hero that can have pretty good sustain from the IO, as well as self-sustain as well, you just kind of jump in there, you pop ultimate, yeah, maybe this is it. Maybe this, you can copy-paste someone else's draft with a little bit of flair.
Because as we heard from Cap and Avery, Dyrachyo only knows one direction, and that's forward, so let's go forward into game number 2.
That's right, Neil. We are going to be watching Little Red Riding Hood. Dyrachyo's Marcy up against the big bad wolf that is the GPK Huskar.
He has a tall task ahead of him this game, I think. Not an easy Huskar game.
You don't... Oh. Okay. Do you like Tundra's draft more?
I'm very conflicted, Austin. This is a very conflicted one for me because I think Bedboom team have a very stable lineup. I think the Huskar has been countered in some ways. I think Isle Marcy can just physically burst him down, and I think the Necrotic Web is
debilitating.
Incredibly hard for this hero to play into.
Sure.
That said, I really have no faith in carry Marcy to win games.
Yeah, I do know that about you.
I have a lot of faith in 33 Broodmother to carry games. So I'm just very conflicted.
Miro, nice round by Tundra, and they will net first blood for BZM. Great start for this Leshrac. A bottle is going to be coming out almost immediately.
Ultimately, though, I feel like I'm leaning towards Necrotic Web ruining this Huskar's day and the lineup for Bedboom team kind of crumbling from there, unless they're able to make huge plays in the fight. Which is definitely possible when you have like a Shaman Wyvern support duo with a Baden Mag to back you up. There's a lot of teamfight potential in this Bedboom team lineup. A lot of things they can do around the Roche Pit, around the Tormentor, with Huskar on the front line, where even if you deal with the Huskar and bring him down, you get this Wyvern Curse on the Marcy when he goes in. You get a big RP follow-up. You use Abaddon Shield to bail him out and buy yourself some time, right? There's a lot of elements here that can go wrong in a team fight for Tundra, which is where I always look to with this Marcy is, how do you win enough fights to close the game out?
What do you think about GPK taking the Cauterize facet?
I was reading this one. It looked interesting on paper. I've not seen anybody take it yet. You get a Dispel, then you get a big heal. That's it.
Yeah, and I don't see that Pierre's going to die in the top lane. I don't see a lot of Dispels he's going to be getting rid of. In fact, the only one I really noticed was like Spawn Spiderlings technically puts a debuff on you. I guess Incapacitating Bite is another one.
I mean, my thought when they released the spell was you just use it to increase your DPS output immediately.
Okay.
That's how I
just
kinda
lower your HP soon.
You
during
lower your
lane.
HP, you raise your max HP.
Do you think that's why
phase off, maybe?
33 also didn't use a web in the mid lane to lower the regen? Dyrachyo hopping away. Both heroes are rather low here. Whitemon will not try and kill them, though.
Well, he has to connect the web, right?
Oh, it needs to be in the same network.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's trying to walk this one off. He will walk it off. He has no regen, though. Yeah, he buys a salve. It's almost good stocks that dies there. He can bring the regen out because he's not entering this lane right now. It's pure giving him the business.
Yeah, Bet Boom. They are taking over the laning phase on these side lanes. I mean, they have some pretty aggro heroes. So, kind of unsurprising. It's hard to go on the Shadow Shaman of Batten. I don't really know how you go on them with Marcy IO cleanly.
I mean, Bet Boom team have strong lanes. That's for sure. They should have a good time here in the early game. 33 salving up top, should be able to re-enter that lane as the Lotus is being contested here. Sox is just not man-fighting this duo, man.
Yeah, Bet Boom, they seem to be strong enough to be able to get their top one. The bottom one on the other side, though. Tundra going to be chased out of the Lotus pool there. In fact, even dying for it potentially. Whitemon barely gives the heal required to keep Dyrachyo alive, but is life worth living at this point in time? BZM gets the kill. Takes out GPK. He, of course, still burns out because that's what Huskar does, but that's a massive pickup. Oh, GPK had a high ground miss. That's what happened.
Unlucky. More calculated.
GPK appreciates that response.
See some nice, humble banter, Austin. Early Lesh TP, level 4. Doesn't want to go to the Huskar lane if he can get another kill somewhere, but can he get a kill?
I don't think so. Save. He'll be able to kind of stop this with his hit. And the chicken is dead. Okay.
Whitemon took that too.
Top lane, meanwhile, 33 gets rather low and does actually die. Soxa can't get there in time with the cogs. Now he tries to man up. It's a level 1 battery, so I don't think they're afraid of that whatsoever.
He's
and
food.
They'll kill him too. Kantomi with the double.
That's off lane not going well for Tundra right now as let's see what happens here. Yeah, he missed him.
Yeah.
I think some non-PG words were probably said right there.
Yeah, we need the lip reader of Dota 2. Somebody should make that a social segment.
I don't think we want to do that, Austin.
You're saying our players are saying bad things? They're playing the Dota game? That hasn't been my experience. Pubs.
Yeah, I'm sure the language is all pristine, you know? Definitely no editing. It has to go into any of the true site type documentaries that have been produced over the years.
Yeah.
They're just one full continuous clean shot, as everybody's seen.
Nothing that would get anybody. We'll stop there. Save, turns around, shackles on the Marcy. Dyrachyo wants to commit, turns into a chicken again, and will be able to get that kill. That foul play, it's not nearly as good when you don't have the confusion of multiple chickens.
They're just going straight back in, too. There's no time to
He got off the aphotic shield. A lot of damage on Dyrachyo, but to get the kill.
I mean, honestly,
Dyrachyo still dies, but I mean,
yeah,
1v2.
You're okay with dying there. Come back full. You're not going to miss too much CS here either because it's a catapult wave, so it's just going to get hung up here.
Sure. And they get Lotus, too. Whitemon's picking that up.
Super value.
Big wins across the board. Pure trying to get to the other side of the cogs. It stops him. Oh, no.
What was that, a misclick?
Yeah, that was a massive misclick right there.
Yeah, that's a real bad misclick. Is it going to get him killed? No, but Pure adding to the curse count.
Hero dead again. Things are beginning to stumble a little bit here. GPK does manage to pick up the kill on mid. Core for support traded out, but they lost Miro for that. He's going to have to take a walk back to the lane.
This does help GPK's game a lot. Amp damage rune putting in some work. And his Huskar is top of the board. That counts for something here.
Slowing down 33, trying not to let him get to the water. He gets there, a couple more hits, but it's not good enough.
still had Lotus. Early Vanguard on this Brood. Very tanky on the lane. Surprised they got him that low.
Oh, it's a pretty good halberd game. Think he's going to go for that?
Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Kind of a cool itemization. Yeah. Haven't seen Vanguard Brood in a long time, but makes some sense. Give up some offensive potential, but if you can just... I think this game he's been forced off the lane by a very strong duo, but I could see a lot of games you're able to stand here alone, which is kind of what you want.
Turnaround potential, skewer up to the high ground. Kataomi.
He has no TP, though.
Yeah, Pure's going to be stuck, as is Kataomi, actually. I don't think they win this fight, so I think they're both dead. The Leshark's going to TP in just to make sure. He's going to chase down Kataomi while Pure gets the 3v1 treatment.
I'm just going to get both here. Nice rotations from Tundra. Again, you just don't want to exist in this mid lane versus the Huskar, so making early rotations for the Lesh not nearly as punishing.
And they don't really punish Dyrachyo, who's alone in the bottom lane. They showed 4 heroes on the other side of the map, but...
Whistles him goodbye. Eyeing up the Battle Fury here on the Marcy. He's going to try and scale.
Miro is so far behind. If he dies like this, oh, man.
It's level 6 now for Dyrachyo. Makes it even harder to enter this lane. This Abaddon has no game. He has been crushed. Not a good sign for Vet Boom team, because I do think GPK needs as much help as he can get going into the mid game and contesting those Roshans. Your offlaner is just missing. This, and the other thing is the IO got a lot off of these kills bottom too. Like, he's almost already level 6.
Yeah. He'll join BZM to farm up some stacks and will get his level 6.
This is a solid IO game. You have the Leshrac to play with. You have the Marcy to play with. There's not a lot of burst damage on the side of Bet Boom team, so your mech is going to go a long way here.
Yeah, especially if he can play the more relaxed relocate tether gameplay.
For sure.
Right? Then that avoids the RP and the Winter's Curse, the big AoE spells.
Yeah, that's the other downside of what is now happening is you're losing this early game as Bet Boom team. If the Lesh is strong enough to run in where you can kind of hold the tether or play far away,
yep,
it removes a lot of the AoE potential from your spells. And another mid-rotation from Dyrachyo, we've seen this time and time again. He will clean up.
Now it is Bet Boom's turn to be on the receiving end of a hyper-aggressive Tundra that is just diving past towers unpunished.
Dire are scanning.
Do not want to give more lead here if you can afford it. It's getting into danger territory. Does have 6? I think he's just dead.
Yeah, he's dead anyway.
No TP was available, and you can't do it anyway, so... There's just not a lane you can enter. Lost his courier, too. This is just a disaster, man.
Kill you and your little dog, too.
I mean, this is where you just go jungle. 5 deaths and a courier kill.
Jungle's not safe either.
This is... I don't know what's happening. They're just going one to the next. What?
They're literally like dominoes.
Yeah, it's just...
It starts in the bottom lane and works its way well past
an
mid.
Ultra kill at 4 different points on the map.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. He's so rich now.
Well, Bet Boom, I wish you the best of luck. This Huskar is not going to be able to carry you in this game.
Not from this position. They're going to have to salvage this somehow. So far, the team play has not been there. And honestly, it's Dyrachyo, man. You got to give credit where it's due. He just broke this game open with this Marcy gameplay. The kills bottom, the laning, the gank into mid, then this ultra kill map rotation sequence. He's here again.
He's through the gate.
This guy is just a beast, man. Like,
he's everywhere.
When he's locked in, he just wins the game for you. Like, there's a lot of carry players out there where if you set them up, they'll carry the game. This is one of the best carry players I've ever seen at setting the game up for you.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't win this game after what I've done, look yourself in the mirror, you know?
It's everywhere, man. He still don't have level 6 on the Winter Wyverns, so...
Dude, he's 8-1-3 at 11:30 on a Marcy. That is I mean, props to Whitemon, too. Played a fantastic IO so far. We'll see if that Boom team can strike back, but they're getting flanked here.
Trying to get the ult on Miro, jumps to the back line, hits the 2 supports. Dyrachyo full committal to get kills, and he will have them.
Dude, is this one of those games they're just going to call? Like,
I think they might, yeah.
I don't know. This is rough. The mech was already done for Whitemon there, so BZM charges in, no fear. Battle Fury done for Dyrachyo, 12 minutes.
He instantly called his courier, so it was even faster.
My,
that is sick.
You don't have Magnus here. Don't have Curse. You're all clumped for the AoE on the Leshrac. You don't have nearly enough damage to bring him down. This game has gone from, hey guys, it's looking pretty good, to is getting a little rough out here, to
it's over.
I feel bad right now, to please someone call an ambulance.
A doctor.
To are we disbanding? This is a shellacking right now. 11k gold lead. The IO is above the Abaddon.
Have you ever been bopped like this?
Oh yeah, everybody has.
What's the atmosphere like usually?
It's not great, Austin. It's not great, I'll tell you. Very few teams, the atmosphere is going to be cheery when you're getting beat down this bad.
I mean, do you even... The game is so bad, do you even talk about it after? No. Or do you just try and wipe it from your memory?
No, you just go next. Like,
Dire are scanning.
well, unfortunately for Bet Boom, they lost game 1, so there is no go next for this series.
Right, Dyrachyo death, though, can always count on 1 or 2.
That's true. It's an old classic, and he baited Whitemon into a relocate, too.
Probably the most unnecessary RP of all time, but I guess it sends a message. So 2 for 1.
Are they going straight to Roche?
Might have to, right?
Yeah.
Just make some risky plays here to come back in the game. Yeah, I like this. This is what their lineup's good at. And it is very quick. Nice sequence here if Tundra can't disrupt it. Do you have a clockwork with hookshot?
Yeah, too bad you used that relocate, because you would love to get the Marcy here right away. Hookshot's going to be blocked. No options here for Saksa. Now, they might be able to take away the Aegis. BZM, not sure if he wants to commit or not. The Split Earth isn't enough by itself.
Didn't want to get shackled there, even though he's hasted.
Yeah. Now the jump in from Dyrachyo actually takes out the Aegis. Bit of an explosion with Wyvern. Winner's Curse goes out. Leshrac is a little bit low. GPK jumps in to try and finish him off, but Dyrachyo is still here, and 33 is cleaned house. Looks like he went up into the triangle, took them all out, called through, and GG is over. 14 minutes and 38 seconds. Dyrachyo is menacing.
Dude, he
teams in this Dream League. You can't get away from him. He's all over the map. He's in bottom. He's in mid. He's in top. He's in your goddamn walls.
That was just an amazing game from that safe lane duo. I don't think I've seen a game in a long time where 33 didn't have to do anything. Like, did he even do anything in this game? No, I'm not faulting him. He's 3-1 and 15, but I don't think he had to. That was just Io Marcy winning 3 lanes, crushing the game, crushing the towers, insanely fast timing on the mech Battle Fury. They didn't just beat him, they demoralized him. That was depressing to watch.
Maybe Dream League's about to have 2 disbanded teams.
Dude, all I know is if I'm an organization in Dota,
yeah,
I'm putting my players on like some 10-year prison contracts, because once I kick that guy, I don't want him playing for anybody else. These kids out here, they are motivated by spite.
Oh, yeah.
And they turn into something else once you give them a little bit.
Yeah, Dota players are not motivated by positive emotions, teamwork, friendship, all that sort of thing. That's all lies. What actually motivates Dota players? Spite, anger, maybe a little bit of fear. That's it. That's what keeps them going.
That was an impressive game, honestly. I think Dyrachyo has cemented his legacy, but honestly, this guy just continues to impress, and he's an exciting player to watch. Love him or hate him, he delivers.
Glad he's back.
And I'm glad we're back in time for this post-game panel. Definitely prepared.
Had enough time to go to the bathroom, fill up my water bottle, and sit down on the couch and watch them call GG. That was insane of a game, by the way. And I came in here, I was like, the archetype of how Marcy is fits Dyrachyo, fits everything that he wants to do. I didn't think to this extent. It's been 22 days since this man has last played a pub on Marcy, but that's all you need, 22 days of warming up.
I mean, I have no words. Like, that game just got called so fast, but honestly, like, if you're Bedlam, what do you do at that point?
Yeah.
Like, your supports don't provide you that much versus enemy supports. Like, you had that one Aegis timing, and you couldn't get the kill on Leshrac because Io comes in with the Met, comes in with the Glimmer. You can't finish it off. Like, at that point, what is your tool to come back?
Our highlights were the same length as the actual game.
Hey-o.
We watched it all right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tundra are impressive.
While that is the case against the Bedboom team, also I was in the middle of eating dinner, but
You brought it with you!
regardless of that, yesterday we saw very many Dyrachyo moments. And like I said, that those can be for the better or for the worse. Today it was clearly very much for the better, but if you are playing a full-on ticketed professional game of Dota, then eventually you could hope for the worst. Marcy may end up, don't
Shame him? Please, production. Can we get some sad violins, please?
I was eating macaroni and cheese.
Nom, 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 nom.
Eventually, Dyrachyo would have fed, much as how I'm feeding from this. It happens in games. 14 minutes is not enough to make a determination that, like, no, it's too far gone.
I don't know. I think this one you kind of can, right? Because Marcy does have pretty good self-sustain. There was nothing on your fork just then. The face. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Redemption. This is you could hope
Two
for
noodles.
a falter.
Look, this is wooden utensils. I'm not used to this,
That's
okay?
true. It's not easy. Yeah, Marcy's just she has pretty sufficient self-sustain, but I think on top of that, the way the IO hits the play.
He was so young. He didn't even get to fully see what IO Marcy was capable of.
I think for the supporting cast that Dyrachyo had, like, it would have been definitely tough to get, like, the one fight where they overextended and through because White Man was doing so well on that IO at that point. Like, we saw the Mech and Glimmer save on the Lesh, and having that amount of sustain so early, while Tundra, Bedroom supports don't really do that much damage. You have, like, the one play in your bag with the Winter's Curse. It doesn't amount to anything. It looks tough. That being said, it's sad to see teams just GG out that early. I don't like it. It feels like quitter mentality, but that one looked really stumpy. I mean, Tundra, though, they literally saw this draft be played today earlier by Chimera, who ran it versus Team Spirit, demolished them with it. And we're all like, could they surely just run
Control
three
C,
heroes?
Control V.
Control C, Control V it and have it work? And it looked even scarier.
We didn't even get to talk about the Broodmother, by the way. I feel like the Broodmother didn't even have time. Someone on the IO Marcy's lineup didn't have time to even have an impact, really. It's like, okay, great, there's lane. You guys looked good in that. You know, you opened up for a couple of ganks here and there. But yeah, it really was the White One Dyrachyo show going on here. Everyone else just did what they had to do. Stay stable in your lane. Don't lose too hard. And yeah, eventually he'll just sweep through the whole map, clear out everyone, win an Aegis fight.
We never even got to see what that Vanguard that 33 was going to turn it into. Could have been anything.
Sometimes the mystery is worth more.
I mean, he got that one kill on Pure on lane, which was nice. I'm sure as the game progressed, we would have seen that map control aspect come into play more. Like,
God bless you, Effie. You are analyzing this
taking
game,
over
this
it.
14-minute GG. I'm very impressed.
there are a couple of things to talk about. I thought Tundra did well outside of, like, IO Marcy. Like, I thought Leshrac was getting completely destroyed on lane. I thought maybe that would be, like, the bane of their lineup, picking Lesh blind without seeing the enemy mid matchup. But all it took was IO Marcy lane domination to then bring them to the mid lane. Because GPK was having a great game, but he got shut down, and none of his forts weren't quick enough to respond because, like, they're dealing with a Broodmother. So in a way, it all came
He missed an uphill.
You know,
He missed an uphill attack.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
all-
we got the spicy old chat in a 14-minute GG. I don't know if you could ask for anything more in such a quick game.
It was all downhill from that uphill.
Yeah, but I mean, we can't talk about, like, Tundra, how good they look mid-game. Like, they have this style of they will pick really strong lanes, snowball out of the lanes the way old Gaming used to with Dyrachyo as their carry, and they look like they're infallible in the sense that they know which objectives they want to play for and they focus on them as well as they can. Not. Whereas like when we saw them play versus Paravision yesterday, it felt like the truly late game games where they were a little bit out of their element, but they still looked good there. So if I'm a team right now eyeing Tundra, I ask myself 2 questions. Can I get out of the laning stage? And can I bring it to the late game? Because that is where they have looked the weakest.
Maybe you're actually right. Maybe they shouldn't have called the 14-minute GG. Maybe they should have tried to duel it out for another 40 minutes.
If it was like Paravision, they would have claimed a Rax while being 15k down in that circumstance.
They would have been team-wiped and they would have been like, all right, time to go high ground, boys.
The numbers did not get very high on the game counter, so let's see how high of numbers Purge was able to get out of his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Believe it or not, Neil, when you have a fast game, the numbers don't get very fat. However, the stomping that happened did put a lot of wins in the category of Tundra Esports. Here's the damage dealt between their 2 mid players. That's the Huskar for GPK and BZM's Leshrak. Leshrak was the highest damage dealer of the game with 14k. Dyrachyo did 12.8. And then on the other team, GPK got slightly outpaced in damage by Katomi's Winter Wyvern, but that was basically it. Nobody else was that close to those 2 players. So GPK did his hardest, despite going the slightly more defensive facet. It was, he just wasn't able to match up quite as well on BZM. We also have some other stats here. There's the net worth difference, despite having the same last hits. Big net worth difference because GPK was 2-4-3 compared to BZM's a very respectable 9-2-11, and I gotta say, I really respect the Glimmer purchase on BZM to make any heal going into his hero better. Check out these amazing building damage numbers, by the way. 567 done by GPK. Really well done. That was about 6/8 of the total building damage their entire team did that game. So not so good in terms of killing the tier 1s. Just some examples here of BZM shredding heroes. Cold Embrace not going to be viable against Winter Wyvern. The giant AoE damage is just going to be good against the Shaman who just happens to be there, whether or not Leshrak is stunned. And yeah, with Io backing him up, the heals that he's getting is higher. He's getting the Spell Amp, and the Glimmer Cape is making any of the heals that Io pumps into him go farther, especially against the Huskar. There was this moment of glory where Tundra made some very crucial mistakes, but GPK, even with the Aegis, just was struggling to survive against the pure damage that the Leshrak was doing. And this is part of where Kataomi was getting his damage dealt here, but I mean, GPK just truly got shredded in this fight, and that is why they decided to call GG so early. A valiant effort, but it was not close.
Pudge.
Yep.
Can I make a small request, please?
Nope.
So I would like Dyrachyo's Lifestealer of Game 1 up against Dyrachyo's Marcy of Game 2.
Okay, which stats do you want to know? Because I have them right in front of me. Here.
Yeah, I would like the KDA. I would love the
13-0-11 versus 12-2-7.
Oh,
wow.
Then also the damage dealt.
Oh, the damage dealt. This one's really easy. That's 41.9k versus 12.8k.
Okay, and then I would also like healing received.
Healing received, yeah. That one is going to take some effort. I'm going to have to call the scientists, do some double-blind studies on that one.
All right, we'll give you some time.
You get plenty of time. More than 14 minutes worth, I would hope, as we get a chance to speak to one of the men responsible for this game of Dota 2 on Steam. Hey, Dyrachyo, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, Dyrachyo. Thanks for asking. Actually, no, I am curious how you're doing because I know at the beginning of this tournament and a lot of the previous 2 tournaments, you were feeling a bit sick, weren't you?
Now I'm good. Perfect, actually.
Well, clearly that's showing in the gameplay, Dyrachyo. You care to explain what the hell we just saw in this game number 2?
The game number 2, I think we just outdraft them pretty hard, and they just get stomped from the lane even harder than we are in the first game, so they just get deleted from this game.
Were you at all surprised at the fact that they GG'd out that early?
Not really. Like, I don't see the ways how they can win. Only if we just dive somehow and die as 5 people, and then they get like 10k gold lead back, and that's the only way. But we are unkillable. We have this brute with Albert, Io with Mech, and like it's just hard to kill us. They don't have damage.
Okay, well, but it's funny that you say that, Dyrachyo, because occasionally we do see you play a little recklessly, like yesterday. What was going on yesterday? Those games were incredibly fun to watch. The Alchemist, Doom, Bounty Hunter, stuff like that. What was going on yesterday?
Yesterday was just unlucky games, unlucky deaths without buybacks, and just probably we all play bad. We are not focused, and we just throw this game. I mean, all of them, we just play awful. Lucky that we won the first game, second we also could win, but we just played awful, yeah, as I said.
So then was part of the focus for today to be a little bit more organized, be a bit more locked in, or did this just come naturally?
I think it just come naturally. We speak a little bit after yesterday loss. It's just one game. It doesn't really matter a lot. So we lost it. We learned something from it, and we just go next.
Well, okay. Good answers, Duraggio. I appreciate it. I'm going to pass you on over to Purge, who's got some questions as well.
Hey, Duraggio. I'm curious about your thoughts on Lifestealer carry right now. And does he gain too much HP from kills? Because I noticed you had over 1,000 HP gained in that first match.
I mean, compared to the last patch, when you get 5 for kill and now you get 65 for kill, I think it's 10 times more, or how much? It's 55, so it's actually 11 times more than last patch. So it's actually nice, especially if you're able to get kills, then you're gonna get fed pretty early. This HP is I think this HP gives a lot to this hero, because he's pretty squishy, and before you have like 1000, before you get armed, you can die always pretty quick. But right now, if you get some kills earlier, then it's harder to kill you later, and you can snowball from it.
Is that the main thing that's strong about him right now, or is it just like everything about the hero?
I think also W change whenever you kill the hero. Like long time ago, you have this when you kill the hero and you can still use your open once again. This one is also really nice, because you get the kill, then you stall the next guy, then you kill him, then you get another one, and this also helps a lot. But I think probably why this hero is good right now is because of the new aspect, because the one before with the when you can get stunned but you have status resistance is pretty awful, and this one just you have the rage and you have new facet that gives you a lot. So yeah.
Gotcha. And then my last question, what do you think about Marcy's carry viability? Obviously with IO, that's a classic combo, very good. Do you think Marcy carry can work without an IO?
I think so. With the new facet, it can work without IO. If you have a strong force 5, this Marcy is also strong, then you can just mash people in the lane. But you need to be aware about the early levels, so yeah, that's all. And I also didn't play Marcy for a long time, so it's kind of new hero for me again.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I usually ask you this in DreamLeague's Duraggio. I have it on the mind for no reason in particular. What's for dinner after you celebrate this win?
Just tea. Just tea with milk.
Wow. You're so nutritious in this
I mean, I eat before the game, so I'll go eat some desserts with tea.
Oh, what did you eat then before the game? I gotta know what the champion's dinner is.
I think just Russian dumplings.
Okay.
Like 20 plus. So, yeah.
I'll have to do some importing then. Duraggio, congratulations on a record-breaking win. Good luck on the RC and on the Marcy. Can't wait to see what he does next. And that is it for that series. That was quick and very not traditional for Night Shift, but one thing that is traditional is getting a chance to tune into our social media corner. This time we got Fear.
Hello, I'm back for another social media segment. And this time we're going to do the exact same thing, but a little bit differently. We are going to see what your guys' knowledge is of Dota 1 items.
Oh my god, I love Dota 1. Thank
but
you,
I
Theo.
heard this time we should make teams. Shall we?
Oh wait, this is the exact same lineup that we had last time, wasn't
it? It is,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Can I request Nat for my team?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah, I think it'd be more fun to do it as a challenge.
But you actually want to team up with me?
Yeah, because I think it'd be more fun to win by myself.
Effie, he thinks that he has better knowledge by himself alone than us combined.
Well, now
The thing about Purge is like pretty nerdy.
He was so nice to me, and then he just fucking, this was like building me up just to, he helped two at me. He just rug pulled the shit out of me.
All right, the teams are assigned. It's going to be Nat and Purge and Effie and Tsunami.
Let's do it.
All right, so let's go with...
Wait, are we doing the same rule of you can't answer more than 2 times back to back?
No, we're teams now. That rule has been removed.
We got to go
right?
fast, Effie.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's throw up the first item.
Phase boots? Phase boots.
Power treads.
Mana boots, arcane boots.
Yep.
Oh,
I got it.
Thank you for the carry, teammate. Oh, hell yeah. I picked right.
We overthought it.
We overthought it.
All right, let's throw up the second item on the screen.
Pipe of Insight.
We said it first.
I think Neil said that
Neil
first.
said it.
Really?
Definitely said it.
Can we get a replay, slow motion?
He was.
We have a referee. No, we don't. We can't get that. So.
I said it first, see?
First.
Cadguard's pipe of
I am
Insight.
giving, all right, bonus points to Neil there.
No,
all right,
he's
it's going.
I don't know what you're talking
It's 1-1. It's 1-1. Moving on to the next item.
Yules. I said it too.
No, that one was Purge.
That
It's got to be Purge.
No, he said it first.
Because we're closer.
Yule's Scepter of Divinity?
2-1. You can't just pull that every time you lose.
Wait, it's a horse? Has it been a horse this whole time?
Same exact time, so how does Purge get the point?
Did you guys know this was a horse on a stick?
It's
I thought
a
it was
unicorn.
a white hand gripping a staff. My whole life.
One of the first developers of Dota All-Stars before Ice Frog was Yule.
Yeah, I
That's
met
why
him.
it's
It
called Yule's
was.
Scepter of Divinity.
Yeah, congrats.
And before that, it was Gwynstube, bro.
Yeah, of course. Everybody knows that.
And there was Werehamster somewhere in the long
I really thought it was
I
a
don't want
white
to be a part of
hand.
this anymore.
All right, for the fourth item,
He
the
can have the
score
point.
is 2-1.
E-Blade.
I said it first.
That was
I said
Effie
it
for sure.
Purge.
We are tied up at 2 to 2.
Of course we got this.
So moving on to the fifth
equal contribution
item. I gotta listen close.
Heart.
That was Purge.
I said it.
You did say it, but he was just a little bit faster.
a little bit.
Or the
Heart of
latency.
Tarrasque.
Maybe you're
Okay,
further away and
okay.
he's closer, so the latency
Beat
might
us
play
down,
an issue
loser.
here.
This is a problem.
Part of
I'm
Tarrasque.
saying these things.
All right, so it's 3-2
Okay.
here. For the sixth item, we have. That was Effie. 3-3.
Got you, bro.
You started first, but I finished maybe the same time.
No, I said it.
All right, and then,
I
No
know
matter if
that.
you finish together, Purge, you're 2 stars.
so it's actually a tie right now.
I know
which
that
is
Captain America fist.
pretty amazing.
Yeah, really amazing.
So on this next one, I am going to ban Effie and Purge.
oh, no.
Blocking.
You got this,
This is
partner.
a Tsunami
Lock it in.
versus Nat 1v1.
What the fuck?
And let's show it. What is this?
It's a tango!
All right, there you go. That goes to Purge.
Hell yeah,
and
partner.
Natty.
You got me 2 points. Nice job.
Let's fucking go!
All right, for the
just
final
tiny.
point to tie it up, I am now going to ban Nat and
What?
Tsunami. What? This is an Effie 1v1 versus Purge for the tie or the win. And throw it up on the screen.
Mental intelligence. Beat your ass. Let's go.
All right, thank God.
Let's go. Blue shirts.
We can be.
Good job.
I just smacked my microphone. Sorry about everyone listening. at home.
Is it
they
really
really
a
need
win,
it.
though, if you get a
Two
mantle of
Purge
intelligence
points,
in your
I said at the same
inventory?
exact time he said. So really,
Well, it's better than getting it
unfair.
dropped in front of you and counted.
Excuses.
The input latency thing that we're experiencing right now.
You know,
It might
Oh,
be.
yeah?
I
Tsunami?
will
What
be a
about that
good sport
tango, bro?
Okay.
Here, but I
If
did
you-
say two things at the
I don't know
same
why I'm
exact
beefing with
time.
Okay, we will review the tape, and for next time, we'll have a replay of who actually won this by the milliseconds on what the tape said. I just played it by ear, and maybe it's a latency thing, but either way, Natty finally wins her first Dota 1 event, so congratulations.
You should have picked a better partner, Mira. Huge mistake.
First of all, I got banned from the tango, which I knew instantly. Okay. Second of all, we said two things at the same exact time.
And I lost some of those tiebreakers
Can we
as
get
well.
a
Production, I'm going to
violin?
need you to play that clip back and just really put it in slow-mo so we can figure out truly.
Not only did
He's
Neil not
stress
get
eating.
to finish his dinner because of a 14-minute, 54-second GG, but also because he loses a little Dota 1 minigame. The tale of
I have a
two
question
cities.
for Purge.
Yep.
What was Nyx's assassin's name in Dota 1?
Nerubian assassin.
No, he had a name.
Paul.
Remember.
It was Anub Arak. Okay, I know everything. So I win. Fear, do you give me 5 points?
Oh wait, that's weird.
5 points for what?
Was that Anub Arak? I don't know.
I mean, it could be right. I knew it started with an A, so you can have 5 points for participation.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I would like to
Everyone's
say,
a winner. Consolation
I would
prize
like to say
for everyone.
after Fear did the Dota Hero one, I went home and I studied the items, knowing he would do the items eventually. Did you actually? Yes. I was so humiliated by the last time we did it. I didn't want to lose that way again, so I spent all of my spare time.
Is that how you knew tango? What the hell?
That's good.
I mean,
That's good, Nat.
you
I
got a lot of
respect that.
late
I
items that
respect
came out after Dota 2 came out, like Arcane Boots. That was not like normal. You'd have to like go back while Dota 2 was active to play Dota 1. So
Yeah.
that was good you studied, because I didn't get that one right away.
Thank
it pays
you.
to study.
Yep.
I can't believe you would dupe me like that.
Sorry. I've just felt so dirtied by the first minigame we did.
You didn't. When I even proposed this to you, Fear, you didn't even use the item that I said, which was Spider-Man boots. I would have known slippers of agility.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't want to give you a handicap. Why would I do that?
Yeah, Pudge.
Hey, Fear, what was your
Exactly.
favorite Dota 1 hero?
My favorite Dota 1 hero was actually Razor when he had Chain Lightning. That was the one I spammed the most, I think.
Was that when his ulti would do the AoE proc occasionally too?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That was his.
Do you guys remember?
Yeah, it was a passive. His
Start of this series.
Yeah,
when
his
I
ultimate
said
was
we'd
a
get to go
passive.
home
People would buy Radiance on
He
it.
had Frenzy
Whatever
too.
gonna happen.
Remember?
Oh, that's
We're
right.
gonna
He
get
did.
to go home.
Cast Frenzy.
Yep.
Anyways, there's nothing more to this. I'm not sure why we're still live, but want to tell us what's going on, Tsunami?
Well, Fear, we had a 14-minute GG.
Oh, that's right. We did, didn't we?
Yeah. Can you just pull together some more?
I don't know. Can I, production?
He's crunching the numbers.
Did you ever get that head-to-head to me?
Oh, yeah. Did we ever get that head-to-head, Perch?
Yeah, it was actually on the page the whole time. I didn't realize it. Whitemon did 6.3k healing as Io, and in the previous game, he was playing...
That's not what I asked, but I really appreciate that.
It was about healing going to last track. This is the best that we can do. There was 0 heal coming from Whitemon the previous game, so
Oh, okay.
that's 6.3k total healing dumped into BZM. Okay, BZM only healed 106. What does that mean? Wand?
You mean Marcy?
Yeah, was it Marcy?
Yeah, it was
Marcy healed
Marcy. It was Sriracha
66.
Whitemon lane.
Only 66 healing from Marcy. She didn't do anything. It was all Whitemon.
It was all Whitemon.
Yep.
That is why you draft the IO. It was a nice question that you asked him, by the way, about if he thought Marcy could actually lane on her own, because I was wondering, and
Thanks. I had no idea who was going to show up on that screen, so I did my best with the limited time I had.
no, that was a fantastic question, and he gave a really good answer too about like where he felt some of her weaknesses were, if she ever were to be picked by herself as a core.
True.
Yeah, I can see her laning stage being her weakness because like your sidekick doesn't have a permanent uptime the way that it did before you were taking the Unleashed faucet that gave you the 3 Fury hits. So now you're trading off having uptime on sidekick just by casting it on an ally. You're trading it off, waiting for level 6 to actually get your Fury hits because you don't get it until you're level 6. So it's slightly weaker, but you're much more destructive later on. Marcy is cool. Love that hero. Guys, what else?
Are we doing some fun mini games?
No, at this point, I want to see if we can draw out our analysis longer than the entire match it was.
I think it has.
I think you have already bypassed it by double.
Okay, fine. Then.
By double? By double?
Why don't we
can
just
play
rehash
some-
who won the
I have
last
a question
game?
for Fear.
And we can talk forever.
Yes.
Fear,
Yes.
how did you find Dota 1?
How did I find it? Like how did I start playing
Yeah,
it?
how did you discover the game?
Oh, I mean, so I was a big Diablo 2 player,
Mm.
and then Warcraft 3 came out. I made the switch to Warcraft 3, and then, I don't know, through word of mouth, I guess, custom games, this game is really cool, so you should try it out. I tried it out, got hooked, got addicted, and just kept spamming the game. But I don't remember the exact moment. I just remember someone mentioned this game's really cool, probably playing ladder or something, and I just checked it out, and then it's really fun.
Did you go straight from ladder into Dota? Because I played a lot of ladder games. I played ladder games.
I played both.
In StarCraft Brood War, I played ladder games in Warcraft 3, and I kept seeing Dota in there constantly. And I was like, eventually I tried it out, and that was when I was like, oh, this is
The exposure whittled you down.
Yeah,
and
because
you're
it was like a third of the games. Because right, if you'd host a game, it would show up in this list, and the list would
Oh.
feed past you.
Oh,
and
I
when
see.
Dota was
Did I
like a
see-
big percentage, you're like, well, everybody must be playing this game. These lobbies are full. So
I didn't play custom lobbies like that. It was like, didn't you like queue up or through the main like client to play ladder?
I didn't play ladder that often in
Oh, you
most of
don't-
those games.
I see.
I would play maybe like casual modes, or I'd play custom games with my friends. We'd play random crappy games that were maybe fun, maybe not fun.
Yeah.
And Dota ended up being popular because it was actually a good game that was custom.
That was a very, very good game.
Do you guys ever play the Naruto custom maps in Warcraft 3?
I think I've tried.
never
I
played
don't think
Warcraft,
yeah.
so.
I played those as well.
Yeah.
They were not as good.
I was a Footman Frenzier.
That game was fun too.
Footman Frenzy was a lot of fun.
Winter Mall.
That one was
Maybe.
also
Not-
very
not
good.
Winter
too,
Mall
yes.
slaps.
Those were the days.
What's the party minigame one that's like Omni Nights?
Mario Party.
It was like Uther.
Oh,
there was,
Uther?
like,
Uther Party.
Uther Party.
Yeah.
Like, I played a lot of that as well. A little. Not a lot. A little bit. It was mostly Dota and Naruto.
It's crazy that Dota had the grip on everyone so early on when it's still today one of the most inaccessible games to just jump into. It is really hard to learn this game.
Yeah, and then the one that said developer actually made just instantly died.
What?
Heroes of the Storm.
Oh, okay. You said someone
No,
died.
but it, yeah, the game did. Heroes RIP.
I mean, the reason why
Actually good,
Dota is
I
so
can't
hard
lie.
to get into nowadays is because everyone is so sweaty and try hard.
Wait, so you say nowadays, so you think it's harder to get into Dota now than it was back then?
Well, there was less heroes back then, and
Yeah, but there's more accessibility overall? Like, there's more guides, more YouTube stuff.
That's the problem. Everyone's so sweaty now.
Oh.
It's like,
so you're saying the
No
skill,
one gets to casually enjoy it.
the floor and the ceiling have both moved up too high?
yes, they have. Absolutely.
I agree with both points, though. Like, in Dota 1, one of the problems was when you click on an allied hero, you couldn't even look at their abilities or see like what skill points they had. Sometimes you'd like gank for your line and he'd like just have mana drain and stats, and you'd be like stun. He'd be like, oh, I don't have it. You just didn't know. So like you couldn't even look at your allies to like figure out what was good. You kind of had to get beat by it a bunch of times to figure it out.
But you could also get away with being really bad because
Everyone was bad.
yeah. So you know how in Dota 1, Wraith Bands had Razor's hero portrait?
Yes. Yeah.
So like because Wraith Bands in Dota had his hero portrait, and one of the first heroes I picked was Razor, and then my friend was like, buy Wraith Bands, and I was like, yes, it looks just like him. So this is for all lightning heroes. So then the next game that I played with my friend, I picked Zeus, and I bought Wraith Bands because I thought it buffed the lightning guys. I didn't really have
That's good.
Yeah, so I was just buying Wraith Bands, and then I remember because I was playing on G Arena, and then somebody just was like, Wraith Band Zeus. I was getting yelled at and flamed, and I was like, what's happening?
You were ahead of your time.
My friend told me to buy Wraith
You
Bands.
knew that the shard was going to come in to buff right clicks on Zeus.
Anyway, I got flamed really hard for buying Wraith Bands and Zeus, but I still won because it was Dota 1 and nobody knew what they were doing anyway.
That's true. All right, I have one more question for everyone.
Oh.
What was the first hero that you played in either Dota 1 or Dota, just in Dota in general? We'll start with Purge.
Dota 1, I can't remember.
You don't remember your first Dota hero?
That long ago, huh?
No, I played different versions of it, so I don't really remember. I got no answer.
What's the first one that you remember playing?
I don't know. I played a lot of different heroes.
You don't even know your first Dota 2 hero?
Dota 2, we could look it up. It's probably...
Look it up. What is about your
Dazzle or
memories,
something.
your experience?
On one of the first Dota 2 videos I uploaded, I was Chen, but I don't think that was my first game.
All right.
Can't remember, sorry.
Effie, you're next.
The first Dota 1 hero I ever clicked on was Magnus because I thought he looked cool, and his name was like Magnetar or something. I was like, wow. So I picked him, and I didn't know. So I walked mid, and then I kept dying to creeps because I didn't understand what was happening. So I did that 2 games in a row where I kept walking mid and dying, and then my friend was like,
So you invented walking down mid.
Yeah, I did. And I told my friend what was happening because he's the one who introduced me into the game when I was like in 8th grade. So I told him that this fucking hero isn't working, and he just goes, "That's just pick Drow Ranger." So then I learned Dota 1 through playing a lot of Drow Ranger.
Wow, you were a carry player first.
I was, and I was a carry player for a good chunk of Dota 2 before I got old.
It's very normal to start with a ranged hero.
Yeah.
Because if you're melee, you try to harass, the creeps aggro to you, take damage, you're always low regen. If you're ranged, you're just like, oh, this is obvious. I right-click them, I stay away from them. So that's why Sniper is so popular, low MMR, same thing.
100%.
All right. Natty?
Mine was, it was in 2016. I'm like a real newcomer to Dota. Like my very first ever game was late 2016. And the first ever game I actually remember playing was on the 7.00 patch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so my first recorded one was in like November of 2016, but the first one that comes to mind was, when the big patch had dropped and it was...
So you saw talents and you were like, this is an interesting game.
That was actually
this should have been here all along.
Yeah, that was pretty much what I was introduced to. So like I knew the basics from like other MOBAs, and then I had played that first one on like the last iteration of a 6-point patch. And then my first one that I remember was being on the 7-point patch, and it was Crystal Maiden was the first one. So same thing, it was ranged. I knew I wanted to play support because I love playing supports in like League and HOTS and all of that. So yeah, Crystal Maiden was just that natural progression, I guess.
She may have even had like a respawn time talent back then.
I don't remember.
Those were the days.
Yeah, she would have. But way before all the shards and that you had to think about and...
Yeah, I like how now you're looking back, you're like, oh, that was ancient history. And
I know, for everyone, it was like, this was groundbreaking. I'm like, yeah, that was the first thing I really knew was all of these talents. So yeah, it's been quite different to hear everyone's story of like coming from Dota 1 or from like the prior to 7-point patch. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a 7-point freshman. That was my year.
But that's a really good patch to start Dota, I think. And people were still, that was still in like the era of Dota where it felt like you could have a lot of fun just having the one hero that you really love. Because it felt like the game, you could always have insane impact on one hero at all times. And Dota stayed that way up until like 2019 where it started to balance around every person doing well. But even like Crystal Maiden, I remember during that era, like you could just go into the jungle. You could hit some like big camps and then walk mid, gank them enemy mid laner and just go back into the jungle and you could win games that way.
Yeah. I played like my first patch, the first game at the end of 2016, and then I got really into watching esports. So I went on like a 3 to 4 month hiatus, I want to say, where I actually didn't play the game at all, but I watched every tournament. When I was at university, it would be like one screen was my uni work and the other screen was whatever tournament was going on. Or if there wasn't a live tournament, it would be going back and watching old tournaments. Like I used to watch it and consume it so much rather than actually playing it until I would say like the last 4 years.
If you had started playing then 7.0 was right at the Boston Major. That's when it was announced.
Is that the Shrine in the base patch?
That was...
No, Shrines came after. I think it was
Yeah,
like
Shrines came after.
Yeah, like the base 7 patch didn't have Shrines, I'm pretty sure.
You sure?
Maybe not. Maybe Shrines did come at 7.
I think the Talents and Shrines came together.
I think
Talents
so.
are great, Shrines are an abomination.
Yeah, because I remember like...
See, I see it differently because I didn't know before Shrines. So for me, Shrines was like, I liked it because I didn't know any better.
Well,
Shrines were the beginning
really
of
hard
never
to
being able to
take.
Because I remember, because sorry for you, but like it was like 5 shrines, and based on Lena would have like minus 40-second respawn pellet, and that was on Bloodstone, still gave you like a respawn timer reduction. So you'd kill the Lena, like you'd push this, you'd kill the Lena, she'd be back in like 3 seconds, and they press every shrine. Dude, Dota is something else.
And when they were all on like individual cooldowns, and then it moved that they were all on like the same cooldown, and then they slowly removed the base ones, and they removed the outer ones as well.
This is all OG's fault because they kept winning tournaments by like death pushing and chipping with illusions and crap like that. So they had to give like a defender's advantage, and it's their fault. Seb's fault. Let's
All right,
be
do
real.
we still have time? Tsunami still has to go.
Yeah.
I'm done with 7.0.
I was one generation, I was basically in between you guys. I'd never played Dota 1, but I played Dota 2 right when it was coming out because of the Valve pedigree, because I was a big TF2 Counter-Strike source boy, and I was like, Valve's making a new game.
Really?
I was an FPS player back in the day.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, well, if Valve's making a game, then I gotta see what it's all about. And I got a beta invite purely to spite my brother, because my brother was a big War 3 player. He played Han, he played everything, and I had no idea about any of these games. And I vividly recall that I made a lobby, and I picked Mirana just because I randomed a hero, and I was just waiting for him to see me in Steam in Dota 2.
That is phenomenal.
And I at one point pressed leap, and I couldn't find my hero ever again. I leapt into some trees, which is an example of the skill floor being raised, because you used to be able to get yourself stuck in trees and not be able to ever get out.
Yeah.
But now all the trees have like exit pads, and I have turned the game into my life ever since.
When that was tech back then, you'd play Venge, you'd blink and...
True.
Could you buy Blink?
No, you could not buy Blink.
You somehow got into trees and you would swap people in there and get them stuck and grief them.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah, because Venge Swap
That
didn't
was
break trees either.
The original devastation. That was the original Jenkins
Oh,
devastation.
you could
attack they
devastate
were
so
doing
hard
that.
in the earlier days of Dota.
I do like that Cap and Avery, when they were casting, were talking about how spite really fuels Dota play as well. That's Neil's origin story too.
Exactly.
Pure spite.
That's the only reason I ever got this game.
You fit in very well
Thank you.
with the community. I mean, look at the team doing great. They're a spiteful team, not Tundra, the Chimera.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, who else on Tundra?
I mean, there's a little bit of spite there as well.
Sure. Yeah.
Paravision also spite fueled in some aspects.
You're teasing one of Nat's upcoming potential social segments.
Yes. That one's going to be fun. That's a couple days away though, you know?
It'll be very spite driven though.
Very, very spite driven. Very dramatic.
Fear, you asked all of us our first heroes. Fear, what was your first hero?
It wasn't actually a Dota hero, because I played Dota before Dota All-Stars. So maybe Purge and Effie might know this unit. You know, like in Warcraft 3, like the Earthshaker unit that has like Pulverize on hit?
It's like the,
It was essentially a version of the Warcraft 3 unit that could Pulverize, but slightly different. So I could easily say Earthshaker, but it really wasn't Earthshaker, because this was like just Reign of Chaos Dota, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't even All-Stars yet. This is when they brought in like the real game. So
That's awesome.
It wasn't a real Dota character, but it was kind of like Earthshaker. We could put it that way.
Because that's what All Stars was, right? There was lots of different Dota versions.
Yes.
Made by different people that just felt like doing it. And then they took all the best heroes and put them into one game. Because I played some other version of Dota that I remember, and I don't remember how long ago it was. I think I was in high school or something, so it was like early 2000s or something.
It's a long time ago. My favorite hero was actually in that version, Pudge, and he didn't have a hook back then. He would, he was essentially like Death Prophet, where you would eat corpses and you get flies around you that were kind of like spirits that kept doing damage, but there was no cap on them and they never went away. So you would just have like 1,000 flies around you and you would just eat up the map. It was incredibly imbalanced.
And you were nuking the opponent's computers as well at the time.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. Yeah, and it hit buildings too. And that was like the original, like the Abomination unit, right? But Pudge down the line turned into a much more fun hero.
Can you guys pretend to be like the devil and the angel on his shoulder?
No.
Okay, that's awesome.
That's devil mentality right there.
Neil, that food isn't very good for you. You should eat vegetables.
Well, what an
eat it, Neil.
Oh,
you're too small.
That is, I can't believe I've been doing this whole thing and my dinner's been getting cold the whole time. Anyway, continue nostalgia baiting. People love that on DreamLeague.
Naturally.
The thing is, I don't think you can nostalgia 8 years ago, can you?
You can.
Can we?
Yeah, because if you fondly remember it, it's nostalgic.
Enigma fans do it all the time.
And that was only... No, I'm not going to continue that sentence.
No, Dota 2 makes me nostalgic. Like, I think of Dota 1 and it makes me nostalgic for, like, being younger. And, like, being in school, and that was my biggest concern, is like, oh, I have a math test tomorrow, but I also want to hop on G-Arena with my friends. So those are my biggest worries back then. Now it's, like, taxes and conflict and issues.
Life, man. It was so much more simple back then.
All right, I
like how Tundra has made Neil eat his meal in sadness.
In sadness and on broadcast.
On broadcast, and he has to cry while doing so.
Sad violins have gotten significantly more dramatic and sad.
Oh,
Perch, you were about to say something. I heard you beginning. Complete thought.
Fear, you played at TI2, right?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Do you fondly remember Benaroya Hall?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember like how different it was between TI2 and TI3? Because it was the same venue, right? And it just felt like such a big shift to me between the two. Like TI2 was like first huge Dota esports event, basically.
Yeah.
There was all these fans in Benaroya, but everyone was like nervous to like make eye contact and talk. And it like changed so much between TI2 and TI3. That was my recollection. What was it like for you?
Mine was a little more sad. So at TI2, I was a pro player. I was at the event. I was playing TI3. I didn't qualify.
Oh, good. Oh, I like this.
First time you cried.
Use this sphere.
Yeah, I didn't qualify.
You didn't qualify?
I was so sad.
What team were you on?
EG.
Evil geniuses didn't make it to a TI?
Not TI3.
Who was your support system at the time, Fia?
But then, time passed.
My arm.
Evil geniuses, they grew powerful as time moved on. TI3, TI4. You did things.
TI3, I didn't qualify, Neil. I told you.
Stop and onwards.
The injury here.
And onwards.
All that matters is TI5. That's the only TI I ever pay attention to, Fear.
Well, I remember all of them. I actually remember TI3 more than TI5 because the wins don't hurt as much as the losses. Actually, why would the wins hurt? That was not even philosophical at all. That was just dumb. But
they're good,
less memorable.
The good feelings when you win feel less powerful than the losses when you lose.
The joy of a win doesn't hit as much as the pain of a
The
loss.
soul-crushing elimination from TI on home soil.
I did get to go, though. That was nice, though. Because that's when they aired free-to-play, and they flew me out.
Oh.
Dang, you got royalty treatment, huh?
Yeah, I did for a year.
1 year. Now, your talent. You're slumming it with us.
Well, I'm still on the royalties for free-to-play, but
Oh, okay.
they don't remove that.
I download it on Steam once a year just so you get 50 cents.
Thank you very much. I need that to get by.
He feeds his
Been rough
children
out
with
there.
that.
What? Wait, so 3 was more memorable to you
No,
because
4.
4 was more memorable to
It
you
was
because
3. Are you guys not listening to me?
I am. I just corrected him off of what you said. 3, you didn't qualify, so you have no memories.
No, that was the other way around. 3 was very memorable because I didn't qualify.
But I thought you said 4, you remember more than 5.
That's not true at all.
He was a coach at 4.
I was a coach at 4. They're all memorable
This
for their
man's
own
making
reasons.
Shit up. Point.
I'm sure somebody's following along.
TI4 is when newbie fluked to first place after almost losing.
TI4 was everyone's favorite TI.
It was it was a fun tournament until like the last couple matches, and then it was like newbie and Vici taking like 17-minute games.
You guys know my favorite
That's
TI?
not a fluke, though. That's just people.
Of course, it's a joke, Mira.
Discovering the meta, okay? Like the Game and Gladiators meta existed all the way back then too. All right, that's called being smart.
Yes, it is. You know what else being smart is interpreting sarcastic humor.
Well,
so is delivery, Kevin. So is delivery.
Tone. Everything you say today. How are you today? Bad. How's life? Okay. Like, I don't know how you feel ever.
You could just ask me. I will tell you.
Do you want to lay down on the
use my
chat?
words.
Do you want to go through a little bit of therapy session?
I feel like we need a therapy session for sure.
You know who needs a therapy session, Fear? It's you not remembering all your accomplishments over a few why don't you value all of the amazing things you've done?
No,
in your life?
I do, but like the losses hit harder, you know?
Fear, if you had to rank your children's birth, getting married, winning TI 5,
Or not qualifying.
or
to
not
TI3.
qualifying TI, which one did you experience the most emotion in?
Well, getting married and my children, number one.
Okay, good
No,
answer.
they're separate.
And then all my losses, and then all my wins.
Fear, they're not watching the broadcast. It's the European hours right now. You can give us the real answer.
It's actually not European hours at all.
Yeah, it's really not.
Let me see what time it is at home.
It's like 1 p.m. or something.
It's
check, you might have
noon.
It's noon. Okay, never mind. Good answer, Fear.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Brandon.
Thank you.
Great answer, Fear. Loves his family.
Oh boy, we're stuck on this couch, aren't we?
I was told
There's
fibs
no
about this series moving up from Heroic.
It has moved up. Again, it was a 14-minute GG. I will reiterate.
I'll have you know it was actually 14 minutes and 45 seconds, please, Tsunami. Actually.
We had an opportunity to potentially do a Phil segment, but I enjoyed hearing these stories.
We
and
still could.
Now we're committed.
No, we still could. I think.
Nope.
No, I have a very new small mini game. If production is ready, it contains words and circles.
My two favorite things.
I love shapes.
What about Dota?
Words and shapes. It is Dota related.
What about talking about Dota on couches?
You
so
can
we don't
also
have to
do
move?
that. It could be like word prompts.
What about sitting down?
We're sitting. We're gonna sit. There's no standing. It's sitting. You can be on teams.
You
It's
fulfilled
Dota
all
related.
of Effie's requirements.
That's right. You sit down. So sit down. It's Dota related. You can have conversations about it. You can be in teams if you want. There's a competitive aspect to it too. I just don't know if production's ready.
Okay, then I have one question real quick.
Yep.
What is Cap's win rate on Abaddon this year?
Cap?
Yeah.
Cap this year?
2025?
Just a year long.
38%.
Oh, 1 year. Sub 50.
40%.
Cap's win rate on what?
Abaddon. This
Abaddon?
in last 12 months.
Oh man, I've played with a couple of his Abaddons. They're kind of so, but we don't. 35%.
0%. 0 and 4.
Brutal.
I'm
Oh,
sure
that's not bad.
I'm in at least one of those. I'm in at least one of those games.
Can I tell you guys something? I literally, for the life of me, cannot win on Jakiro.
Really?
Yeah. Don't you have
I
like
cannot-
a 0% win rate on it in 12 games?
It's like, I think in 17 games, I won 2.
You thought I was making fun of her, but it's genuinely.
actually, wow, it's pretty.
It's true. The thing is, I try to understand why is it that I can't win with this simple hero, and then I'm winning on like Earth Spirit and stuff. It's because I only pick Jakiro when I've lost a lot of games, and I think this hero will just play itself, and I'm angry, and I just lose anyway. But I have the worst Jakiro win rate of all time. I think. I don't think anyone can beat how bad it is.
Look, this is
It's
going
a
to be
fun
the
fact.
worst.
That's a
That was
fun
brave
fact.
of you to come out and say.
This is
I'm
going to be
saying
the
it.
worst logic that you could ever apply to anything. Firstly, thank you, Mira.
Thank you.
Thank you, Effie, for sharing.
This is a safe
Welcome
space.
to Dota's Anonymous. Thank you for sharing your struggles with us. Have you ever tried playing on more ping? Because when I play Marana on low ping, sub 40 ping, right, that's very standard for Australia. Don't fucking flame me in chat. But when you play on sub 40 ping, sometimes your arrows just don't land. I play Europe to Oz or Oz to Europe. I'm on like 280 ping. That shit lands every time.
So you're saying that once your actions are delayed, you're hitting your skill.
You know what that is? It's
What?
it's like when you're pudge hooking, and if you hook straight, you're never gonna hit because they're gonna juke at least one of the two ways.
Right.
But you're arrowing so late that it's like they can't
walk
predict
back
you.
into it.
Yes, they're gonna walk back into it. They're like, there's no way she'll put the arrow here.
Yeah.
Probably just can't see your arrow because you're lagging so bad.
Oh, that too.
Just teleports in. Yeah.
Thing is, Dota on ping feels really bad. Like in Jordan, I used to always play on ping, but then the routing got a lot better over the years, and now ping to Europe West from Jordan is like 70. That's why teams are like okay boot camping there now.
Right.
But back in the day, it was like I was playing on like 110 to 130 sometimes, depending on how my connection was that day. And then now that I can play in Europe and stuff, I'm playing on like 15 ping. Here, it's like 0 ping to the Russian server. That is the most amazing experience ever. Like incomparable.
Yeah, these Europeans, they don't understand how good they have it.
I can never go back. So I will never play on ping because I went through the ringer, Nat.
So did I. I remember people are going to, this is going to be another brave thing to say on broadcast. Back when I used to play League, and there was no Oceanic, there was no Oceanic League server. I used to have to play on the Americas server from Australia. So I actually, in my formative MOBA years, used to play on 200 ping.
You're a warrior.
Consistently.
That even matter in that game?
And then Oz, so Brisbane is where I live, to Sydney is a 45 minute. That's a big ping. It's 45. It's 45 to the Sydney service.
You could have played 3 of those games in the time it takes to do one click.
One action. And then now Oz to SEA is still like 130, 140 ping on a good day, 180 on most. So.
That's, you're a warrior and you deserve good ping. And once you switch to it full time, you're gonna say that you've done your time and
I served in ping jail.
But do you
I did
guys
too.
remember?
Now, don't worry.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, Dota 1.
Do you remember Fear? Like
What?
when you would feed or miss an arrow or something, then in alt chat dash ping.
Oh yeah, that still happens.
I still do that.
People still do that.
I still do that.
Did you do that?
Yeah, of course.
Did you do that on purpose?
Oh, what, to like pretend that it was the ping's fault? No.
I mean, now if I miss, I just disconnect real quick and then reconnect.
Oh, that's even more realistic.
Yeah.
Holy shit, he's got the tech. Any more insights?
I mean, I have a lot of experience in this,
Wasn't there a dash arrow accuracy and dash?
and hook
AA
accuracy
and
too.
dash HA. Yeah, it counted your arrows.
I didn't know that.
Would it show up in all chat? Because then if I hit all my arrows, I'll do a dash AA. Oh, 100%. Amazing. My ping's great right now.
It did exist. Like when you played with your friends, they would check it, or they would tell you to check it.
That's so cool.
I would artificially inflate the numbers, be like, add a few marks there. I only missed 2.
Those statistics got ruined now that both those spells insta-kill creeps now.
Yeah.
It's true.
I have a question.
Effie, what's your question?
Do you remember how, you used to, when someone hosted a lobby, you would be like, tunnel me. Everyone said it. Did that actually do anything?
No.
What does that mean? I don't know tunneling.
What do you say?
I don't know. But you could tunnel someone and it would change the connection somehow, but I don't think it worked. I think it was just they added it to make you feel like you're lagging less, but you are probably still lagging the same.
I think
I used to host games.
The idea is that did War 3 have dedicated servers?
Not
G-Arena
really.
did. That's
G-Arena
there was third-party websites that did have dedicated servers sometimes. I used to host Dota 3 games all the time in college.
Dota 3?
Or sorry, Dota 2, Dota 1 games all the time. I meant Warcraft 3, of course.
Yeah.
I used to host games all the time, and you had to have certain things. I had commands that I would type to try to, or things that I would type in chat to try to lower chances of people leaving during the countdown and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
There was ban lists that you had to use, things like that, and you'd check people's zip codes and stuff. Did anyone ever do that for you? Maybe that was just I don't know really.
You were just doxing people?
No, but you if somebody had bad ping, maybe they were just lagging that exact second. They weren't truly bad ping. So then you had to ask them personal questions just to maybe figure out if they were really from that general area. Yeah, it was something like that.
So it didn't actually do anything.
Tunneling?
I don't know. I remember when I played on MYM, I played with 250 ping every game from Oregon to Europe. Routing wasn't great back then.
I think the idea of tunneling was that you would be able to bypass the server and then you directly connect to the host's computer. And then that way you would have a lower ping because the host advantage.
Okay. Did it work?
Sounds like it makes sense. I don't know, maybe.
I just remember everyone did it, so I did it to look cool as well.
You look really cool, don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you, Clinton. I appreciate that.
Effie, would you like to have any more good time memory questions?
Oh, do we need to?
It's up to you.
I mean, I'm going with the flow.
Does my microphone pick this up?
I haven't actually been playing. I'm just doing this.
No,
I mean, I can hear it. I don't know if it's the room or my earpiece, though.
Yeah, it's very melodic.
Is that a real chord? Or are you just pretending?
Yeah, no, I Googled. I'm actually playing.
And she goes home and she does all this homework on stuff that might not matter.
I went home, I learned Dota 1 items.
And how to play a mandolin.
On a mandolin.
I'm not really, there's not really a song. I love that someone came over to give me a microphone as if it was going to make a good sound.
Well, now the pressure's on.
No, guys, I watched a 3-minute.
That's kind of nice.
You gonna change the chord ever?
That's really lovely, Nat.
Okay. like a real scrum.
Yep. So anyway, I went home and watched a 5-minute YouTube video just for you guys.
And how about you mandolin us into our final series of the night, Nat? Keep going. We'll be back, friends. Hari Vision versus Heroic to close up
I
the
got
night.
your chord. That's all I got.
It's really good. It sounds really good.
Hello, don't get up. No, don't get up, don't get up. Why have I been dragged here this evening at such an uncommon hour? I understand we have something the problem. What are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. So we've been made aware of a really big MMR issue.
Losing too many games again, Kev.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not the point. It's a lot bigger than just my matches.
We've done some analysis, and there appears to be a problem with the matchmaking system.
Talking about who formulated this analysis? Was it you?
No, sir.
Well, then who was it?
It was me, sir.
Rupert? You made the analysis?
I can explain the analysis, sir.
No, I want to hear it straight from the Centaur's mouth. And Rupert, please explain it to me as you would a Herald player.
Well, sir, the value of MMR is going down.
Going down? What do you mean going down?
In circulation. People just have too much MMR.
Isn't the bulk of this company's holdings in MMR?
Yes, sir. 80% of our assets are in MMR futures.
With our current projections, we've got maybe 2 to 3 weeks before the entire system collapses. We won't make it to the next Crownfall update.
We think it's the Herald players, sir. They lose so many matches that they get down to 0 MMR. And they can't lose any more MMR.
My God.
And it's not just the Heralds. Mr. Canavan has 10k MMR himself.
How did you manage to hit 10k MMR?
Well, after we queued together and got put on separate teams, I told Kev to try his Battle Fury Lion build, and I used my double down token.
It works sometimes.
The MMR is trickling upwards. There's massive inflation going on. See, normally in a Dota game, 5 players lose, 5 players win. It's an equivalent exchange. But when a winner uses a double down token, they create MMR out of thin air.
An MMR bubble, eh?
At this point, Paparazzi is 16,000 MMR.
Does anyone know why I make the big bucks? Because I complain about MMR on Twitter more than anyone else, but I don't really know what I'm talking about, so please tell me, what can we do about this?
We dump our holdings today.
Can we even do that, Kev?
Yeah, but at what cost? It would cause catastrophic losses.
I don't think you understand what Rupert here has just said.
Do you?
Do you? This is it. I'm telling you, this is it. If I made you, how would you do it?
Well, you start off dumping the subprime accounts, the lowest value ones, the toxic players, the Heralds, the North Americans.
Then you go in waves, going up to the Guardian accounts next, because they're going to be Herald soon enough anyways.
But if we do this, it could kill matchmaking for years.
I don't see any other choice. We'll have to pay.
This means losing your account too, sir.
There's always deadlock.
In South Australia I was born. Heave away, haul away. South Australia, round Cape Horn. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away. Haul away, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away. There I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. All away, you rolling kings, heave away, all away, all away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, all away. Shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. All away, you rolling kings, heave away, all away, all away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind. Heave away, all away, to leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. All away, you rolling kings, heave away, all away, all away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia.
The time for sad violins is over. It's time for happy marimbas.
What's a marimba?
Like a xylophone?
It's like a xylophone, but it's usually made out of wood. It
Okay.
sounds very, very gentle and nice. Good instrument.
It's a good instrument and a good way to celebrate the fact that we are now back into Dota, our last series of the day. It's Parivision taking on Heroic. But don't worry, we've still got one ye old figure to take us back in time. Fear Dota! Why should I pay attention to, let's say, Heroic in this series?
Well, I want to take a look at Heroic because this is a team that oftentimes we look at as the underdog, but they've been taking games off teams like Falcons and Chimera, and I kind of want to remind teams or everyone why they are a good team. They're just lacking a little bit of consistency, so I brought up a couple clips to show what they do well and what I want to see them do today in today's match. So to bring those clips up, the first thing that they did really well in this match against Falcons where they're AK down, it's 15 minutes in the game, as you can see here. They're already set up on the Tormentor, ready to go for this fight. And typically a lot of teams will be like, oh, we're 8,000 gold behind. Let's just go ahead and forfeit this and potentially forfeit the whole map. But because of this move that they made here, not only were they able to defend this Tormentor at this point in time, they also win a team fight when they were down like 8,000-9,000 gold. It goes here too. They're down 6,000 to 7,000 gold here. They take the aggressive route. They set up on Roshan even though they are losing. They drop the wards. I really want to put a notice on what Schofield is doing here. He has a Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker. He has a Sentry Ward. He drops it down there, and all of a sudden he dewards the ward immediate, pops into the Shadow Blade, breaks the smoke, allows his team to get this Roshan. Sure, unfortunately, Sumel did snipe it there, but they get a Rosh when they had no business doing so. And then they ended up winning this game in the end, and it was because of plays like this where they played as a team. They were very objective-based focused. Schofield died in the right places, doing the right things for the team. And the games that they were losing, they didn't have this type of teamwork. They weren't always on the same part of the map together, and oftentimes it was a bit chaotic. So I want to see them going to the series have more plays like that where they're playing as a team.
So you're saying despite the fact that many people will be looking at this matchup, Parivision versus Heroic, giving Heroic a pretty heavy disadvantage, especially after the performance that Parivision put on, you're saying there are moments of greatness in Heroic's ideas.
There's a reason why this team is here, right? Yeah. This team can be incredibly good. They're just lacking some consistency, and knowing what you're doing in the game is good or whether it's not good is typically what makes a good team. Like, if you know what you're doing is good, you're going to keep doing it. So I want them to identify what they're doing is good, because when they're good, they're really good. But unfortunately, when they're not doing well, doesn't look great. So in this match, they have to step it up. They've got to beat Parivision, one of the few, aren't the only team actually to beat Tundra right now.
Correct.
So they do have to really step it up, but they have the capability to do so. They just have to play their A game.
Works for me. Fear, if you don't mind, then please join us down here. Because
I warmed the laptop up for you.
As much as we can hype up Heroic, it is an uphill battle, Purge, because they did indeed beat Tundra, one of the very, very few teams that have been capable of such a feat. And I know yesterday maybe it was partially Tundra's own fault. We spoke to Duraccio just now. He also said that yesterday they were just off their game, but it is definitely a product of some damn good Parivision play as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Parivision right now. All their players are looking fantastic. Satanic is looking disgustingly good, maybe the best carry in the world. So I think they have a very good shot of winning the series. But with that said, Heroic's already won 2 of their 6 total games they've played. They have taken games off of very good teams. They managed to beat Chimera, who hasn't lost this series yet, and they also beat Falcons 1 game. So I think Heroic has the potential to win the series. They really do. But they don't usually hit well, like play really good in 2 games out of the 3 games. They usually play good 1 game, and then they play, maybe they'll win a lane in the other one, and then they'll kind of just fall apart for the rest of the game. So their consistency still has issues, and that is going to be hard to beat Parivision with, because Parivision in their series yesterday were like getting stomped in their games, and they still held on for like 60 minutes type of resilience. So Heroic is going to have to play really good 2 games to at least to have a chance of beating Parivision here.
I think it even goes further than that. When you take a step back, we can kind of have that overall, how is that macro play? We can nitpick at like small instances within each game as well, but it also comes down to the draft a lot for me. Heroic has been quite stagnant, I want to say, with their drafts in this new patch. We're seeing KJ on pretty much the same hero over and over again. That's not necessarily a bad thing. He is the position 5. But for me, Parivision, one of their strengths is also how they draft. They were bringing this Broodmother. Then we see another team kind of take that essence from them, because they were able to win against Tundra with this Broodmother. Then we see Tundra go for it and put it in the off lane. Of course, we didn't get to see the full extent to how they did play with it. But Parivision are bringing out all these new things, and they might not even necessarily be new, but you're seeing them played at what feels like another level. So the way that they're drafting right now is standing out a lot for me on Parivision. On the side of Heroic, there's times where we've seen their draft come together and we're like, we're not really sure this is a complete picture of a full 5-man lineup in Dota right now. So that's where I'm at. I'd like to also see them bring something a little bit new to what they're drafting on this patch. It doesn't have to be new to the patch, just new for them on this patch.
So you're saying you don't want to say KJ Jakiro for the 15th time?
That's where it's hard, right? Because like Jakiro is a good hero. Jakiro is a good hero.
I can add to that. There's a player that I want to see playing a little bit differently, and I thought I'd never say this.
Whisper.
It is Whisper.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I think we're used to seeing him have great performances on just about any hero, but this tournament I haven't really seen it. We saw his Darkseer 2 times. Looked absolutely amazing. So I don't want to see him just like play Darkseer for the rest of the tournament or anything, but let's go back to a hero like his Abaddon. He has a 25% win rate on that hero. Very meta, but not a good win rate. Not really his style. He's always been like this flashy type of player to me, where he'll make big plays happen. Not really a Abaddon type of hero. I like him on the Zoo heroes, even though his Beastmaster, which is weird to say, he's played it twice. He lost both those games as well. So yeah, it's very weird for me to say, but I feel like Whisper's struggling with his hero pool on this team right now. And that's something I've never had to say about him before.
I wonder part of it is because a lot of those offlane heroes flex to mid, so he's kind of being forced to have the opportunity to play either an Abaddon or Beastmaster, because Yuma's Abaddons have looked actually very, very good. Some of those games that he's played that hero, he's stomped. So maybe in those game circumstances, they're like, okay, Whisper, maybe not your best hero, maybe not your favorite hero, you're gonna have to play it, and then he underperforms a little bit. But even some of those, at least one of those Beastmaster games you're referring to, I thought he laned really good. I think he ended up being against a Lifestealer, they did all a lane pull shenanigans, he ends up getting first blood, and then he's top net worth. So even if his lane goes good, maybe the overall game he's not getting a W, but he's maybe not playing at the same heights as we normally expect out of him, and I think he's hit 15k MMR at least. The guy's like an insane sick player, so he has the potential to impress us like we normally expect, and we haven't really been seeing that.
I like your idea of the fact that the flex may be railroading him a bit, because most other teams will also incorporate some flex between mid and off lane, but I don't really see much overlap between an Analog and Whisper hero pool either. In a world where Timbersaw may be viable, then perhaps we would be having a completely different conversation. But right now, I feel like either Heroic as a team are not being very experimental with Whisper's hero pool, or they're just not willing to close the Venn diagram on their cores and see which heroes fall in the middle a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, the only one that kind of overlaps for both of them for me is Primal Beast. But then I wonder, we've always, like, praised how good this flex is, but do you kind of just shelve that for now while you're trying to figure yourself out in this patch? You know, you still have limited lifelines left in this group stage as well. We've kind of put that number at 4. When you get 4 series losses, then you really are in this, it's no longer in your hands, it's up to other results. So in their minds, this is going to be one of the toughest opponents they have in what feels like a potentially do or die situation. And you're still not really finding your way on how you can enable most of your cores. So it is really, can we just shelve this flex? Do we not even go for that? Do we play more of a telegraphed draft? But they're going to be comfort. They're going to be lanes that we know we can play. Maybe one person gets an unfavorable matchup, but the other 2 lanes are going to feel confident in themselves, in their ability to play. And we know how to execute team fights when we do make it out that laning phase.
And all this strategy is good to talk about, but this also could just be the reality of their strength as a team. What consistently happens at Dream Leagues, when we get out of Group Stage 1 and go to Group Stage 2, you cut off the bottom 8 teams. Yeah. And now here's the top 8 teams. And if you lose every series, that doesn't make you a bad team. It just means you're not a top 4 or 5 team. And that might just be the reality of where Heroic is until they get their consistency straight, where they can start striking gold twice in a best of 3 every single series.
Yeah. This is similar to what we witnessed, I think it was last season in 24 with Waska. Waska breached the top 8 barrier and then proceeded to get stomped on every single time. They were still a top 8 team though.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's just how it goes, right? Like, you're going to be in a situation where there's a lot of good teams in the tournament. Half of them get removed, right? And now you have to play against the best teams in the world. And there's a big difference, even no matter how good these guys are, all similar MMR, there's going to be a big difference between the best team in the world and the 16th best team in the world, or even the best team and the 8th best team. It's a vast difference. It just comes down to like teamwork at that point and ideas and all the competitive stuff that you can't learn in pubs. So this is where you're going to learn a lot too. So it's very good to get to this stage, but it gets exponentially harder when you get into this top 8 territory.
Yeah, and then you come up against Parivision, who they have essentially had exponential growth for them. Ever since picking up Satanic, it's like it's gotten better and better, not only like with each tournament, but every series as well. And that is why we see them right now as the only team that has taken a game off Tundra. But not only that, they're the only team right now that has forced Tundra to a game number 3. That was the first best of 3 Tundra has lost all calendar year, ever since like early December last year.
Yeah, that's wild.
It was Parivision, and now you're kind of, it's a tough one. You know, there is no real sugarcoating what is in store for Heroic here. Every lane on Parivision does a phenomenal job when no matter what hero they put on. They're bringing out strats that can close games in 20 minutes. They can push teams to the 60-minute mark and still close them out. Or you know, make them have to make mistakes when it comes to that late game and play a whole different round of Dota. It's phenomenal what they can do.
We're also going to see new perspectives of what Satanic is capable of, finally being put on a new roster outside of the Team Spirit family, and he just keeps raising the bar higher and higher. Yesterday, it was on his Broodmother performances, and today, we'll see what he gets his hands on as we enter the draft for game number 1 of Parivision versus Heroic, where Parivision are already maybe looking at what's been going on today. They first phase ban Io and Ember Spirit. Heroic, meanwhile, they take out the DK, the Enigma, and a Sniper first phase ban.
Something interesting I was just looking at stat-wise is that I know when I checked yesterday, Pango's win rate was atrocious. It was like 20-some% for the whole tournament. I just checked Paravision's win rate because I know they played Pango last night, I believe, when they played their match, and they did win with it. No one's played it 3 times, and he's won every single game. So that's like a rare hero where they actually have to be worried about him picking it because it does fit his playstyle. I don't know why, but his impact is just so much higher than all the other players. So there might be a good mix of heroes that just end up being that good. And this is a hero that's been first phase banned so consistently, and he finally makes it through.
The information just jumped up, and it was Parivision had choice, and they picked first. But I'm curious as to why Heroic then wanted Radiant.
I think Dire does have a bigger win rate right now.
Yeah. So they had that choice. They could have picked Dire for themselves, and they still found that there's more value.
Maybe they have an idea. I think the games that we did see Heroic look really good on, they were playing this Abaddon in the safe lane. and it looked like it was bullying most of the offlaners. And I think that is an idea that I believe Effie was talking about with the Tidehunter in the safe lane, like protecting that tower.
Yep.
If you can protect that tower, then potentially you can protect the Tormentor and you can take those fights. So perhaps they want to have a competitive advantage, being like, we know what you're going to do. I even showed that clip earlier. That was them on Radiant defending the Tormentor in 15 minutes.
Despite being down.
Despite being down, it feels like this team doesn't really mind so much the quote-unquote advantage of being dire that can get you there, because they have a good read on how to play against it anyway. Will it work? I don't really know for sure, but
No, but
this
I like
seems to
the
be
idea.
their idea. Yeah.
I think there was another moment last night where they were also getting stomped. It might have been the same game, where rather than contest the Tormentor, they let their opponents take it, and then they did this wide smoke to get near like the dire tier 1 offlane, and then they took a fight there against. I think this was maybe when they played Falcons.
Yeah.
When they played against Falcons, then they Skeeters TP away. So they have a lot of creative ways to like change the game up that aren't being explored right now. So maybe this is why they like Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when they're good, they're really good. It's just sometimes they don't have the consistency in those ideas. It's like they'll have 1, 2, maybe 3 at most brilliant ideas a game, and then that'll be it. Like the lights will go out. They need to keep that light on for the entirety of the game if they want to win this series.
Unfortunately, part of the reason of them and motivation before going for this Abaddon is that maybe they are more inclined to give it to Yuma. We have not been particularly impressed with Whisper's Abaddon, so that does remove some of the flex that most other teams leverage with a first phase Abaddon pick.
The Tiny is an interesting talking point too, because when the patch first dropped, people still went back for it. People were picking it up, and it wasn't having the same success or win rate. There were a couple of nerfs to the Avatos combo coming out for Tiny, so he's not really able to burst the same way that he was previous to this patch.
Yeah.
And the only team that was finding success on it from memory is Liquid.
Yeah, no, it's been on them. It looked really good on Mickey for sure.
Yeah.
It's been pretty good in pubs. I think when it first came out, people didn't really understand the changes that happened to the hero.
Okay.
The big change that happened, as you mentioned, you can no longer do the toss combo, and they also nerfed crash landing, right? But the toss itself does more base damage. So inherently the crash landing is just worse now. So, but it makes the combo itself just a little bit better without crash landing. So you can go for the insurmountable now, and we saw in not only this patch, but especially last patch, how valuable status resistance is. So this Tiny is starting to scale more. You go for the status resist. You're a bit stronger in those earlier engagements too. You don't need the crash landing. You can go for the insurmountable. They essentially just made the insurmountable like facet just better because they buffed the nukes, right? They didn't touch the facet at all.
That's a really good point, actually. Huh. Yeah, better nukes plus the status resistance. And there has been a lot of value in having some core that can be the guy that runs up cliff towards the Tormentor or the other dangerous areas, especially because there's a lot of choke points and things like that. You need somebody that's exceptionally tanky to frontline for you, much like Ava can, much like Tiny, Tidehunter, all those heroes can.
Guys, I thought we were finally going to see a different KJ here. I saw the Jakiro get banned out, and then the Phoenix. I was like, oh, it's happening. Nope.
I mean, he's going to play Warlock or Jakiro until something new gets figured out. But right now, position 5, it seems we're going to have one of these two in every game.
I was the other one that just got thrown in today, right? But then they banned it out on the side of Parry Vision. So we could have had some variety sprinkled in there.
It does protect them a little bit against a lot of matchups. Fatal Bonds is a great way to win a Tormentor fight. If the whole enemy team shows up, if you just link 4 of them and take a normal engagement, your chances of winning are just so much higher. Not to mention like the 4 points in heal. Slap that on the guy that goes in first. He's going to be damaging and healing to keep them, which is going to help keep them alive. So the Warlock seems to be good.
If it's the lane also, a Mephitic Shroud plus Fatal Bonds could be pretty annoying for whoever Parry Vision sent into the offlane. Other bans do filter out, as you mentioned, Nat Jakiro gets banned out by Heroic themselves, as well as Viper. Parry Vision wisely do ban out the Lifestealer, but also take out Leshrac, despite the fact that Io was already banned earlier, and they remove Phoenix as well, pick themselves up a Marcy.
And Marcy's definitely been trending a lot the last couple days. I don't think 9 classes played it yet. Ducalis has played it once and they lost, so...
And anyone who plays on Western Europe server has enough dosage of Marcy. Like
you don't have to play her to know how she works, because everyone else is playing her.
Western Europe, they love this hero. This is a server that loves this hero by far the most.
I think it's a really good matchup against Abaddon too, because you have so much overwhelming damage that it doesn't cost you that many resources to break his ulti the first time. Because Marcy's ulti is active, he's going to be in there. You punch him like 2 rounds, his ulti pops, it goes away. You still have an overwhelming amount of damage to kill him afterwards. So I think it gives you some nice advantages in that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a shaman or anything either. There's nothing really useful to dispel with the shield as well. So that definitely helps. And probably going to be their 2 supports, I would imagine. I have not been super impressed with Marcy as just a carry in general. Like, maybe if you, with Io is the only exception.
Sure.
And I feel like even that, it's like, there's a very fine line that you have to completely dominate and crush a game.
Win it in like 14 minutes.
Oh,
or
that's
something.
yeah. I mean, nothing crazy or anything. No, but you actually have to kind of win in that fashion, maybe not that quickly, for Marcy to really work, because she does just fall off at some point into the game. Her damage like really spikes when you have like literally your first 2 items. Anything past that is just kind of like overkill, I want to say. Your damage is already there, and there's not enough survivability you can buy on this hero. And we're going to see the Huskar come out, and this is to dissuade the mid-tiny. However, we've seen this time and time again. Sure, they have the Viper band to cover it, but Viper isn't the only hero in the game that can really counter the Huskar.
They took out Sniper too.
I think if you pick Sniper, you just lose Dota.
No.
I think that's where that hero's at right now, unfortunately.
Paravision almost won with it by losing for 60 minutes.
Correct.
Sort of almost winning.
I have not seen that hero win yet at this tournament.
Yeah,
I've seen it be picked a few times.
Probably fair. There's a very important initiator that they have now with the clockwork. Huskar has been Heroic's comfort mid in a lot of their matchups. Maybe they haven't played it that much though. They've only played it once. They did lose. But against Tiny,
uncomfort mid.
I guess so. Tiny only on Paravision, they've only played it twice, and they have 50% win rate on no one playing it. So I think they're just expecting it to be the mid. Thus, the Huskar was safe at this position. But there's the potential for them to lane swap it, I guess. But they'd have to do something unfavorable.
Are you talking about the Tiny,
Yes.
correct? Yeah.
Satanic hasn't played it, right?
He has not.
No, and neither is DM, because other teams kind of do have this off-lane Tiny potential as well in their back pocket. It's not as common as flexing it to the carry, but there are teams out there that are willing to do it. And for me, is it this DM
Saw this one recently.
archetype of a hero? But yeah, well, now we know that there isn't going to be any flex for it to go to the carry, because this mother is
on this website.
I guess Brood mid would not be a down thing or not be a good thing against Huskar. What's up?
Oh, so Satanic's just, I was checking to see if he's on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, but apparently he's not a pro player yet.
Oh, he's too young, that's all.
You have to go to at least 1 TI before we induct you in.
Just protecting his privacy.
Regardless, I can tell you the numbers, Fear. He wins a lot on Broodmother. 2 out of the... Wait, he won both the Broodmother games.
No, he did not.
He won 50% of his Broodmother games yesterday.
But he did also play it. He did also play it in Blast, and they won that game in 20 to 25 minutes. It was an extremely fast game for him there too.
Well, I think this is interesting though, because the necrotic webs, I believe, goes up to 70% health reduction.
Yep.
And you are playing
regen. It's regen reduction. Okay, let's.
All right, let's classify. Will it work on Huskar's?
It should.
It will.
Yes.
It should.
Okay, it does.
Because that's regen.
They already.
Will it work on Shadow Word?
That's a heal.
Yes.
That's a heal. There's
not
a
regen, that's
green
heal.
tick on your hero when it ticks, that, which is probably.
Will it work on Abaddon's ult?
That is probably a heal. If you're ice blasted, does it go up?
No.
It must be a heal, because I typically associate with
Huskar's
health
regen doesn't go up either if you're ice blasted.
Regen is like tick based, whereas heals, like if you take a nuke as a Abaddon, then it's like 1 burst heal.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's HP regen.
Probably not.
We'll see. Either way, even if it only works against Huskar, it's still good.
Yeah.
But if it works against Abaddon,
bonus.
And Warlock,
gravy.
It's not all bad. And if this continues to be the case, because it's now the second time we've seen Brood in response to a Huskar, it's just an ultra hard counter, and it doesn't even have to, like, you're just kind of there in the fight with a web on the Huskar, and he's losing 70% regen like that.
Those
it
numbers
seems
are
like
insane.
an over. It is kind of insane in like a couple scenarios, and because some teams are picking Huskar right now, like this just seems a little bit non-viable to me.
Yeah, I don't remember the numbers exactly, but like the old webs, I think capped out at 30% reduction.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
But it started at like 15. So they made the level 1 webs worse. I think it's 10% at level 1.
Something like that.
Which makes sense because people were just throwing webs in the mid lane, right? And just ruining mid laners' bottles and tangos. They couldn't really play the game. So they wanted to fix that, but like it goes like 10 to like 30, 50 to 70, I think is how it scales right now.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's absolutely absurd, I think, for heroes like Huskar or anyone that heavily relies on regen.
We saw it against the Alchemist yesterday. It was equally disruptive.
Yeah, I think somebody did clarify the Brood has to be in the web.
Right. She has to be touching the web that the enemy.
Oh, so it doesn't work in mid lane anymore?
You can't just dump one mid lane.
It's not like the most recent patch that changed. It was a couple of letters ago.
But in a team fight later on in the game, of which there have been many, it's going to be really good. And here's a throwback hero, the Dazzle again.
Where is it going?
DM played it last time, right?
Yeah, he played it yesterday. He was really strong in the
Dazzle
lane.
Marcy lane is disgustingly strong.
I was going to say, not only is it a really good combo, but there's the potential that the Dazzle gets far enough ahead. What is that sound?
It's Steve Ducalis.
He's Indiana Jones. Like,
with the nunchucks right there.
It's a friendship bracelet.
He's about to make some enemies with it.
Anyway, what I was going to say was DM on the Dazzle can be left alone in lane at a certain point as well. And then you get these rotations coming out from the Marcy if you so wish. And she can help mid. She can help safe lane. She can literally do whatever the fuck she wants for you.
What if she isn't fucking in that lane?
What?
What?
You said that as if the hero was already picked.
Yeah.
No, so I'm wondering if who's going to play what, because there's a world where Brood goes off lane, because playing Dazzle
goes mid.
Playing Dazzle against a bad end doesn't make sense to me. He's going to dispel the poison every time, right? So you're going to put Brood in that lane. I think Dazzle should be okay versus Huskar mid. This is what I thought they would do. Makes a lot of sense here. And at some point, how do you deal with spiders as a Warlock or a Clockwork?
You don't.
You die. So him in the off lane makes a ton of sense here.
Yeah, that makes a lot. The minus armor as well from the Nothal Boon facet means you're going to be reducing his armor by like 1.5 every time you cast a spell on him. He's entirely physically based, basically. So if you got a creep wave on him as well, like you can definitely kill Analog if he gets onto a creep wave. So it's a interesting swap up that does make a lot of sense. DM's going to hit less hard, I guess. That's one downside, that the Brood won't get as far ahead in levels, but it could definitely work. The lane swap is good.
I have another question here.
Okay.
Maybe Satanic is so good right now because he's incognito. You can't look him up. You can't even see what this
You're
guy's
still
doing.
caught up. Are you caught up?
Carry Tiny? Who would have seen that coming? He whipped his Broodmother ripcord already, and maybe flexing it was the real question. Now, I need to talk to these guys over here. Captain Avery.
Hey!
I heard you dazzling over there in the distance.
Dazzle!
That's the one. You excited to see it go mid against a Huskar?
I love this hero. It's one of my favorite heroes of all time.
Why?
I can't tell if you're being...
He's just cool.
Why?
He's badass. Look at him.
That's true.
He's changed so much over the years, though.
Yeah,
he used to have the AoE weave, then he used to have that item cooldown reduction, now he's like Arc Warden.
Neil, I have one word for you. Dazzle! Dazzle! Dazzle!
Go ahead, Neil. Ask us more questions.
They changed Poison Touch, too. I just got to throw that in there. Used to be different.
No, you have to dazzle.
Dazzle!
Now this guy gets it.
Yeah! Dazzle!
No, you're not. You don't get it, Neil. You got to work on that.
You can truly tell who on that panel was a Dazzle player and who was not a Dazzle player.
You can clearly tell who plays Dota and who doesn't as well. That was embarrassing. Nat.
Got him.
Got him. She's really mad right now.
She's gonna go back to the hotel and Google like everything there is to know about Dazzle for tomorrow.
Yeah, she's really fuming. Can she hear us, by the way?
She turned around. Yeah, she looks very insulted.
Oh, that's it. Okay, well, that's interesting. Learn something new every day. As I think Pari Vision...
She just put in our pandemic group chat, fuck you.
Oh, okay. Well,
wait, hold up there.
Better than I thought.
Here's a message from Nat.
Anyway, I had a good transition, Austin. I think... Wow, I can't believe you just played that. That could have been anything.
It really could have.
That was incredibly dangerous, Austin.
I mean, Nat would have been the one who got fired, so...
Wow. Pari Vision. Learning.
Learning?
From the game they just watched. Necrotic Webs versus Huskar.
Very good.
Looks pretty good, right? Marcy.
I mean...
Looks pretty good.
What do you mean learning from the last game? Did Broodmother interact with the Huskar a single time?
I mean, it's a similar style lineup, though, right?
Sure, like theoretically, yes. I'm just saying that like we didn't actually put pen to paper on the Broodmother versus Huskar last game.
I still think on paper, though, it seems incredibly strong. So, I don't know. I like Power Vision's draft. I think it's another Huskar game where the Huskars picked a little too early for my taste. Mm-hmm. He has a bad lane.
Yeah.
He has bad in-game matchups, and I don't I don't see the vision that these Huskar players are seeing to justify playing it into rough games. He doesn't seem that broken. He just seems okay. He doesn't seem terrible.
Okay.
But he's not doing anything insane, you know?
Yeah. He does have cauterized against Dazzle.
That's true.
So that's good.
Yeah, that's actually a good use case. The game we watched earlier, there wasn't as good a use case for it. So maybe that'll help him out in the laning phase. You can build some sort of lead and be more annoying in the fight. It's a long cooldown, though, on this spell. 50 seconds. It's not like you can spam the dispel in laning phase or something.
Yeah.
So
24-second cooldown on Poison Touch level 1.
Yeah,
and it gets lower.
You're not suddenly beating Viper. Put it out there. You got other problems in that match.
But I got cauterized.
I'm cauterized once.
All right, other lanes, though. The Abaddon should be fine, the Broodmother lane, right?
Yeah, bad.
Broodmother, Marcy.
Yeah. If you can't win a lane with safe lane Abaddon, then pack it in.
Okay. You can see they're just chasing out the DM9 class duo. What about the top lane? Is that another winning lane? Double melee heroes against a Mirana, so she's going to get a lot of free harassment.
I think both cores pretty much farm here.
Yeah.
I don't think you have Kill Threat on the Tiny. He's too tanky. He's going to have Toss eventually. You're not killing Mirana with Clockwork, and you're probably not threatening this Mars unless you get some crazy toss back under the tower. There's not that much harass in this lane. It's a trade.
We were talking earlier about carries and the items that benefit carries right now. You talked about how it's Battle Fury, Radiance, how Maelstrom, some of these other farming items don't seem as good. Tiny is another carry that does not build a farming item.
Because he has Tree.
Because he has Tree.
Which helps a lot. The hero can also just go fight. He's like a hybrid, right?
Yeah.
It's not really a true one. He's kind of a one you flex there later, and you have other right clickers in the lineup, which they definitely have. They have 2 other semi carries in the Dazzle and the Brood. Don't forget this Dazzle with Ags does a significant amount of physical damage in the fights.
Yeah.
So they kind of have 3 semi carries, which alleviates a lot of the pressure from Satanic here. He doesn't have to go Giga Chad mode like we saw yesterday. Though he might anyway, because the boy's beast.
We did have a goddamn beastly performance last night, that's for sure. That kid, the definition of locked in.
Yeah, mechanics masterclass, some might say.
Clockwork, I assume, is going to do a little bit of pulling shenanigans. Doesn't go for the bounty rune. Instead, opting to try and catch the water rune. No one is not going to be able to get a refill on his bottle.
That's really sad for him. Wants to keep playing aggressive in this lane and abusing the regen advantage. Schofield will deny it out here. Help his boy Analog out, who's doing fine in this mid matchup. You are losing it, but you expect to lose it a little bit. Make it up in this Abaddon lane, where Yuma is opening a lead. Looking at 3 potential range denies.
9 class. Tosses him aside to get the range creep last hit.
Flag bearer deny. Melee deny. Melee choke. Okay, you got 1. That's
pretty rough.
Yeah. Does have 11 denies on his Brood. Surprisingly high.
That is surprising. Considering the way he's been shoved out of lane time and time again by Yuma just running at him with Curse of Avernus. There's nothing he can do in rebuttal because the Warlock kind of too strong to fight into between the heals and the potential of Fatal Bonds.
Also, this matchup just cannot be good in the game. Abaddon carry versus Brood. I don't think you do anything to Brood. You're a 0 lockdown hero versus a really fast hero in webs with a bunch of lifesteal and some mischance. Sounds pretty miserable.
Well, you build Radiance. That gives you your
Do you, though? I guess you can.
That's what Yuma is thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Radiance helps a little bit. Deal with some spiders, but...
I mean, we are going to be dealing with some pretty long, drawn-out team fights.
Got him.
Most likely. He did. Got a few hits on a Huskar. Don't really think that does much. Huskar's like, sweet, I'm lower HP. That works for me. Schofield's going to hang around, see if there's an opportunity to get a life break kill. But 7-minute Wisdom Shrines are coming up. Oh, nice read of the ward.
So my question here, Austin.
Avery.
We're now approaching the 7-minute mark. How is one of these teams going to lose in the next 7 minutes?
Why?
Keep on track from the previous game.
Yeah, but...
Doesn't look possible.
Just because it has a Huskar and a Broodmother doesn't mean the lineups are the same.
No, it's the same. It must be the same, Austin.
Okay.